Let me see the evidence you got. Take a look at it and judge it based on that. But it's not like we're not looking at the evidence that you guys show us. So there shouldn't be anything wrong with that, right?
You're not looking at it with a critical eye. That's the problem.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop you there. You won't look at the video that's being played here. I'm not saying you're doing it with intention, but this video here is something that I defy you to find the cables in your opinion.
I'm not saying
it's hours. It's an hour-long video of this guy floating around and doing every kind of motion in God's.
And I already said. I already said they're not always faking it with the cables, dude. Okay, I already told you that. They're not always faking it with the cables. They have different ways of faking it, obviously. What? I didn't hear you because I was finishing my sentence. For an hour. Okay, fine. He's floating around. So what's the problem?
Oh, okay. No problem at all. And you think that you're using a critical eye?
Video of a guy floating. I could show you the movie Gravity, and they're floating for an hour.
YMCA, and I saw a guy floating there.
I can put something on your TV screen with people floating for an hour, and it doesn't mean they're actually in space. In fact, we know they're not in space.
Well, with a critical eye, you'd see that there's no time for cut scenes and stuff like that, and I don't see there will be moments, but there's long periods of time where there is no cut scene and impossibility of cables, and the guy floats that whole time. His shirt remains away from his arms, floating freely. There's no apparent vector of gravity pulling your shirt down. Your critical eye is piss poor.
No, my critical eye is that I've seen so much fakery in other instances that I know that they're faking it. So this instance, if you say there's no cuts, I don't know how you would even know that.
Well, fuck that boy.
You know what kind of video technology? Do you know what kind of video technology NASA has?
To some extent. But Mike, that was really fucked up.
Oh no.
And I say, yeah, to some extent. No, yes, to some extent. I don't know the full extent.
But ultimately, no.
No, I don't know the full extent.
Ultimately, no. That's why you couldn't answer that question with a yes or no.
Results.
So you don't know what they do or don't have as far as video technology.
I do know what is and isn't possible, and I do know that if they have the capabilities of doing what no one else can do, the people who actually make billions of dollars making movies. So you claim NASA makes billions of dollars doing this, but the movies make billions of dollars.
They do make billions of dollars.
They make billions of dollars actually faking space, and they can't do it. So if NASA has that ability, I'd say, wow, dude, they're really impressive. That's really impressive. And that would also make it really, really retarded that they leave in there all these fucked up flaws, even though they have better technology and better capabilities than anybody else that makes movies.
They've gotten better in faking it over the years, and they can't just scrub the shit that they've already put out there. Obviously, it's already out there. It's too late.
Some of the best video is from the Skylab, so they haven't gotten any better. They're actually, I would say, a little bit worse now than they were at Skylab days. So explain, again, we have a long period of film of these guys jumping around doing flip spins in the Skylab, which are, I would say, far more difficult or more challenging to fake than this, and this is impossible.
It's a claim. So there's no cut. I know you're claiming there's no cuts, but you can't prove that. No, but
I'm watching the footage. And so you're right. That I can't prove that, but I can show the footage to the jury, and I can ask the prosecutor. I say, please point out where the cut is in this film that you're claiming, and he's going to watch it with me, and where the jury's going to be sitting there, and there's not going to be any cuts. He's going to be like, well, there's probably it's either somewhere, dude. No, we just saw the whole thing, but it's in there.
No, but Jeremy, if you're gonna make a positive claim of cuts, Jeremy, then show us evidence of cuts. You've said show us evidence that they're in space. Here it is. If you want to give up a particular problem with it, then say, okay, there's cuts in it. Cool beans. Show us the cuts.
I'm not the one claiming that they don't have video technology, that they can't make it appear that there's no cuts. No, guys are.
Jeremy, I'm asking you, if you have a positive claim of cuts, which it is, okay? You said that there are cuts. Cool. Show us where the cuts are.
Pick any minute, any second of the video, and there could be a cut there.
No, I'm saying there could be. The video. If you have a positive claim of a cut, show us the cut.
Pick any second of the video, and there could be a cut there.
I've paused it. I've paused it right now.
Okay.
There's a cut right there. I'm not even watching it.
Okay, well, it's a dude.
Could be a cut right there.
Dude that the camera's been on the whole time, and I don't know how you can put a cut there, dude. That's not possible to do. It's not impossible.
Very clear.
But it's also not
so you know the technology. Telling me it's not possible, so you know all the technology, the video technology capabilities that NASA has.
So you're saying that it's possible to cut a scene like this, do some shit, and come back to the exact same shot, and have no way of telling that there was a cut there.
That's what
I don't know.
I
don't know the video. I don't know the video capabilities that NASA has. You're the one claiming you do know the video capabilities NASA has.
So Jeremy,
I don't know how you would. I don't know how you would even know that. It's beyond me.
That's called an argument from ignorance. Saying I don't know, therefore, right? That is not an argument. Okay, it's not a valid one, and it's nonsensical, Jeremy.
Okay, so I don't know the video. I mean, if you want to claim you do know the video capabilities NASA has, that's fine. I don't know.
That's not how that works. That's argument.
I don't know how the fuck. RC, please don't spiral out on me. I'm in the mid sentence.
Nobody's spiraling.
I don't know how
he doesn't want to be interrupted.
Stop spiraling, please. RC, keep control of yourself, please. So I'm not the one claiming that NASA does or doesn't have this video capabilities. You guys are, not me. I don't know how you would even be making this claim. Is beyond me.
Well, you're saying that they are. They'd have this technology because it looks fake as fuck.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't know what kind of video technology they have. You're telling me you do know.
Your evidence of fake is absolutely real.
Okay, Jeremy, that is an argument from ignorance, Jeremy. You cannot say, I don't know something, therefore here's a conclusion. Okay, that is an argument from ignorance. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. Anyone claiming that they know what technology the government does and doesn't have that claim would be beyond stupidity.
Jeremy, thank you. You just laid out how your argument is beyond stupidity.
I'm not the one claiming that to know what technology the government does and doesn't have. You guys are. That's beyond stupidity to claim to know what technology the government does or does not have.
Well, you said it looks fake as fuck. Now, we look at it and we see no evidence of fakery. Now, how are you concluding
video looks fake as fuck
if there's no evidence of fakery?
I never said that video looks fake as fuck. I said there are videos I've seen that look fake as fuck. Therefore, I'm going to take everything they say with a grain of salt. Plus, they're known liars. Osho, why don't you tell
them? They're known liars. I have not caught them in one lie, not even one.
Why don't you tell Moyak how many times NASA's lied?
I mean, I know of one big lie that they've done, and it was a pretty big deal.
So they're liars. So NASA's
name someone who hasn't lied.
Liar. Well, I mean, these are the guys that are supposed to be giving us.
Name anyone anywhere that hasn't lied.
I don't think I could.
Right, exactly. So then that's not evidence of anything.
Everyone
and everything is capable of lying. So let's put that to the side. We know that now. Everyone and everything is capable of lying. Now let's say so we can't use one lie that someone or something has ever used and claim everything that they say or do to be a lie.
Yeah, but
I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming they are known. I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming they are known liars.
Okay, could you please show me one piece of evidence? Kosher, you said you have one.
They were lying and hiding things during the Challenger thing. There was parts of NASA where that's where they got fired because they didn't disclose, and actually there was people who were trying to warn them about and then there was people who
I agree. Okay.
Beyond that lie, we can see other things that they've obviously faked in other video footage. So I'm going to take what NASA says with a grain of salt. When you guys come at me with this video and say, "Oh, look, it looks like there's no cuts." A, you can't prove that, and B, you don't know what kind of video technology the government has. To claim what kind of technology the government does or doesn't have is dumb.
But you're the one making that claim.
Video technology. This is physics.
I'm not making a claim.
Hold on a second, man, because you are the one making that claim. I'm telling you that I don't know of anyone anywhere that has this the ability to do that, because it's impossible. It could be possible. Maybe I just don't know about it. And you're saying
so
you're saying that NASA could have this capability because we don't know what they have. Well, that's true
at
about
the end of
anyone.
the day, for you to claim there's no cuts in this video, which you can't prove, and since we don't know what kind of technology the government does or doesn't have, you have no idea if there's cuts in that video.
Well, I've seen
Well,
it, and I've never seen somebody claim that there is one, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if there is one, then we can find it and we can just call it out. But if we don't find one, then we can definitely say there isn't one. Even if there is one, and we just don't know it, there's no reason to say there is one if none of us see one.
You can't prove that there is. We already went through this. We just went through this. You can't prove if there is or isn't a cut in there.
Yeah, but you can't. But that's what I'm saying. It's like the
Your
default
whole argument.
The default is that there isn't, though. There's no reason to say, oh well, we can't. That's true about any film ever. So you have to look for evidence of fakery before you can actually just claim it to be fake. But you're right. There could be cuts in there that we don't know about, but we can't. It's wrong for us to call that out unless we actually find them.
Argument for there not being cuts there is they don't have that technology to do cuts like that.
The argument is that with the known technology, there's no evidence that there's any cuts in here. Now, if there is a way of doing that we don't know about, that's fine. That's not wrong for people to be wrong about that at that point. But before that, there's no reason for people to suggest that's the case. You have to first find that to be the case before you can just throw that out there as a possibility. That's like, claiming that it's like somebody killed your wife while you were there. And you're like, dude, how do you know someone didn't freeze time and a bunch of wizards came and killed her? You haven't seen all the technology. You don't know if that's possible.
Flawed, Coach. So this logic here, no, wizards was not the case. A probable, possible scenario was the case. Wizards are impossible. You also don't need evidence of a thing to say that it's a possibility. You did the same bullshit yesterday.
But that's my point, though, dude. Wizards, we have reason to know they're not real because we never seen one, and things don't happen that way. This thing where you can have cuts like this, we have reason not to think that it's real because nobody has that technology at all. We have no idea how you would do it. And it doesn't exist anywhere. So to suggest that it's happening here and we just don't know it, it would be a similar claim to claim that something that we don't have any evidence that exists is happening here.
Okay, I didn't think he was asking you to agree to wizards. If I'm mistaken, then that's fine. It sounded like he was asking you to agree to something that was totally feasible and or possible.
How is it feasible? Describe how it would be feasible and possible. That's the point. That's my point. It's like
trickery for.
Not by vague words. I'm saying by actually describing how it could be possible that in this film that we've been watching, that I'm streaming right now, how could they cut this, and what would that technology look like?
You can't say trickery because then you're saying wizards.
It could be a Hollywood movie.
Yeah, it could be, but it doesn't. Even they could do it.
That was my other point, man. Is we have Best Picture 2014 Birdman. Was made to look like there was no cuts, but there was obviously cuts. But the way in which that happens is, with a discerning eye, easy to see.
I just saw a place right there that could have been a cut. They went over to that little window, they zoomed into it, and then they could have cut right there.
Let me see. I gotta go back.
In the transits between, like in those little tight portal spots, like, dude, like, come on, like, no, dude. Oh my god!
See, those are the sort of cuts that you could think maybe, but no, dude. There was a reflection in the thing the whole time.
Fine. Kosho claims Hollywood cannot make this movie.
No, dude, I'm telling you that if you know how cuts are made in Hollywood, none of that is present here. Like what Gio just brought up was almost a good example of when it could be there, but there are still like reflections and shit like that in there. Usually when they do that, they have to like focus on a nondescript wall and then get back to the rest of the film.
I think one of the things more important.
How long could you have
the word no cuts? There are scenarios in there where you would need cuts in between. That don't happen. So
we're gonna see how good Kosho.
When he goes to a porthole and then goes to the left, there's no way. We're gonna see how good you know about cuts while you did that maneuver. Now, so if they do videotape out the portholes on the ISS for that one moment, yeah, that could have been a place they could have repositioned everything. But there's plenty of places in between there where there is no cuts, and for minutes at a time.
The average Glober's discerning eye just usually comes up lacking, in my opinion. Coach Joe, we're gonna see about these cuts, bro. We're gonna see.
We're gonna see.
This is the discernment that I'm
The thing
talking
I've been trying to talk to you about yesterday was about cuts. So we're gonna see, bro.
I've been showing this to flat earthers for 3 years, and Gio's cool for checking it out while I'm watching it, and I think Stiggy watched it on his own when I showed it to him. But barely any people watch films like this and try to find evidence of that kind of shit, dude. Barely does it ever happen. So you talk about discernment, dude. Somebody did this earlier too.
Dude, I've seen this video, bro. Don't act like I've never seen this video.
Yeah, that's fine, man. But that's what I'm saying. It's like Globers, like just now with the stuff Witsit was showing, I'm like looking up the pictures and doing all this kind of stuff.
It looks good.
That's actual discernment. Like that's not lack of discernment.
Looks good.
They just did a cut, by the way. That was an actual cut.
Where?
That's fine. Like I said, there's minutes and minutes of time where there's not.
Right
here. How do you know
right
how
there.
long they
Here's
can be
one
in?
cut.
Hold on.
There was one right there, and here's another coming up right here. Ready? Boom.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay, Kosho admits there's a cut. What the
hell? In 40 minutes of the film, and there's a cut where they go to a different scene.
Oh man.
What does that show,
funny.
though?
I'm laughing and cackling.
There's still 40 minutes uncut.
It's only a toxic thing you're doing.
Yeah, there's still 40 minutes uncut then, Gio. That doesn't change the point. The point is that this is a long footage of him doing a tour of the ISS without any cuts. There was an actual cut there, 42 minutes in.
Well, the other thing is who is demanding there free fall? There's a lot of different ways to fake this, but go ahead, Jeremy.
Really? Oh, please, hold on. This is wonderful. Please tell me how you can fake it.
I could come up with 100 possibilities.
Go ahead. Let's do it. Real anti-gravity, maybe.
Now, how long can you free fall for?
20 seconds, 25 seconds. Let's extend that out to 40 seconds.
Free falling is 40 seconds. That's what you're saying?
I'm giving you that 20 seconds is the quoted time. I'm going to say they went a little bit higher and fell a little bit longer. So let's call it 40 seconds. Show me.
Let's give it a minute. Let's give it a minute just for.
How long did Felix Baumgartner? Relax, man. How long did Felix Baumgartner free fall for?
I mean, before he hit the atmosphere, or after, or the entire time? It's a couple of minutes.
How long was he free? A couple minutes. So
yeah,
all right, we're already longer than you guys.
When he hit the atmosphere, he wasn't accelerating anymore. He hit terminal velocity pretty quickly.
Still free falling.
Yeah, he was not in free fall. He was free fall for a short time.
This is NASA we're talking about. So obviously they're going to be able to free fall for longer than a fucking vomit comet.
Really?
Flight.
That would require height.
Okay. So what?
So what? Get me 40 minutes of free fall.
Yeah, you have to use the height an airplane can go. So a plane can go a certain height and fall a certain amount. Do the maximum. You're not going to get more than a minute and a half or something like that.
There's no rockets big enough.
NASA's max free fall. NASA's max free fall time is 1:40. You're telling me?
I wouldn't even imagine that there would be even that much. Yeah. It depends on what you're asking for. You're asking
NASA can't get high enough. So you're claiming NASA can't get high enough to free fall for more than a minute for 2 minutes?
No, I'm claiming that to do what they do in vomit comets, where they're doing the arcs over and over. If you're talking about just one free fall, like dropping one.
We're not talking about a vomit comet. We're talking about free falling, so you can get a low gravity effect.
Was this supposed to be live?
It's what they're doing now. They're doing in the space station, so they're doing free fall persistently.
Was this supposed to be? Was this supposed to be live?
I have no idea if this is live. Probably not.
So if it wasn't, hold on, Jeremy. If it wasn't live, and even if they say it was live, how can you verify if it was live? But can they not fake that if it wasn't live?
I would say almost certainly no.
Yeah, we're claiming no.
What? Have you seen space gravity?
You're not. Yeah, dude, you're not.
Have telltale signs that how they get the contiguous long shots is that they stop or they zoom in on a particular section or pan the camera a little bit to the left as they make a stop the scene, and then they come back. This is with the guy's center frame going through portholes, left and down, going down in holes, opening up bags. That's a very different situation than what they do in a movie like Gravity, where they say, show Sandra Bullock's face up close and then pan out and show her spinning to the left. Then pan into her face again, show her pan to the right.
We've already seen 4 cuts and several times where the guy was off screen where they zoomed in on some shit where they could have done that. You have a 40-second window. You got to show the cuts every 40 seconds, roughly.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
you're claiming that
seconds?
NASA can only free fall for 40 seconds. Guys, let me have this out with them for 2 minutes. You're claiming NASA can only free fall for 40 seconds?
And anything of any
And the way in
substantial.
which
Is NASA can only get high enough to where they can free fall for 40 seconds? Really?
They go
dude,
into
let's,
space.
in the way in which they do, these vomit comments, yeah. Otherwise, you're talking about just
Ask
taking
the vomit comment.
Hold
We're
on,
talking
dude.
about
Hold
the
on, dude.
technology NASA
Hold on,
has.
dude. Hold on. The only other alternative is to drop somebody from super high up and then not, then you have to stop this free falling whenever you start opening the parachutes or whatever. But yeah, you can't do that for more than
guys, focus, bro. How high up can NASA get to free fall somebody for a certain duration? I mean, NASA can only get high enough. You're telling me NASA can only get high enough to free fall someone for 40 seconds?
No, they could do it for weeks on end, but you don't accept that. They do that. It's called space and orbit.
You were just going to go up high and drop someone. How high do you think NASA could get to do that?
With a substantially large craft, like several hundred feet long, I would say that the best you could do would be about 40 seconds.
Where'd you get that number from, dude?
I'm using the vomit comet because that's the biggest thing that you can fly.
Yeah, they use the biggest craft they can use. They don't like skimp on the technology and the money for that. Like the what's it called? Apollo 13. They did like 500 of those fucking vomit comet shits to make that movie. And yeah, I mean you would just buy a bigger plane or go higher up, but there's only a certain height you can get to, especially the bigger the plane you get. So it's not like
what's the capability NASA has to get high enough with a giant thing? Only 40 seconds worth of dropping? Remember, this is NASA you guys are talking about. You guys are in a catch-22 right now.
Down, actually.
This is what's called a catch-22.
Once you hit what do you call it? Once you hit terminal velocity, it's going to appear like there's gravity again. So you basically are kind of screwed. You got to be in powered flight after that point. You're
in what's called a catch. My bad. You're in what's called a catch-22 right now, right? Because you can't claim that they can't get high enough to free fall someone for more than 40 seconds. They have to be able to. They're NASA.
I know that they can. I know they can. And I think that's what I'm viewing. That's what I'm saying to you. Like I think that when I'm watching the ISS, I'm watching them perpetually show somebody in free fall.
I know, but
you're talking about them not.
Have you seen any 900-foot long rockets from NASA? That's right. Has NASA built any 900 to 1,000-foot tall rockets? Because you got to have enough for the rocket to lift this thing up. And we see how much payload a rocket can take. So you're going to have something that's really, really, really big, 1,000 feet long. And what is the width of the ISS? What is that, like 15, 20 feet? So I got a passenger compartment that's 15 or 20 feet wide. And I'm going to fly this rocket straight up and then let it fall in free fall and then power it towards the ground. And you're expecting us to do this in any kind of or you think this is a coherent argument? We can see the rockets. They're not invisible. So they can't have a magic 1,000-foot long rocket.
Well, they could be doing this at Antarctica. Who knows where they're dude? You're one of those dudes that know. You're one of those dudes that know. Oh, you're one of those dudes that know all the technology the government has, and you can see everywhere on Earth at all times. I know.
It's got to be a certain.
You don't even need a free fall. You don't even need that to fake that shit. All you need is green suits, guys, and behind them strings, and they could take away. What do you mean no? What do you mean
because
no?
you got to actually those strings have to connect somewhere. And now you're going to have to determine whether there's a reasonable, logical path that those cables could take as this guy is floating around there for several minutes at a clip through portholes, going to the left, going to the right.
A few seconds ago, it cut like 3 or 4 times. A few seconds ago, when he went from one portal to another, they zoomed in on him. That's a cut.
Look at the
zoomed in on him. Hold on.
Look at the ones where that doesn't happen.
Dude, they do this all the time in TikTok, bro. Like, what the hell? You think NASA can do it? And they do this shit on TikTok?
You show me where in the video that show me any TikTok video that
Rewind.
actually.
How are you going to zoom in on a person and make
Rewind. They can switch.
on.
Okay, we'll go back. So let's go back a few. They could just go, okay, let's switch cables. And then the green guys, the freaking had the green suit. They just freaking grab it onto the guy and then bringing him down slowly. What the hell? What do you mean?
Yeah, green guys in green suits can lift a 200-pound man, and they can do this all without
attached to a cable, just to make him look like his
shirt.
Are you serious?
And he can spin to the left, right, up, down without ever actually conflicting with one of these green guys.
So your lack of imagination doesn't make it impossible.
Your overactive imagination doesn't make it possible.
If I could imagine it, they can too.
No, it doesn't matter whether you can imagine it. It has to be.
What are you talking about? They could replay. They could redo this shit in TikTok.
No, they couldn't.
Yeah, dude. Whenever Neil deGrasse Tyson saw Gravity, the film, right, and other science movies, he has the ability to watch it and call out every single thing that would not happen because of what happens in reality, right?
So a guy that hasn't been to space. Hold on.
I'm not finished, man. And let's try to move forward without interrupting so much because everyone's doing it a little bit. But what I'm saying is, of course, he's not going to be the one that you're going to want to watch a video like this and call everything out. But surely somebody can. Somebody can watch a video like this and call out everything that is not possible or where there could be something going on.
To a place that he haven't been to. You don't understand? How are they going to call out something to a place that they haven't been to?
That's what you guys are doing, dude.
No, you're there. I'm just telling you, there's a possibility. All I'm telling you, there's a possibility that they can fake this. That's all I'm telling you. There's no way that you say they can't fake this. What do you mean they can't fake this?
I'm not saying they can't fake. I'm telling you, I don't know of any way they can fake this. And if you do, you could tell me. And if none of us do, then we really would be foolish for insisting that they are.
Wow, you say that you don't think that they can fake. I mean, you even say that they don't think that shit that they did on for Will Smith was fake. So whatever, man. I mean, you have no lack of imagination, bro.
What shit they did on Will Smith?
Wait. Say the live stream wasn't fake, right? Say it wasn't fake. What would that mean?
It means there's a place with low gravity.
There's a place with low gravity. So what's that good for?
Oh, since I know of no other place right now, I'm going to go with the common story. You got any other reason?
No, I'm saying what is gravity good for? That's what I'm wondering. What is gravity? You said low gravity, right? So if they were faking it, that means there's a place with low gravity. No. So if it's so important, what is low gravity good for?
No, it's not about low gravity. So there's a place where they can perpetually.
I'm not talking to you. I was just asking.
I know, but I'm correcting Moyak.
Do you want him to answer for you, sir?
Dude. That's fine, dude. Correct Mr. Moyak. But yeah, Mr. Moyak, I wouldn't even say low gravity. I would just say that because they're perpetually free falling.
Let's all relax. We're all worked up. Come on, guys. Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering, what is it good for? What is it good for? Why are you so adamant that it's not fake, and why?
You haven't heard they do a lot of science up there, and all the science they just do science.
Yeah, but what is it good for?
The science, bro. You haven't heard that video?
So it's not good. So the point is that the point that I'm trying to make here is the entire discussion is pointless.
No, again, what we're saying is
it literally is, and that is the truth.
Hold on, dude. What we're saying is that this is evidence that this stuff is happening. There's footage of it.
But who cares?
And hold on for a second, guys. If you don't want to participate in the conversation, then don't. Stop talking over me, dude.
Yo, let Kosho finish. Hold on, and if something crazy is happening, guys, don't all open your mics. Let the mods handle, please. Let Kosho finish. Thank you.
No, but yeah,
cable switch right here.
The claim is that this stuff's fake. They're not really up there. I'm saying here's footage of him being up there. Here's the entire thing. And if the claim from there goes that this footage is fake, then you have to kind of show how. If none of us can explain how, then it's not wrong for us to insist that this.
I'm not interested in proving if it's fake or not. If it's good for nothing, that's the point.
He can't validate this shit though. He's like, oh, I see videos of freaking Sasquatch. I've seen videos of freaking unicorns. I mean,
gravity, the Earth, all of it is pointless. It's all a huge waste of time.
Then why are you participating in the conversation?
Because we can talk about something that isn't a complete waste of time.
But obviously, the lot of us are choosing to talk about this, right? So, like, I don't know what you're doing.
That doesn't make you right, and that doesn't make me want to go along with delusional people.
That's fine. I'm just saying we are talking about this though, so just I don't know what to tell you. But the Bigfoot and the unicorn claim, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'll
That's
pray for
why
you
I brought up the Neil
because you
deGrasse
need to
Tyson
talk about
thing.
something that's
All right, Ryan,
beneficial
I'm
to
not gonna start
people.
over now because you interrupted me.
Like I
know.
said,
Hold on.
you need to talk about something beneficial instead of being like a little demon spawn.
You need to stick your face in the toilet.
Please.
Don't be a little demon spawn.
Hold on, Optic. We got to let these guys finish though, because we don't want to get interrupted. So let them finish, please.
I'm saying to the guy with the unicorn and the Bigfoot thing. That's why I brought up the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing about him watching Gravity. Is you can watch a video like Gravity, you can watch a video like the unicorn and the Bigfoot thing, and you can actually point out what could have happened, what could have been done there, why there's reason to be incredulous, and why to be skeptical. And that's what I'm saying to do in a video like this. Like, is there anything that would cause you to be skeptical about what's happening here, or does everything look legit?
On a video I can't validate? Get out of here, bro.
Then you can't come to a conclusion that it's fake or it's not fake, then, can you?
Can you validate that? I mean, just what is the point of it?
I'm not arguing whether it's true or not. I'm just saying if you know, Optic made the claim that it was fake or delusional, but you know, he's doing the same thing that you can say anybody else is doing by saying the truth. I mean, for most people, yeah, they kind of accept that. Can we validate it 100%? No, but there's not a lot we can validate 100%.
I can give you the source for the cure for cancer right now.
I just posted a video of a Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's check it out.
This could be a real. This is probably a real video of somebody in free fall, possibly, or it could be something else. We don't know. We don't know what kind of capabilities the government and technology the government has. No one would claim they know what all the technology the government has. That would be crazy.
But that was a crazy video that Elbow just showed. It looks like it's a massive thing that looks like it could be Bigfoot, right? I also know, though, because I've seen the technology of people doing all sorts of crazy stuff in big suits. That could just be a dude in a big suit. And that's what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that there is an explanation for that. So it's not wrong of me to say, okay, this thing that is probably not even true, like Bigfoot being real, I can write this video off because I know that could just be a dude in a suit.
Dude, this guy in
space, you could believe that it's not real, but then by watching the footage, you have to say, okay, well, how could they have done this? And if you can't come up with a way of how they could have done this, you have no choice but to think that this must be real.
It's worse than that, because sorry, go on, Joe.
I've given you a way of how it could be faked, but you're not accepting it. You guys claim that NASA can only get someone high up to enough to drop them for 40 seconds.
So, not made that claim personally, but I mean, for me, the problem I've got is it's all the different bits of sort of evidence pointing in the same direction. You know, we've got launches going up, we can see the space station up there, we've got an understanding, you know, the explanation for gravity is it's an attenuating force, we've got the fact that we're in orbit, which is effectively free fall around the planet at that point due to the velocity that's going on. So, you know, all these things kind of add up to be a reasonable conclusion.
I mean,
well,
so the people that told you,
but what we have with Elbow is just a video.
Oh, well, I could bring you experts that tells you about Bigfoot all the time. What are you talking about?
Okay, and that makes more evidence. You know,
right?
If you had actual samples of them, right? If we could see, you know. So yeah, you're right. That's what gives different strains to the evidence,
right? So
which makes it more reasonable to accept it or not.
Right? Hasn't Sasquatch been in the news as well? Like people have many news events about Sasquatch and whatnot.
There's a lot.
Most of the stuff of Sasquatch in the news is it being faked.
There's a lot of, if you study the footprints that Bigfoot left, there's a lot of science behind that is a real footprint, because it's easy to tell what a real footprint is, because sometimes you get compression. There's a compression. Everyone should go watch Lloyd Pye, Everything You Know Is Wrong, and he goes in deep on Bigfoot.
You trust that
when you leave a footprint. Sorry, Dress. When you leave a footprint, there's something called compression ridges and impact lines, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, and what you're saying, you can't imagine how they can fake it. That's called an argument of ignorance.
No, but that's not what's being said. Like what Jeremy just brought up with the footprint thing, I could tell you how that could be faked, and I'm not saying that it is fake. I'm saying that I could tell you how it could be faked. That means that there is definitely a way that exists that it can be faked. Okay, if there was no way for us, if we saw some evidence and we couldn't think of any way that anybody could fake it, and no expert could either, then you have no reason to suggest that it is fake. right? You have to wait until you find that way that that makes that this actually exists. We're not saying that NASA doesn't have the ability to do this. We're not saying that this is impossible to fake. What I'm saying is you have to find. Until you find a way to show how this could be faked, it's kind of wrong to claim that.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying. I said it can be fake. That's what I said. I didn't say it is fake. I just said you can't prove this. You can't validate this out. So what's the point of this if you can't validate this though?
Arguing that you can't say that, dude. You can't say this can be faked if there's no way it can be faked. That's my point. Is that if you can't find a way for it to be faked, then how can you say it can be faked?
I already told you, green screens and people freaking and wires. What do you mean you can't do that?
Can you point out where that could be possible? Because
they do it all the time.
He's floating around.
Even the movie Gravity did it for a long time.
No, they didn't. They didn't do it where they have minutes long of uncut.
They could have done it for hours if they feel like it.
No, they can't. No, as I'm saying, in this footage that we're watching here, right? The guy's going through corridors. He's doing flips. You're saying it could be wires. You can show there how there could be wires. He's doing that for a couple of minutes. You can show how it's not in a Obama comment. So in those cases, if it's not a Obama comment and it's not ropes, okay, you said it could be green screen. Okay, I would.
Guys, this wearing green
right here. How could I have been a green screen?
Again, the Japanese footage I put up, I find that actually quite compelling because of the length of time that it's gone on for, and because it's not something you can just trivially do with a green screen. Because the object is floating in front of the person, not part of the background or part of a green screen projection.
Didn't they have the blue screen with when George Bush was walking in front of it?
That was a grid. You don't have a green screen that's got a pattern on it, because then any time that you have any of the colors on the background, you'd have a problem with the it being made transparent on anything in the foreground that matches or is even close to that color. So I was in front of a green screen about a month and a half ago, and I was told not to wear green and not to wear anything that was sort of close to a green color.
There was a little cut area there, Coach Joe. It looks like about every 3 to 4 minutes there's a cut area. They just did one up when they were showing the fake globe out of the fake cupola thing. They just did another one where the guy was going that flashed to some other dude sitting there. That's another place. There's so many areas for cuts. It looks like about every 3 minutes or so there's a cut area.
Yeah, it seems like I've seen some of the shots you're talking about, which is kind of what you would. Even though I claim that would be extremely hard to pull that off without telling it. I'll give it to you. That doesn't mean that it's like if you have the best expert, in filming, they could do that. But what if we see a scene that goes like 8 minutes without doing one of those shots? You know what I mean?
I'm not even saying they are cutting this, but we were talking before about where could there be cuts, and I'm just saying it looks like about every 3 minutes there's a place where either the floating dude is off screen, or they're looking in some window, or they're doing something to where it could be cut.
I agree with you that happens, but that's what I'm saying is for that to be what solves the problem of how they're doing it. We would have to not have any scenes that are longer than say the maximum length of time that they can do it. So that's what I'm trying to figure out what that maximum length is.
But we don't know what that is. You don't know what that time is.
Right. Well, then that's what I'm saying. Well, what technology allows them to go on free fall for like 10 minutes or whatever?
They may have aircraft technology that they don't share with the rest of us, where they can do free fall for 8 minutes or something or more. Who knows?
Yeah, but what is that? So what I'm saying, aircraft technology that we don't know about that allows them to go on free fall for 10 minutes. That means that they have to go higher up. If they go higher up, that means that's like a rocket at that point.
That's fine. No one's doubting that they can go high up in the sky, bro. You guys are acting like 40 seconds was their max free fall time from NASA. That's crazy.
Well, let's say
that's
this.
That's the catch-22 right there.
They have technology that allows them to go up really high and allows them to go in free fall for a lot longer than the Obama comment. Then I would say me and you are making the same claim, because that's exactly what I'm insisting that they're doing. Right? So...
no, you're claiming that they're free falling around a globe nonstop. I'm claiming that they're going up high and free falling down to the ground, and it's going to end.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What's allowed? Do you realize how high you'd have to go to do that?
See, that was another cut area in the
that was when you brought up. That was when you brought up earlier. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But even though he's in the reflection, I'll give it to you. I'll give those ones to you, just to give a little bit. But at the same time, you'd have to go several minutes. You'd have to only do that. You'd have to do that every couple of minutes. You would not be able to go several minutes without doing one of those. Otherwise, that would define your maximum length of time of free fall.
There's also a bunch of places where he's like standing, his like feet are kind of looped on something. That could be cut as well. It wouldn't be hard to cut. Like that could be cut, I'm saying, is where he's like not actually kind of looks like he's floating or whatever, where he's standing. That could be cut and then he could be recut back in, in that still standing position. Like this whole part where he's just sort of hanging. Oh, here he grabs a little globe earth here.
And when they go into him.
Hold on, but the Geos, but how would you cut that and then keep him in the frame and then cut it back with him in the frame still, and everything is like the same, like his shirt, his every one of his hairs on his head, like everything was perfectly the same as the before you cut it. I don't think you can do cuts like that with people in them.
Well, what was it? Let's let Elbow say it. He was going to speak.
And there's parts where like they zoom into what he's holding, right? As another cut, and not him itself. Right. It's just showing him, and then again right there when he was grabbing that globe, you were saying they zoomed into the globe, and not him. He was not in the frame.
Yeah, see, Coach, look at that part. See that part. He was up in that thing. The camera came down. He was out of shot entirely. They showed the camera zooming through the thing, and then they turned around. And here he comes.
I was about to make that
3 more cuts right there, dude. There's cuts all over.
I was about to make that argument. I was about to say if I was on y'all's side, I would claim okay, they're going down there, then they made a cut.
There's another cut area, right there.
They can make a cut like I don't know, right here or something, right? They make a cut, and then and then this happens. That's
there he
true.
is. He comes down fresh, and now he's going to do the big fancy. Ooh, here he goes, spinny winny.
Exactly. Yeah.
See, now he's doing the fancy spins, whereas the other part, his feet are just sort of looped onto something. This totally could be done in 0G.
I agree that part could have been evidence that they were that was the cut for him to do that. But and then there was a cut right there. So you got a valid point.
And then here he is just standing, so he's not really, there's not a lot of floating going on. So this could be green screen. The other one could be 0G.
Let's wait and see like the longest cut, the longest shot. Because this is towards the end anyways, but I'm trying to see if I can find the longest shot where, because this one doesn't look like it, because that was the same shot, right? He was standing there a second ago, but now he's fucking floating around like a weirdo and doing flips.
Yeah, they always want to show off the part where they could do the flips because that's, they're trying to make it look real. The other possibilities, I'm just going to throw these 2 out. They're just things I've thought of. I'm not saying that this is the case. It's just possibilities. One is that there could be areas on the Earth where there are actually like complete magnetic anomalies where you do float around, like maybe at the North Pole, maybe in the Antarctica. I'm just saying in general, that could be a thing to where like the magnetic field, something's going on with the magnetic field. There are those areas where like, have you ever heard of those things where like a car will roll uphill? Have you heard about those?
Oh yeah. Well, it's an illusion, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, anyways, so there could be actual things like that. Like I'm talking more the North Pole or the South or the southern region. So that could be another possibility, is that there's areas on Earth that maybe you go underground or whatever it may be where you actually do float around. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Another possibility is that they may have a technology using electrostatics, electromagnetics, God knows what, that could make them float around. So maybe this whole thing is encased within some large, device of some sort that actually can create this. Sort of like you can do, like even with a Van de Graaff generator, you can create like a little piece of paper. You can basically make it float, or you can make it, be anti-gravity. So, I mean, I'm not saying, it'd be a much bigger step to do that with like a biological organism, like a human, to be able to float. But I'm just saying it's another possibility, is that it's done on Earth with the technology.
No, I agree. I agreed with you before about that one place where it looked like it was just like they could have cut that and then they cut it right after it. But I'm watching this last scene, and I'm gonna go back to see where it starts. But this is pretty long shot of nonstop him moving through the thing and doing flips and all that stuff.
The only thing I'll say, those 2 things I just said, though, it doesn't seem like they're doing that, though, because to me, when I look at this footage, there's so many cuts and hacks up. It really just looks like a shit job with like green screens. Like it doesn't even look like they're, they're actually float. You know, actually like those. I'm just saying those two things I said, like magnetic anomaly zones at the North Pole or something, or some kind of technology. It doesn't even look like that they're even using that, but I'm just saying that those things are possible. To me, it looks like bad level Hollywood stuff. Like, you know, when I look at this actual footage.
No, but when I go back to when I said that started and he was doing that, like I don't see it anywhere between it's been like 5 minutes. I don't see anywhere in that 5 minutes where there's anything crazy. Like it stays on him. This is probably the first time it's not on him. So I'll go to this point.
So you cut. They could have cut here for sure.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah, so that's why I'm stopping it. But I'm going back to the beginning of this whole thing where they had it on him the whole time, and moving around, doing flips, all this stuff. But hold on.
Is this the same one where they show the Velcro strap just like disappear, go through his forehead?
At the beginning, I think so.
So what's up with that?
I don't know. But hold on. I'm trying to see where this starts. Right here. Yeah, so it starts right here. And then so that's like 6 minutes of just pure him floating around, him doing flips, but the camera doesn't leave him once, and it doesn't I don't know, it doesn't fake. It's also, I mean, it looks cool. Like whatever it is they're doing, right? Like if he's up there, that's cool. Whatever it is they're doing, it looks cool. Doing flips. He's wearing some loser pants, but I mean that's whatever.
It looks like his torso is harnessed, and they're just green screened out the ropes.
Right. But look at where he's going. He's moving quite a bit. Like where's the harness here? Right. Like what would he be harnessed to? You know what I mean?
Well, that would mean that like the whole thing that he's going through, just like in Gravity, the movie, they do this exactly.
They don't do. He just went through a tunnel. He just went through like a tiny tunnel.
Yeah, but that tiny tunnel can still be green screened. It's like 3D projection mapping type stuff.
Yeah, here he's kind of sitting, you know what I mean? Not really floating. This could be a cut area.
Right, no, but that's what I'm saying is before he got into this part and after this part's done, he was moving around and stuff. So, and we haven't seen any cuts or any place for cuts in that area. That's what I'm talking about. But you're right. I mean, that last one was suspicious. The one where, like I said, where they come down and then they shot. If there was no scenes like this one and there was only scenes like that one, I could be like, wait a minute, this whole thing could be fucked up. But
hey, so what's the max height you think NASA can get something to where they can make it free fall? Like how long? What do you think NASA's max free fall time is?
For continuous free falls, like one after
no, just one continuous free fall. What do you think NASA's cap is on that? If they were just to go up high and let something drop down to Earth.
Well, they're doing it perpetually when they're in orbit, so that's why I don't know if there's if you're just talking about just going up and then planning and coming back down.
Well, I think he's talking about, let's say the Earth is not some spinning globe thing. We're on a stationary plane with a sky above us. How long? If Felix Baumgartner went up and was 3 minutes and 48 seconds, so almost 4 minutes, he was free falling. So what? And if the Vomit Comet, they only do like 30, 45 seconds on the Vomit Comet, but that's like commercialized, like publicized, whatever. But if Felix Baumgartner could do almost 4 minutes, could NASA do 9? Could they do 12?
That's not free fall though. Like either it's going to be terminal velocity the whole time, or it's going to be accelerating and not getting to the atmosphere the whole time. But you're not going to be able to like fall and then like Felix Baumgartner falls down and then he puts his parachute open and stuff. He's definitely changing speed.
Wait, hold on. Gio just made a point that we don't know the limits to how far somebody can fall.
Well, I'm telling you that I don't think there's a limit to how far somebody could fall because these guys are falling perpetually. So, but what I'm saying is somebody going straight up and coming back down, you'd have to determine how high they can go first.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then determine how long they could fall without having to open a chute or doing something like that.
What do they claim those Vomit Comets? Like, what are they going to? Are they going to 40,000 feet and then to 25 when they're falling? Like, what is the footage?
I saw Yeah, I saw before. I forget the exact numbers. I think it was but I know the maximum time it was 40 seconds or so. But let me
I know, but I mean, if they're going
check.
from 40,000 feet to 20, let's just say, I don't know what they're doing because I haven't looked into that. But if they're going from 40 to 20, okay, can NASA go from 160 to 40?
Check out that video I just posted. First few seconds. Did that guy go to space?
I would say just the fact that they're floating perfectly in the middle of the room makes no sense to begin with. Like sometimes he's floating just perfectly to go through the tube that's higher up, and then he's going to the room, and now all of a sudden he's in the middle of the room. Like if he was actually fighting an anti-gravity situation, he'd be like stuck to the ceiling half the time trying to fight to stay in camera. But it's always perfectly in frame.
The video I just posted, the first few seconds, first 15 seconds.
Yeah, it says they go up to about 32,000 feet.
So what's NASA's limits?
Well, that is NASA.
Like I said, I don't think that.
The ones I'm talking about are from NASA.
That's zero space. I'm talking about NASA.
No, I'm talking about NASA. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about NASA. That's right.
No, you're talking about
NASA's Reduced Gravity Research Program.
I looked at the one Elbow posted. I mean, it does look like that's in 0G, Elbow, but that also looks like not as good as the ISS.
Well, of course. I mean, the ISS is a finished production. This is just a 2-minute clip for whatever they're introducing, right? And this is what I mean. I've seen other guys that they do it at their home. I actually saw the video, but of course, it's not as good. It's a home-based camera. I can show you another one.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Man in his he does it in his music videos. Puppets on a string. He does with green screen where he's floating around, his dog's floating around and stuff. The conspiracy music guru.
This lady levitates.
I mean, they got something that looks halfway legit here, and maybe they are free falling, and it is a low gravity environment. It doesn't mean that's on the ISS. And we've seen so much fakery shit from NASA that I'd be hard pressed to believe that they can even get to space at this point, perpetually free fall or whatever. Because if they could, they wouldn't be faking it with wires and shit.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like the idea, even that like they have some technology, like some electrostatic tech that makes them float or whatever, any like those things I mentioned. It's like if those were the case, we wouldn't see all of the fakery that is shown. The wires, the green screens, it's just endless amount of inconsistencies.
Well, if they have stuff like that, why not just stop pretending they're a company that goes to space and does these things that you guys think is unbelievable? And why don't they just instead, actually be the company that does these other incredible things that I don't think is possible, that, they could do? Like, well, why would they be doing it? Why not just do that? They could just...
Because they're... Wait, you mean... You're saying that if they have some technology that makes you float around, why wouldn't they just sell that and get people, do that or whatever?
Not sell that, but just that would be the focus of what they're investigating. Like instead of them pretending they're investigating this stuff and doing experiments up here, they'd show the experiments that they're actually doing and the technology they actually have.
Right. Well, I would say the reason for that is that they're criminal liars who want to deceive and the globe Earth deception. I mean, they're doing it for reasons because they're gaining control over the world by it. So that's the simple answer to that.
I just posted the movie Gravity, right? The how they filmed it. You think they can't? Like I said, you think they can't fake that, bro?
Yeah, the movie Gravity does exactly this. Why is there even any argument whether this is real or not?
They did fake it.
Because the argument is there's no cuts, and in Gravity there's clear.
No, it's not the only argument. I made the argument about gravity already several times. About Neil deGrasse Tyson can go through it and tell you everything that's wrong with it, right?
First of all, Neil deGrasse
cuts, but everything that's not even real.
First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson have never been up there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson never been up there, so how can he tell you what's wrong with it, right?
Well, then I say the same thing about what you guys are doing to this footage, dude.
I'm showing you what they did in a movie scene where she's going through what's called well, I don't know if it was because I haven't watched the movie. Well, it looks like the ISS, which was just freaking blocks, in which then in production they changed that into the actual scene where it looks like it's actually some stuff that are there.
Yeah. They totally they green screen the whole ship around her, and they show her floating in a green screen, and they just make sure that they project the image perfectly. And it's not like this technology doesn't exist. They can do seamless cuts.
Well, there you go. I have it right there where it's described everything that's wrong with it. Right.
Go to 2 minutes.
And so with you guys, if you guys are going to say that he can't make this claim about stuff he can't do up there because he hasn't been up there, then how can you guys say that there's anything wrong with this footage I'm showing you?
Go to 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Go to 2 minutes and 17 seconds of the one I just posted.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. Like 2 minutes 30. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2:17. Right. She is doing the exact same thing. She's spinning through what looks like and it's funny when they show the real thing, she's got like some kind of harness, like upper crotch that they basically just
exactly
remove it in the final footage.
But we have to hand it to him. This is really well done. You know?
Kosho, if we die and we're in heaven and we find out the truth about everything that's been going on, I'm going to tackle you.
I hope you guys find out the truth before you die, obviously. So,
but haven't we already found out the truth?
Fuck you up in heaven, bro.
Just the fact that it's possible, and that we showed that gravity did the same thing, and it's not possible to go to space with all the breaking of the laws of thermodynamics. I mean, haven't we already found out the
same thing, man? This is what I'm saying to you. Like when the scene the part that you guys are showing, she's going through the thing. You can actually watch that, and you can see exactly what's not real there. Like you can physically see it. Not say that they could have done something fake here. You know that it's not real there. There's things there that you know are not real. That's what I'm saying to you. That in this footage, there's times where you could say, okay, I can see where there's a window for them to have maybe added this thing in there, but you don't see the actual fakery at all.
You see all those wires on here. Where'd the wires go? So you think they can't have wires through the ISS, or well, quote unquote, the ISS supposedly?
The scene you guys brought up when she's going through there, you can see that it was CGI. Like you can see there's like a thing floating there. You can see the computer generated animations, right? You don't see any of that in this. Is what I'm saying to you. There's no,
one of the differences,
evidence of it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the differences though is that Hollywood, they have millions, possibly billions that they're putting into this. Although I doubt this movie depending on how much they claim it made. Whereas these ISS government people have trillions, if not infinite money, because they print the money. What? So there is a little bit of a difference.
That's not true, dude. You just made it up.
How much do they get a day?
And NASA doesn't have trillions of dollars at their disposal.
Dude, what do you mean? They run NASA print the money. They print the money. They have infinite money.
No, they don't.
That's why they're doing these lies and deceptions so that they can continually have infinite money.
You talking about the U.S. Mint? Or the Federal Reserve?
About the Federal Reserve, the United States governments, the United Nations, all of it. They're all run through the Federal Reserve, and they print the money for the entire world.
Okay, so
wait, are you disputing they don't get 61 million a day? We already know they get 61 million a day.
You're saying because the Federal Reserve has that money, that means that NASA has that money too, by extension?
Well, I'm not really okay. NASA is something that is like a public thing that they can say, oh, we gave $3 trillion to NASA today, or 50 million or whatever. But that doesn't mean that that's actually the amount of money that's going into these things. That's just what they tell the public. And that's just the front of NASA. The actual people faking the ISS, the actual people behind it, they're pretty far from NASA, really. I mean, they're much more clandestine layer of it all.
Yeah, but these types of arguments have no end. There's no limit to where they can go based on what's being said. Because there's things being said like, oh, we don't know the technology they have. They could possibly have anything in the world that you can think of, or they could have a limitless amount of money that you don't know about. And so that's why these things are real. You can use those arguments to say anything.
Well, somebody owns the Federal Reserve. It's private, and they print the money for the world. So if that was you and I, and we're sitting there printing the money, then we now have infinite money. Now we could make up, let's call it NASA, and let's say that through taxes we get 50 million a day. We could do all that shenanigans, but you and I have infinite money that we can go do anything we want and play it off to the people.
You know, even though I don't like the Federal Reserve, and I know the shit they do is even corrupt, to think that they can just print out limitless money is incorrect, because the money directly, first of all, they don't print money out in the first place, and second of all, the money directly affects the money supply directly affects the value of the money, which they have to stay on top of. If they were just willy-nilly just printing out trillions of dollars when that's not said to be on the books, then they're purposely devaluing the money and tanking the economy.
Yeah,
look what happened.
Have you been asleep for 30 years? This is what's happening.
Look what happened on 9/11. The Fed was missing trillions of dollars, and then the place where the records were being kept just so happened to be the spot that got fucking blown to bits.
No, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that there's not corruption. I'm not saying that they don't add money to the money supply, because they actually do. But what I'm telling you is that they don't have this limitless amount of money that they can add to the money supply and it not be noticed.
And then the trillions,
the money supply, when it's added to the money supply, there's an immediate repercussion for it.
Well, trillions disappeared, and after that, nobody asked them more questions. Anyways, by the way, there's another. I clipped not a clip. I 10-step another one. I know what they got this idea from. Gio, check out that video.
You're getting tackled in the afterlife, Coach. I'm letting you know right now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, because I have the same criticisms you guys have about the Federal Reserve and this kind of stuff, but I don't think the criticisms you guys are. It's almost like you're making these criticisms without actual understanding of how these things work, because there's things that are not possible, and there is certainly, it's not possible to have a limitless amount of money and introduce it to the money supply at any rate. When they introduce money to the money supply, it's known that their interest rates are super low, and it actually requires bonds and treasury bonds from our government or from whoever's they're borrowing from. Like all the stuff's all.
Hey, Kosho, can you go back just a little bit?
Jump in the water at the end.
Yeah, with the big green screen on the water.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Kosho, can you go back a little bit to the bathroom real quick?
All right.
Show him the poop hole.
You saw that, Jeremy? The
you know what?
I can't watch anything. I'm at work.
Stiggy.
Okay.
I'm sure this is Stiggy. Stiggy he went over. There was something about this part that Stiggy brought up too.
Yeah, just let me put it in context, Jeremy. It's
just pause it there. I want to know how you think you can go to the bathroom in that thing.
Hold on, this perspective. Let me just tell Jeremy, it's a pool with a big old green screen. That's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, look at the toilet. Okay, there's no seat, right? Go back. You were there. There's no seat. You have to take out this little pouch thing and put it in there, which they didn't show in other tours, by the way, but regardless. So they put that. There's no seat. You have to hover over that thing and hold a little cone. Are you kidding me? Why would that be like the design? Why wouldn't they have something to strap you in so you could actually sit on a seat?
That's a $20 million toilet, man. What are you talking about?
It's just ridiculous. Can you imagine just using that toilet once?
Yeah, they used to have to get naked and just get in a bag.
What?
They used to have to get naked and get behind the seats so no one could see them, and then they would just shit in a bag. So this is still an upgrade.
That's what they say?
That's
so they used to have to get naked every time they go to the bathroom?
No, they used this is back in the Mercury and the missions before that.
Wait a minute. What? They used to have to get naked every time I go to the bathroom. Is that a claim of theirs?
To take a shit, yeah.
And shit in a bag.
Down their whole body because the shit floated around and got all over themselves. Is that the reason?
It happened. Yeah, I posted the transcript.
Yeah, what happened if you have diarrhea?
Exactly. That's why you need to be naked so you can like scrub down.
Chance of diarrhea. They fucking eat right and they're gonna shit right.
Oh yeah, on a liquid diet, right? They don't have diarrhea. I mean, really, seriously, does this make any Kosho? Can you see this like really being something that you would use on a regular basis?
Nah, the perspective is what
ridiculous.
They do what the bears do. They eat a bunch of hair for the winter, for they won't have to poop.
Yeah, because all that hair floating around from those girls with the long hair that shouldn't be up there to begin with.
Yeah, it's called fiber, and I'm sure they got that prepared for it. Why y'all let Kosho wiggle around for 2 hours? There's no fucking cuts. Right back, he always does. Kosho, you always go back to like agreeing, but then going, yeah, but there's no evidence. It's like you weren't talking about there's no evidence. You said it's logically impossible. Then at the end, you agree it's possible, and then you go, but there's no evidence.
Don, it's nice to know that you're barely paying attention. But when I agreed with Gio that there were cuts, we said, okay, well, let's find where the maximum range of where there's no cuts. And there's probably one longer than this, but the one that we went over was like 6 minutes or so.
I mean, but your argument is
the argument is that there would need to be cuts at shorter intervals if it was doing a vomit comment.
How short?
You said Hollywood can't do it, basically, bro. And then at the end you're like, yeah, they can, but you could see the CGI.
No, I didn't say that, Don. So either pay attention to the conversation or just don't say stuff like that, because that's not what was said, Don.
You bullshit.
So how short, Kosho? How short of cuts do there need to be? Because I put.
Well, 6 minutes I think is a little bit too long. I can't see how a vomit comic could be doing that for 6 minutes, but maybe you can think of a way.
Well, what's the highest an airplane can go that we're aware of?
An airplane or airplane with a jet? Because
how about a balloon?
No, I'm talking. Yeah, well, any type of high level craft.
200,000 feet.
Yeah, but the like plane or plane rockets, or what do we call rocket planes? They're some of them have gone that height. Yeah.
Okay, so if they could go from 200,000 all the way down to 30,000 in a free fall, how many minutes would that be?
It still ain't 6 minutes.
I'm not sure. But don't forget the 30. So the parabolic flight, each arc is 90 seconds, and the 30 seconds is where the or it's 2 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 minutes, 90 seconds. They're in G2 or 2 Gs of gravity, and then the 30 seconds are in free fall. So you'd have to take the amount of time that they're in free fall and multiply it by 4.
We're not talking about a parabolic flight, though. We're talking about how long can NASA let something free fall. That would be determined on how high they can get.
Okay, but parabolic flight, you can actually appear to be in free fall for longer, because you start your free fall at the before you reach the apex of your arc.
Okay, so you're telling me a parabolic flight would be a longer free fall than somebody that brought something up 1,000 feet?
I'm saying the simulated zero G would be longer. Yeah, the simulated 0G, which is what you're looking for. Because even in pure free fall, you wouldn't be able to simulate 0G because the atmosphere is going to start changing your speed, and then it's not going to look like you're in 0G.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. How high could NASA get something up, and how long could they let something free fall for before they hit the atmosphere? This is the catch-22 question that scares you.
Well, when Felix Baumgartner did it, it was less than a minute. So
we're not talking about Felix. We're talking
about.
Well,
that's what I have. That's the only thing I have to use, right? Him free falling for 120,000 feet. He hit the atmosphere in like 30, 45 seconds. So I'd say higher than that. I'd give it 2 minutes, maybe, if you're doing 200,000 feet, maybe. I don't know.
So you're saying NASA's max height they could drop something from above Earth and appear to free fall would be 2 minutes.
Then this is possible. It's not based on any technology I know of. This is just my guess. Yeah.
Well, how high can NASA get? Start there. How high can NASA get?
In what craft?
So in the shuttle supposedly is 120 to 600 miles.
Whatever craft they need to fake this in, how high could they get?
You get as high as 250 miles.
Okay, and how long would you be free falling for if you could drop something from 250 miles?
30-something years or 20-something years?
No, we're not talking about orbits. I'm talking about on a flat Earth. If Earth was flat and you were going to drop something from up high, how long could it free fall for if you're at 200 miles? How long of a free fall is that? You see the problem here, Kosho, right?
No.
You don't see the problem.
No, you've asked the question.
He's saying you're going to keep it in orbit, so you would have to be like, well, how much if you
Jeremy,
throw it backwards and let it fall straight back to the Earth? Because he's like,
Jeremy, if you're 200 miles up in the air and you're falling 200 miles per hour, what did you say the speed you're falling at?
If I'm 200 miles in the air and I'm falling at what?
If it's 200, if you're 200 miles in the air, what's the speed that you fall at? You could calculate how long it should say you should fall, how long it would take.
I mean, they say free fall is 120 miles an hour.
120 miles an hour. So so therefore,
free fall.
About an hour falling.
So you could free fall for an hour. So this 40-minute video is totally possible for NASA. So this 40-minute video is totally possible for NASA to let free fall something in your paradigm.
The speed does not matter.
Half hour.
Does not matter. Let's just pick any height. What's the height that we're gonna just do? We'll do 200. Hold on for a second, Don. We'll choose from 200,000 to 30,000.
No, do 200 miles. NASA can get 200.
No, yeah, because I'm talking about in the ISS, dude. If you're using rocket ships,
NASA can get.
If you're using rocket ships, they can go 250,000 miles. They can go much further than that.
So they have the potential to free fall from any distance. So you don't think they could free fall for 40 minutes?
But then at that point, what are we arguing? We're arguing the same. I think that they're in a spacecraft 250 miles up, free falling towards the Earth. We both think that, dude.
No, you think they're falling around a globe. I think they could just be falling straight down.
Okay, well, regardless.
Difference.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Right, and one of them says they're in space. Yours does. The other says they're just falling down to a stationary Earth.
Yeah, but we're both saying the same height. So
it doesn't matter.
We both think that they can go up that height, and we both think they're in a craft that's free falling towards Earth. The only difference being that I think they can perpetually do that, and you think that they can do that once, and then I don't know what the hell happens after that one time. They got to.
Yeah, well, what goes up must come down. So yeah, everything's coming down.
Yeah. See, do you see the catch-22 position that you're in? You have to say NASA can go 200 miles high.
Yeah, they can. I agree with that.
It's capable to drop something from 200 miles high and have a free fall for 40 minutes to fake your ISS video.
But why would they have to fake it at that point? Why not? Why would they not just have a real ISS at that point?
Because they're not continuously falling around a globe.
But space doesn't matter. The altitude is what matters. So they're definitely at that height. We agree with that.
They're not just going to keep dropping an ISS from up. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
They would only do that in free fall for the filming. I mean, I think 40 minutes is even more than is needed. Even in this video, Kosher, that you're pointing out as being like, oh, one of the best, like 40, it seems like the furthest they go in here without some kind of a hack or a cut is only about 4 or 5 minutes. So even if they could free fall for 10 minutes, that would be enough for them to do all this.
It's 6 minutes, but hold on. Let me see here. Holy shit. Hold on, give me a second.
Let's say I will give you that the space shuttle is 300 miles in the air. You know that's the length of practically Florida.
It's beside the point.
No. I mean, you think the Earth is super huge, but that length is what space is at, bro? Like where outer space is at?
What are you talking about?
Well, when they're free flowing.
I see what you're saying. You're saying the height, like 250 miles?
Yeah, it's about the length of Florida.
Sure, yeah.
So you would think that the length of Florida compared to the whole Earth, that will be where space will be at, bro.
It depends on what you're defining as space. But you say the Kármán line space, which is lower.
Well, the Kármán line is way lower than that. It's like
exactly, yeah. So it depends on what you want to define as space. But I mean, all of it. We're in space now. It just depends on where you want to define.
I'm just saying proportional to what the Earth says. The height of according to where they say space is at around 60 miles, which is like not even that's a small trip. That's supposed to be a high. You cannot no longer breathe, or it's the vacuum, or you can start free falling around the Earth.
Okay. So, Gio, you're saying every 10 minutes or so there's openings for a cut or an edit or something.
As we've been watching this, yeah. I mean, he seems to be flipping around and whatnot, but I haven't seen anything longer than 5-6 minutes where there isn't a potential for something.
That 1 6-minute scene, and I'll tell you right now, so based on this theory now, they can go as high as the ISS. They can go 250 miles, and when they're up there, they can drop something in free fall from that height, and before they hit the atmosphere, it would be about 6 minutes. About 8 minutes that they could do that before. If you had something at rest at 250 miles, you could drop it, and it would it would take about it would take about 8 minutes before.
I doubt they're bothering with a vomit comet type thing. They obviously have a technology here that's using green screens, just like the movie Gravity. It's easily done. They got a harness around them. They got cranes. They got it all perfectly made so that.
We're not talking but there are things like though. We're talking about them being able to bring something up high enough and drop it to create this free fall low gravity effect.
Well, yeah, but Jeremy, like I said, for your theory, you're insisting they can go up to 250 miles, okay, and from that height they can drop something, and about 8 minutes before it hit the atmosphere.
Why do they need to go that high?
Saying there's a cut every 5 or Gio's saying there's potential for cuts every 6 minutes here, so we got
the longest one I found was 6 minutes. Let me see if I can find a longer one.
Well, why would it even have to be 250 miles? What if they can just go up 70 miles and then free fall from there?
Okay, let's see 70 miles. Hold on.
Because he's saying it's not long enough.
Shit. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
He's saying it's not a long enough time to free fall. You're saying if we drop something from 250 miles within 8 minutes, it's hit the atmosphere, Kosho?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's that you need height. I'm not even opposed to them being able to get 500 miles high. I have no idea how high NASA can or can't get.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's a whole thing. And whatever they're telling us, I'm sure, is not what they actually can do. So if they, whatever the publicized information is that they can go up is not even what they really can. Because
I've never made a claim to how high NASA could or couldn't get. I don't know how anyone could make that claim because
well,
whatever.
You're talking about them going up and doing free fall. That's what I'm saying. From 70 miles, they have a little bit less than 5 minutes before. No, I'm sorry. I got to take out some. Hold on. 70 miles.
The thing about it, like when he's got this iPad and he's flipping the iPad around, I mean, that does look like. I mean, I know that sometimes it seems like those things are like digital, like where their hands are going through them and shit. You've seen that where their hands go through these objects, but that does look fairly authentic that iPad's floating around.
Yeah, but they have a thing called augmented reality. Little kids can do this in their mom's basement where it makes it look like they're interacting with these objects that aren't even there. Yeah, it's called augmented reality.
He's talking about the authenticity of it seems authentic, even if it's not. But sure. From 70 miles high, you'd be about 4 minutes before you hit the atmosphere.
What do you mean hit the atmosphere?
Well, like Felix Baumgartner, for instance, when he jumped from his thing, he was in pure free fall, accelerating to a top speed, and when he hit the atmosphere, he started slowing down substantially. And when this occurs, you're not going to be able to simulate 0G anymore.
Well, I mean, the vomit comet thing, they're talking about at 36,000, they're falling from there. So
yeah, but they're not. So
it's because of the way they do
the reason why it's so short, but they're not going from too extreme atmosphere, like from no atmosphere to there being an atmosphere. So it's like even though it's not even perfectly 0G for them, and so that it starts on the top of their arc and then it goes around and it goes to the bottom of the arc. But once they start, and they have to be applying thrust while they're doing that, otherwise it's gonna start because I did see that they have to apply thrust because of the drag. So they apply a little bit.
So it's perfectly possible for NASA to be able to be applying thrust in the atmosphere and to achieve this capability, right?
While they're falling, yeah.
Yeah, perfectly capable for them to still be going at free fall speeds in the atmosphere, right? Because they could provide thrust.
Oh, you're talking. Well, no,
the whole atmosphere.
Not from being outside of it and to entering into it. Once you get past that cusp, you're not going to be able to accelerate to try and maintain that speed. No way. You're going to go from a constant acceleration and to something different. Sure, you could try to apply some sort of thrust at that moment that would counteract that, but it'd be incredible. And then you have to ask yourself, why would you be applying thrust going downwards. And what do you think is going to be the outcome of that?
The outcome would be it appear that they're still in free fall after they hit the atmosphere.
Yeah, and then they fire themselves into the ground.
Well, you have to stop it at some point, obviously, but the point is they could be going 1,000 miles high in free fall and have 2 hours worth of fucking low gravity footage.
But that's my question. Then why fake any of this then?
Because you can't fall around a globe indefinitely. That's why they're faking it.
Yeah, Coach, I'm not sure why you're linking those. I mean, on a planar stationary Earth that has a huge ceiling that you could go up really high and fall from or whatever, that's one scenario. And if you could do that, they could fake whatever they want in terms of free falling and stuff. That's very different than the idea that the Earth is a globe and that it's spinning in a vacuum and that you go up into outer space and you're falling around a globe. Those are very different.
No, but that argument would still have the falling and still have the vacuum. The only difference between the two is they're doing all this to hide that it's a sphere shape, because only a sphere shape could you perpetually fall around, because it's a round shape. Whereas that you'd have to basically do it in intervals. You have to go up and then down and up and down just to make it seem like you're going round and around.
Right.
But,
I mean, the central theme of all of this is that they're pushing that Earth's a globe and that they're in outer space, which is a vacuum that surrounds the spinning globe. That's the whole central theme that's why when he's doing this ISS tour thing, he goes up to the cupola or whatever, he looks out the window, oh, there's the globe. I mean, the whole thing is centered around the Earth being a globe, which is this entire sort of psyop that they're running.
Yeah,
I'm not opposed to them.
And you guys agree then that there's I guess some height that you don't know what the limits of the height is, and as you get higher and higher, there's no atmosphere. Because, I mean,
no, we ain't saying all that.
Well, I mean, to make the arguments you're making, you have to.
No, we don't know what's up there.
Listen, I'm not opposed to NASA being able to go 1,000 miles in the sky and drop something in free fall speed, which would totally be possible for them to fake this video. It's totally within, in my worldview, it's totally within NASA's capabilities to fake this video.
It's fine, but I just trying to think of the purpose. I guess what you're saying. I guess I'm not.
The purpose is to fake
for Jeremy.
Space.
Yeah, no. Well, not to fake space, because you just agree that there's some space is somewhat real, whether it goes on for as far as they say, or if it just goes on 1,000 miles. You get to a point where there's a vacuum.
You're right. My bad. It's to fake their version of space where you can free fall perpetually.
Yeah. Ultimately, it'd be to fake only the fact that it's a globe. Like that.
When we say space is fake, we don't mean the actual space. Of course, there's space above us. Like, we're not saying there's no space. We're saying the version of space that they've perpetuated is fake.
I'd be careful, man, because you're only speaking for yourself when you say that. I know that for a fact, because there's certainly people who believe that space is fake to the extent that when you shoot up a rocket at 70 miles, it'll hit the dome, and that's the extent of the sky. Everything above that is attached to the dome, and leaving that dome is not possible.
Yeah, I don't know why people make claims about how high we can get. I don't know how they would know that, but like I said, in my opinion, we don't know what the height is. I'm sure NASA does, and I'm sure that they have if you can't get that high, they would have the capabilities to fake this. So in your worldview, they can get that high, so they absolutely would have the capabilities to fake it, bro. That's all.
Yeah. If honestly, because I don't like to lie, but if I were tasked with perpetuating this lie, I probably would have left out the fact that we can go to space. I probably would have just never said that, because then you wouldn't have to fucking make all these fake ISS footage and rocket launches every couple of weeks, all this kind of shit.
Well, it was probably easier back then to fake it, because when they did the moon landings, they showed it to us, a secondhand image off the television screen. So they were like, oh, we could fake this shit easy all day. We'll just show it to them on a TV screen. They won't be able to see jack shit anyways. It'll be such a grainy resolution image. And as time progresses, so now they're trapped in this web of lies. So now as time has progressed and we have better cameras and the internet and all that stuff, they're kind of fucked. That's why they're not going to fake going back to the moon.
Yeah, I hope you guys. I'm not saying this because I want to be right and you guys be wrong. Because what if I'm wrong? But what if I'm right? I do hope one day you guys start to enjoy
right,
the fruits of what we've grown to
listen,
grown together.
I actually hope you are right. If you're right, it's no sweat off our backs. There was a small, a group of people that got it wrong. However, if we're right and you're wrong, that would have a giant impact. Huge.
Yeah, I know. I would be cool. Honestly, I prefer that, dude. That'd be awesome.
No.
I think so. Yeah, dude. If I was on your boat and I would thought what you thought and had the convictions you have, I wouldn't be sitting at my house, dude. I'd be I'd be an explorer, a renegade. I'd be fucking.
That's what I have time
to out, dude. Whenever I didn't know how a car worked, I had to take all these car classes and take an engine apart, put it back together, just to satisfy the curiosity. You know what I mean? And so if I found out there was things about this earth that aren't known, and all these things that they said is true, I'd be trying to figure it out myself.
Can't you still do that though? I mean, if you wanted to go to Antarctica and look for a 24-hour sun, there's a bunch of stuff you could do right now.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I find myself interested in, is in the things that in the places where there's still questions. And that's why when I went to school, originally I was studying physics, but I ended up studying computer science. But anywhere where there's the opportunity to do that, then that's what I do. I mean, even in programming, that's what I do.
Well, it would take a lot of money and time and energy and resources to really, if you're talking about exploring or doing anything like that, it's not something
Yeah, bro, I got a family. How much time and money do you think I have to invest in exploring Earth? Like, literally zero. I barely pay my bills.
It's easier without a family, but yeah, without a family, it would become my passion. Like, it would become my life's work. You know what I mean? Find this shit out, or uncover shit, or just learn what's really at these places, or how these things work. How the world works, basically, what the world really is.
I hear you. So
if I find out it's true, that's what I'm going to end up doing.
So we've ended this discussion with knowing the fact that it's fully within NASA's capabilities to fake this 40-minute free fall video, right?
No, you can't make that the summary. If you wanted to summarize, you'd have to say, we've discovered that NASA that there's possibilities that this could be fake, given that we allow for the ability to travel up to these extreme heights, and that space is still an empty vacuum to allow for that, things like that, and that we found that in this footage, there are areas where it looks like there could be cuts, but there's also stretches of 6 minutes at a time where we can't find any flaw at all. So
okay, do you believe it's within NASA's capabilities to get something up to 1,000 miles high?
I already said that I know that NASA has the capability of not only getting things that high, but of putting things in free fall for long periods of time, because that's what I'm watching.
Okay, so you know that it's within NASA's capabilities to get something 1,000 miles high, which would give them ample free fall time to fake a 40-minute low gravity shot, right? Totally within NASA's
Wait, 40 minutes?
Yeah.
If you want 40 minutes, I'll tell you how high you need to go. Hold on.
I think that seems longer than needed. 8 to 10 minutes would be plenty.
Okay, 10 minutes. We need 10 minutes worth of free fall time. Whatever that equals out to be, say we need 15 minutes worth of free fall time. Either way, it's totally within NASA's capabilities to get that high, right?
Hold on.
And Kosher, one thing you said, you said something about it being a vacuum. I don't think anyone agreed with that.
If it's not a vacuum, then you're not going to be able to do that. So I told you the reason vomit comets can simulate it is because they apply thrust while going upwards and downwards a little bit, just to overcome the drag or whatever.
Well, I'm just talking about, okay, well, why couldn't they do that? Okay, if a vomit comet goes from 36,000 feet to 22,000 or whatever it is, whatever the range it is, if NASA has one that goes from 160,000 down to 50,000, that's all that it would be needed. It wouldn't really have to get into like vacuums or anything. It would just be essentially a much larger zero-G plane type thing.
You're not flying for that long at that point.
Well, I just said those numbers. I mean, I guess do the calculations to see how, like what altitude would they need to get at to do, let's say, 8 minutes.
For 8 minutes or for 10 minutes, I had it. It would be about 1,000 miles. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. We already did that one. 8 minutes. That was ISS height, so 250 miles. About.
Hey, Kosho, in your worldview, NASA completely has the ability to go high enough to give us a 40-minute free fall. Even
on the 40-minute free fall. Actually, the 40-minute free fall. I'm sorry, 40 minutes was Wait, hold on.
Sorry, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Enough in between the possible cut scenes in this video. It's totally within NASA's capability to fake this video, right?
No. What I said to you was, if you allow for the height and you allow for whatever other technology you need for them to drop from 1,000 miles, then you could perpetuate. You could simulate free fall for that length of time.
Okay.
There's more that goes into that, dude. Because, like, first of all, you'd have to show they'd be in free fall that whole time. But now you'd have to have some sort of craft, because once they hit the atmosphere, they're going to be going substantially slower, so they can't do it anymore, right? So yeah, they'd have to be strapped in to do that, dude. They can't just be floating around, fucking doing this kind of shit. They would have to be strapped into their seats. Like that's whenever the spacecraft do that, they do like 9 Gs.
They drop them from the height. Now they're free falling. You get your 6 minutes worth of free fall shots. They strap up, do it again, and now you have 40 minutes worth of footage where you're able to fake this fucking shot from, dude. Come on, bro.
Also, let me say this too, because this part is probably important. That spacecraft can go up to the ISS 250 miles, and they can go up higher, 1,000 miles. But you forget that in order to do that, you actually need to go into orbit. Okay, so I'm trying to think of a craft that can go up, just straight.
Dude, there's no orbits,
and I'm not sure that it can happen.
There's no orbits. We're on a flat Earth.
That's my point.
They drop something.
That's my point, though, dude. I don't know if NASA has that capability to go up to 250
miles. You don't
miles.
know if NASA has the capability to go up 1,000 miles.
Yes, without going into orbit. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have the capability of going up 1,000 miles without going into orbit.
Well, Coach, I kind of feel like you're using like the globe model of what outer space is and then trying to apply it to this. We're talking about like if you have a planar stationary Earth and you have a massive ceiling above you, whatever the exact pressure is, however high you can go, just is what it is. So it seems like you're applying vacuums and all these other things of what you were told. But I'm just saying, like, the concept of just being able to go very high and then free fall from that area.
Right. And I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Let's pretend we don't know the atmosphere. The vacuum would be the easiest for you guys, but and obviously with that one would require would make it even more impossible. But let's just imagine that we don't know when the atmosphere is irrelevant. And there's no possible way to get into orbit. It's just going up and down. To get up that high, I'm not sure how much energy that would require, but I do know that's not. I don't know if there's any craft that can do that. I'm not sure what the highest straight up speed is. Well, you know what? Ballistic missiles. I know ballistic missiles go up pretty high. Let me see how high up they go.
Bro, the point is you're scrambling, Kosho, and I can sense it. I can hear it right in your voice. We got you. You know this is possible for NASA to fake this video.
Ballistic missiles don't go straight up. They go into orbit. But hold on.
They take a curved path up in the air. Fine. Well, let's say they take a curved path up in the air. You're grasping at straws at this point.
Dude, I'm saying, okay, dude, what I'm telling you is whenever you go up, the reason that rockets don't go straight up is because you're fighting gravity the whole time. And that's impossible to maintain with fuel. That's why the rockets, they like a shuttle. It's got those 3 big giant fucking tanks, and almost all of them are spent before they're even getting into a mini orbit, right? So it's like you all that energy is just to go straight up. If you're going to continue that for 1,000 miles, I don't think that's possible.
So NASA wouldn't be able to get 1,000 miles unless it's a spherical Earth. You're saying?
I'm saying that I don't know of a way for them. Yeah, I don't know of any technology that can do that. That's right.
But you put fuel in a rocket and then you go up.
Yep.
Yes, that's the technology to get high in the air.
Nope. As I said, that's not the full extent of it. The fuel in the rocket allows the rocket to go up. This is true. If you're going to be fighting gravity, that takes a lot of fuel.
Okay, so you put a lot of fuel in a rocket and then go up.
See, now you're neglecting the what's it called? The tyranny of the rocket equation, which shows you that you can't just do that. You can't just add more and more fuel to go higher and higher and higher.
Well, what are they doing with Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos and all these guys? What I mean, that's what they're doing.
They're not going up that high, and also, like I said, if you're going to go up there and do that, you go up and you start an orbital path. If you're just going up and coming back down, then yeah, you can do that to a certain height, but you can't go up hundreds, thousands of miles just to come back down. I don't know what the limit is, but I would probably say, I know the Go Fast went up 70 miles. Is that right? I'm not sure.
How do you know though? Exactly.
Because I'm telling you, like, you can mathematically determine how much fuel you would need for how much thrust you're going to need to continuously do this, and it breaks down after a certain amount. It becomes a point where the rocket you would need is too heavy to lift, and the fuel doesn't exist, right? I mean, the fuel.
The environment changes, and you're in some kind of superfluid or electro. Dude, the environment can change to where you don't need, once you get it to a certain point, you might need very little fuel to keep going up. Who knows, bro? You make all these assumptions about how the sky works.
Wait, why would I assume that there becomes a place where you don't have to use fuel anymore and you can still use the rocket in the same way? Because the only reason that we said it happens is because you're no longer you're not going in the vector that gravity's pulling you down. You're going in a perpendicular vector, which totally allows you to use your thrust, but disregarding the fact that you're being pulled towards the Earth, because you're being pulled at a perpendicular vector.
Coach, of all the long cut ISS, well, sorry, Jeremy, if you were going to say something to that, I was going to.
No, go ahead. Well,
I was just going to ask, of all the long cut claimed ISS footage, is this the best one?
I like this one, yeah. I don't know if this is the best one, but I've seen another one, but it's not as long. I don't know how long it is, but this one has lots of areas in it where there's longer cuts. Like this one was a 6-minute part. I'm not sure where the longest part in this is. I've been paying attention.
Right. I'm just saying the longest I've seen on this one is a couple minutes. So I mean, I'm just wondering if this is the best they got for uncut.
This one is 6 minutes though. This one that he's currently doing right now, there's at least 6 minutes of him. Where there's no, let me just start to finish.
Right, but I mean, if all they would have to do is have some tech that they can go to a high enough altitude, and because you guys were going back about how much fuel they would need and whatever. I mean, if all they would need is a craft of some sort that could go high enough altitude that could do, let's say, an 8-minute free fall. I'm just saying, if that was possible, then all of this is possible just to completely fake with just that alone.
Yeah, right. But now we have to determine if that's possible, and that's what we're focused on. Like, I agree that we could throw that argument out that they can't be in free fall that long, and if you guys come up with a way that they could be, then we can argue that. But that's what I'm saying is I don't think there's a way that they can do that.
Yeah, you're in lack of.
I can't think of a way for them to climb that high at all, right? In any means whatsoever, without going into orbit.
It is an argument of ignorance, though, isn't it?
No, you guys are claiming something is fake because of the chances of there being some other technology that we don't know of that's making them capable of doing this. I'm saying I don't know of that technology, and you don't either. And so I already showed you. No, sorry, you haven't shown the technology.
Yes, I have. Freaking the gravity shit. I mean, if Hollywood could do this, they definitely NASA can. Way much better. Since they've been doing it forever.
They can't do this.
What are you talking about? Gravity, they did it.
No, they didn't. They tried to pretend they were doing this, and it was obvious they weren't.
Of course they weren't. It's the fucking movie.
You could determine that without knowing it was a movie.
So what's the difference between what he's mentioning, that type of green screen filming, and this? You're just saying that has more cuts more frequently?
Well, you can tell it's not real. You can tell it's CGI. A lot of stuff. You can tell that it's CGI. You can tell it's not real. You can tell the cuts. I mean, there's so much about it. Plus, the physics aren't accurately being depicted.
Yeah, NASA's just doing it for a movie. These people have been doing it for a very long time.
Their incentive would be the same. Neither one of them would want you to. Neither one of them would want you to. Or not their incentive. I'm saying their motivation would be the same. That to not tell that what they're doing. They want you to think that it's real. Both of them would. Like the movie Gravity is not going to want you to think that it's CGI.
On the contrary, in the movie, the movie already knows going into this a movie. NASA is trying to fake it to the whole world.
But their goal is the same: is to give you a video where you have no idea that it was fake. They don't want to present it to you and have you know that it was made in a studio because that takes you out of the movie.
Now, I say their goal might be similar, but not the same because NASA cannot be shown as fake, right? Because if they do, what will happen?
Yeah, if the movie Gravity people, if they fuck up, no biggie. It's a movie. We all know it's a movie. If NASA fucks up, it's a big deal.
Yeah, but meanwhile, the one with the obvious, so there's stuff in Gravity that happens that you realize, okay, that doesn't look real. There's something weird with that CGI, but they don't leave stuff in there that's obvious. Whereas NASA doesn't have any of that stuff where it's where it doesn't seem real, but they do leave stuff in there that you guys call out. So if they were really that if they were that much better, they wouldn't have that stuff in there either. They wouldn't have anything.
Because when you're faking something, eventually if you fake something for long enough, people are going to start to notice, and you're going to make mistakes. People make mistakes. We're fallible, right?
Doesn't it bother you that the evidence for fakery in both the case in the movies and the case in this are not even in the same realm of like evidences? Like in that movie, you can tell that there's limits to what we can fake, and so that's where the limits are. Is the place where there's cuts and there's places where there's CGI, and in this, it's not because there's limits to what they can fake. It's because you think that they actually just messed up and somebody was asleep and didn't see this happen. They let it get out to the world. Well, if that's the case, then they fucking take it off. They take it off of the fucking internet. They dig it up. They don't let it surf around.
The problem is with that though is that the video's been out for so long. These videos have been out for so long, and it took a while for people to notice. So if they were to try to get rid of the video now, it would be highly suspicious, right? They're not going to take the shit down of the mouse they found on Mars or the duck or whatever, or the mushrooms they found on Mars. Like, you can't take that down at this point because everyone knows that they put that out there.
So you think that
you know what I'm saying?
You think that there wasn't a person from NASA or from this fakery who didn't catch any of those things first, like the rat on the rocket or any of that type of shit?
No, I was talking about the rat on Mars, the squirrel or whatever that thing was on Mars. I don't know about that rat on the rocket thing. I've heard of that, but I've never looked into that. But
go ahead.
Talking about the ground rodent
right now,
on Mars.
It's not a rat.
Whatever, that's fine. I wasn't even talking about that. I'm talking about the squirrel or whatever that ground rodent was they found on Mars, and the mushrooms they found on Mars, and the scenes that exactly match topography from Earth, but with a red tint. Like, the shit's been out so long, you can't take that down now. That's one of the dead giveaways. There's scenes from the Mars footage where you can match it to Earth footage, and it's the exact same topography except with a red tint. That's a dead giveaway. They're faking Mars.
Have you ever seen two people that look alike?
In my mind, there's no... Dude, two people that look alike. We're talking about topography on two different planets exactly matching.
Yeah, but it's the same issue, dude. When you have a certain amount of parameters, like a fucking, what's it called? like a Wii, like you have those Wii characters. You only have a certain amount of combinations you can put. You're gonna end up with ones that look like, and that's the same way people are. That's the same way
It's not just topography. It's boulder placement. The exact same boulder in the exact same spot in one, and then you got not just one boulder, but literally every one of them. It's not a coincidence.
It completely matches. It's not. Yeah, it's not just like, oh, there's a hill back there. It's like every rock and shit is the exact same, but with a red tint. It's not just like, oh, there's a couple of hills that look the same. Or,
you'd have to present.
You know what I mean?
You'd have to present that because I remember seeing
there's
one
like
like
100
that.
of them.
I remember seeing one like that, but you got to be sure if that's what they're claiming. If they're claiming that's Mars, or if perhaps maybe they were never even claiming that.
There's like I've seen a lot of them where it's NASA footage, and they take a clip out of it, they match it up to a place from Google Earth, and it's the exact same fucking topography with the rocks and boulders and everything in the same spot. I can't find it for you right now. I'm at work.
I've seen the same photographs from the alleged moon landing where the scenery they reused over and over and over again. It was the exact same backdrop.
Which wouldn't have happened because they never landed in the same spot. So there would never have been the same, landscape in the background.
I'm looking for it now, okay? Unless you guys can find it, I'm looking for it, okay?
Okay, but let's not get off of this. It's totally possible they could have faked that 40-minute video, right?
No.
Nah.
You're getting fucking drop kicked in the afterlife.
Okay, dude. You noticed that your arguments have been thwarted. You haven't gotten over the fact that you can't climb that high. So you got to try to tell me how you can climb that high.
One last one. What about the whole helicopter on Mars, no air to push against argument? Because that's what a helicopter does right here on Earth. Is it pushes up against the air,
on Mars, man.
Causes lift, right?
Yeah, there's air there.
Oh, there is. With no fucking there's literally like no trees or nothing to cause an atmosphere the way they claim happens here. Unless
that's not what causes our atmosphere is not made by the trees. I'm talking about the oxygen. The oxygen on Earth comes from trees, but our atmosphere was here before there was life here.
Hey, there's less oxygen here than a lot of other elements like hydrogen. So
exactly, that's why, we have mostly nitrogen. Yeah,
about the oxygen.
Exactly, so the plants are the reason why there's more oxygen now, but it's not the reason why there's air. Like there was air before there was ever any life, and there's less atmosphere on there's less atmosphere on Mars.
Over there.
Yeah, there's less atmosphere on Mars, but there's not no atmosphere.
Yeah, there's only like 98% what it is here. So basically 2% of Earth's atmosphere, and you're saying something can push against that? You're fucking smoking.
The craft that they made, they specifically made the technology so they needed as little atmosphere as possible.
You're just fucking man.
I mean, have you seen the technology before?
Buy it all, dude.
Have you seen the technology before? Have you seen the technology? Like, did you see when they were building it? And because I did. Maybe that's the reason why I don't find it incredible and or incredibly fake, and you do. But I do know that it required a lot of ingenuity. But I also know that it's possible because I saw them, use it here on Earth in low atmosphere.
Dude, the amount of fucking bullshit you swallow and just accept, it's ridiculous.
Let's get this straight. I think that they can possibly build a helicopter that it can run at or it can work in about 1% of our atmosphere, which is about twice as high as Mount Everest, or a little bit higher than Mount Everest, let's say. I think that you could get a helicopter, a special one that could do that. I think that's possible. You think it's possible, or you guys, or Jeremy's argument a second ago was that some craft somewhere can climb as high as 1,000 miles without going into orbit. And the thing is, I have evidence of the technology that I'm arguing existed because I've seen them tested. I don't know if there's even a way you could describe how something can go that high without going into orbit.
What's up?
The 1,000-mile thing, like going up to 1,000 miles without going to orbit.
Yeah, what's that got to do with his helicopter?
Can I just point out that his argument is he doesn't believe that it's possible based on his model, because he's saying that they wouldn't be able to go high enough and not be in orbit based on the model that he already believes, which is the thing that's being argued.
None of it's based on my model, man.
NASA's taking it, then your argument of they can't go that high without going into orbit doesn't count.
No, none of it's based on my model, dude. Forget about my model. Let's go to the flat Earth. I'm on the flat Earth now. I'm on the flat Earth now. My model doesn't mean anything because I don't have a model. I'm on the flat Earth, and I want to go up 1,000 miles. How do I do that?
There's nothing stopping you as far as
how do I do it then?
How do you
go up?
How do I climb to 1,000 miles now?
Take a plane.
How do I get above 100,000 feet?
With a plane.
What kind of plane? What kind of plane can go above 120,000 feet? A rocket plane can.
Really? You've tried?
The highest rocket plane has gone almost 300,000 miles, but it had a rocket on it.
It had a
rocket on it.
You've tried, Kosho?
I'm describing the technology that it requires.
Exactly, that's the thing.
No. It doesn't matter if I've tried it, man. I'm telling you the technology and the limits of it.
That's it.
No, we can describe the limits of what a rocket can do. A rocket plane hasn't gone more than 300,000 feet.
Yes,
now, if you want to use a regular rocket,
according to your people at NASA.
Yes, so I'm asking you to describe a way in which it can be done.
I just told you a plane.
Planes can't fly that high.
According to your model, they can't fly that high. That's
There's nothing to do with my model, man. I told you we're on a flat Earth now.
As far as we know, planes can go up. We have no idea that there's a limit at all whatsoever to planes. We know for a fact they can go up.
No, we do know there's a limit.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
You told that they are. You told there's a limit.
No, there's a limit. There's no reason to suggest that there's not a limit to how high planes can go. They can only go. They only work in the atmosphere, and we know what the atmosphere is at. What is it? What did I say, Mount Everest? So about 60,000 feet.
You haven't tested the limit. You've been told there's a limit, but we know for sure. We've watched planes go up, so we know for sure planes can go up. You've only been told that there's a limit.
No, I'm told how planes work. And I put that in my brain so that when I take the next step and trying to figure out how high they can go, I use the information in my brain that I figured out. And the information in my brain tells me that they use the atmosphere. They use lift to go up. Hold on, Bob. They use lift to go up. And if you're suggesting they use something else, you'll have to tell to me. You'll have to tell to me the other technology that they could use to go up 1,000 miles.
Hey, Kosho, what are they lifting off of against?
They're going against the air, and it's the air it's the air under their wings that lifts them up.
Okay,
hold on. So at 60,000 feet, do they need? Is there that type of air that would give lift to an aircraft?
At that point, no. At that point, you start losing that ability to do that.
Based on what?
That's about the range where you can't do that anymore.
What?
Based on there not being any air.
They have a gradient, or not enough air.
I can't hear you. You guys are saying something at the same time.
Based on your model of there not being as much air up there, right?
Based on reality, there's no models involved right now, dude. There's no models involved.
Air pressure for lift and drag, guys. Okay, so without air pressure, no lift and drag.
Yes, according to the model, there's not enough.
No, it's not a model-based thing. In reality, in our reality that we live in, not in any model.
Also, you haven't been there, so you haven't proven that it's reality. You've been told that. So according to your model in your brain that you've been told about, that's the way it works. It's a model.
Yeah,
so it sounds like everything you know nothing about is part of the model, so you can discredit it.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple standard, isn't it?
Same thing with Mars and the helicopter working. You've never been there.
Standard.
Honestly, I can't believe a full-grown man this day and age is talking like that. You don't know about air pressure?
Let me put this in perspective for everybody, because there's people who just came in just so everybody knows the argument. We're asking. Hold on, Bob, and the other guy also.
What about Mars?
Other guy, hold on, dude. Wait a second, please. Dude, we're talking about doing a free fall from 1,000 miles, and so I'm trying to find out on a flat Earth, because we're not using any orbits or globes. But on a flat Earth, how can you climb to 1,000 miles? And Bob is arguing that you can plane to go 1,000 miles.
What are you talking about? 1,000 miles, dude? That's 1,000 times 5,200 feet. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking. That's what we've been talking about.
How are you going to get up? Why do you need to get up 1,000 miles?
To free fall from 1,000 miles.
Well,
that's what we're talking
I would
about.
walk 500 miles, and then I would walk 500 more.
we're talking about being able to do free fall from that height.
How high is the ISS? Because this
250
isn't the
miles.
ISS. Okay, so why are you going 4 times that high? You're
to
not
free
gonna,
fall long enough to. Dude, like I said, we've been. It's for a free fall length of time. Okay, so let's go back. Let's just go down to 250. 250 miles will allow you to free fall for about 8 minutes. Okay, so at 250 miles, the same question: how do you get up to 250 miles with an airplane, as Bob says, or is that impossible? Because I think it's impossible, and we're trying to find out a way to get up there.
Yeah, the same way you got up to the part that you're talking about. You just keep going.
Well, I can't do that because that only works on my model. And my model doesn't exist right now. But my model allows me to go into orbit and get up there, which a rocket is. You're not going to be able to go straight up that length for that amount of time.
Why not?
Because of the tyranny of the rocket equation. It tells you that the more fuel, if you want to go against gravity, you're going to need more fuel. And the more fuel you use, the heavier the rocket. And the heavier the rocket, the more fuel you're going to need.
I thought you said we weren't on your model, Kosho.
Oh yeah, well, no, I'm not talking about my model. I'm not talking about my model.
Then where'd gravity come from?
Well, gravity is what's allowing us to go into free fall. It's what we're talking about,
so based on your model, you can't do it. There you go.
Dude, you're not even aware of what we're talking about. We're talking about simulating. We're talking about simulating. We're talking about simulating free fall. Hold on, Bob. Just to try to imagine that it might be time to clue in. Okay, we're talking about free falling so you can simulate 0G, just like in the ISS or just like in a vomit comet, simulating 0G. And if you're simulating 0G, you're kind of implying that without doing that, there's something holding you down. We're trying to get away from that thing holding you down. So regardless if you call it gravity or not, climbing straight upwards, you're battling that straight downwards force.
Okay, here's the problem with the argument you just made.
Hey,
you
forget about simulating.
You can't go up high enough
right now
because of gravity.
They did the same thing on gravity.
On your model. I'm saying there's nothing keeping us
like
from going up that
strawberry
high.
ice cream.
Congratulations, you
Bob,
both spoke at the same
hold on.
time.
Yeah,
no
Bob,
one
you
heard
need to-
anything.
Okay, Bob, you need to say all that again because
One at a
Trader
time,
interrupted
thank
you.
Okay.
Sorry, bro.
Kosho has indicated that we are not using his model. Then he said he can't go up that high because of gravity. That's literally invoking the model. The only reason you can't get that high, according to your question, is because of gravity, you said. So I'm saying that that's not stopping you, so that problem's removed. You agreed we're not on your model, so gravity's not stopping you. Now what?
Well, now
Downity is.
Yeah.
What about downity? Downity
Exactly.
is stopping you.
If you're saying there's no force,
Sure,
like
what you call it.
like Grim says, downity or downward force or anything, there's nothing like that at all. Then that's what this whole endeavor is meaningless because at any given time we can just go into a room that looks like the ISS, and then guess what? There's no gravity, so we can move around however we want.
No,
but that's exactly what we're trying to simulate.
Hold on, they already simulated this on that movie Gravity. They've already done this before.
Hold on. He just misframed what I said. I didn't say there's nothing that makes things go down. I said there's no gravity. The very specific downward that you just invoked that has very, very specific.
You had a chance to respond. Give me a chance.
An airplane.
You don't need to go up that high, Kosho. You don't need to go up 1,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles to simulate anything. They simulated this in Hollywood, and they wouldn't need to do that, dude. So you're. I like the way you're making sure we get diverted from this fact that they did make a movie and they made space look so fucking real. Everybody bought it. And you're trying to say, well, not everybody bought it. Neil deGrasse Tyson disagreed with it. Well, look.
He's going to talk over me the whole time while I'm having the conversation with Kosho?
No, you had a chance to respond, and I don't think it's.
I got your response on the guy too.
Responding, and you started going into a spiel about a movie. What's
your name, dude? What's your name? I'm sorry, I can't read your name.
I respond to both of you.
May I ask his name, please? I'm just asking his name. It's a simple question.
His name's Bob. Okay, he's Smiley Bob.
Bob. Okay, cool. It's not the Bob and Kosho show. It's everybody here talking, and you had your chance.
Yeah,
already,
you're allowed to talk too, man.
I'm just. I didn't interrupt him because he's.
Well, that's
he's
fine.
wanting
Let's
to
move
talk
forward.
to
Let's
God.
Listen, dude.
Well,
Gravity guy. There's the stuff wrong with gravity. That's why it's not the same thing. And Bob, then at that point, if you're not saying it's gravity, but it's something else that's holding us down for the same, doing the same thing gravity's doing, that's fine. And then replace gravity with whatever that is, and you're gonna have the same problem because your rocket going upwards is still going in the opposite direction of whatever's doing that, bringing it back down, which requires energy.
Okay, gravity is a very specific thing with very specific implications for things like rockets and airplanes. I'm saying it's not gravity. It's still something else that doesn't affect airplanes and rockets in that specific way. It's that simple.
What?
You're not making sense, man, because rockets and airplanes they still, if they didn't work, if they didn't need to go against that, then they wouldn't need anything. Like you wouldn't, I don't even know what you're saying right now, dude.
Right. If they didn't need to go against that, then there wouldn't be the limitation of being able to go up, like you just said, by invoking gravity. Correct.
And why do they build them with these giant tanks? And then why do they fire these giant? What's with the thrust? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, good question. Why do you think that they have those giant tanks, Kosho?
Because they need the thrust to go upwards to oppose that force.
Certainly, one theory that you
nothing upstairs here.
That's one theory. Absolutely. That theory actually lines up very well with literally the story they're trying to tell you, 100%. So it makes sense that they would go with that theory, that story. That's the one that they would tell you because it lines up very well with the other stories they're trying to tell you.
Okay, well then, what do you suggest then? What are you suggesting that is allowing them to do this?
All I'm suggesting is that saying that you can't go high enough because you wouldn't be because of basically things on your model isn't a real argument against them being able to fake it. Because if they're trying to fake it, your model is the thing they're trying to fake. You can't say they can't fake it because our model says they can't fake it. The whole point is that they would be faking that model.
Listen, man, it's not about models. That's not about any model. This is not model dependent. This is literally dependent on reality. If we live in the same reality, then this is the rules. Like the rules are
rules that are made
the
up.
rules are that when you go upwards, it requires something. Like I have to jump up and use my energy to jump. Whatever form of energy you're using to go upwards, it has to be realistic, right? So it's just, how's a rocket doing it? How's a bottle rocket doing it? How's a firework doing it?
So whenever you jump, you're able to go up. I know for sure that planes can also go up way further than I can jump. That's what I know for sure. What I don't know for sure, what I've only been told a story about, is that they can't keep going. I know for an absolute fact, 100% certainty, that planes can go up because I've seen it happen and I've been on one when it does it. What I don't know for sure, what I've only been told a story about, and that's the only way I know it, is that they can't keep going up.
If I were you, I would learn how they do it because it's not magical.
I don't need to learn how they do it.
Hey, Kosho, I have a question. How many miles is the limit of the atmosphere? And because the reason why I'm asking is, I'm wondering how come gravity only works at ground level or like the ground or whatever, but gravity. What?
Oh, who said that? That it only works at ground level.
He's gonna say because the pressures get lower, so it's holding the air down here and not up there. There's the pressure.
How come gravity doesn't work when you get high of like 7 miles or whatever?
Why do you think that doesn't work?
After you're done roboting.
Is it just me or he's breaking up?
Yeah, you're roboting, bro. You're roboting. Guys, let's take it easy. Let's try to calm down. I know this is a very intense thing that we're dealing with here, but let's try to keep our composure.
Jeremy's telling us to calm down. You know we're in trouble, dude.
I can't stop giggling. I don't even think this it's not intense.
So gravity is still working even though you're not at the ground level? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Yep.
How is gravity working when you're not even near the ball?
Good question, man. It goes out till infinity, believe it or not.
What do you consider near the ball? It's a big ball.
Fucking Buzz Lightyear, motherfuckers, to infinity and beyond.
Well, yeah, there you go. Jeremy's exactly right. Buzz Lightyear saying
I was mocking him.
That's how far gravity can reach.
That's not. Jerry was exactly right.
Actually, no
it's
time. There's
a
no time for gravity to
isn't
go
it
into the
a
far.
fictitious force, and it's one of the forces that's the weakest, yet they don't account for all the other electrical things going on in the world, like everything vibrating.
Hey,
No, there's other things going on, like everything else is vibrating. That's how we see colors, that's how we see things, that's how things hold their shape. Everything's vibrating, but you don't take none of that into consideration, only gravity.
Why would you assume that gravity wouldn't work, like in high altitudes or not at the surface level? Why would you think that?
Same reason he thinks planes don't work or do work.
It'd be cool if the world worked like this, but I'm not saying this honestly. I don't want to ridicule somebody because they don't know something. But honestly, it does. Especially if we're going to engage in talking about these things, then yeah, it probably just helps to come from a place of like just learning how at least they claim these things to work. You know what I mean? Because it's not magic or anything, and it does have requirements. So and limits.
We don't need to worry about how they claim for them to work, because if we're not invoking any model, their claim about how they work doesn't matter. They only work that way based on their model. If it's a different model, they can work a different way.
Not true at all.
Rip apart. You want to rip
It
holes in something.
is true.
If you want to poke holes in something, right? You need to understand the something first to poke holes in it. Am I right? So that you know you're actually poking holes, right?
Yep.
And you're not.
So you don't poke holes in instruments.
Yeah. So I mean, right now you're just poking yourself in the eye constantly, boink, 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 and it doesn't, like, your eyes aren't even watering yet. You're not self-aware. It's like an AI who can't figure it out.
But
it takes a lot. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying you keep asking these questions that don't make sense because those aren't our beliefs in the first place. It's constantly, over and over again, you think that we think something else that we don't think, and you're going, "How are you gonna do this then?" And you're this, and it's like we don't have a that. What the fuck are you doing?
Argue what he said, because we said about the being model dependent. Things like technology or engineering or something like that, for the most part, don't require model dependency. Like, an airplane, the way airplanes get off the ground is not going to change depending on what model you're on. You know what I mean? So I'm just not sure.
No, but whether or not it can just keep going would be model dependent. If you were to argue that there is a glass dome in the way that says you can't go any further, and we say we're ignoring that model, now the glass dome isn't a problem anymore, and the plane works the exact same way. It just means that the thing that was in the way isn't being invoked, and therefore it would be able to logically keep going without that glass dome in the way. All you're saying is a different version of a glass dome. Instead of a solid barrier, you're saying there's some other thing missing that wouldn't allow the plane to continue pushing up. And that thing only exists, that problem only exists because of the model of the way the Earth works for you. If you remove that invoking of that model, that problem doesn't exist anymore. The air is there and it can keep going.
Okay, but at that point, you have the same problem as the rocket, the tyranny of the rocket equation. So let's just assume, for the sake of this argument, that there is an atmosphere. Past Mount Everest, the atmosphere doesn't get thinner; it actually gets thicker again, and it's just like cruising altitude. Fucking air. Okay, and
if that was true, okay, so go on.
But I'm just saying, let's assume that's true, and we're going to use a plane to get up to 1,000 miles. I'm still saying that you're not going to have the fuel to do that.
Based currently on what you think can you take to get that high. But if the plane is actually way, way more efficient than what you think it is, then it might not take that much fuel at all. It's only based on what they tell you that the plane uses to get that high.
I mean, can you refuel a rocket mid-flight? We know we can refuel planes mid-flight, right? So can you refuel a rocket mid-flight?
If it's up that, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, if you're somewhere where it
The
is, sure.
tyranny of the fuel equation or whatever you keep saying can be overcome.
Yeah, of course it can, and it has been. Of
Okay.
course, it has been
Not an
overcome,
excuse
but
as to why it.
Because it uses things like orbit, for instance, like refueling a rocket. Yeah, you can do that. Just put it in orbit, put something else in orbit, and put it right next to it. And an airplane can do that if you fly it at the same altitude. Now, something up to 1,000 miles, if you want to refuel it, you'll also have to go up to wherever it's at and refuel it.
So it's been overcome on your model, and we're not invoking your model according to you, so we can just say it's been overcome in a different way on a different model.
Yes, and this is the part where you do that. I get to describe the way in which that happens. It can be described in our model. I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's very simple. It doesn't take that much fuel, and the air is there to keep going. There, I just described it.
No, but the fuel thing you can't make up. The air you can make. We can make up things about the air in the model, but you can't just say, "Oh, well, actually."
Tell you right now that the plane takes 1,000 gallons to get that high, and it only takes 5 gallons to get that high. The problem is solved. You've been lied to about how much fuel the plane takes. It's that simple.
Yeah, but that's a preposterous claim. That's a preposterous claim that the planes don't need that fuel. The planes don't need that fuel. And so
stop talking over Kosho every time he starts to talk, man. I can't hear either one of you at that point.
There's a bunch of other dudes in here, so I don't want to. I know Bacon wanted to say something, so I'm not going to say too much. But I'm just saying that it is a preposterous claim because it's the same as the arguments earlier. It's like if you're going to just add anything in there and say, well, actually, what if rockets don't need fuel? We could just keep going up, dude, forever. Like, okay,
it's a preposterous claim.
Let's use the space shuttle.
They're floating around. I know. Preposterous claims all around. I agree.
Right.
Hold on.
For all we know, why do cars need fuel then? I mean, fuck it. They probably don't need fuel either, huh, buddy?
Hey, is this why they canceled the space shuttle?
Probably lied to us.
No one ever claimed that there's no fuel requirements anywhere ever.
My God, you're annoying. Hey, is this why they don't use the space shuttle anymore? Because it needed lift, and everybody's like, hey, but there's no atmosphere out there. How is this fucking space shuttle flying up there with no atmosphere?
Space shuttle doesn't need lift.
Oh, it's special, right?
No, rockets don't need lift. They don't use lift, man.
Yo, is there anyone here?
Hey, the space shuttle. I don't know.
Hold on, one second, bro.
You heard me right?
I'm right in the middle of something, guy. Was there anyone here that used to be a glober and is now a flat earther?
I think all of them, right?
No, anyone that since they've been on. Has anyone been in here? Is there anyone here that's been actively defending the globe on Discord and then now they're a flat earther?
Me.
Who?
Bacon, but he's.
Besides Bacon?
Besides Bacon.
Yeah, Bob though just convinced me.
Bacon's not a flat earther.
We know.
Jeremy doesn't have the best hearing, so he confuses people sometimes. So
I was just checking. I wasn't confused. Well, I get Bacon and Gummy mixed up. That's not the point. I'm just checking to make sure, just to see if anyone was actually a glober in here defending the globe actively on Discord, and now they're a flat earther. I was just wondering.
Okay, Jeremy.
Maybe Zanuck.
You let Kosho off the hook because he called the space station the space shuttle a rocket. It's not a rocket.
It's both,
dude.
On the way up, but on the way, it does land. It does fly in the air. He's right.
Exactly. Too. Those wings are so it can land. It's like so it could go and land on a runway.
So it does fly in the air on the way back, but on the way up, we're not talking about it with lift and all of that. That's canceled out.
Well, technically, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm talking about climbing and stuff. Because it's not, I don't even consider that lift really. It's kind of like just use it to glide through the air. And
okay, whoever said I let Kosho off the hook, we've been bodying Kosho all day. He's dead not off the hook.
Yeah. That's your description of bodying somebody. It's just like somebody the other day said that we were the knight from Monty Python's Holy Grail. And I said that's ironic because it's literally what you guys are doing right now. Like, you guys think that you have arguments. Argument you've made is invalid.
What argument?
Well, the one about it, like, oh, you can just use a vomit comet, just go up 1,000 feet, go up 1,000 miles, and just drop it, and you can simulate the ISS for 8 minutes at a time. I'm like, okay, well, how do you get up 1,000 miles? And there's no answer.
You get in an object that has thrust in it, and you go up.
Okay, well, that it doesn't work like that.
That is literally how going up works.
It's actually not, dude. Have you ever seen? Have you remember we're talking about the space shuttle?
We want to go up. We get an object that has thrust in it, and we go up.
Right.
Let's talk about the space shuttle again, dude. The space shuttle. Remember those giant tanks that were on it?
Thrust.
Do you remember where those tanks were spent? How high they were before those tanks got spent? That's because that's how it takes the most fuel to just go upward. It takes the most fuel to just go upward and get off of the surface of the Earth before getting into orbit and changing your trajectory.
According to your story.
Once you do that, it takes a substantially lot less fuel because you're not fighting the downward force anymore. You're going around the Earth and increasing in altitude.
All according to your story.
No, according to how it works.
According to your story, that's how it works, right?
If you have another way to explain going upwards, then we'll all ears. But I mean,
go up.
Just to say, but that's what we're saying. Just go up is not a way to do it.
Yeah, it is because they do it. They go up. So it's pretty simple.
You go up then.
You have a story about what's inside those big objects. You have a story.
Go tell us what's on the. Go tell us what shape the Earth is real quick. You know how to do it. You just
going up.
Your definition of going up and mine might be different. So you go on up and tell us what shape the Earth is, then, please, while you're talking to it. Go up.
You're arguing something so silly right now, and Grim's exactly right. If you could just do it, then why is nobody doing that, including you?
Well, I didn't say that.
I mean, what are we waiting for?
We can do it.
This guy's got it all figured out.
We cannot do it. We can't, and I never said we can do it, as in we here right now. We can't do it. We are not allowed to do it.
We can't just go up.
I never said that we could do it, but they can. I've watched planes go up, so they can go up.
So you admit that we can't probably, but they can probably because they have something that we don't have probably.
No.
And I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying that's
probably, and I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, you're not saying
you're not saying
anything.
Go up. I've watched them go up.
Right. Okay. And they're
going. What are you saying?
And what's the reason why they can do it and you can't?
Because I don't have the ability to.
And what's the ability difference? Why are you like malnourished?
Owning a plane?
Oh, so a plane can do it. Are you saying a plane can do that?
Yes, planes can go up. I don't know why that's complicated for you, Electric. Planes can go up. How is that a complicated concept for you to understand?
You're going to need a citation. Bob,
Listen, you know the altitude on a fucking single-engine Cessna is less than an altitude on a twin? Do you know why?
It's just some very,
because you can't propel yourself through very thin atmosphere. That's why. And you can't get the lift and drag at the same speeds anymore, so that you go into stalls. That's why you need more power to go higher. Oh yeah, planes can go. There's a limit. There's a table.
Okay, great.
For each individual type of plane. Why do you always go? Oh, great! Right before someone makes their actual.
Hold on, one at a time, guys, please.
So you agree that planes can go up, but there's a certain point.
Which one?
You've been told a story about a certain magical height where they.
I heard all your arguments already, dude. I already been here. You don't need to read your whole thing, your whole spiel on to me again.
I'm not reading. This is just really simple logic. I don't need to read anything.
It's not. It's so simple that it's like simple. It's so simple that it's not. It doesn't even work. That's the logic.
No, it works very well, and you should be able to hold this entire concept in your brain at one time without writing anything down.
You have to stop talking at some point.
Capable of going up. How far they can go up is a story.
Now you're grandstanding.
All right, go ahead, Grim. Grim, go ahead. Nobody interrupt Grim, please.
So the class of planes, a single-engine Cessna has a table of much lower than a twin engine, and there's a reason why, right? Because of the horsepower, the ability to propel, spin that propeller, and the propeller has to spin faster and faster to get the same amount of thrust as it gets thinner. The atmosphere gets thinner, and that's why those higher level planes are the ones that can go a little bit higher, and then they have a table, and then there's planes that are better than those, and they have a table, and that's above that one, and then it gets to the point where there is no plane that can do that with the propeller anymore. We need jets to push our own oxygen so that we can get faster speeds, and so that we could get lift and drag out of that very thin atmosphere very, very, very fast speeds only. You can't get it at super low speeds at all because the atmosphere is so thin. This is all documented in the way that these planes are built, and everybody's in the pilots. My uncle's a pilot. That's how I even know about that, because he would stall.
Hey,
He
you're
would go all
right.
the way up, and the plane would
Hey,
stall.
wait, hold on. He's right, because you know what? In a lot of these tests, it does say that a lot of these tests were modeled on a local flat Earth, non-rotating flat Earth. Have you guys seen those those NASA documents where they say all these tests were done on a
Nice segue.
flat, non-rotating flat Earth? I'll post it in the chat if you guys want to look at that
Oh
video.
yeah, I've never heard of that. Yeah, we all know that, and we all know what you're talking about. And I don't want to get in the mood of ridiculing people, but I'm gonna go on a hunch that you're not even clear on what they were even testing, because it sounds like you think they were testing some aircraft, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a bunch of tests. Yeah, but we'll go ahead and go through them all if you'd like.
Well, we don't need to, and honestly, it's up to you. And I probably won't be here, to be honest. But the not because I don't want to go over it, but I'm about to leave. But those documents all explicitly state the limitations for using those assumptions, and the reasons for using those assumptions. Also, those assumptions are specific to specific, areas, like whether it's a simulation.
Already.
Kosho's running away. He's running away.
So they tell you a story about those assumptions, huh?
Well, no, they don't only tell you a story. They tell you the limitations to them and when they don't work and what happens when they don't work. They tell you, like, for instance, if there's ones about helicopters and ones about tomahawks or whatever. And what happens is they tell you the errors that are going to what they're going to accrue to once you move outside of like a certain altitude or after a certain amount of time.
But as long as
those assumptions bring errors.
Yeah, as long as they stay within those parameters, it could be treated as what you said earlier. Treated as. Clearly doesn't say it is.
And the treated as is for the sake of that document. Because like they say things like, we're going to use non-rotating flat Earth, and we're also going to use a fixed mass aircraft, but aircrafts are not a fixed mass. So you can tell right there that they're telling you they're putting these things in there that are not in any way related to reality.
It's just easier to do.
Are you leaving? Kosho, are you leaving?
I thought you said your wife was leaving. Your wife leaving?
No, I said, are you leaving?
I'm about to. Yeah, why?
So you're running away?
Yeah. You guys scared the shit out of me. Made me look stupid with these fucking awesome arguments about flying a plane 1,000 miles up.
Dude, in conclusion, before you leave, we know that this is possible for this footage, this 40-minute footage, to be faked, right?
No.
I saw the Statue of Liberty disappear.
Yeah, well, I know how that was done.
The Statue of Liberty?
So all you have to do is be able to say, I know how that was done, or I know how that could have been done. And then you're good.
Yeah, I know how your shit could have been done. That's where
we were left off, dude. It's how do you get up to 1,000 miles?
You get in an object that has thrust and you go up.
Okay, and how long can you do that for?
You can do that indefinitely as long as you have enough. Can you refuel a rocket mid-flight?
With something that's traveling with it, sure.
Going up? Still going straight up, though?
Before he leaves, can somebody play that video and go live stream so he can watch it?
I'll watch your video, man.
So now we're just going to argue about what technology they may or may not have to get that.
No, we have to actually.
Do you know what kind of technology they have?
You have to make sense of it, dude.
Okay, do you know what kind of all the technology they do and don't have?
Yeah, no, but
I'm making sense of it right now. Do you know all the technology they don't have?
No, I don't know all the technology they have. Although I do happen to know the things that are currently physically possible. If you're claiming something that's not currently physically possible that we know of, is physically possible, and there's no evidence of it, then how am I going to argue with that, dude? Besides say,
1,000 years ago, people would have told you it's physically impossible for humans to fly, and now we fly all over the place.
Sure.
No, we don't. We have machines that fly us.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that. But those people at the time were also right about that. Those people at the time wouldn't have been wrong to say, "What are you talking about?" If you told them people were flying around, they'd be like, "Shut the fuck up, dude! You don't know that's not a real thing." Because it's true. It wasn't a real thing.
Yes, 1,000 years.
Didn't the Incas think that there were people
years ago, people would have been like 1,000 years ago. People would have said it's physically impossible for us to fly, and now we know that's not true. It is physically possible.
Exactly, but that involves the technology. So without the technology, that's not true.
Thank you.
You're arguing the things before we knew they're possible.
Technology doesn't have, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Listen, Jeremy, to be clear, I'm not saying that I'm not saying anything is impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible to go from here to 1,000 feet up with some technology that might exist in the future or that somebody might have today that is secret that nobody knows about. I'm not saying either of those things. What I'm saying to you is you're using that to claim. You're using that though to claim that this is how it's done without any evidence that that thing exists.
I'm claiming that it's possible for that footage to be faked, and it sounds like you're agreeing with me that it is possible for that footage to be faked.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that there's no reason to suggest we have
no. Saying it's not possible though. It's like not possible.
No. Listen.
All this other shit's possible.
Listen carefully. What I'm saying is, I'm watching the footage, right? I don't have a way to say that it can be faked. I'm not saying it can't be faked. I'm saying there's no known technology that can fake it. Right. So that it would be foolish of me.
With that.
It'd be foolish of me to use that information
right there. No, I'm
kidding. It'd be foolish of me to take that information that there's things I don't know that could fake it and use that as my stance. Obviously, my stance should be with I don't know of a way. I don't think there's a way. I don't think anyone knows of a way. So there's no reason for me to suggest that.
Well, basically saying,
forget all that. Hey, what business does the Air Force have to be doing these tests on a flat, non-rotating Earth?
They're not
because it makes the calculations much simpler.
You're not critically thinking, Kosho. They're not.
Hey, Jeremy.
What up?
You seen that that thing where Bill Nye gets on there and he says that they couldn't fake the moon landing because the paperwork for faking the moon landing would be so much that they couldn't have faked it.
Oh yeah, I've seen videos where they said it was impossible to fake the moon landing because we didn't have the video technology.
Oh no, but
all kinds of shit.
But Bill Nye specifically implied that the paperwork it would take to fake the moon landing would be more than it is to just actually go to the moon.
I know. I think the thing is with Bill Nye.
Argument sounds.
The thing is with Bill Nye. I think he's got like a learning disability. I don't know. I feel like he's like something's wrong with him. He's like Don Pettit's fucking long lost brother.
Actor, right? What is he really?
Somebody in this community who's related to Bill Nye, so be here for me.
And Don Pettit are like long lost brothers because they're on the same fucking wavelength, guys. Don't anyone diss Don Pettit. He's my favorite astronaut.
Or like what Bill Nye says.
Did anybody else watch that video that I just posted? Sorry, Gio. Hey, did you guys watch that video I posted?
What were you gonna say, Gio? We didn't see it. I'm at work. What were you gonna say, Gio?
I was just saying that other time when Bill Nye was like, "We cannot leave the Earth. The Earth is a closed system." He said something like, "He's like, one thing I want your generation to know is that we cannot leave the Earth."
You took that out of context, though, Gio.
What is the context of that? I don't even know. I've just
really because I think that's.
I just know that you're a flat earther and you must have taken it out of context or you don't understand.
Well, I've always wondered why he said that. What is the context of why he said that? Because obviously he also would say people went to the moon or whatever.
Yeah, of course. He's okay. So there's two things. There's things about systems in science where when you're describing a system, it's in regards to whatever the like whatever it is you're talking. It's a domain of whatever you're talking about. He's talking about the atmosphere and talking about global warming and warning people that if we change the atmosphere, he's saying we're not leaving the planet. Like we're not just switching. We can't just move to another planet. Is what he's saying. And when he says closed system, he's talking about the because I mean you can view the atmosphere as a closed system, and
But it's totally
energy comes and goes, but mass is barely exchanged.
But why would he say that? Because in your paradigm, it's totally possible for us to just go to another planet.
But he's saying that we're not going to another. It's not going to be the case where humanity just moves to another planet. That's not in the cards right now.
Why? But that is possible in your paradigm.
It won't even be necessary. We just go a little further north if you don't like the heat on the equator.
I don't think he's saying it's impossible. I think he's saying that that's not happening because it's not happening. It's not going to happen. There's no planet that's somewhat anywhere close to being valid to move there. That's anywhere close to move. So
this guy's making gypsy fortune teller predictions. In other words,
no, he's using the information we currently have.
Yeah, and he's making gypsy fortune teller predictions to predict the future on what technology we might or might not have in the future.
Oh my god.
What? Oh my god, what?
Dude,
They knew what they were talking about. The seas would have already boiled over. They would have frozen the 80s and then they would have boiled over again. We would have ran out of oil in the 80s too if they knew what they were talking about.
That was the fear porn back then.
Yeah, but he's a huge global warming guy though.
Yeah, they all are. All the fucking hockey stick promoters are.
Well, Bill Nye specifically, that's like his main thing.
Of course, because he's a television fucking thing. He's out there. He's the World Bank fucking guy. He's you know what I mean? Like he's the one promoting all the bullshit. He's got kids believing in shit. Look, Bill Nye, what do you think? He's smart or something? The guy, he doesn't. They don't think about plasma physics, and they don't talk about. They talked about things as if this is a fact, when in fact it isn't a fact.
I know that's fine. I'm not agreeing with Bill Nye or something. I'm just saying that he's like he's really gung ho about global warming, and he's not even the main science.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's all the big people in television are fucking from paycheck. There's a lot of CO2 carbon coming through the pipe on all of that shit. They want everybody hooked on fucking that shit. Crazy too, because it's this greenhouse thing is supposed to happen way up in the atmosphere, right? Where all this energy and heat is coming in. But there ain't no CO2 up there. It's a heavy gas. It's way down here. Playing games with us, man.
Okay, so in conclusion, it is possible for them to have faked that 40-minute footage, right, Kosho?
No.
Oh my god,
dude! I can't agree with that. Until you listen.
So
dude,
you're
listen.
saying it's impossible?
No, listen to me. Listen to me clearly, please, because I'm not saying that there's no possible way that it's ever going to be possible. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm telling you straight up that right now there's no known technology, no known laws of physics that I or anyone I know that can do that. Okay. Then the government has it that I know of. That they can do that. Now, if there's evidence that they do have that sort of technology, then I can change my mind and say, yeah, okay, now it's possible. But without that evidence that anyone has technology to do that, I'm going to say it's not possible to do it.
Would video evidence of them having that technology would that suffice for evidence that they have the ability to fake it?
You said evidence of them having the technology?
Yeah, would video evidence of them having that technology, would that suffice?
Yes.
Oh, great. So let's watch the video.
What video?
The one that you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about video that says planes can go 1,000 miles up. I don't have video of that.
We're going to watch a video that has evidence that they have the ability to fake a video. Like
that doesn't. But I didn't say that video. What are you talking about? We're not talking about a video that shows that. We're talking about.
Here comes your scrambled eggs. You ordered scrambled eggs?
We're talking about a plane that can go 1,000 miles up, so that it can simulate the video.
Did you follow that, Jeremy?
Yeah, I got it.
Wait, are you serious? Like, you think that was a good argument? Because you said that you said show you the video, show you the footage, show you the footage of them being in the ISS. You're saying show you the footage of them being in the ISS, and that's proof that they have the technology to fake being in the ISS.
Oh, you didn't say proof. You said evidence. You said evidence.
Yes, exactly. That doesn't work like that, dude.
Oh, so you're saying that just showing a video of the thing that you're talking about, that's not good evidence?
Yeah. If I showed you me shooting somebody, and then you said, "Oh, this is perfect evidence that there's technology out there that proves that you can fake shooting somebody." I'm like, no, it's not really what that shows, man. It shows me shooting somebody. You can show me how this footage is fake, and then in that case, you would you'd be onto something. But without that, I haven't showed you that I was able to fake shooting somebody. All I've shown you is that I've shot somebody.
Even though you're watching literally the same video, and the only difference is one person says it's real and the other one person says it's not. That's how you make your decision. That's it.
No, it's not. It's not. You don't just base a decision off of somebody saying something like that. You have to actually have reasons for saying that, not just on a hunch.
We have very valid reasons, Kosho. Very valid reasons.
Yeah, the reasons that you've given that footage in the ISS could be fake is because you have reasons to suggest that they can free fall from a height that will allow them to do that for minutes. And I'm asking you for that technology.
I have a better reason than that.
Yeah, no, the reason that I'm suggesting that video is fake.
Like that's the reason. That's the a way better reason than the one you just said. Space is an imaginary place that has never been proven to actually exist. So of course any videos of it are fake, just like the Death Star or Middle Earth.
Middle Earth is real and it's in fucking England.
And the Death Star is also real, also in England.
All that. I'm telling you, anyone that we were talking about Bigfoot earlier, anyone that's interested in Bigfoot, the guy makes great Bigfoot evidence. All right, I used to think Bigfoot was bullshit. Go watch Lloyd Pye. Everything you know is wrong. There's absolutely fantastic evidence for Bigfoot. They've analyzed footprints. You get compression lines and impact ridges, or impact lines and compression ridges, or something. When you get a footprint, they've analyzed the footprints where they've seen the Bigfoot. And they're clearly real foot. Like, there's a lot of shit to it. Check it out.
Hey, Bigfoot is the hide and go seek champion, man.
Osama bin Laden beat him, but Bigfoot's pretty good.
I don't think anyone shot Osama, and no one shot Bigfoot yet. So I think Bigfoot's winning.
Well, supposedly shot Osama, so we don't know.
Yeah.
And there was a guy that, if you watch that Lloyd Pye video,
probably died
there was a
on
guy
kidney.
that claimed to have shot Bigfoot. If you watch that Lloyd Pye video, there actually was a guy that claimed to have shot Bigfoot. He froze him in a block of ice and used to bring him around at the World's Fair and have people pay $1 to see him.
And then the ice melted and he fucking went on a rampage and killed his family or something?
No, he kept him in a chest freezer. He shot him. He was dead. Dead Bigfoots.
Oh,
there was also a tribe in Russia or the Ukraine or something that claimed to have captured one. They used to use it as a slave, supposedly, and the men would have sex with it, and the thing gave birth like a bunch of times, but it used to bring its baby to the waterfall, ice cold waterfall. The human DNA couldn't handle it. So they actually had to take the baby from the thing. They knew where the bodies were buried of the relatives of that baby. They looked like some Cro-Magnon motherfuckers. Like, there was definitely something not right with them.
Yeah, man, for sure. You know what? I take back everything I said about the other argument, man. I don't know why I doubted your judgment.
There is more evidence for Bigfoot than there is for fucking ISS. I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I've
given you a chart.
Wait a minute. So like once a fucking every couple of hours or so, or every hour and a half or whatever, I can take a picture of Bigfoot going across my yard?
No, yeah, I've given Jeremy. I mean, I have it here, right here.
People in
literally a list of the ISS sightings for you, Jeremy, specifically for you, for the past couple of days and tonight as well, right? And you're saying there's more. So I've shown you when you can see the ISS, and you're saying that there's more evidence for Bigfoot than for the thing that you have literally a schedule for when you can go outside and see it.
Well, as far as people being in it and shit and it orbiting a spherical Earth, yes, we can see something in the sky. Okay, if you want to consider that ISS evidence, then
You have you have a sighting tonight at 10:20.
okay. If somebody cites Bigfoot tonight, I'm gonna put that in.
How many silhouettes of Bigfoot will we see tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's a silhouette. Yeah, good call, Graham. Good call.
How many shadows are we gonna see? Oh, can we schedule the shadows though? I mean, that's a good question.
I don't know.
That's probably.
There's a guy that claims to have been
I think they got
kidnapped
us
by
on
Big.
this one.
Yo, you gotta watch that Lloyd Pye. Anyone that's interested in anything crazy like this,
Hey,
you can make your own conclusions after, but you gotta watch that Lloyd Pye video. It's fucking
what are some of the
great.
incredible claims of Bigfoot? Like, it's a very tall thing, and it's very hairy. I guess it's very big. That's his main thing. It's very
It
big.
blows the door off your evolution.
Well, sure. It's very big and strong. Let's just use that. It's a very big and strong thing. So if you couldn't show me for a fact that it was actually the guy named Bigfoot, but you did show me that for a fact there was something this large that it wasn't in a suit. It was definitely a thing this large. You could prove its height and strength. That you did show me that, and that was undeniable. That would be something.
Well, they already know.
So even if I can't show you that there's people in the ISS, I can show you that there's something up there that's moving faster than any plane could possibly go. It's 17,000 miles per hour. And even if you can't prove there's people in there, you can prove there's something moving that fast.
Hey, I'm not opposed to that. That's fine. Now, the Bigfoot thing, they know it's not just a guy in a suit because the Patterson video, they caught the Bigfoot walking by, and you could see the titties jiggling on the Bigfoot. It was the female Bigfoot, right? And this was before they had all these dope ass titty surgeries. They just had those silicone jobs where the titties would be like hard. But in the Patterson film, you can see that the boobs were like they had this nice organic jiggle to them.
Yeah, man. I can see how you. Yeah, you can. I can see how you can possibly fly up 1,000
real
miles.
water balloons.
You could possibly fake free.
I mean, if you had the technology to do that, you could have made.
Yeah, but we don't have technology
to
fake tits. That's right, man.
If you had the technology to do that at that time, you could have made $1 trillion in the boob job market, as opposed to just wasting that to fake a Bigfoot sighting.
It's a lot easier to make the right texture than it is to get the right material that's safe to go inside of a body. You could get the right texture with water balloons and shit, dude. Look like on a fucking.
Oh shit!
The way they jiggle, but you can't put a water balloon inside of a woman, you know.
That's what they do now. What do you mean?
It's not just a fucking regular ass water balloon though that you bought for
not,
water grenades. But that's what I'm talking about. Some lightweight shit like that makes a boob look real from a distance in a camera. Some water balloons.
The point is we have. The point is we have great Bigfoot evidence.
Kosho would have been the guy back in before they started doing boob jobs. Kosho would be like, "It's not possible. You can't make fake boobs."
Why would I have said that? You have to understand that the things that I'm just claiming right now are not based on me not wanting the Earth to be flat or wanting it to be a sphere. I'm just describing actual physics and actual engineering requirements and this sort of thing. I'm not. I did the same. This tyranny of the rocket equation is not something that I think is possible. This has plagued NASA for their entire existence.
All right, Grim, do you think it's possible that they could fake all this ISS stuff?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know what they would be using to do it, like kind of like Kosho saying, but I mean, I would say a lot of shit's possible. Because how would I know that it isn't possible? I'm not even going to assume to know half of the shit that they got. You know,
that's what I mean. Anyone claiming
claiming
to know the technology NASA does or doesn't have
would be crazy. Not, dude. Making the exact claim Grim just made, dude. I'm not claiming that it's impossible. I'm not saying that this is certainly impossible. There's no way they could possibly do it. I'm saying I don't know of any way that they could possibly do it.
Right. I don't see any. I don't think it's probable. I don't think they're probably doing
the past 5 hours. So to sum up the past 5 hours, it's totally possible for them to have faked this video, right, Kosho?
Listen to me, dude.
It's very improbable.
Listen to me, dude.
Possible,
I'm not listening to me. Not claiming that something is claiming that something is impossible, or not claiming that something is possible is not the same thing as claiming it's impossible. Okay, it's like if I'm claiming that I can't think of a possible way something could happen, that doesn't mean that it's impossible. That means that there's no possible way that we can come up with to make it real. Right?
If you say something's not impossible, that
you summed it up by saying it's improbable. It's possible, but improbable. I mean, that's enough. That doesn't put their nose in the dirt or anything, but it doesn't put, our asses up in the air either,
It does. It ruins Kosho's last 5 hours of his life because he's been.
I've said this the whole time, dude. I've literally said this the whole time. I've literally said if the only way the only thing I'm saying is you guys can't sit there and claim that they're faking it without knowing how they can fake it. Like you claiming that they're faking it without knowing how they can fake it doesn't make any sense. You're left in the same boat that I'm in.
Hold on a second.
Where we don't have a way to do it.
Does it make sense to believe that David Copperfield actually made the fucking Statue of Liberty disappear, or was I right in thinking that he must have done some sort of a trick and that it's still right there?
Yeah, but
you see how your logic is wrong.
On the video. You can come up with how he could do that.
But I couldn't at that time. There's a kid. I just intuitively knew that wasn't right. I don't know anything about how it could have been done at that time.
That's what I'm saying, though.
I'm not saying it was still there and it was only a trick.
Because I'm limiting it to only to me, though.
Feeling.
You're not saying. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Intuition gives you a feeling for a reason.
I'm not limiting.
So you're not saying it's impossible. Saying it's impossible that they could have faked it, right?
No, what I'm saying is that nobody on Earth that we've talked to or have access to or that has answered our questions has a way for that to happen. And for that reason, and viewing it, we try to look at the ways in which it could be faked, like vomit comments, this and that. And I can't think of a way in which they could do that with a vomit comment. All the things that we've said, I don't know any technology that can do that. Now, if
listen to me,
hold on, dude. If it's ever presented to me that there's a way that it could be done, then I'm definitely going to change my mind. But until then, there's no reason for me to suggest that. That's where we're left right now. Is you guys are suggesting that it's fake without that reasoning, even though the contrary is possible.
A very simple question. Is it impossible that they could have faked this video? Yes or no? Just yes or no question.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, which means it is possible.
No, that's not what it means, dude. For fuck's sake. I'm not claiming it's listen to me. I'm not claiming it's impossible. That doesn't mean that it's not impossible. That means that I'm not claiming it's impossible.
Have it. Why are you doing this, Coach? Just say
it. You're bugging, bro.
No, dude.
Say it and not lose any face. That's so weird.
I'm not claiming that though. I'm strictly
he's
not
claiming a win off of this, but he's just watching you not grant an inch.
I'm not. Listen. What's being argued here? I'm not claiming that. Hold on, dude. I'm not claiming it's impossible. Okay.
Which means
hold on, dude. I'm not claiming that it's impossible. I'm also not claiming that it is possible. I'm not making a claim about if it's possible or impossible. Okay? That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling to you, the person who thinks that this is fake and can't think of a possible way that it could be faked, but knows that it's faked based on not thinking that you can go into orbit around the Earth. Right?
Okay.
On that premise, you don't have any evidence that it's fake.
Grim, hold on one second. Grim, hold on. This whole thing has been on. It's impossible for them to fake this footage, and here's our proof that it's real.
Dude, for the love of God, I'm not, like I told you the whole time, dude. I'm not arguing whether it's impossible to do it. I was going over it with you whenever we were going over the evidence of the cuts and all this type of stuff. I was going over all that stuff with you. What I'm looking for is a way in which it could be possible that it's not real. We're looking for that. And if we can't find that, then we shouldn't come to that conclusion. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's impossible to be faked. I'm saying that we haven't found a way for it to possibly have been faked.
Okay, you're not saying it's impossible for it to be faked, which means it's possible for it to be faked.
No, dude. Again, for the love of God, dude. For love of God.
They're antithetical statements. You have to agree to that. I don't understand why
dude, I'm not claiming that it's impossible. Okay? I've actually said to you that they could possibly do something if they have something we don't know of. What I'm telling to you is we can't make the claim that it's faked unless we happen to know of any of those possible ways. Otherwise, the contrary is that it's not fake. And the only reason that you're not claiming that is because you don't think the Earth is round.
Okay, let me just explain real quick why that's not the case. I could play a video game and see something that I don't think is real. I could not understand how they could possibly code the video game to do that thing, and I can still rightly, logically, intelligently, and reasonably say that thing is fake, even though I couldn't code it myself, and I have no idea how they could possibly code it to do that.
That's because you know the contrary can't be true. In this case, it's not the case that the contrary can't be true. The case is that you guys don't believe the contrary. But it turns out that the contrary is true, that the Earth is round. And because the Earth is round, it is possible for this video to be completely authentic. Right? So without, that's what I'm saying. Without the evidence that it's faked, there's no reason to suggest that it's faked, because the contrary is certainly possible.
Unbelievable.
It must be real.
Unbelievable, Kosho. You are a piece of work. You know that?
Okay, dude. I mean, I really don't understand. I really don't understand how you're not getting this, dude. Because
playing word games. Listen, if you say something's not impossible,
it isn't impossible.
Fully implied.
Dude, okay. I think space is real, and I think all that stuff's real. I think the Earth is round, right? And I've seen this NASA video. It's possible that it's still fake, even though I think all those things are real and that happened. That's possible. Those two realities can exist. I'm fine with that.
That's all I was trying to get at.
Now, when I watch the video, though, I don't find any evidence of that. Right? So I have no reason to even entertain the idea that it's faked.
You're saying two opposing things. You're saying it's not impossible that it's fake, which means that directly means that it is possible that it's fake.
Right, it's possible. Okay, I'm trying to tell you though. What I'm saying is, it's possible that it's faked. It's possible that it can be faked. That's what I'm saying. It's possible that it can be faked.
Good. That's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah, but hold. That's not it though, dude. That's not it.
No,
that's why I'm saying. So you don't get confused on what I'm saying. Dude.
That's what I was doing last time. I was like, well, you could stop right there though.
No, but that's not what I'm saying.
I know.
Yeah, that's not the extent of it. It's possible that anything is possible, given information we don't yet know. But I'm saying that it's possible that it can be faked. However, there's no evidence in any of it. I mean, there's no way. Okay, there's no technology or rules in physics or anything like that allow for it to be faked or allow it to be possible, given the information that we know. So there's no reason to suggest that it is. There's no reason to claim that by watching that it could be faked. Like, you can't really say it could be faked whenever you have no way of knowing.
And we both agreed we don't know what technology NASA has.
Dude, by that same argument, you can claim anything ever. You can literally make any claim ever and say, well, it's because it could be true that there's something out there I don't know that could make that true. Then I guess it's true. But there's no point in making that statement. You know what I mean?
Just the whole point of this was, you guys had this video, and you guys are saying it's impossible for them to fake this. But now we know it is possible for them to fake it. That wasn't
my argument, though, dude. My argument was to show you why. My argument was to show you why there's no reason to claim it's not real. Like, you have no information to claim that it's not real.
So do you mean that most of these real Hollywood movies are real too? Because I can't tell if they're fake. They look real to me. And they don't say, you know what I mean? Like, I'm kidding. I'm just saying. I've seen real Hollywood films that, that look like legit, like that could be space, couldn't it? With the stuff that they've seen, shown us.
So we've come to the conclusion that it is possible for that video to have been faked, right, Kosha?
No, dude. Again, no. This is the problem. Is you're changing my words to mean that. But the only world in which I'm saying that could be faked is the same line of argument that's saying anything could be true given information I don't know yet. Okay, which is not a meaningful thing to say. Like you can make any statement and say that. Okay, what I'm saying to you is we don't have a way to describe this as being fake. We have no reason to suggest that it's fake or evidence.
You'd be right about a lot of them, though, huh? If you did just blanketedly say that for everything, you'd be wrong about most things, but you'd be right about.
No, if you took a DNA test for your kid and it was purely your kid, and you still were arguing, well, it's possible though that it's not my kid. It looks like me. It's always a possibility that the kid looks like me and the DNA test passed. But it's like there's no point in saying that it's true that that's possible.
They go, oh shit, it's your dad's kid. We're sorry.
Yeah, but
It
exactly.
was
That's what I'm
just
saying.
very close to your DNA. We thought it was your DNA.
There's
but your
realities where
dad's
that's
DNA.
true, but there's no point in stating that as a fact and without describing how that could have happened. If there's no actual way in which it could have happened, then
Oh,
dispute
well,
the
it could
claim
have
that's
happened. We
not
didn't know
possible.
everything we thought we knew about DNA at that time. Just like we probably don't know everything we think we know about a lot of things we think we have all sewn up. Because anomalies that we sweep under the rug, we minimize, marginalize. It took them till 2017 to finally admit that there are Alpine waves in low Earth orbit connecting the sun and the Earth.
Talk that plasmoid shit.
I'm saying Alpine wrote this 100 fucking years ago and proved that this
100 years,
this fucking
bro.
thing existed. And then they were like, you gotta go fucking publish your papers in Russia or something, Ben, because we don't think you're right. I mean, was it that he wasn't right, or was it that they didn't want that idea to be the lead cosmology at the time?
My argument for the past 5 hours has been that it is possible for this video to have been faked. I don't know. I felt like people were arguing against me that it was impossible for this video to be faked. We can move on. And the last 5 hours were a victory for me.
All right, is it possible that it's real and the Earth's a globe?
Sure, maybe.
Okay, good. Then we're on the same page. Then cool.
Victory.
So definitely possible for that video to
I'm
have been
kidding,
faked,
Jeremy.
yeah. Dude, it's possible. Everything is exactly the way they say.
Yeah, but let's not think about that part right now. Let's think about the other part where it was possible.
Hope it is. Just like they say, because if it's not, we got even bigger problems in the fucked up situation we're already in. I hope I'm wrong. I'm probably one of the rare flat earthers that hopes they're wrong.
News for you. I got a birthday present for you later this year, man. You're gonna love it, man.
What happens? I'm fucking tackling you if I ever see you hard too. Right, I'm gonna put you right into the wall.
When you see what I got you, dude, because I've already heard that you want it, man. So it's I think you're gonna forgive me immediately.
Yeah, you probably won't be tackling him. You'll probably be tickling him.
Dude, like you can lay with my wife. Like you can lay with my wife, as I just did, dude.
Oh, stop! Don't talk like that.
He said he was banging my girlfriend. What did you say the other day? You said something dumb.
I tapped that shit like Morse code.
Morse code. Beep 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 beep.
Turns out your wishes can come true any day, dude. As a matter of fact, if I were you, Jeremy, I'd go out there tonight and look at the ISS at 10:20. I don't know. You might just get your dream of the Earth being.
Bro, my dream is to not see the ISS pass by, and even if I did, a little light in the sky going by is not. Dude, I was just arguing that they could have been 1,000 miles up in the sky. You think I'm worried about the ISS flying by?
Yeah, but how can it go over this landmass and then be at zenith or azimuth over another thing and 1,000 miles away in that short of a time without going that fast?
Yeah, he already agreed.
Demonstrates going that fast.
I'm not worried about the height and the speed of the ISS. It's not even a thing. Like, I'm not.
17,000 miles an hour is cool.
Yeah, you kind of
they
have
could
to
be in some kind of.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead. Doesn't say you gotta fit that into your reality somehow, but I think you're about to.
They could be in some kind of there might be less atmosphere up there. There might be some kind of superfluid where there's no friction. Who knows, dude?
But
I don't know what's up there. NASA knows, and they're not.
There's less atmosphere, that's for sure.
They don't need a superfluid. There's no friction.
Measure that. You can measure that.
Maybe not. We don't know. NASA knows, and they're not. I don't think they're telling us the truth. They're definitely not giving us an accurate representation of space. I know that.
Well, it's creeping in. They're starting to realize that that medium, the plasma medium, has a lot more to do with everything than they initially assumed.
Dude, there was this fucking guy 24/7 call.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was wanting him to elaborate on what he meant by plasma medium, but just go ahead.
Yeah, intergalactic space, a lot denser.
I got you.
Intergalactic medium, connecting these huge, big, allowing circuits to form between vast distances.
Yeah,
all this kind of stuff because of these fields that are already there, and the material that can, once directed, can shape itself into filaments.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I knew about that, but that's what I was wondering. I was wondering what you meant by plasma medium. Like, I thought you meant like just outside of the Earth, and then I also was going to ask you the density of it. But I know when you're talking about intergalactic, the density doesn't have to be that much for it to be, apparent or whatever.
Right. Well,
I just thought of the
a lot
PC
more
Boys
dense
when you
than
said
they thought.
intergalactic.
Planetary, intergalactic.
Intergalactic. Yeah, that one.
Intergalactic. Anyways, what's It's funny because that song was so popular, but it's not even one of their best songs. But fucking hell. Oh yeah. So what densities are you talking about? I'm just curious.
Well, it's those filamentary structures and those shapes that they weren't actually measuring and don't see all the time when they're saying, oh, this is empty vacuum space, but in fact there's a giant electrical plasma tube that they can only see as a magnetic tube. They call it a magnetic tube, but in fact it couldn't exist without its causative electric current. So it's that kind of lack of trying to connect the dots. They'll say, oh, it's some remnant of a plasma tube from heat well, make that in a laboratory. Do a little heat thing and make a remnant of a magnetic field, you liars, because they can't do that and they know it. It's not even real physics what they're trying to talk about as magnetic fields being out there somehow. There's just leftover magnetic fields. Yeah, onto what? From what? Yeah, they forgot there's baryons and plasma out there, and they're moving, and the injector uses both a current and a magnetic field at the same time, and they take life and shape of their own out there. Sorry, go ahead,
Jeremy. Don't prepare to ask me in conclusion anything, okay?
Just in conclusion, before you go, in conclusion, we both agree. Not be probable, yet it is possible they could have faked that video.
Just as possible. Well, not just as possible.
Okay.
Yes. Sure.
He just
you genuinely agree with that?
He just doesn't want to. He doesn't have the energy.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just he's using language. It'd be like just like I said, Jeremy. You said it yourself, dude. There could be a globe, and it could be space station could be up there. So.
Yes, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I hope you're fine with knowing that video could have been fake.
Of course I am, man. I'm just.
I feel like you're not.
No, the reason why I wouldn't tell that to anybody because it's not useful information because I don't see any way that it could be faked. So there's no reason for me to tell somebody it's possible it could be faked. The same way that you don't think it's a globe, which is why you don't go around telling people, hey, it's possible it's a globe, actually.
So in conclusion, no,
it'd be funny if he did that all day. In conclusion,
you should go around to reminding people that it's possible it's a globe.
So it is possible that video has been faked because I mean I feel like that's been your guys' argument.
I'm saying that
we have this video.
You're asking that question, and I don't like the language because it's like I'm not claiming that it's. I'm not.
Conclusion.
I'm not claiming it's not possible. I'm not claiming it's possible.
Globe, right?
It's possible. I'm just not claiming. I'm not claiming it's impossible. So, I feel like saying it's possible indicates there's like you can describe how it's possible, but it's not really what I'm saying. I'm just not saying it's not impossible.
Which is the exact statement of saying it is possible.
Not really though. Not really.
What do you mean? You can't say something's not impossible and not mean that it is possible. Like those are two statements that just coincide.
Okay. Yeah, is it possible for a gorilla to grow wings and fly like an angel? Is that possible?
I didn't hear you. What? Possible for
a gorilla to grow wings and fly like an angel. Is that possible?
How do angels fly?
Like beautifully. This answers the question, dude.
Well, I don't know.
They fly first class, man. That's how they fucking fly. This answers the question.
If you believe in evolution, yes.
Yeah, according to evolution, that's totally fucking possible.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's not. I'm not asking you if you believe in evolution, though. I'm just asking you about the question I asked you.
It doesn't matter.
Evolution, yes, it's possible for a gorilla to grow. According to evolution, yes, it's possible for a gorilla to grow wings and fly like an angel. However, angels may or may not fly.
I'm asking for your own opinion, man.
You can't get mad, Kosho. This
Your
is
own
the
opinion.
answer.
Well, I just wanted to stop dancing around. Just answer the question.
No, it's not a dance. It's a fucking parade. Perrier. Or what do you call that?
I'm not sure, but just answer the question, Jeremy. Is it possible for that to happen?
Kosho, be a little more specific. Say like give us a time frame. Like
No,
within a day
I'm not giving any
or,
time.
like, over
I'm just
millions of
asking.
years.
It's really an easy question. It's really easy
know,
yes or no question.
I know, but for
I know,
these
but it's only and it
idiots
really is
that
only
do
for
it, you know what I'm
Jeremy.
saying? 'Cause
I'm
they're
trying to
idiots.
ask him.
All right.
Yeah, is that possible, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's possible. Sure.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. They're fucking
see how
idiots.
easy
Just
that was,
give them a time frame of a day.
And my point is things that you
It's kind
don't
of the
think.
fun in it. We all know that, dude. I don't know if you think this is actually real or we're really
Yeah,
doing
but
this.
the
This is for
fact that
all
you
for
guys are
fun.
still
And we're just being
playing
friends
around
with
is
each other,
just
even though
shows
we
the
all
dishonesty.
are.
My
we
point
usually
is
all
about
argue with each other for real, and this is for fun. This isn't
I know,
nobody's
but
upset.
my point of asking that was to show
Yeah.
an argument when you're not claiming something's impossible. So just because you're not saying something's impossible is not the same thing as you claiming that it's possible. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
not. Exactly. If I say something's not impossible, if I say something's not impossible, I am stating that it is possible.
Not
No,
quite.
that's
my
you
point,
can
man.
clearly say I don't know if it's possible. You can
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there you go.
You can say I don't know if it's possible, and that way you haven't made the claim, even though you're saying it isn't, or it may not be impossible, but I don't know if it's possible. That way you can take both positions.
But this is my only point.
Stop trying to help him.
No, but that's my only
No,
point.
that's how I feel about it. That's my opinion about.
No, but that's my only point though. Is like I'm saying in 2 words. I'm saying that's not okay. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's not impossible. I can't tell you that it's not. I can't tell you that it's impossible. So I'm not saying that it's impossible. That's true. That's not the same thing as me telling you that it's possible because I don't know that it's possible.
I'm
not making a claim on whether it's possible. I'm telling you that you're right that it's not impossible.
You can say that again.
Okay, that means it's possible.
It's not.
Well,
if I'm right,
what's
and
even
it's
the
not
argument?
impossible,
Like,
that means it's possible.
We're talking about the footage from the ISS from
It's a paradox argument.
40-minute.
It's funny.
There's like a 50-minute tour of the ISS. It's uncut for the most part. It's got a couple of cuts and it's got one cut and a couple places where you can argue could be cut. But regardless, the question is whether or not it's possible that that's faked. And I'm not claiming that it's impossible to be faked. I'm not making that claim. I'm just telling you that we haven't found a way to make sense of some of those long scenes. Like we don't think of a possible way. So I'm not saying just because I'm saying it's not impossible doesn't mean that I'm saying it's possible. I'm saying I don't know that it's possible, and for that reason, there's no reason for me to claim that it's possible.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the claim you're making,
you're
though.
saying
You're claiming it's possible.
Yes, because we all know it's not impossible. You've already declared this several times. It's not impossible. That means it is possible. Literally, when you say the words "it's not impossible," that literally means it is possible.
But I'm not saying the words "it's not impossible." I'm saying the words. I'm not saying the words that it's impossible. That's
He's just
the problem.
saying he doesn't know that
Grim
it's
just
impossible.
helped you out. I told you, stop helping him out, Grim.
No, but that's a
Son of a
valid point, man. Because it's not. I'm not making that claim one way or the other. But I don't know.
I had his back against the wall, Grim. You see what you do?
No, you didn't. Because if I
I've been
can
saying
figure
this
it out,
the whole
Kosho is
time.
going to figure it out.
I've been saying
never
this the whole
figured that
time,
shit
dude.
out.
Been saying this since the whole time.
You've been saying the whole time it's not impossible, which means it's possible.
No, it's not.
That was
Anyways,
some good word kung fu, though. It was fun. I mean, I still
that's
see
the
it
word
as a
play to
win.
make your brain sore right there.
Yeah, if I told you that somebody held their breath for 30
Occam's
minutes,
razor,
for fucking
dude.
2 hours. I said somebody held their breath for 2 hours, and then you say, "Oh, that's
Let's explain
impossible."
it.
But even if you didn't claim that, it's like even if
David
you're not
Blaine
claiming it's
did it for
impossible,
like
that
3
doesn't mean you're
days.
claiming it's possible.
David Blaine did it for like 3 days.
He did it for 17 minutes, man.
No,
That's one of the
he did it.
rumors.
Didn't he freeze himself in a block of ice for like a week?
Yeah, but he wasn't holding his breath that whole time. Or at
How
all.
you get locked in a block of ice and not hold your breath?
It was surrounding him. He wasn't fucking like he wasn't like in it where he couldn't breathe.
Yeah, it wasn't like where he just like someone defrost him and he's just like
Yeah,
it's not like that.
the ice. He was surrounded by ice, but he could still breathe. But he went underwater at one point where he couldn't breathe, and that was for 17 minutes.
Man, that just makes me feel sick thinking about being underwater.
Still pretty impressive.
You said being in the water that long?
You know he wasn't underwater that long.
Yeah, he was, dude.
Without air.
No, I've seen other people claim to have. I've seen other people claim to have held their breath for 15, 20 minutes even.
He only beat the record by a little bit, and I think someone's beat him since.
Brain damage.
Yeah, how do they do that though? I mean, do they like store the oxygen like in their liver or some shit? I heard like some shit like that. I don't know how.
He failed the first time. He failed the first time, and he did all these training techniques, which involve like hyperventilating on purpose, like for practicing holding your breath, and then also really not moving at all, like no movement, the least possible movement possible. But he failed the first time on Oprah Winfrey show. He did it for like 12 minutes, and then he fucking fucked up.
Do you know how highly impressive that is, though, to be able to hold your breath even for if you could hold your breath for 5 minutes, you'd be like the life of the party. I wouldn't even believe it. They'd be like, "Oh my god, this guy held his breath." Oh, your girl can do that.
5 minutes is not that special.
3 minutes is a big deal. None of you fucking guys in this room right now can hold your breath for more than 3 minutes.
I probably can't.
That's why I said 5 minutes would be the life of the party. 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I had a friend who did it for somewhere over 4 minutes. Of that, my girlfriend, she did it for I don't remember how long it was way longer than I possibly could. It was longer than my friend too, so I don't know. But
seriously, your girl. I thought your girl had another. Hold on, I'm about to make a joke. I mean, I was so impressed with your girl at one point, Coach. So I thought she had an extra lung.
Yeah, she does, man. Every time I'm going to make a joke, I'm going to tell people I'm about to make a joke. Just like you, man.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I know it wasn't that good because I had to declare I was making a joke.
Like, please laugh.
Yeah.
Dudes in the Virgin Island would dive deep as fuck, and they'd be down there for 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
On their spearfishing and shit.
All the stuff he does is not actual magic. It's just like he's taking his body to the limits, basically. But that's another story.
Because they go so deep, a little bit of air goes a long way. They have to keep letting it out as you go down.
How long until we come out from one of those things? Remember the Jar Jar Binks city, and right before the Jedi were about to go down to Jar Jar Binks' city, they put this little thing in their mouth and they could just breathe out of it, and it was basically like a fish gill they stuck in their mouth.
Yeah, I'd seen something like that, dude. I've seen that. I've seen something like that.
That shit's dope. We need those fucking things.
Yeah, there was a channel that did that, but like it wasn't nearly as long though. It was like I think like 5 minutes, like or some shit. It wasn't that long.
Yeah, but if you could have something that small, it only lasted 5 minutes, dude. That's fucking dope.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of James Bond. Let me see.
I feel like Democ should be here because he used to make all. What did Democ used to always say about the fish?
Oh, have a fish. What, in a cup of water? Have it in a cup?
No, Democ used to always say this.
Here.
I found one. Check this one out, dude.
Bro, I can't check anything out. How big is it, and how long can you hold your breath for?
Let me see.
It looks like the size of a big ass harmonica.
Oh, that's pretty small.
Had to make it big.
Look at this one, dude.
What's this? Oh, what's that? Oh, wow, that's cool.
Armbar just got a boner. I could hear it.
This one's got like a BB gun CO2 cartridge on the side of it, but it's obviously oxygen, not CO2, or else you'd be dusted the fuck out. Here you go, underwater. Wow, 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 wow.
No, that's the noise you hear when you do a whippet.
Yeah.
That's for real. You ever did whippets? That's literally the
Obviously.
noise you hear.
Wah, 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 wah. And your lips will turn blue, and then you boosh right through the coffee table. Don't do that shit, kids. It's fucking stupid.
One time, one of my friends thought he was doing a whippet.
Thingy.
Yo, one time, one of my friends thought he was doing a whippet. He actually was doing a CO2 cartridge. They like got mixed up or something. And he almost fucking died.
Shit.
I don't even know how that kid's still alive.
Aren't they
Anyways,
the same thing?
what's up?
Aren't they like the same thing?
The whippet and the CO2?
Yeah.
No, the CO2 is fucking.
I think Whippet is just like a name brand.
No, it's a different
The Whippet?
chemical. It's nitrous. The whippet is
nitrous oxide.
nitrous. Yeah, the CO2 canister is CO2, obviously.
What is the CO2? I don't know.
What is in the CO2 cartridge? Let me think.
Let me roll a joint and think about it.
I see some cool shit, dude. Hold up. No fucking way, bro.
What is the argument Democ used to make all the time about fish gills and the water and the oxygen?
Oh, like electricity in the water or some shit. I think I know what you're talking about. Electricity in the water or something. Like they're breathing
No,
not
Democ
oxygen,
had,
but like
Yeah,
electricity.
that was his argument for the longest time about the water. Yeah.
At least that's what I remember anyway. Like he supposedly proved that fish don't actually breathe oxygen or some shit from the water. I don't know.
That shit, that's cool as fuck though, dude.
What is it?
Shit that you just wear in your mouth.
What?
You breathe.
Yeah, but don't those like only last like a little bit though? Like I'd imagine it's gonna be like no more than like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we need one that lasts indefinitely. Like it's just battery powered or something, or it's you know what you need? You need one that's powered like a saltwater battery is, because you're already in the saltwater, so you have, a near indefinite amount of electricity. So we got the electricity part covered, because I already know you guys are little bitches and gonna try to say, where are you gonna get the electricity from? So we got the electricity, and then we just need something that can indefinitely take the oxygen out of the water and put it in your lungs.
Yeah, okay, I guess. But I mean, that's still I still imagine that's still pretty tough though, because I mean, I don't know if it's like a fish is, they do the oxygen, but with humans, I mean, it's a lot more we would have to take in. I don't know. Maybe it's possible.
I mean, even if you had to have something that was like a size of a vest, and you could like wear it or something, or a bracelet that would, like maybe like a little gauntlet thing on your forearm or something, or a collar around your neck, whatever. I just feel like it'd be dope if you could stay underwater indefinitely, or as long as that saltwater battery lasted.
Yeah.
So, Kosho, remember yesterday or the day before or whatever, we were talking about the magnetic field and, how it was, the dynamo was likened to the permanent magnet in ways, which, you know what I mean, because of their slow decay and the similar rate of all of that, right?
I remember somebody saying something kind of like that, but that's wrong.
That was you were saying.
No, I was never saying it was like a permanent magnet.
I literally linked. I literally linked
Not like one, but they
literally linked a thing. I literally linked a thing from the ESA saying that Earth's magnetic field acts like a bar magnet.
And yeah, you didn't link it. You showed a screenshot of the Google search, whatever. But I'd like to link it.
Talking, and we came to the conclusion that what was being said was that in that way, because of that one thing that was likened to, right, that they couldn't tell apart or whatever, and I was saying, well, I wasn't saying that. I went and I looked up some more stuff later on, and that's what I'm coming back. I was just saying, there's like what explains that rapid weakening of the magnetic field. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't induced from the sun, the solar electrical output was less, and also our field was weaker would kind of mean that it would fall in line with the idea that it is an induced magnetic field from the double layering of the plasma. Because that's how induced current magnetic fields are formed around planets that have big surface areas, but not their own magnetic fields.
Well, I mean that's because I never say anything about it weakening or something like that, nor
No, that's what's
nor
happening.
being
It's
like a
anomalous
permanent
like
magnet.
that.
But yeah, I agree with you though that what you said about the plasma, because it is the same way that plasma. It is the same because plasma is a moving charge. It's got charge, and if it's moving or something like that, then you have moving charge, and that creates a magnetic field. Yeah.
They reproduce it in the laboratory with spheres, and they move from the negative side of the field towards the positive side, and it induces a magnetic field all the way around the whole thing. It looks like aurora on both sides too, where a current is going in and out to top and bottom, and current going in towards the equator through the middle, and each one has its own magnetic inclination, north and south, just like a planet. I mean, that's how I think they say Venus has its own magnetic field, is because it's induced.
Well, yeah, there's something like that. It was induced by the solar winds.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, because it doesn't have an internal one.
Which is a plasma. That's what solar winds are. When we say solar wind, we forget, how other people do. I mean, I know you know what it is, but
the ions. Yeah.
It just doesn't sound like a plasma anymore. Like immersed in plasma with ions rapidly accelerating towards one direction. You know what I mean? Like there's a current going on.
Yeah, we got a downward current on Earth. Downward current.
Yeah, constant. It's in that field. It's like a
constant downward current.
It's like a rotating field, and it rotates downwards. It's not straight down.
What's it bodied Rumpus and Zanuck on that downward current?
He didn't. That was very dishonest.
Doesn't everyone already know that though?
No, they do. This here's what happened.
What do you think an electric gradient is?
Yeah, but so there is that one. What is that? The gradient of the chart where the electric potential, as you go up, it increases by like 100 watts per meter or something like that. This is true, and this is what it was talking about. Whenever he said that there's a downward current, that was doing this or that, and that's what what's his name? That's what Zanuck and Rumpus were arguing against, was that downward current. But that downward current is not the same downward current that was talking about though, because he was
describing. So how many downward currents are there?
Well, that doesn't produce a downward current, and the downward current in the atmosphere is the one that's like extreme. I forgot what it was. It was like something extremely small. It couldn't do anything.
Well, I mean, so is the form of gravity. It's extremely small, right?
No, but this is stronger than gravity. I mean, the gravity is stronger than this by a great deal.
Oh.
Like extremely small value. I forget what it was. Look at that, yeah.
It was enough to move an what kind of motor was it?
That's what I'm saying, is that it's not.
Why? You can move a motor with it.
Well,
the gravity moving a motor
thing inside of a vacuum tube.
I don't know. This downward current is strong enough to move a motor. Show me gravity moving a motor.
But this was the problem with what it was claiming, is he was putting those things together, and then they argued against them separately, and then later on, whenever it turned out that they were separately true, but not related to the same thing, he says he got them. But what Rumpus and Zanuck were arguing was that one thing is not the cause of the other thing.
Okay, but they were arguing that there was no downward current on Earth, right?
But in reference to the motor, like the strength to move that motor, that's not what's happening.
In reference to there being a downward current on Earth, they were saying there wasn't one.
But I don't think that, like they said later, they wouldn't have made that claim if that was just a claim on its own, because they already know that there's downward current, because there's.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, they described why there was one.
Not have,
after they looked it up,
there's a difference between a current and a potential current. Right. If it's a potential, then that means potential to be a current if you apply something, to bridge it. Right? Like if I put a tether out between it, then it would build in the middle of the tether heat where the two potentials met and eventually discharge, like in space when they did the space tether that was a mile long and it broke. It wasn't that it was super heavy or anything. It could hold its own weight, no problem. But it broke because it sparked in the middle and exploded. It came apart from electrical potential, which freaked them out. They still don't like to talk about that much, do they? It's like talking about your Aunt Ernestine's mustache. You're just not allowed to do that at the NASA parties.
True that.
Remember Whoopi Goldberg? My Aunt Ernestine got the mustache.
You got an Aunt Ernestine too?
I had an Aunt B for a while. She passed, but
Okay. Are you sad about it, man?
Ernestine.
I mean, yeah, I was pretty sad. She was 100 and something.
She was a trooper.
She practically raised me. Yeah, great woman, best one. She was almost going to be a nun. She never had a boyfriend. Never got married. Never smoked. Never drank. She barely swore. Went to church all the time. Great, best woman I've ever known.
Cool.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Sounds a lot less slutty than my aunt Molly. She told me. She said, "I remember when I was young, Puerto Ricans used to whistle at me when I was walking past." I was like reminiscing. I was like, "Okay, cool."
So it runs in the family.
Yeah, that's right.
So, in conclusion,
Careful.
So what you're saying is,
it's possible.
Yeah. I hope that part is clear though, because I know Grim was joking slightly.
Grim fucking helped you.
No, but I was saying that I was saying that the whole time though, dude.
You owe Grim lunch or something because he saved your ass tonight. Okay, stop helping.
I was saying that the entire time.
I think I was just rewording what I felt he was already saying.
Yeah, I was trying to say that, and I may have at one point or another agreed with you. Like I was like, okay, it's possible, because I'm saying it's not impossible. But I didn't mean that. I wasn't claiming it was possible. I'm strictly not claiming that it's impossible. But I don't have any reason. I don't have any way of knowing if it is possible.
Sorry.
Oh God. This is such a tricky situation you've gotten yourself into. I don't know how you can even live like this.
Not claiming something is impossible is not the same thing as claiming it is possible.
It absolutely is. If you say something's not impossible, that means it is possible.
That's fine, but I didn't say it's not impossible. What I did is I didn't claim it was impossible. I'm not claiming it's impossible.
It wasn't impossible like 100 times.
I know, and that's what that's what I'm saying. Is I'm trying to
I think he forgot what it was I saved his butt with.
I'm trying to get past that confusion because I did say that because colloquially that's what I would say. But for you, because you get so fucking confused, I gotta fucking say shit explicitly.
I'm not confused. I bring that wordplay to make your brain sore, and that's what's happening right now. You need some anti-inflammatory medication.
That's
honestly purely my opinion on it. I'm not claiming that it's
Guillain-Barré syndrome, right? You got inflammation of the gray matter or polio.
You need some naproxen.
No, dude, I don't want to claim that it's impossible because I don't have any reason. I don't have any way of saying that it's impossible. There's definitely possible that something will happen that will that I'll find out about that, and then I'll have to change my opinion about it being possible or not. But right now, I don't have the information to do that, so I can't say it's impossible. I'm also not saying it's possible.
We've already gone over preparations A through G.
So, Coach, are you making a distinction between not possible and impossible?
No, I'm making a distinction between not claiming something to be impossible and actually claiming it to be possible. Because it's just a lack of claiming that it's impossible is not the same thing as claiming it is possible.
So you're saying you're agnostic on this topic? You don't know?
I'm
So
saying I
when
don't
you
know.
claim
That's
that it's
exactly what I
not
said.
impossible,
That when Grim
is
said that, he
that
was
not
right.
the
I
same
really
as
don't
saying
know.
this may be possible?
Okay, so
Honestly,
we're
it's
never
just I
going
don't
to
know.
see this. So we're never going to see this pop up as an argument again about how this can't be fake.
That wasn't my argument, though, dude. My argument was to
What was
show
the?
you footage, and then to also show to you that you cannot claim that it's faked when you don't have a way of claiming that. We
Well,
don't have a way of doing that.
you brought it as this like 40-minute uncut, as you claimed, of the ISS, and the part of it that you brought was like, oh, it's it's uncut. Here it is, like whatever. And then we went through it, and there was like at least 10 cuts in it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but when we looked at those cuts, I literally said to you guys, I was like, okay, so right here, this is evidence that it could be fake. That's true. This is evidence that it could be faked. If this was all throughout, that it was cut like this, and then I said, now we have to see how often there's cuts. And that's what we got stuck on. We got stuck on I think 6 or 7 minutes was the longest one. Okay. And so we're like, okay, well, how can you make an uncut shot like this for 7 minutes, in faking it, whatever. So if we come to a conclusion of how that could be done, I could then say, okay, it's possible that it's faked. But we don't have a way to do that. So I can't say it's possible it's fake. I'm also not saying it's impossible, though. But basically what I'm saying is there's no way of me knowing if that could possibly be faked, but I don't have a reason to say that, so I can't make that claim.
I don't know.
That's
how
what I think you guys should be too. I don't think you guys can make the claim that it could be faked.
I don't know how you can live like this. My claim is it's possible for that to be fake. I have a nice, simple, concise statement. It's possible that could be fake.
Yeah, but you're saying that without any information to allow you to say that.
My information my information that I have is me not knowing what technology NASA may or may not have.
Yeah, but that doesn't make something possible.
That's the same place you should be coming from.
But that means
you should have the same mindset that you don't know what technology NASA does or doesn't have.
But that's the same thing as you saying you don't know if it's possible that I could throw a 300-mile-per-hour fastball because you never see me throw any balls. You don't know how fast I can throw a ball.
Humanism robot.
So you have no way of knowing if I can throw a 300-mile-per-hour fastball. But what?
It could be possible. You could have got a transhumanism RoboCop Terminator arm, and now you can throw a 300-mile-an-hour fastball.
You sling a model rocket with a baseball on the end of it.
So you're claiming it's possible I can throw a 300-mile-per-hour fastball?
I don't. It's if you had some kind of weird transhumanism thing going on where you got a robotic RoboCop, it might be possible.
Than that, dude. He just needs to get on the back of a motorcycle that's going 200 and I don't know how fast.
Or that there's a ton of ways where it could be possible.
70 miles an hour.
There's tons of ways. Tons of ways.
So what if I told you that every Christmas I go around and I took up the mantle of delivering presents to every kid in the world as Santa Claus does. And
you're Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. They needed a Jewish guy to do it because he's not doing anything on Christmas.
Yeah, so is Santa Claus.
And we've ended up with Santa Claus.
People don't know this, but Santa Claus is also Jewish, dude.
Santa Claus was Jewish.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I'm telling you that I do
we were really close to Santa Claus, so we finally just went right over the boundary.
I'm not saying I believe in Santa Claus, dude. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm Santa Claus, Jeremy. And is that possible for me to deliver gifts to every kid? Is that possible?
For you to what?
Deliver presents to every kid in the world on Christmas in one day.
That doesn't sound possible, no.
No, it doesn't sound possible. However, you also don't know all the technology I have at my house or what I'm capable of. You don't know any of these things. And so for that same reason,
you might be able to do it, Kosho. This is backfiring. Yep.
There's like 5 billion homes on Earth, and you couldn't spend more than a second at each home. It's not possible. The time constraints is not possible.
Sure, but you don't have.
What if you just emailed them all a gift, though?
You don't know all the technology out there that could make that possible. It could make it possible, but you just don't know about it yet.
Dude, you'd have to stop time.
So again, this is just like the same thing. I'm claiming that in that footage, I'm not claiming that it's impossible, but I don't see a possible way that could work.
The only possible way is if you know how to fucking stop time.
Yeah.
I think Grim had it. Email them all a gift certificate. That might work.
Done.
Shit, even that would take a while.
Yeah, actually, that probably
Mayor
would take quite a
Damon.
while. If you
Yeah.
queued up an email system, you'd have to have multiple servers.
Dude, I made this fucking last night. Jen was pissing me off so bad. I was trying to. I wasn't trying to be on Discord.
It doesn't sound like Jen at all.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be on Discord though. But everybody in Gems was basically, there was no mod in there. They were just complaining that he was, just running the fucking server. And anyways, interrupting. And so I had to constantly make this fucking. I had to constantly mute him. And so I made this program where all I do is press one button on my keyboard and it goes and mutes Jin. So I have like a mute Jin fucking button. It's pretty convenient though, but I mean,
oh my God, you got to make me one for.
Yeah, we all need that feature.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make it universal.
So anybody can just type a program in.
So I could put anyone's name in there. But basically, in the program, I had to put Jin's. It has to search for Jin in the search thing. So I have to search for him, find one of his posts, and then click on it and do all this bunch of bullshit.
That's funny.
So you're really saying, Kosha, you don't even see it's possible how that could be faked, and that's what's keeping you on the globe. So somehow, if you realize that it is possible, then all of a sudden you start questioning everything else.
No, dude. This is not my point.
No, that was taking it too far. That was taking it too far the way I said it with the globe belief. But you were saying that you would actually question it if you just somehow figured out a way that they could be doing it.
No, I mean I could entertain that idea. Like if you guys are claiming that it's faked, and then I find a way that it actually could have been faked. That's good evidence. I don't think it would. That alone wouldn't push me to come to any conclusions, because there is actually a lot of stuff that they do that could also be faked. That I just believe that they're doing, but yeah, that's just
like all of it.
Well, no, but like I don't know, like footage from Pluto or something. I don't know. That could be fake. That's true, but I believe it's real.
Oh yeah, no, that shit's ridiculous, dude. The like probe shots of Pluto and shit, that is beyond fake. Yeah, that's not.
Dude, Pluto literally has a silhouette of the fucking Disney cartoon character Pluto on it, and Walt Disney was in cahoots with these motherfuckers. How much? Dude, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Only whenever you explicitly describe what cahoots you're talking about do you realize that the cahoots you're talking about was just them working or them hiring Disney to make animations and shit like that for them.
Yes, that's fine. They hired Disney to make animations, and then it just so happens they find a planet named Pluto, and they name it Pluto, and there just happens to be a silhouette of the Disney dog named Pluto on the fucking planet. Come on, bro.
You're a clown, dude. You're a clown that you think. First of all, Pluto the dog came after Pluto the planet. That's one. Two, when they found Pluto the planet, it wasn't named anything. For fuck's sake.
It's a huge coincidence, bro. Huge coincidence. I know.
And the thing about it looking like the dog's on the planet, it doesn't.
It definitely does. Okay, I'm gonna post a picture right now.
So
let me rephrase that. It does.
JPL, all these guys are buddies. Disney. Go ahead.
No, I mean that's cool.
Well, I was going to list more of them. I mean, you've got Jack Parsons, you've got Walt Disney. I mean, there's so many links and connections between them. Sorry.
Yeah, bro, you're toast. You're toast on this one, Kosho.
I'm trying to find my Pluto picture. Hold on.
Yeah, find the one where it's fucking outlined, where they actually outline it for you.
No, I made my own. Hold on.
It's sort of like if you were investigating like a mass murderer, and at every single site you went to, there was like a very specific like painting on the wall, or like a spray paint, or some like very specific symbol or sign at every single one. And then you keep like finding these murders. You're like, there it is again. And then your partner, who I'm saying is Kosha, would be like, no, that's not any indication that they're linked. That's essentially what they're doing. They put their gang signs in all of these different. I mean, even their Freemasonic symbols are right in their NASA logos. Like,
Yo, you know what that reminded me of, Gio? You ever heard of the happy face killers?
I mean, I've heard of some things like that. I don't maybe though, but no.
There's like these murders that keep happening, and at every one there's like a picture of like it's so it'll be all different ones, but there's always like a smiley face near them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some psychopaths, it's how they function. Like, it's a way of like marking what they've done because they're trying to control people's mindsets. So they just want you thinking about them ultimately. And that's the way that they try to control people. So if they do something like that, then they get all these people talking about it. Kind of like even we're talking about it right now in a sense, So it's like, I think, yeah, it's part of why they do it.
Fucking
Even
working.
the way they put all their gang signs in there. I mean, I'm calling them gang signs, but it is like that though. But it's kind of like the way that psychopaths have that duper's delight, where they sort of have they get some kind of strange like stimulation off of tricking people. And so when they put the how obvious it is that they're tricking people and they trick people, it's like a double whammy for them. I think that's why they do it, or at least part of why they do it.
Isn't that in Ben and Jerry's ice cream? Duper's delight.
That's what you took from what Gio just said. Come on, Coach.
I heard what he just said. I've heard it before, and no, it's not what I took from what he just said. Doofus. I know all that. The Duper's delight.
I mean, it's on the back of our money. I mean, all you gotta do is flip over a $1 bill.
My thing is, you guys are saying all that in response to the thing on Pluto. I guess I'm not sure what's in response to, but it's.
The Pluto thing, dude. That is pretty ridiculous.
I don't see how
you gotta say, dude. It is a perfect silhouette of Pluto. You gotta say.
No, it's not a perfect silhouette of Pluto, and I've proven that. I'm looking for my picture. I can't find it, but regardless,
I think I might have one. Yeah, I've got a couple that show.
It's not. You can't have this one because it's not a. Because I made it myself, but
I mean, dude, that silhouette. I mean, it even has the. I mean, come on. You can't see that that's purposeful.
I can see it. I don't think that it was not personal. It's not purposeful. But
okay, so you think that Pluto, this ball? First of all, you think that looks like a real ball planet? All right, even if you do, you're just the fact that it has a perfect silhouette of Pluto the dog. You're just not seeing that one, huh? Not at all.
What else could it have a perfect silhouette of? Like what else? What else could that be? Could it just be that dog, or could it be a million other things?
Well, it looks like a snout to the right. It's got kind of a curved head like a dog and a neck at the bottom.
Of course. One time what I did, I'll just tell you my picture. I found
and it's even kind of angling its nose upwards the way that Pluto does.
I found a picture of Jessica Rabbit's breast from Roger Rabbit, and I put it there, and it looked exactly like that. It fit perfectly.
Okay, let's see it. I'll tell you.
I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it. But the point is,
I'm not saying you can't fit anything in that pixel space. Of course you can.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You could probably fit a heart in there, maybe, or something else. Like
that's the point, though. That it makes the claim that it's unique, or that it's also Roger Rabbit, that it's Pluto the dog.
Right. And if this was the only thing that was weird, then I agree with you. It might be like, okay, it's just one thing. But when this is like in the line of a massively long list of these things, just endlessly about what NASA does, all these little links in with NASA and all these different components and all of their symbols that they put on the money, they put it, in the space agencies logos, it's in governmental, it's in corporations. So, I mean, when this is part of a massive tapestry of these symbols and correlations, it's even more so potent to me rather than if it was just a one-off. And I mean, I'm not saying I like stand behind this concept or whatever, but it definitely does look like they did that purposefully. That's all I can say.
So happens that there was a guy named Walt Disney who was helping NASA. And then they find a planet, name it Pluto, and there happened to be a silhouette of the fucking cartoon from Disney of the character Pluto on the planet Pluto. I mean, Jesus. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I thought that was a
Werner von Braun, Disney, Jack Parsons.
Claim pareidolia with that all day, and that's fine. In any other case, I'd be like, yeah, you got pareidolia. I see a cloud. It looks like a mushroom. Okay, you got pareidolia. But for this, it's like too many. It's too much of a coincidence to just simply claim pareidolia.
I thought that was a heart, not Pluto. That's the first time I actually see someone saying it looks like Pluto.
Somebody Google somebody Google Pluto on the planet Pluto or something, and you'll see there's like hundreds of them.
Yeah, sure.
People have posted.
Sure,
I posted.
I'm just saying, I never. It's not something you're going to immediately tell it's Pluto, right? I mean, I've never realized that you can fit Pluto in there, but I think you can fit a lot of stuff there, not just Pluto.
Sure, you probably could put other things in there. I would agree. Yes.
Check these out. These are.
But I mean, the picture Geo sent has two very different like drawings of Pluto, and they both fit. So, I mean,
yeah, I posted two of them, Jeremy. One of them shows like the actual. Yeah, there's just I don't know if you're able just to check the chat or not, but it doesn't matter. But it's two.
I can't. I've seen them. I've seen them though. I know. That's why I'm saying this, because I've seen it, and it's like it's way too much of a coincidence. All this shit.
Like it would be very coincidence if it was. I mean, if you couldn't fit two other stuff, but
if there just happened to be the coincidence of they named the planet Pluto and there just happened to be a dog named Pluto on it, okay. But the fact that Walt was working with him and all this, like, it makes it too much. It's just too much.
Do I think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean.
Any normal human being would think so.
Like, it would still be a huge coincidence if they named a planet Pluto and there was the dog Pluto fit on it. That'd be a big coincidence. But the fact Walt was working with him, makes it just an even bigger coincidence.
Yeah, Werner von Braun and Walt Disney.
And Werner von Braun
deeply connected. Yeah.
Von Braun used to fake rocket technology to show to Hitler so he could get more funding. Do you think he stopped that practice when he went to NASA? He's like, hey, guys, I know how to get more funding out of the government. We can just fake rocket technology, show it to the government, and we'll get more funding. I did it with Hitler for years. It's going to work, guys. Trust me. I'm the smartest rocket scientist out there. I know how this shit works.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even cover up that history, too, between Walt Disney and NASA. I mean, it's even right on their website. I read at nasa.gov. There's articles all about all these guys connected. And so, yeah, they don't even hide it in terms of that. And it makes sense. They're programming the adults and the children. So they do it both. And they have to be synced up in order to correlate with the multi-generational agenda that they have. It's like brainwash the children with Santa Claus, and then that blends into dinosaurs and NASA and outer space and rockets, and then blends into keeping the adults convinced of that so they can keep people under control.
Yeah, if you get used to if you train kids to get lied to their whole lives, And then, you know, you get them to accept these lies, even if it's only temporarily. Yes, you grow up and realize the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy's not real. You subliminally program them to accept getting lied to. And now they're just telling adult versions of Santa Claus and Easter bunnies.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like the other way to see it, like from the positive side of it, if somebody thought these guys were legit, you might just think, oh yeah, like this like Nazi war criminal Werner von Braun just somehow like had a powerful transformation of character and just all of a sudden went from doing rocket sign, you know, for in World War II with the Nazis and Hitler and all that stuff. It all of a sudden just came over and was this absolute top, you know, rocket guy to like lead all of NASA and be the head of NASA. And then somehow Walt Disney's just this wonderful guy that wants to make good cartoons for kids, and space is all true and the globe is true. And so they're just good guys bringing the truth, I guess. I can't even say those words. I can't believe people believe that. Like, makes me sick to my stomach that they convince someone of that. So it's like, oh, but I guess, okay, yeah, Disney. Because, I mean, most people must kind of, I mean, you know, Disney's like who makes all the movies for their kids or whatever. So it's like, they have to kind of back, you know, they have to be on board, I guess.
Yeah, you have this vision of Disney as wholesome, Tinkerbell, Peter Pan, you know, Mickey Mouse, all these wholesome things. And, you know, it's hard to think that anything devious or anything could come from Disney. It's really the perfect cover to use.
Yeah.
I heard a crazy thing. You know why they made the movie Frozen? So that when you search Disney Frozen, you come up with the movie instead of Walt Disney's head being frozen. Yo, did you see that triangle thing? Yo, if you take a triangle, take an equilateral triangle, put a point anywhere in the middle of it, inside the triangle, and then you have your three triangle points, A, B, C. And so you made a random dot in the middle of it, and then you go halfway from that dot to any of the triangle points, and you make another dot, and then you go halfway from that dot to another triangle point. You make this amazing fractal called the S, I think. I forgot the name of it. What's it called? Does anybody know what it's called? It's fucking dope, though. Nobody's ever seen this shit?
Nice. No, I'd like to see it. I may have, but I had to look at my phone for a second. So wait, say that again. I don't know if I was able to fully follow it.
Search in the text chat. Search in the text chat for my name. I don't know if it'll be up there. It's called begins with an S or a C.
I'm at my computer, so I'm doing it. I'm looking.
Yeah, search my name. It's one of the last TikToks, one of the last few TikToks I posted. It's something about math. It'll have like math in the title or something.
Math letters on TikTok?
Yeah, try that one.
Or there's a one that says Hunter. Yeah, I think I found it.
Yeah, look at that. Watch that video real quick, dude. That shit is the dope. That shit's fucking crazy how you can make that fractal like that. They said it always happens. That's the kind of shit I'm looking for when I got like spare time.
Yeah, I do know that fractal pattern. Yeah.
That's crazy how it's made, though. by just taking a random point and then making all the, you know what I mean? All those random points. I mean, I guess once you make the first random point, it's not random anymore, but. That's the craziest triangle shit I've seen since the four-sided triangle.
Yeah, dude, no, that is incredible. Yeah, I just watched that. Yeah, exactly. That's amazing. Basically, if you just take an equilateral triangle and you put a dot anywhere randomly within it, then you select one of those 3 points out of random, 1, 2, or 3, and then you basically just draw another point halfway between those two, and then you just keep cycling that, and then it creates this like unbelievably beautiful, like pyramidal crystalline fractal structure that has like inverted triangles and right side up triangles on like multiple different sizes.
Yeah, that shit is crazy, bro. Crazy. When I first started watching videos, I was like, oh, this is going to be... A lot of that guy's videos are just fucking, like, whatever, not really that interesting. So when I first started watching, I was like, it's probably ain't going to be shit. I was like, let me watch it, though, and it turned out to be fucking awesome.
It basically creates that. I just posted the end result one in the chat as well.
That shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it shows how there's actually order in chaos, because the chaos is a random point. Like 3 points make a plane. So you've got that planar structure of 3 points on a 2D geometrical surface. And then once you just start adding literally random points in that triangle and then making a halfway point between that point and one of the other 3 sides, then it's like that seemingly random process is actually ordered.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing.
What's the name of the thing again? I forgot. The guy's name or whatever. That not the guy with the TikTok. The guy whose fractal it is. Do you know?
Sierpinski triangle.
Sierpinski. Okay, I knew it was an S. I really need a flat Earth assistant to keep track of all this stuff for me. There's no way I can do it on my own. There's no pay in excruciating hours, if anyone's interested. Like, I need all kinds of shit, though. I need models made.
Bandy will do
it.
He's semi-retired. He can just take a chair down the beach and sort it all out.
Jeremy, what about making one of those on Earth? Is there
one of those fractals?
Yeah, like could that? Just thinking, could that actually be effective at measuring the surface? I mean, essentially, it's like a spherical excess.
Yeah, it's kind of
spherical
like
excess process, but you're actually filling in the triangle rather than trying to, measure the 180 degree, totality of the angles. In this case, you'd be actually filling it in the center. But it's interesting because you are using like halfway distances between actual known points. So you're actually using points within that triangle rather than trying to get the triangle to be perfect in order to try to measure the angles. So it is interesting.
You would still need all level land. I think that's just a way more complicated way to do the thing you were already talking about. It would look dope as fuck from the sky, though. If you were like take a picture from a plane of it, that would definitely make the fucking news right there. If you had that, fucking fractal on the ground.
Well, I'm just kind of thinking like, yeah, well, would that do anything to prove the shape? I mean, as they say, like 3 lines, that are like curved over the curvature of the Earth, but they're straight, horizontally they're straight, but vertically they're curved over a globe, the spherical triangle idea or whatever they call it, the fake triangle on a sphere. Once they do that, like the angles of those things, they're not even angles anymore because you need 2 straight lines for an angle, but the way in which they connect is not a triangle anymore. It's just 3 lines. And if you were to do that, like, doesn't that fractal thing depend on the 3, like the triangle being an actual real equilateral triangle? Yeah.
The planar triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we did all those dots, like it wouldn't fit on there, and then we would see that there is spherical excess, perhaps.
Yeah, it would still fit. That same thing would actually still fit on the globe. So like imagine,
I don't know. Those are all perfect triangles. Like those are all.
Imagine if you took that, you cut it out, and you actually did place it over a globe. You see how the triangles would still fit, even if
you'd have wrinkles in it.
It would
you got
bow
a flat
out.
piece of paper like that. Yeah, you'd have wrinkles in that piece of paper you tried to spread out.
It would bow out, kind of like as they try to say a spherical triangle. It would bow out, and then you wouldn't have all those other equilateral triangles would not fit within it at that point. They would be distorted.
They'll still fit because they'll still be equilateral, right? So because it's all even on all sides and it's a completely spherical object, right? Every single angle at the point of the 2 lines meeting is still going to be the same on a sphere or on a globe. So trust me, dude, that whole thing will fit. Just imagine trying to spread that over a globe. Every triangle will still remain the same. It wouldn't.
The angles are larger on the globe.
You can't fit planar triangles on a sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, you would need the surface.
You can paste them on there, but you can bend it and paste it on there, but then it's distorted.
Right, but if you bend it and paste it on there, imagine if you took that same shape there, that grid of triangles, you'll be bending every triangle the same exact way, and therefore they'll still fit over the sphere just like this. You'll still get an arrangement of equilateral triangles in the same exact shape. And they'll fit. You wouldn't have to have bigger or smaller angles.
If we had a completely level, say 5 square mile area of completely level, say concrete or something, is it possible to do something on that level surface, flat on that level surface, to show if Earth is a flat or a globe?
No, not using these triangles.
But what would you do if you pretend you had 5 square miles of perfectly level surface on Earth? What could we draw or do on it to show if Earth was curving or not?
If it was 5 square miles, you could just put a ruler on one side and see what you can see with binoculars or telescope.
No, not optically. Just like something you could draw, some kind of geometric thing or something. I don't know.
Well, why not optically? Why is there all these rules all of a sudden?
Well, there's issues with optics.
Okay, so if you can't use optics, would you say if optics can't be used, then lasers?
All of a sudden.
So now you can't use lasers.
7 years.
Right? Lasers are optics. So can we not use lasers either?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't use lasers because they're subject to
Where
refraction.
have you been? Who is this?
All right, so you can't.
Yeah, I wouldn't use lasers.
This is a time traveler branch that is brand new to everything.
What would I do? I would just I'll draw one of these triangles you have using sticks and make it see if it fits, and it wouldn't.
What do you mean? You could just draw. You can make 3 points on your. You got 5 square miles.
Here's the problem, right? How do you even get like a 1 mile piece of wood that you know is completely straight, or wood or any material?
We can make a straight line, and if I had a level surface, I could make a straight line, probably indefinitely for the whole course of however long of level surface I had, to very accurate dimensions.
What?
If I had a level surface, I could make a indefinite flat line straight line on it, meaning not deviating left or right indefinitely.
How?
You could use you could use
You don't trust lasers. You just said optics.
Well, but you could use a laser. Lasers are okay if you're not worried about the up and down factor. If you're just worried about left to right, lasers are fine. You could also snap a line physically to verify your laser. Snap a line on a construction site.
All right, cool. So if you can do that, then what I'll do to prove that 5x5 is I'll make you draw a triangle. And
just draw a triangle on the 5 square mile thing, and then what?
And see if it actually meets up at the right distances. Because what would end up happening is you'd end up with like an isosceles triangle instead of an equilateral triangle. Right? So basically what would happen is the distance that you start off on one side. So basically you use your lasers, right, to try to draw a triangle, and you end up with an isosceles triangle rather than an equilateral triangle.
So if I went the same distance, I don't get it.
Okay, so an isosceles triangle, right? It means that one side is way longer than the other two sides. Right? And you said you can draw straight lines, so you'd basically do a 60-degree angle. Right? You draw one straight line and then do 60-degree angle and draw another straight line.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Start the line off with the angle. Okay. Don't just draw 3 points the same distance. Use the angle. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
that makes sense. You go 60 degrees, and on a sphere, that wouldn't be. You wouldn't have an equilateral triangle at the end. You can physically measure the distance in between them to know if you had an equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the big brain on Branch. Pulp Fiction.
Look at the big brain on bread.
That's what I'm saying. So you were all letting me down the other week, and I was like, damn, man, I've been saying Branch is one of the smartest Globers, and you were like going crazy on me.
He tells everybody that, man.
You totally redeemed
the smartest
yourself.
Glober.
He's one of your top guys.
Yeah, motherfucker, shit.
I usually agree
when
when
he
says it, man.
Shit-faced drunk on Discord.
No.
I wouldn't say you're the smartest.
It is a lot of fun though, Kosho, when just telling people they're completely wrong, right? Especially when you know they are a little bit wrong. But, like you never do that, Kosho. You're way too polite.
No, I'm not that polite. But
and he's usually the one that's wrong.
No, Kosho's right. A lot of the time.
A lot of times I can be wrong. A lot of times I put my foot in my mouth, and the way I say things is problem.
I used to have fun fucking with Kosho too and arguing with him.
He always does this shit.
Gio, you heard that though? We draw you get the level surface, and then you start drawing the triangle. You make one line distance, however long you would want your equilateral triangle to be. But instead of when you go to make the second line, you just go 60 degrees and make your line. You put a protractor on the ground, right, Branch? You just put a protractor on the ground.
Yeah, something.
Or use a total station or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't use a protractor. It's a little bit small, right?
One of those little. We just need to make sure the line goes 60 degrees. That's all.
Yeah.
So it's not going to really matter. I mean, protractor might be a little small.
No. Again, you're saying you could draw these perfectly straight lines for miles and miles. So.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
You
ever snap a line?
You just set the laser at 60 degrees. And that would be
all right. That's how you do it. Gio, did you catch that?
Well, you've got one line. You're trying to measure 60 degree and draw another line from that first one.
And if it was a flat surface, you would end up with an equilateral triangle at the end. But if it's not a flat surface, you'd end up with a fucked up, crazy triangle.
Dude,
it wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's basically spherical excess.
Yeah, it's exactly spherical excess.
Well, the only difference is that you're starting with a line and trying to make a 60, make that second line, and then make another 60, and then see if they all line up. That is different.
Yeah, you're right.
There's actually different ways to do spherical excess, technically.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like a pretty good one, though.
It's not bad.
No, the problem, Jeremy, is it's super hard to draw a straight line for a mile.
That's true.
No, it's not. If you're only worried about left to right, it's not hard to do that.
Okay.
Ever been on a construction site and snapped a line?
Well, actually,
it's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, actually.
I've snapped lines across Walmart supercenters.
No, you're completely right, dude. It's not like when we fucking make freeways, we kind of fuck up and do it a little bit bent here and there. We know how to measure a straight line and get it right.
Are you talking about if you're just side by side straight, like not up and down straight?
If you're only worried about left to right, I feel like going straight is not an issue.
Easy to verify, at least.
You're saying the curvature one is the more challenging.
The up and down part is where it gets tricky. The left to right one's easy peasy.
All right. Well, how far can you? Yeah, this is actually something that came up like weeks ago, and then I was meaning to bring it up with you, Jeremy, because we were on those topics more then, but I forgot to. But yeah, snapping a line essentially. Like, how far do you think you can do that? It reminds me of Whitesworth's test, although he's doing something different with it. But he essentially will be doing this. I mean, it's essentially what White's is doing. He's pulling a line. But I mean, how long can you essentially snap a line like that on the earth?
The thing is, you wouldn't
have
accuracy. To snap it. The thing is, you wouldn't even have to snap a line. You could just get a line. You could get Whitesworth's line and just drag that shit across and not even have to worry about overlapping your previous parts. You could just have one continuous line as long as you can get a line of string. That's as long as your line can be straight for. As long as there's not a crazy amount of wind, or if you go on a windless day or something.
Yeah, but you're talking, just pulling it taut. I mean, we can't snap anything when you get to those distances. I mean, obviously the idea of snapping, they put that chalk on it and then, so it draws the thing on the board or whatever. But I mean, what we're talking about is really more just pulling a line taut over the earth in order to get a straight line.
Yeah. And that way you would do it. You would pull the line tight, probably just, you could just take a spray paint or a marker or something and just mark where the line is, and then you would have your line. As long as you always stayed on the right side of the line or something, you'd be like, all right, here's the dots for my line. It doesn't need to be an actual line. It could just be a row of dots representing the line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can have those those posts, those signposts, or whatever, and you can have those every 50 feet or 100 feet or something like that, and you can have rope connecting those two, because it wouldn't matter if it was sagging, right? It just matters if it's deviating left or right. Just verify that it's even with the last two, and then the next one's even with the last two. Just keep making sure that this stays stay straight.
If you're only worried about left right, I wouldn't be too worried about making a straight line. If we're only worried about left right, that's not a big issue. And there's tons of ways you could verify that. You could use lasers. You could use I would trust optical equipment with that to check that. I wouldn't make that the only way, but I would. You could verify it with optical equipment.
It'd be easier to verify with optical equipment than up and down. That's true too.
But it'd be solid to verify it with just one solid straight piece of line, like White's line.
No, but if you made, let's say you made it eye level. Let's say you had, it gets more expensive, but if you put those fence posts, but had one that was eye level, and then you just made the next one 100 feet eye level, and then you made the next one, so it's when you looked at one of them, when you looked through them to that other one, they would all be lined up basically. You should see them all lined up. That would work, but that would probably be overkill. You just want to make sure it's left and right. I don't see what the point though is. Once you see it's all straight left and right. You have these straight lines. And then you see it's 60 degrees. Okay. But what's the
In the end, on a flat plane, there's gonna be two major differences. In the end, if it's a flat Earth, if you have this completely level surface, and on the end it's a flat Earth, that will be an equilateral triangle, and you'll be able to physically measure the distance between the points. Whereas if it's a curved surface, it's definitely not going to be an equilateral triangle, right? And you'll be able to measure the distance.
Yeah, but do you know the deviation for spherical axis? It's not very much.
I know, that's why I said 5 square miles, but you may need way more than that. I don't know the math.
Yeah, 50 at least.
Way more.
Yeah,
50 square miles?
axis, you're talking about arc seconds, like that, right? Where it's
at least.
Like you either have a problem with the size that you need it to be, or you have a problem with the precision of the tool that's giving you your angle, right? Man, at the end of the day, if you're gonna go through all this trouble, you might as well just do spiritual access.
No, you can't do spherical access visually. There's no way you can fucking know.
Spiritual.
Yeah, spiritual access. Of course
I said
can.
Spherical.
Dude.
You can't do spherical access visually. You never know. It's
then
such
you can't
a
do
tiny
this
amount.
then.
Yes, you can.
How? If you're doing this visually, you're making your line straight. You got to make sure that each one's straight. That you're doing that visually, right?
No, where you have a physical line touching the ground.
Yeah, but in order to make
no
that
one
line,
contests left to right refraction. It's just the vertical refraction component that's under contention. So left to right optics is okay.
With the way we want to do it, we'd be able to physically check everything tangibly. That's what we want. Some tangibility. You need to get some tangibility in your life.
Fencing 101. Farm fencing 101. Winery bloody posts 101. That's what you're talking about. Easy stuff.
I took all those classes.
For dummies, I bet.
That's the one I took, yeah. What fence posting for dummies. Hey, G, I was just gonna say, man, I was just thinking a second ago. This is off topic, but I was just gonna apologize to you because sometimes it seems like we disagree a lot about different stuff, and I just remember we used to be such buddies, man. And so I don't want you to think that us disagreeing about the ISS or anything. I just don't want you to think anything of that.
Oh no, dude, we're always good. All good, man. No worries.
Gio already made a voodoo doll of you, and he's sticking pins in it right now.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this doesn't apply to you, Jeremy. This doesn't apply to you at all. So
Coach,
there's no way. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, we've had some heated discussions. I mean, heated in a good way, but I didn't think anything today was like egregious. You were just like sticking with your ideas, and I mean, actually, it seems like you conceded a lot of things, which I thought was pretty honest.
True. Yeah, you got to be fair. There were certain. I don't want to bring it back up, but I'm saying there certainly are parts in there where I was like, where I could see that you could argue that was a cut. Like that could have been a cut right there. And actually, it was kind of convenient too, because it was like he was just about to do a flip, and then that's actually exactly how it would happen in a movie. Is it's right before something big's about to happen, so they have to like do this cut now because they might have to film that part like several times.
I thought that was a dead giveaway. Good point. You brought that one up, and that was where I like appreciated your honesty that you admitted, because yeah, basically like they took the camera, they went away from him, they shot the camera like in a very like a faster, like animated almost way, like through the thing, through the whatever, the ISS tube or whatever, and then they do this 180 with the camera where they spin it 180. And then all of a sudden it's like the new scene. And then the guy comes down and he hooks his legs onto some hook and he does this huge like triple gorilla flip. Like
Exactly. It's like the only time he does like a cool impressive flip was like for that scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll give that to you. That by itself, I definitely would be suspicious of. So, yeah.
There's too many breadcrumbs. We've been following this trail of breadcrumbs for years now, and like you guys aren't acknowledging that there is a breadcrumb.
No, I'm acknowledging that there's a fat slob that I've just been following around, and that's about it. You're that fat slob, Jeremy.
I'm fit.
Oh damn.
I'm very fit.
Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say is, you guys are talking about Sierpinski triangles, and it's funny.
Yeah, which is dope.
Well, you do know I won this art contest in my math department because I wrote this It's actually I'm trying to see if I can find it, but I wrote this program that just produces that, but I only use like 4 lines of code, and that was the only challenge was like make something art, make some picture using math or something. That was the challenge. But yeah, I ended up winning.
Oh.
See if I can find it.
Yeah, let's see that shit.
No, I thought it was
you are. Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Kosho's always looking for some shit he did in the past. Like you spend half your life doing this.
Sure.
Go ahead, Doc.
Still haven't found those Roger Rabbit or Jessica Rabbit's boobs on Pluto, but it's funny because I see it all the time. Like I'm always like passing by it, and I fucking I don't know where that is. So hold on. I'll fucking find those boobs. Hold on.
That's funny.
No, but Kosho, earlier I thought it was a good conversation. I mean, we kept it civil, like 97% civil throughout the whole thing. That's always so that was good too. And yeah, I think we got to the bottom of it. I mean, it is interesting that like I'm not trying to like jump on you for it, but it's kind of like you did present it as like a 40-minute uncut clip, and off the bat that is impressive. Like, whoa, can they really do it for that long? But then in looking at it, because I don't know if I've seen that one. I can't say that I've looked through that whole one in that much detail, although I think I have seen clips from that one. But I was actually not surprised because it seems like this happens every time. But it was easy to see a lot of the inconsistencies in there and the places for cuts.
I've been claiming that for a long time too. That was uncut, and then somebody else pointed out there was a cut at the very beginning. I was like, yeah, that's the only one. But then, yeah, the one that we saw, that was an actual cut. I never seen that one before. So listen, I'm not going to say that anymore. But anyway, I'm going to be quiet for a second. I'm trying to find these tits, man, or this Pluto picture. It pisses me off. I can't find
really
it.
Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, we get it. Like, I don't know, like. Personally, I think the Pluto thing is like I get the argument, but Pluto also the dog just has an irregular shape for a fucking head. It's like a bunch of blobs everywhere, you know. Also, I am lagging, so you guys probably.
I'm just surprised Kosho used boobs instead of like dicks or something.
Because he has like a very heart shape. Well, because they're formed.
That's not why. Fucking armor.
No, what am I lagging?
No, man. No, you're good, man. It's just never mind. That's not the reason. That's not the reason I chose boobs over dicks, man. Oh my god. Anyways,
I guess if you look at it upside down, it could also be like a ball sack or whatever. Yeah, the fucking because it's kind of a heart shape on Pluto. So
if I wanted to waste my time, I could make probably 10 or 15 different things. Yeah.
I know, but what are the chances? What are the chances that you could fit Pluto the dog on there? When it's named Pluto and Walt Disney used to work with these motherfuckers. Come on, man. This is a no-brainer right here.
I agree.
I'm mixed because like I said, Pluto has an irregular shape for a head, and like you can fit his face on a bunch of things. So I'm a little mixed.
Show me something you could fit Pluto's fucking silhouette on. Show me one other thing.
I kind of did it. I kind of did it on Africa. Like it kind of works in Africa, but like I could show you that. Like I actually did that recently.
Show me something it doesn't kind of work on, and it actually works on like the planet Pluto.
Well, I mean, it works. I would say it works. Okay, so with planet Pluto, I say that's like a good like 85-90% fit because there's some things that are missing. Like obviously the nose isn't really there. Like the snout is there, but the nose isn't there. The little freaking tumor on this fucking head isn't there either. You know. But yeah, so like not everything
is instantly recognizable.
Yeah.
It's still I mean silhouettes. Yeah, it's still recognizable. Like it's still there, but like I don't know. Like I said, he has very regular shaped head, so his head kind of fits with a lot of things. Like I'm a little mixed.
So it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, like I said, like his head is just very fucking weird. Like what kind of dog like it's not even like really a dog shaped head. It's more like a really cartoony dog shaped blob head. Like it's
Of course, it's Pluto. It's a cartoon. It's not a real dog.
yeah, but I know. I'm just saying like that's exactly why it works though, because it's such a fucking weirdly shaped like
Or it
blob
works because that's
of
not
a
a
head.
real. Or it works because that's not a real picture of Pluto, and they're faking space.
Good one.
And they
But if you really want
threw Walt Disney a bone, no pun intended, with this fucking Pluto thing.
Okay, but if you really want to get technical though, like the proportions aren't really correct in that like Pluto, like the little shape that you see on Pluto, like the proportions aren't technically correct. Like you can argue, okay, it kind of looks like Pluto, but the proportions aren't actually there. Pluto has more of like a weird shaped head. Like I said, he doesn't have the tumor. Like the image on Pluto doesn't have like that tumor that he has on his fucking head.
If they made it exact, they'd be fucking. Even the ballers couldn't fucking deny it. For fuck's sake.
Well, that's the point. The point I'm trying to get at is, yeah, you could pretty much cheese it because yeah, he has a fucking weird head. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. He's got a fucking weird head.
You got a weird head.
It's like a fucking. No, I don't. It's fine.
It's fucking rude.
It's an interesting brain.
Yeah. Oh man.
Have you ever heard that before? You've got an interesting brain. That's like a compliment and potentially a diss at the same time.
Yeah, we were talking about the other night, talking about negs.
Well, let's not get racist, Kosho.
My God, dude, at least I'm not you saying fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger's name, dude.
What's up? Listen, Arnold Schwarzenegger would have been president if it wasn't for that bullshit rule that you have to be born in America. And in fact, I think he was trying to get past that.
Like a black Nazi. Fucking hell.
Hold on. I'm making another picture right now.
Wait, you don't organize your pictures in your pictures?
Yeah,
he spends a third of his life looking for stuff that he's done in the past.
I have a lot of stuff, dude. I got a lot of thumb drives. Got a lot of stuff.
You got to do folders and shit. Like what I do is I literally have like folders like flat Earth dedicated images or whatever videos, just so I can like.
That's too anal.
You guys, I shit up. No, I mean,
you gotta worry about people that do that shit, man.
Dude, if I had time to do shit like that, I'd be fucking dangerous. You guys would be getting wrecked out here, like severely wrecked on a daily basis. I mean, and you already are with me just freestyling it on my cell phone.
Yeah, right.
Debatable.
Well, anyway,
but yeah.
I mean, but
absolutely debatable.
I mean, no, but seriously though, just I don't know. I mean, just organize. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying, like, ever since I've started organizing my shit, it's so much easier. Like, it just fucking sucks when you can't find shit, like.
Dude, my shit is organized, or I mean, it's looks organized, but I have so much shit. I have literally probably something like 40 thumb drives, and I have a bunch of fucking folders, dude. Folders for everything. I have too many folders, man.
You can get like a 30 terabyte hard drive now, right? And just throw all your stuff on one thing instead of having all your shit in a million billion different places.
Yeah, I have portable stuff because I have to move around. I got stuff I can plug into my phone, dude. So it's like, it's like half a terabyte.
Yeah, you better keep it moving.
Yeah.
I know mad dudes.
Yeah, okay,
get it? Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. It was fucking stupid. It was a great. It
Dude,
wasn't
that
even a
shit
dad
was
joke. It
so-
was a grandpa joke.
I know mad dudes.
Yeah, I got to keep it moving because you know mad dudes. I got it. That wasn't bad actually. It was
Fire.
just
That was
the way
fire,
you said
bro.
it sounded dumb.
Yeah.
That
I
was
feel like-
fire off the top. That was fire off the top, like Michael Jackson in a Pepsi commercial.
Yeah, okay, dude. None of your shit's off the top, dude.
No, I like the one about the bone. That was good. Throwing
About
a
what?
bone.
Oh yeah, that's right, dude.
Yeah.
Kosho, we are the
Yeah.
best. Flat Earthers are the best. We're the sharpest, the smartest, the wittiest. You're just some guys running around with big egos.
Bro, get that shit out
Yeah,
of here.
exactly, dude. You're exactly right, man. You're the fucking asshole telling us how you're the best, and we're the assholes running around with big egos.
Truth hurts.
That's right. That's right.
And is amusing.
I got in trouble for saying the irony last night, but it's again, it's one of those ironic moments.
Yep.
Hold
Did you
on.
say that you? Did you say you have 40 terabytes of like flat Earth related, like
He's got 40
material?
terabytes. He's got 40 terabytes of dick pics.
Too much.
I would just.
Ricky's got that much weather balloon data.
Right. If I were you, I would just have that one picture from 72. Be like, boom, glob.
Yeah, I don't have 40 terabytes of anything, so.
Yeah,
You said so.
That's crazy.
No. I said I have a half a terabyte that I can plug in my phone. I said I have 40 thumb drives.
Oh.
Some of those thumb drives are half a terabyte.
All right.
Jeez. Crazy. That's insane.
All proof for proof against the globe.
That's right. No, it's just different shit.
Hey, doesn't he have that
I was
flat
the
Earth
one-
girlfriend? Hey, hold on. Doesn't he have that flat Earth girlfriend?
Jeremy's wife? She's not a flat earther yet.
Oh, sorry. That's Jeremy. My bad, dude.
It's okay.
I know. I thought there was some flat earther out there that has a girlfriend. Flat earther.
Yes, there's probably one out there that's got a girlfriend, but I don't know if you'll ever find one. Who knows? Who knows, man? He's the
No, I don't think it's Jeremy. I think it's you, man. That girl Stacy.
Hey, Jeremy, didn't you used to bang? Never mind. I'm gonna.
Is that you, Kosho, or not?
Me and Stacy? I don't know. I don't think so.
So you couldn't even bag
Yeah.
Stacy, bro. She was in your own state. She ended up flying to the UK to get with fucking what's his name?
Right.
Remember when you were all goo goo gaga for Stacy?
No.
And then she flew to the UK to get with Indio?
Stacy?
No.
Indio? Indio's in like Boston, man.
No, maybe not India.
You're talking about Jedi. Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi, yeah, my bad.
And the answer is still no.
Damn.
Were you? Well, I don't know if we have to go there, but were you actually into her at one time?
I said no comment about.
Probably at the beginning, dude. When she first came into 24/7, because I mean, you were after pretty much every woman that came into 24/7. Let's be real.
No, that's not true.
In one way or another, you were sliding into their DMs one at a
No.
time.
I never talked to any females who didn't DM me first, and also.
For the first DM.
Oh yeah.
Brenda told me you were sliding in her DMs.
Who?
Brenda.
Oh,
Brenda told me there was some dudes in here that were sliding in her DMs.
yeah, maybe. But no. She's DM'd me before, but she's like, "Can you tell them to unmute me?" I was like, "All right."
Let's see.
No, I honestly, I don't just DM chicks, so.
I don't believe you at all.
Okay. I can't think of one single chick that I DM'd before she DM'd me. Maybe I don't know. To them.
Were you sending out other people to go tell them to DM you?
No. No way, Jose.
Kosho said in voice chat, he's like, "Hey, DM me," and then that's how he justified it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, can you DM that picture to me, please," or something?
Yeah, and that's how it all. Yeah.
Hey, could you send me that link?
Yeah. No, not really. But that's not important. What is important though is I'm almost done with this picture. I'll just post what I have so far. Also.
Yeah, let's see this.
Bro, you putting a pair of tits on Mars or on Pluto doesn't do anything. I could probably put 1,000 things on there. The point is, how does a fucking picture of Pluto just happen to end up so precisely on the fucking Pluto planet? That's not a planet anymore.
Oh, yeah. The other thing I was trying to get
like
at is those 40
precise
drives. Do you have any pictures of Stacy's tits in it?
No comment.
No, don't go there.
No, dude, he's not. We're not talking about that. He was talking about. What were you talking about? Roger Rabbit or whatever?
Jessica Rabbit. That's right.
Jessica Rabbit.
Hey, dude, he has naked pictures of Stacy.
No, don't stop talking about Stacy like that, please. I miss Stacy.
Yeah, me too. Shout out to Stacy.
What happened to her, dude?
She's still around.
I don't
thought
know.
when
Her
she was
server's
flagging her to go back.
her server's down.
I know she doesn't come into a lot of servers, but somebody asked. Yeah,
Like she had
somebody
a
thought she was
server.
missing or something, and she's not.
She had a server and it's
Dude,
not
who
up.
didn't have a server? Everybody tried that my own server shit. Come on.
No, but I mean it's
succeeded.
it's good to have your own server. There's even if nobody goes to it.
I got a server. It's called Flat Earth Curvature. Actually, Brandon made it, but it's called Flat Earth Curvature Test or something.
Yeah.
Could all abandon geos and go to Jeremy's server.
I have no interest in like having servers or YouTubes or none of that shit. That shit's too much work. I have no time for all that.
You see the picture I posted?
Yeah,
Oh, is
that
it-
one doesn't really. I mean, he put what was that Daffy Duck? He put Daffy Duck on Pluto, and it really doesn't fit as well.
Yeah, come on, bro.
It doesn't have the snout. You know, that's a dog snout. Not
Is that a dog snout?
Yeah, dude. It's like
Here, I'll give you one. Hold on.
the curvature of this beak here does not match the dog snoutiness of the original.
That's what I mean. You're going to be hard pressed to fit anything that fits that well. Like I said, even if you did, it doesn't change the fact that the Pluto thing matches that well. So whatever. And the fucking planet's name is Pluto. The dog's name is Pluto. Walt Disney was hand in hand working with these psychopaths. I mean, what more do you want?
What's the conclusion that you're trying to draw?
The conclusion is that I can put 2 and 2 together and realize that they're faking space, essentially.
Jesus.
You should have heard the conversation earlier. I don't want to bring it back up again, but just to tell you the argument, because I was trying to go with them, and I was trying to think of how there's an hour-long footage, and we cut it down to 6-7 minutes. So like 6-7 minutes of free fall from the ISS. How could it be faked? And one of the ideas was free fall, like a really large free fall. So we calculated how high you'd have to be to free fall for that long. And anyways, and so at one point we were talking about 1,000 miles up, and we were just trying to come up with a way for a rocket to go 1,000 miles up, and somebody was arguing that there's like planes can go that high, or that there was arguing that there's no reason to suggest planes can't fly that high, or we don't know that they can't, or something.
The ISS is only 400 kg, right? So
yeah.
Well, Ruhif, but yeah, essentially, okay, so there's this footage that originally Kosho was saying that it was like 40 minutes of more or less uncut footage. So we went into that, and the more or less ended up being more, that there were actually several cut spots. Nonetheless, I didn't actually verify the amount of minutes, but Kosho is saying that he found one that was 6 minutes where there possibly could not be any cuts. So then we were starting to talk about, okay, well, if they're using 0G planes for that or craft of some sort, if that's how they're doing it. I mean, we talked about many possibilities, of course, of how they're faking it. But if they're using the 0G type thing, we're talking about, what is the maximum they could have, which of course is hard to even know because they could have technology and crafts that they're not even telling us about at all, that they're developing at Area 51 and who knows where else, that could go much higher and fall much quicker. But that's what we were talking about. And the math of that, could you fall for 4 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, etc.
I don't remember how high, like the highest I've ever shot something straight up, but I do happen to, like when I'm just thinking about it on top of my head, like the space shuttle and the tanks they require for just that short time to go that high. It just trying to shoot something going in straight up the entire time, how much fuel it would take.
Yeah, but what if this is the case? What if, all at a certain altitude, they control it and civilians don't go past that and they monitor it and they control that. So what if they're just lying about everything that's beyond that altitude? And I agree with you that like a regular airplane is not going to be able there is a limit because of air pressure and what's needed for certain types of propulsion. So I agree that like a little propeller plane is not just going to be able to go beyond a certain distance. Altitude. So yeah, you're going to need some different thrust devices and whatnot to do that. But what I'm saying is that if they're lying about a massive portion of whatever's up there, then there could be various different things going on with it that are just not in your model, as it were. But it just because it doesn't fit into the model you're given doesn't mean that there isn't actually something else entirely going on where they could do free fall for much longer like that.
But as soon as you say, they could have other technology, you are basically appealing to miracles. It's the same thing.
So you think the possibility that somebody could have other technology equals miracle?
No, it's the same logical jump. It's like anything can happen.
No, it's not saying anything can happen. It's
Literally
saying
is.
they could have. It's literally just saying they could have other technology. It's not appealing to miracles or whatever the fuck goofy shit you said.
Okay, so do we have a craft that can go 1,000 miles up and come down? And if we do, why can't we have the ISS at 400 Ks?
Sure, you could. Absolutely.
Okay.
I argue that too, Rufus. I said, because after Jeremy started making his argument, I started saying, then why could... this is basically the same thing we're arguing.
Well, this is essentially the question, how high up is the ceiling? So if there's no outer space vacuum thing that you pop out into and you whirl around a globe, if it's actually just the ceiling and we're on the ground, then how far up does that ceiling go? What different propulsion tech do you need to go into those layers, and what actually is the limit of what?
You know how rockets work, right? Are you one of those people that says rockets only work in atmosphere? Is that what you're saying? Do you understand that rockets can work in space without an atmosphere?
I don't think they're arguing that as much as they're arguing that instead of... So they're basically arguing, because this is what he framed earlier, it's a flat plane, and we're just talking about how the possibility of making something free fall for a very long time. What's the possibility of that? And so what he's saying is that in his idea, there's no limit. Well, he's not describing a limit for how high the ceiling is. It's possible that you could possibly climb very, very high and then fall down.
Okay,
but
given that there's like an hour-long footage, there's an hour-long footage at the ISS. That's a very, very, very high ceiling, right?
6 minutes. We need 6 minutes of uncut footage time. So we need a free fall for 6 minutes.
Yeah, there isn't one that's that long, but that's a whole nother.
What? There's like an hour uncut.
And we were watching the hour-long one, and Geo did show me one place where it was cut, and then we started on the places where it could be cut. And so there's only about 6 or 7 minutes that we could verify wasn't cut, but there might be a longer part of that thing too.
And I didn't even verify the 6.7. That's what Kosho came up with. He was skimming all around it, but we were pointing out all kinds of places for cuts.
Yeah, but there's interviews that last 15 minutes or so.
Well, if we think of for a second, I'll say this: if we think of, if you have another one, bring it up, or we can look at it as well if you claim that. But if you imagine, like, let's say like the Gleason's map, the AE map type structure. Okay, let's just say that actually is the Earth for the moment. Let's just say, or it's something like that. It's massive, 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 right? Huge, huge oceans, huge land. It, even though it looks like a little picture on your computer screen when we look at, you know, the Gleasons, it's like, but, or even if you have one in person, it's just on your wall. But I mean, in reality, that in real life is absolutely massive. Now, if you were to think about some kind of a dome or some kind of a ceiling to that structure, you know, if it's only 200 miles, I think someone was mentioning earlier, that's like the length of Florida. So if you took Florida and turned it up on its edge, that would be the dome ceiling. Well, that would, I mean, if you looked at that from the outside, that would be literally like a half an inch off of the plane, you know, the whole planar Earth. So if it's 1,000 miles, you know, that's what, like half the width of United States of America, you know, what, you know, 1,000 miles, et cetera. So, I mean, you know, and a lot of these that show like a big dome, I mean, proportionally, some of those are probably like way more than 1,000 miles. Those would be like tens of thousands. You know, some people show it much more, you know, higher like that, other ones lower. But even outside of that, still the question is like, what actual tech do they have and how high can they actually go?
Yeah, but we're still obeying the laws of physics, right? You need fuel. I hope
unless
so.
Unless they have some kind of free energy that they have that.
Again, miracles. You're appealing miracles.
No, it's just reality. It's yeah.
They might have technology that we don't know about.
Says there is no free energy.
It's not a miracle if they have technology we don't know about. You're comparing it to a miracle, which is ridiculous.
Well, even
breaking the laws of physics.
Even your mainstream admits this. They admit that there are quote unquote UFOs and the movement of UFOs that actually do defy physics. And that's actually been like, that's mainstream at this point, that they admit that these movement of these things in the sky actually do defy physics. And so that question is now open, is how are those occurring? And those are, of course, at high altitude as well.
Talk to them.
Yeah, I've seen that footage, and I'm not sure it's very conclusive that these things are, you know, breaking the laws of physics.
I personally have seen, I mean, what could be considered a UFO. I don't really use that term, but I won't go all into it right now, but I'll just say, let's say it was a very bright and potent light source, and it was basically making like 90-degree turns at what looked like thousands of miles an hour.
Okay.
It was unbelievable. It was, yeah.
Oh, what was this?
Okay, the ISS looks like it's going 28,000 k's an hour.
Where was this, Gio?
I saw this when it was in Arizona.
I'm just going to watch an ISS thing for 6-7 minutes, see if there are no cuts.
Well, we were watching. I was sharing my screen. Yeah,
I'll show you the one I'm watching.
It's the one Kosho already went through. We went through that with a fine-tooth comb, and
this one.
That's the one. Yeah,
that's it, dude. Sorry,
if you go to 42,
you're out of luck.
If you go to 42 minutes, though, that's the part that at least we found from 42 to 47. No, what 42 to almost the end. There was basically no place for cuts at all. But there might be another portion too that we just didn't see.
You're saying in between 0 and 42 minutes, there is no section longer than 6 minutes uncut.
Well, no. The problem is, like, there's one at 42 minutes right before that, there is an actual cut, but there's other parts where I was just leaving room for the idea for like a perfectionist movie maker to put a cut there. Or the possibility for a cut, just kind of
basically what it is.
As long as no one's in shock.
There were here's what my remembrance of it as we went through it. There were several actual cuts, actual very real cuts. One of them was very funky because the guy's up in a hole or whatever. The camera spins around, so he's not in the shot at all. The camera shoots down this tube, and then the camera gets to the bottom of this larger tube, and then it does a 180, and it floats there. And then the guy all of a sudden comes into the frame, and he hooks his legs onto this bar, and he does this like triple gorilla flip like through the whole thing. Like, it was pretty clear that it was like that was like cut, and then because obviously they would have wanted to film that probably several times. Anyways, that was the most ridiculous one that literally looked like Hollywood. And then on top of that, there were a couple other just regular cuts, and then lastly, what we were also looking is places that it could have been cut without like a guy in the screen, you know, with his shirt moving around and his arms, you know what I mean? Somewhere where like they point it at a window or they point the camera down into the ground where it's just like where that would be very easy to cut it there. So we were looking at that as well.
Anytime there is not a person in screen could theoretically be a cut.
Yes.
But that was the problem. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's not a
what's the point of watching this
40-minute,
then?
hour-long uncut footage of anything. It's a hacked up, cut up thing.
That's why we narrowed down to 7 minutes. And then it's honestly because the argument, and this is going to annoy Jeremy too, but the argument was about the ability to make this video, to fake this video. And so if there were shots like that, I wouldn't say that was ability to fake it, but it does give them the opportunity, like I said, like a perfectionist movie maker. I could see somebody arguing that,
definitely possible to fake it, right?
No. I said in those scenes, but then there's that 7 minutes where you can't possibly have done that.
So in conclusion, it would be possible to fake this.
No, dude. We went on for this for a long time, dude. No.
I wasted 6 hours of my life on this tonight. Unbelievable.
Sure, it's just 6 hours, Jeremy.
What's up?
So what do you think? What do you think, Ruhif? Are you surprised that you even were coming with the idea of this hour-long thing, and actually the most is 6 minutes? Are you surprised?
No, it depends on what you consider a cuttable sequence. I don't consider that cuttable.
You said anywhere there's not a human in the shot, it's cuttable.
That's what we were talking
and
about.
that's a bullshit standard.
You just said it. That.
No, he was.
And I think it's a bullshit standard.
He was asking if that's what we meant by by when they could cut it, and that's what we're saying. I'm not. First of all, by the way, that wasn't even my. I was just giving that to them because in the movies that's how they would do it, but even in the movies they can't do it as seamless as that. They do it like they have to like zoom in to like a nondescript wall, and then they can bring it back out, and it still looks funky. But none of that's happening here. So.
Well, dude, there was a bunch of areas where the camera like goes off and just looks at some side of the ISS or out a window or something like that, where it would be very, very easy to, especially if you did a little bit of refinement on it. But it would be very easy to have that be a place where there's a new sequence that begins because there isn't anything moving in the image. It's like, so you can literally freeze a frame and pick up the next frame. As long as the camera's in that same position.
Yeah. If that's your standard, then you can fake anything. I'm just like, we're up to about 2.5 minutes here at the moment in this first section.
If you go, Ruhif,
we literally watched the whole thing like 3 times.
I played it like a couple times, but if you go to 41 minutes and 41 minutes and 30 seconds, that's the part that Joe's talking about. That does look. It looks like if all the shots were like that, like if there was that was all over the place, then that does look funky on its own. But it's only that one part because like he does do the thing where he. Sorry, go ahead, Ruth.
Yeah, basically, okay. He's up a tube, and there's literally a blown up globe Earth, like one of those like beach ball things. And he's like playing with it and shit. And he's like hanging there playing with this ball. And then literally the camera, it's almost like it's on a drone or something. I don't know, but it's like it shoots through the tube out into the larger tube, goes down, and then it does a 180. And then so that's like a major part for cuts. And then he comes in and he literally he hooks his foot onto the railing and then he flips himself and he goes whirling and twirling through. It's like a whole like movie scene.
Yeah. I didn't notice anything funky about that 41 minutes 30. I mean, there's no one in shot, but I don't see anything.
That's what he means. That's what he's saying though. He's saying like that was the opportunity. That was one of those opportunities where the guy's not looking at him, so they could cut it, and then after though, if you keep watching after he does the flip, a little bit after there is an actual cut.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, so there's a place before it, a potential, and then there's the actual one after it.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. I thought that's what you were saying too. Like, there's beforehand, he goes through the tunnel and he's not looking at him. So then there's time for them to, potentially do that faking thing. Like
there you go.
Then there is an actual, but then there's. I think that's the only cut in the whole video, though. The actual
42:20.
cut. Like that on its own would be suspicious if that were like how all this like that happened every couple of minutes. But because that's really only that one time, and then he does a flip. Then after that, this is the 6-7 minute span. Like he does a flip in that 6-7 minute span, but in that 6-7 minutes, there's not one opportunity to do anything like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, This one, I do have to say, like, there's a lot of shit that he moves around that moves in a consistent physics. So a lot of the ones that they do with green screens, they're doing like literally hanging on wires, but that's where they're not doing a lot of movement. They're not moving throughout the thing or doing flips or whatever. Well, sometimes they'll do one flip in space, but they're more just like dangling there, kind of like news reporters, and they're answering questions from kids or whatever. Those are like different frames, whereas this is more of a moving one. This is where like things are actually moving, and the stuff that he's playing around with does look to be in his space. Like some of the other ones where they're standing there behind the green screens, that's when they seem to use the digital, like the tactile virtual reality tech that they use. That's when they're doing a lot of that stuff because they're just in that one frame and they have all the green screens and shit. But some of these other ones, like it does look like they actually are, twirling around. In this one, he's got the iPad, for example. That does look like a physical iPad to me. It does not look like one of the virtual reality ones.
Yeah, remember the sniff test during the Will Smith thing? I feel like me and you saw the same things, Gio. Like we saw like the subtle things like that. And I know you guys talk about the stuff that you see that as being fake, but when I see this sort of footage, that's kind of the same thing I see. I see like the subtle things that like look like would be there that wouldn't really be like it. You'd have to really be paying attention to detail to add those things in there. Like the way he looks like he's upside down the whole time. Like he looks like he's straining a little bit, but I think that's just like, the fact that he doesn't have that downward pull on on everything,
I want to ask Ruhif, have you seen that video we were watching the other night where he's in it's the same dude and he's got a piece of Velcro and it's off the wall and it just like disappears straight into his head, and it's a like obvious CGI glitch, or not glitch, but mistake that they made where the thing actually disappears through his head. You seen that?
No.
Well, if that were true, then wouldn't we have reason to just like throw out all of it? If they're using CGI with things that are supposed to be on the wall and there's like it's disappearing through
If
his
it was
head.
CGI and not a video artifact glitch, sure.
Well,
right. Then I'll find it for you.
No, there's scenes like that, but that was for a kid's show. There's that one, the female astronaut does that too, like where she pulls like a toy out of the sky.
Yeah.
No, this was still, he was in a room and it was like off the wall, like a real thing off the wall that was supposed to be there, but it disappears into his head as he passes by. It's a piece of Velcro.
That's the same
The
video.
wall.
Yeah, it's the same video, but at the very beginning.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be like a magic show for kids. It was supposed to be like
you're right.
just something on the wall.
Yeah, show it to me anyway. DM to me.
I'm looking for it now. It's at the very beginning. It's like at let me see. Hold on. It's at the first minute of the thing. So
it's just like when you see something like that, then why aren't you
there
any of the rest of it? You know what I'm saying?
50 seconds. About 50 seconds.
All right. Where you want to share?
I'm sharing my screen right now.
Sharing screen.
All right, so Ruhif, do you agree that if they can do a free fall for, let's say, 5 to 6 minutes, if Kosho's right about that cut, then you would admit that indeed this could actually just be done faked in free fall?
There are many things that are logically possible, Gio. Many things that are logically possible. Are they?
Right, but to bring it as this like 1 hour uncut, to bring it as a 1 hour.
I didn't know chicken had bones until last year.
Hey, Kosho, can you go back and make sure Ruhif sees what I'm talking about?
They don't know chicken had a bone until like recently.
Are you hot micing or just talking over everybody, dude?
I didn't mean to. Could you go back and make sure?
I can't get back to the thing. Hang on. How do I get back to that? There we go.
What were you saying though? Your perspective, Dave?
Oh, I was just saying, go back and show the Velcro going through his head so Ruhif can see that.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Okay.
There it is.
I mean, it doesn't look that. You can see it still there the whole time though.
What? Okay, go back and do it slow mo, please, because this is obvious. Ruhif, are you watching?
Oh, I want to see it. Oh, Kosho's got it.
51.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Let's join.
51 seconds.
Go back.
I'll do it now. I'll do it on my screen. I'll do it on my screen. So
go ahead. No, it's all right. He's got it right here, and he's showing it slow mo, disappearing totally into his head.
I've got it in the proper resolution on my screen. It's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh wow, dude! Yeah, that one. Oh wow, I haven't seen that one. Wow, that's good.
What do you mean by
why argue about any of the rest of it? Is my point.
I mean, I don't think that it's disappearing.
Well, hold on. Can I get? Yeah, can I get the video
Disappearing?
too?
How are you saying it's disappearing? His
No
head
idea.
pushes it out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. He's pushing out of
Are
the way.
you kidding me? Are you
How are you
kidding
saying
me?
it's disappearing? What?
You can see
What is
the
disappearing
entire
there?
Are you kidding me?
Velcro on the left side of
Yeah.
his head.
What part is this?
You're really going to try to defend that?
It's not disappearing. It goes into a shadow, right? You watch it go from a shadow. Like it's
What
nice
are
and
you-
light grey, and then it turns dark grey. And he pushes it out of the way.
I can't even believe
This is
that
the
you're saying
same as that fucking screw drop thing that Brandon had a year ago.
Oh.
Why would that
Okay.
even need to be CGI
I
in
don't
there?
see what you guys are talking about.
That was my
Determine-
question. Kosho, earlier in the video, is that thing wiggling around to quote unquote 0G? Because if so, that's what they seem to do. The ones that they do that are stationary, they do with green screens. And then they put the virtual reality, like the tactile virtual reality tech. That's what they use to make it look like things are jiggling around or make it look like they're holding on to stuff or whatever. But it seems like when they're doing the free fall ones, that's when they actually have it real. So what I'm asking is that earlier in this whole footage, what is moving around in his environment? Because I don't know if I've seen this whole one, but what is all moving around to quote unquote 0G, right? Like the particular features. And if that Velcro, it looks like it is because he looks like his head's hitting it. If that's one of the pieces to pass it off as being the 0G, then that one could actually be digitalized in there.
Possible. It is kind of one of the only things.
It does look like it's on a different layer.
Floating a
Where you
little bit,
recorded
but-
it now, it does look weird.
It doesn't look like it disappears though.
Yeah, Bacon, the Velcro that he's pushing with his left temple, his head just pushes it out of the way.
Yeah, you can see it the whole time.
Yeah, if you look at it, what happens is it's like a color thing where basically like as he's getting closer to it, like it's sort of going into the shadow, and so it's becoming darker. And it gets to the point where it's pretty much the same darkness as his hair, right? So it does become it does look like it's fading in, but it's just very similar in shade, and whatnot. So
oh man, I could just
or it's actually a CGI image, but it's one of the two, right?
I could just see the lie on this guy's
one second.
his
If
whole
that was
body language. He's just
if
like,
that was
This is
CGI,
worse than the screw.
If that was CGI for that to interact with his head, someone would have to animate it to interact with his head.
No, it doesn't. That's the point. His head just goes straight through it.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No,
it doesn't interact with his head. His head
you
goes
can
straight
see
through it.
you can see distorting the thing when he touches with the head. It's
All right,
clearly.
I just made a GIF. I just made a slow mo GIF of it. We could all look at.
Well, for his head to go through it, he would also have to be CGI though. That's how it would work. He would clip through the object. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't have a physical 3D.
Yeah, exactly. There's no
you know what I'm saying?
It's moving with his head. Yeah.
right. Well, have you guys seen this one? This one's a.
Yeah, let me see Gio's.
What do you think that? I don't understand why you think that disappears. I see it go
look at the GIF I made.
At first, first glance, it looks like that, but if you actually look at it, if you actually look at it though, it's still there. It's just the same color as his hair though, so it becomes really hard to.
But
yeah.
Okay, if that's your standard, then I guess I don't have anything else to say.
Okay.
What?
Well,
Do you think that dude dropped the screw last year?
I mean, that's like really obvious in my opinion, so I can't contribute much other than that.
That's why you're a flat earther, champ. That's why you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that's why I flattered because it's not like no, it's for real though. I mean, it's a color thing though. I mean,
In fact, let's find the screw. Let's find the screw. Hold on.
It had to be gray.
Shame on you guys.
I mean, you see it move with his head, right?
I feel sorry that that's the things you guys have to appeal for.
It does not move with his head. It totally, just look at the GIF I made. It disappears as his head goes through.
There is a couple.
It does not look natural whatsoever.
What you need to do is
that one's a little hard to see. I think
Listen,
honestly,
what you need to do is
a globe earther could probably say that it just reflects the light differently or something. Although I will say that there's a couple frames in it where it does look like the contrast is being turned down, like it's like phasing, because when they do contrast, this one I'm about to post here as well. That the first one shows one of those virtual reality where his hand's actually going through the object, and then this one, see how the guy fades out at the end? It's because he's in a different layer, so they actually fade him out. And I will say the Velcro that New Perspective is mentioning does seem to make that same phasing process.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, it's just.
someone needs,
just to excuse that is really, I'm really surprised actually. I mean, I'm not surprised, I guess, at this point, but I'm amazed that you can do it still.
Did you listen to our
No, I mean,
criticisms?
what someone should do is hold on. What someone should do is get that in 720p, right? Because you can do it on YouTube. Zoom in on that shot, right, and then give us a GIF at the very least, because for it's kind of harder to tell if you have it like.
Is my resolution
zoomed
bad?
out. It's still there. I don't know.
Yeah, wait, Rue, have you
It
said
looks
you
pretty
had
good
it
there.
in the correct resolution?
Oh, I just looking at it through Discord onto your
Oh, I see.
screen.
Why does it appear to do that? What's the reasoning?
What for
Is it
resolution?
You're gonna see
FPS?
Yeah, if you were to see that same scene
put it on
in
the
worse
widescreen.
resolution, it's gonna look like it's even worse. Like he really is going through it or something. You know, like the pixels. There's been too few pixels that they're gonna have to share information, right?
Well, Kosha, why on the one that I said, how does the dude just disappear? Why is that happening? If this is supposed to be like, if you and I are filming each other in some room or whatever, and you go around a wall, for me to like digitally manipulate you out of that, that takes multiple layers, because you have to actually get the layer that's behind the guy, when it's fading away. So you have to have multiple layered systems to even do that.
That looks like 2 layers actually.
Was that a live feed?
So you're.
Because a live feed, the live feed might have been cut out for a split second. That happens.
No, man.
Okay, so
the guy literally
the fading one's
disappears from
different.
the frame. He disappears to nothing.
Okay, so this one's different though, right? So this one's different from the Velcro, because with this one, all you need to do is have the camera stay still, right, and the guy, going behind, wherever he's going, right, and if you were to like cut where, as he's going through that, right, to like a, some film later on, right, where he isn't in the scene at all, then yeah, you could easily transition and he would fade naturally, But the Velcro, that doesn't really work like at all. I don't know, but I mean, this one, the guy disappearing though, that's not too hard. I mean, that's easy.
The last one you posted, Gio, is just fading. It's a trick that you do with layers.
Well, it's less with layers. I mean,
Nowadays it's really easy to do.
Well, this one, the one I posted with the woman here, I mean, obviously this one with the woman and she's got the globe thing, and obviously like that's done purposeful, because it's got the little graphic, the little green sparkles or whatever, and it brings that thing into it. But it still shows how they're using the multiple layers like that within a virtual reality system that interacts with the physical layers of the multiple screens that require to do this.
Oh shit, my freaking connection.
What about what's the excuse when they appeared the little bear toy from the nothing?
For a kids show.
Yeah, what is your excuse for that?
It's for a children's show. That's meant to happen.
Yeah. So is the toy there or is not?
I don't know the detail. I don't watch the show. I don't watch shows like that.
The toy would most likely be there. I mean, the fact that she's interacting with it means, it's probably there.
It's easier to just erase it. Yeah, it's easier to just erase it and then just not erasing once she's interacting with it than to create the whole thing.
Sorry, I found the screw drop debacle from Brandon's.
Damn.
Oh, is that the one where they're yeah.
Yeah, hold on, I'll get a proper timestamp.
I like this robot on the ISS. I don't know what they ever did with it, but there's like a fucking robot up there. They got so much junk on that thing, dude.
It's not it. Hold on. I haven't found it.
You know, the one cool thing about the ISS is that I would say it's like they don't have any floors. So every floor is like a wall, basically. So it's like you got a lot more space to put shit.
I wonder who has more room, like the ISS or like Santa Claus, for extra stuff.
Probably
Narnia closet. The Narnia closet.
The Narnia closet.
Yeah, that shit has more space. There's
Yeah,
an entire
I
world
think that's
inside
true.
of that closet.
Yeah. The ISS is tiny in comparison.
How many square feet?
Santa's got all that sled room, you know.
I mean, he's got a whole warehouse and a bunch of elves and all that shit.
Not when he's flying to everybody's house, dude.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, I was arguing earlier. Ruhif was about because they were arguing about they don't know the technology, but they don't know the technology NASA has, so it could be possible. That's what I was saying. Like, if I was given give a gift to every kid in the world on Christmas, is that possible? And
Yeah,
you'd have
to
to
what
make
technology they have, champ.
Coach, the problem now for them is that now we have the technology that they had 20 or 30 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Now we are able to use it every day, for live streaming and shit like that. We can do all these tricks that I mean, you can tell now what kind of technologies they have now, present, that we don't have, that we don't know.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Maybe in another 30 years, then we will realize something else,
Yeah, we were trying to determine how, like, if you're going to do a free fall from 250 miles or 1,000 miles, it doesn't matter. It does say 250 miles, to be fair. Like, how you would climb to 250 miles first to do that. And I don't know if that's possible without going into orbit. Somewhat, even a mini orbit or something.
Well, I don't think the ISS is gonna be up there in 30 years, right? They're saying it's gonna crash in what, 10 years, something like that.
Well,
when it's coming down? When it's coming down? On
They said
next
2030 they're gonna stop operating in it, I think, but that's who knows if that's gonna.
They say but they're gonna
cropped the
drop
video.
it in somewhere in the ocean or some shit.
You found the video, Bacon? Oh
I
yeah,
cropped the video of the Velcro, and I think you can see it better if you look.
Yeah,
at it.
like how on earth?
Yeah, the ISS.
This is why you guys are flat earthers, honestly.
The ISS is like old hat. Like, I'm really looking forward to. I think they're putting like the first tranny on the moon soon.
Are you into that?
Biden's putting the first, I think, woman of color, and he's got an order where he's putting a woman of color on the moon, and I think like some other weird minority.
Okay, now you can clearly see the Velcro being pushed by his head. I don't think you can. I mean, anyone
Hey,
can deny
wait,
it.
you're saying the Velcro doesn't disappear?
No,
Yeah, you can
doesn't
see through
disappear.
the whole video. I just put there.
Holy, man, come on, baby.
I just
come
put the
on,
video there.
Ruiv. Yeah, I'm watching
The
it.
video
I
is
mean,
right there.
you
Simon.
can say "come on" as long as you want. I'm not gonna just stop seeing something that is right in front of your eyes just because you're saying "come on."
Well, I see it disappear. I don't know how come
you see it move and turn and move with his head. Even after it supposedly disappears, you can still see it moving with his head.
At the end you can see it again, but at one point it disappears.
Doesn't disappear.
Yeah, like for 1 or 2 frames, it's the same color of the hair, of course. But I mean,
I don't think it is. Maybe that you don't have object permanence is what it is.
Oh, the screw drop is only
Just call it-
360p. That's not good.
just call you a baby.
Bacon got it.
So what do they say in their claim? It's like if you're in 0G in space, meaning like, you know how we all, like when we turn upside down, the blood rushes to our head. We know we're upside down, like hanging upside down. Okay, that could be a claim that that's because of gravity that's causing that. But when we're underwater, which is another thing that we would think is similar to this idea, for underwater, you can spin all around, but there still is lower pressure down, higher pressure up. And I know even for myself, I can tell when I'm upside down underwater or right side up. I can still tell, like if I dive in or if I'm, upright underwater. And I've done scuba diving and all that stuff, so I'm pretty familiar with like spinning around and doing all that weightlessness type stuff. But I can always tell what's up from down. So how do they claim that it is? Like when they're doing all these twirls upside down, does it always just feel like they're like every up is every other down or something? Like there isn't an up and down anymore? Is that what they
You
claim?
wouldn't have directions. You have no directions.
No direction. There's this thing.
Like the water. Like the water.
So you spin around and you just always think you're right side. You always just feel like up, top of your head, bottom of your body, whatever. That just it's always what?
That's
up or down?
your direction.
Yeah.
There is no up and down.
Probably
I mean,
Yeah,
when you're floating,
you just feel the earth move under your feet. You know?
when you're floating in water, the water is holding your body, but you can still feel your weight. Like even your vestibular system can do that for you.
That's what I was going to
Because
say. Yeah. Go ahead,
you're
sorry.
not accelerating down.
It's like when you're trying to do like
You're floating.
somersault
You're just
underwater.
floating around.
Exactly.
When you're trying to do a
Yeah.
somersault underwater, but the drag from your bathing suit like slows you down.
Hold on, for Geo, there's a thing. Geo, there's a thing where when actors, when they're shooting films and stuff, and they're doing these weird scenes where they have the actor won't be perpendicular to the ground to level. There's this thing where you can always see the astronaut's head like trying to tilt the right way. Like you can catch it in a lot of big Hollywood movies and shit. And the thing is, you can see it with the astronauts in the ISS at times where they'll always be trying to keep their head perpendicular to gravity. They'll always like be tilting their head this certain way. I saw a video on it. It was pretty good. I'll try to find it.
I just realized, like, if you were to like go back in time, like the ballers are the type of people that would have listened to like War of the Worlds on the radio and like freaked the fuck out. You know what I mean? And like jumped out of the window, right? Because that's what happened, right? Orson Welles like read that alien invasion book, and everyone believed it.
We're the
Like,
ones who believe in credible.
yeah, you guys are the ones who believed the book and like it's a real broadcast, guys. We're all getting attacked.
We believe planes can fly to 1,000 miles and all that sort of stuff. But in truth, I don't believe that stuff. But about the pool and the ISS guy. Yeah, Bacon was saying it. But the difference is, in one case you're floating, in the other case you're falling, and they're two totally different things. Because if you're floating, you still have floating. Actually implies that you are being compelled downwards by implication of the fact that you're floating on top of something else. Otherwise, you would just be, sort of what's it called? Not levitating, but whatever it's called. But yeah, when you're in the ISS, you're not technically not floating. You're free falling.
It's just
For example,
it's just easier to accept it all, guys.
For example, if you're in water and you get upside down, your blood flows through your head. If you're in space, it doesn't matter how you're oriented. That just won't happen.
Why they always trying to orientate their head a different
Wait,
direction
you're
in
not-
their body?
So what's gravitation then?
Hey,
What do
I found it.
Gravity feel like? Aren't they like constantly falling?
Yeah, but you don't feel free
They have
fall.
any reference of gravity at all?
You don't feel free fall. Like when
They
you're falling
wouldn't-
off a building. That's how Einstein was thinking about it. He was like watching painters and fantasizing about them falling like a weirdo for some reason. But he was thinking about him falling and what he would be experiencing while he's falling, and he wouldn't be experiencing anything. He wouldn't feel like any forces on him.
Right, but your center point, like since you're on like what is it, like centripetal or whatever, wouldn't it be like stronger that far out? If you were like,
Why?
wouldn't it be like a G force to some extent, like of like if you were swinging around the Earth?
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like I'm just saying, like you wouldn't affect you at all.
They cancel out. That's why it's in orbit. That's exactly what the orbit is. The g-force that you generate when you're making a curve, for example, if you try to calculate what's the g-force of the ISS, it's the exact same of the gravitational force at that position. That's why it's in orbit.
So how would you not experience where down is?
Just said, because they're canceling each other out. That's why it doesn't.
You're effectively zero gravity, even though there is actually gravity acting on you. You're just falling.
You shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't be able to feel that.
Yeah,
I feel like it's like the mental gymnastics U.S. Olympic team going on.
Oh, that's pretty. Actually, pretty logic. Pretty logical.
Pretty basic.
If all the forces cancel out, you can't feel anything. You're
You can
supposed
prove it
to
with
feel
your cell phone.
Fair enough. I mean, theoretically, it just seems a little ludicrous.
No, but you don't have to. It doesn't have to be theoretical because you can prove it with yourself. I've done this. Like you can take your cell phone and record the accelerometer or whatever. There's apps you can do that, and then record it when you're holding it, and then literally throw it up in the air and catch it, and see what it was reading at that time. And there'll be a portion of that, while it was up in the air, and there's no force acting downwards.
And one thing, for example, if you drop a bottle of water with bubbles on it, the bubbles don't go up while the bottle is falling. They actually stay like in the middle of the water.
Cool.
You look at this screw falling that Brandon, you guys, and Jeremy actually, completely fucking bollocksed up a year or two ago.
Oh, I remember that whole show. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Jesus.
that was good. Oh no, that definitely that's an inconsistency for sure.
Let's bring it up.
Did you just say my name, you tosser?
Yeah.
It doesn't even sound like an insult.
You were on board with this whole screw falling out of the ISS in the toilet, right?
Yeah, Rumpus called Witzer a tosser the other day. I don't think I've heard tosser
I tried to use it just
virtually
now,
from anyone
right.
ever other than Rumpus.
English and Australian, yeah.
Who actually sound good just now, but I want to see if I can pull it off, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, you guys can't say wanker either.
You can't say the R. You gotta
you got to do it with the accent. Yeah,
you gotta say tosser. You know, you gotta say tosser. You can't say the R.
We can't say jackass.
Try calling somebody a donut. You fucking donut.
All right, who wants to look at the screw falling thing?
Oh yeah, you donut.
See the screw falling.
Let me see.
Or a donkey.
Hang on. The hook on screen. One sec.
Show me the screw.
Hold on. All right, which screen do I share? Green. That one.
Don't show the one that has all
Go
your
live. No porn. No porn today. All right, we ready?
Bro, fuck a screw falling. I've seen a guy doing a 360 on an ESA, and he fucking fell. I've seen a whole guy fall.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's good because that one clearly looks like he's on a harness because he starts doing the rotation and then he literally falls to the ground at the quote unquote gravity that we all know very well. You know, like when you just fall, like he just goes clump and he falls to the ground, you know, the 9.8 meters per second average, whatever. He falls, clumps to the ground. And then he literally stands up after he fell on the ground. He stands up and he looks all embarrassed. Like his body language is just completely like he was caught in a lie, like a little kid with their hand in the cookie jar. Like he was totally caught in the lie, like the look on his face. And he looks all embarrassed and he's kind of almost looking around the room as well to see like, you know, what happened to the harness system.
We got Silent Zero, but it was only at Flat Earther watching.
Oh, anyway. Press play.
I'll watch it.
All right, so he grabs it, pulls it out. You guys think he drops it here. All right, has he picked it up yet? Does anyone think that he's picked it up?
Go back a little bit.
Is that it?
I didn't see anything fall.
Oh, I didn't see anything fall either because nothing fell.
No, but I mean,
So
Geo can
tell me
read
when he picks it
9.8
up.
meters per second from that, right?
He looks
It's
down.
there
That's
still.
when you guys think he dropped
He
something.
looks down though.
No.
He
He
looks
does
down.
look
Does
down,
he pick
that's
anything
right.
up? Has he picked anything up?
No.
No.
That was a weird reaction though.
Yeah,
He
I know.
looks
And
down,
then
it looks like he's looking.
and then he pops.
We'll get there.
And then he pops
We'll get
out
there.
another screw. I know. Is it possible he might have had another screw in his pocket or somewhere else near
there
him
you
that he
go.
could have grabbed?
There we go.
Yeah, he grabs another screw.
Movement.
Is it impossible that there's two of those screws? You think it's
Of
some
course it's
scheme to
not
make money? They
impossible.
might have made. Do you think it's some scheme to make money? They might have made two fucking of the same screws.
Would he have one just hanging around his pocket in case he dropped one to, you know, it's a stupid.
No, but he grabs the one on the bottom, Ruhiv.
He knew in advance that this scene was a big deal, and he knew that he didn't want to fuck it up. So
He knew had to have another
screw.
screw. But anyway, pause another 2 seconds. Oh, look over there on the left. The screw's in the fucking panel. He didn't pick it up. It didn't fall.
The screw is where?
The screw is in the panel. See it? Watch the panel as he pulls it to the side on the left of the screen. The screw is in the panel. Done.
Yeah, the way that thing works is you just loosen it up and you can open it. You don't have to take the screw out.
Oh. Did you were in the engineer room for that screw?
No, but I can see how it works.
Then why did the screw come out?
I have to take it
Oh,
all the way
man.
out. You just pull it out.
Sometimes people can do face movements or whatever, and if you're already suspicious of them, you're gonna think that the face movement means this. But he could have been just looking around it because he was trying to figure out where it opened up. He's like, "What is this fucking thing open?"
He's trying to figure out where to put his feet.
Watching that video with the idea of the screw falling down, his movements do represent as if something fall down, but which is kind of funny. But it's
because he looks to the ground. He looks startled and he looks like shooken and he looks around like
Well,
we all do.
He's looking to see where he can put his feet to open the bottom screw.
Open up from the bottom part.
The action you make when something falls out like that, and you're like, "Oh shoot!" And you look around.
Groove is right.
Watch it again. He's looking for where to put his feet so that he can get to the bottom screw.
Yeah, like he's looking for a place to put his leverage, a place to apply leverage, so that he can put his feet to apply leverage. I mean.
Why he need to watch his feet? He's floating, right? He's in zero gravity.
Yeah, but it's how are you going to create leverage then?
Yeah, I feel like if you put on like one of those videos where it's like woman caught cheating on a man.
Love you too, buddy.
Like,
why would he watch where he's gonna step? What?
Because he needs leverage. Imagine you're pulling something off the
Leverage
wall.
for what? To take out a screw?
To pull the thing off the wall.
Do you know how physics works, champ?
Yeah, dude.
It does.
You know how
He said meters per second is acceleration.
Oh man.
Yeah,
if
I
he's
feel like
floating in space, how is he going to apply rotational force?
Ruif's getting pissed. He just called someone champ.
Yeah, you really got to think about this stuff. Like, imagine you're picking something up. Imagine you're opening a door. Imagining you're twisting a doorknob, right? Ruif is exactly right. It's like you need leverage to do all these things. If you're not fixing, then as you turn the doorknob, you're going to be turning too.
Or just picture that you're in a very slippery floor and you're trying to pull something heavy, right?
I'm not.
There you go.
I'm not rotating that screw with my whole body. I'm just using my wrist.
Yes, but if you don't have support, you're gonna rotate. Not the.
Yeah, and that depends how much torque how much torque it requires.
Just
Like probably the torque is heavier than your whole body, right?
He struggles with
it's not about how much. It's not about whatever has mass moves and the other thing doesn't.
Well, ask the engineer. If he would struggle, he said he knows that it was
to understand that. I mean,
well, the guy right here said that it was one of those things that you just like twist and the screw stays in it. So I don't know what
you have to take it out completely.
It's not a tiny amount of torque he has to apply. He struggles to open it.
Oh, now you know how much torque needs to apply.
He's struggling.
Watch the fucking video.
Holy shit!
He struggles with it.
Oh man,
he's sitting there struggling it for a few seconds.
I love how you guys become experts over the subject matter over this conversation.
Watching a video, seeing him struggle to open the cabinet.
Now you know what is that thing is made, how much torque is required, and all this shit.
No one's saying how much.
Or you just guys talk excuses. Excuses. That's what you got, Ruhif. Of course you mirror me.
It does seem. No, I don't know. Did you mute Silent, Ruhif?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Don't mute people.
Well, if he's going to deny, like, just basic shit, right? Basic shit. He's not here for conversation.
You mute people, Gio.
Well, people for moderation purposes, but
yeah, I was joking.
Shut him out. He's just shutting him out.
Yeah, I know. That was true. Oh, by the way, Ruhif.
Do I have notes on Silent Zero? I think I do. I'm pretty sure I wrote something as in like, oh, that's one. Right. I've got notes on Silent Zero. Spammed everyone on every channel a couple of months ago.
Oh, that was because his account got taken over. It got hacked.
Oh,
no, he tried to hack us all, bro. Fucking Silent Zero.
If you ever see
you know that shit. That shit wasn't unintentional, man. I got hacked.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Did you click on a link?
I didn't know. Some people did though.
No, I'm saying Silent did. If you clicked on it, yeah. Then because if you click on a link and then
they They stole some, like they even made some purchases with my PayPal and shit. But I was able to to recuperate everything. So yeah,
Recover.
Thank you, Bacon.
You're welcome. The word you said is pretty similar. How I would say it. Recuperar.
Okay. In conclusion,
Oh
they're
my
faking
god.
space.
Anytime he says in conclusion, just fucking. My god.
Yeah.
He says in conclusion what he says next is complete bullshit every time.
Oh, I didn't mute silent just for today. Like he did, I can't remember what it was. I think it was with MC Toon or someone like that. Just being a dick.
Who, me?
Maybe can't hear you.
I never been to MC Toon, bro.
Oh, it's great, dude. You have a good time.
Rue, if he said who
hell
me,
no.
yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta just unmute him, dude. It's all gonna be.
Oh no, I've got him at like 10%. Like 20%. There you go. So I can hear if he's talking.
Just turn him up, champ.
No, he's just not useful to the conversation.
He's very useful. Silent has backed me up in many arguments.
I'm sure he has.
Okay, so
that's because you guys want to say just bullshit and
my
want
question.
people to admit it.
Silent.
It's not gonna happen with me.
I have a question. Why are they faking all of this? Every country.
I don't know. That will be divining motives.
Why would
I
they
don't know,
lie,
bro.
Silent? Why would they lie, bro? Come on, you know.
Why
it.
would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Okay, well, how about this? You don't see a motive. Okay. You don't see a possible way for them to do it. Okay. There's no evidence that they're doing it.
There's massive amounts
They
of
have
evidence.
to be doing it because
Massive
you believe
amounts
that,
of
you believe
evidence.
that it's different than what they claim it is. You know what I mean? So it's like at the end of the day, you gotta kind of just like to see how many. See what would hold up in court.
You have
multiple countries. Amount of evidence of them lying on paper, and then put the paper in a room with you, you'd be drowning in paper.
Thanks, Jeremy. What the fuck is
That's a
that?
fucking funny way to put it, dude.
That's a hilarious way of putting it, dude. That's funny.
It would just be you. You wouldn't be able
Imagining
to
me
move
with
in
the
the room.
secretary in the office, and just her bringing in subpoenas, like a bunch of boxes full of subpoenas. Just bring me all the files.
Just endless.
Honestly, I do think that the lie got out of hand even for them. Like, I don't think they never thought that we were gonna get this much technology, and now at this point, they took it too far. So now they gotta keep going until who knows when, man. And then we got shields like you guys who see these things happening in front of your faces and won't even admit it. So,
You ever seen Weekend at Bernie's? Maybe it's like Weekend at Bernie's, except for like they did the lie for a little bit, and then next thing you know, it's 2 years later. Now it's 30, 50 years later, and they're still walking around this old man, fucking degrading on everywhere, smelling like shit. But you don't think that they wouldn't have quit the fucking lie a long time ago when it started getting hard?
Somebody would have spilled the beans.
Well, no, because at this point is that thing is generating a lot of jobs, right? So now think about it. Think about it, Coach. Hold on, Coach. Hold on. Think about it. Now you have whole institutions teaching all this stuff, right? And then you gotta give them a job to all these people who go into these careers, right? Of course, you're not gonna dissolve this big lie. It's a huge amount of money.
Dude, you'd save your money just by not doing that and just give them the free money. Like, why are you claiming that giving people money is the benefit? That's why. It's because you're giving all those people money. Yeah, well, guess what? If you don't lie about it, you don't have to give those people money. And that actually means that you have more money. So it's better.
Things don't work that way in real life, Coach.
So like Russia's on it too. China.
Yeah, they're
United
all
States.
governments, right? They're all governments.
They're on the big lie of space.
That's Saddam Hussein.
He might have been on it too. If he could.
Why is it impossible for you to believe that?
No, it's not impossible for me to believe that. It just sounds
But then-
outrageous. That's all. It just sounds outrageous and sounds unfounded and unnecessary.
I think there's just more things pointing to it
Does it
being
sound
real
outrageous?
than not being real. Like the possibility of
sounds
being
out-
real than not
That's
being real.
actually
I don't
not
know.
true. There's way more not real stuff than real stuff.
I was gonna say,
But,
does
I
it
mean, I
sound
can't
outrageous?
really even find anything that looks real.
But what does that even mean?
Go ahead.
Well, let me ask it this way. Okay, would you guys agree that somebody is running something everywhere? Like, there's always some humans behind the running of everything, whether it's the money system, the banking system, the Federal Reserve, the governments. There are always intentioned forces behind those. Would you all agree?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just keep going back to what's running
I didn't say
everything,
yes. That was a flat earther who said yes.
you keep
Yeah.
you keep going
That was
back
a flat
to
earther who
Yeah.
say, I mean,
Go ahead, Joe.
whatever.
Go ahead, though.
Keep going.
Well, I'm just trying to kind of give the perspective that, like, for example, like Amazon, for example, they're this huge company. You can order anything online. They'll instantly ship it to you. They've got payment, all that stuff. Well, at some deep level, there's the owner of it or whatever and his
Money.
family. And so I'm just saying, when it comes to like these governments, the banking systems, all of these structures,
money.
there's somebody running all of it. And
It's
so
money
all
and
this
power.
would require is a group of people that are just running. Well, they've basically just gotten power, they've essentially usurped the world and taken over the world. Essentially, they took over one country at a time. World War I, World War II. These were huge times in which they did this. And then, of course, after World War II, it's pretty clear that they had things established, because then they created the United Nations, NASA, and all of these other, conglomerated groups. And they had the banking systems finally all on one system at that point after World War II.
It's so massive and so obvious
But you
for
don't
anyone
see it
that's
all
really looking at it and being investigative about it. It becomes obvious, and then it becomes overwhelmingly powerful because you've recognized it. Because how are you going to fight that when there's somebody controlling all of the countries and all of the everything? Even like Amazon having like a fake owner that people are profiting off of. It's not just one man making all that money, like they tell us. It's like a world thing that they just present it to us as one man making all that money. But it's like the emperor's clothes. The reason that works psychologically, to have the emperor come out naked, and that everyone's supposed to believe that he's totally fully clothed, even though they can plainly see that he's naked. They have to trick their own mind into thinking that he's totally clothed. And that's how people in power of that nature, they do that. They want the people to know who's in charge. So they make it obvious on purpose, just so you know who's in charge. But they can only do that once they get to the point where they're not worried about losing control.
Yeah, we understand though it's the opposite. Like we
So
see
then,
him wearing
is there
clothes.
free will? Is there free will, or is everything chosen?
You can't do anything you want, but you have freedom, but you don't have freedom to do anything, obviously.
But everything's being set in play by one entity, apparently.
I think they also humor themselves with some things being left up to chance, because otherwise it'd be no fun for them.
Well, it's like the
But then
corporatization.
you're just leaving everything up to chance too, though. Even the story.
Huh?
This story you're presenting, it's just up to chance.
What do you mean?
Well, just because these people are controlling certain aspects of the world doesn't mean they're controlling all of our lives entirely. I mean, we could, there's like concepts like spiritually, we're free. I mean, there's all kinds of other conceptions of things. However, there is a system in place. So if you go break the law or do whatever, you will end up in prison. No, they have that kind of system. But I mean, it's not that they're literally it's not that they own the world or anything like that. They just are, I think, psychopaths, and they have a lot of evil woven within them, and they're willing to be genocidal and murderous to get what they want, as it were. So they're just, unfortunately, they've kind of reached a position where they do have a certain like stranglehold when it comes to the financial system, the government system, the whole like United Nations structure, the whole thing that's running at this point.
So let's say you make an idea with like cryptocurrency or something. You just make some idea and you just make a lot of money and become a billionaire. Let's just say like the next big thing. Just anything with with technology, let's just say. And you become really, really rich. Are you then part of this entity or were you chosen?
Yeah, I think at some point.
Were you chosen?
Yeah, I think at some
like
point.
That's what I'm saying. Is there free will? Like if you start a business, if you start an idea, if you start something, is that you doing it, or is that like somebody that already picked it for you?
I think
Like,
you reach
you
a
get what I'm
certain
saying?
point
Like,
where if you have a certain amount of influence, that you get a choice to either become a part of that corporatism, or you can kind of be like us, like a lower tier. Maybe if you refuse that, I'm not sure exactly how that worked, but it does seem like if you have enough influence that you get a choice. I mean, you've heard of like even just like they admit to a lot of these things, like what's it called, the economic hitman. There was a interview of this guy that he was just plainly telling you his job for the U.S. was to go to a country that just hired or just elected a new official or a new leader, and he would give them a choice of like basically a bag of money or death, and then they're like basically having to be within that structure of what if they can't cross certain lines. I think have a certain amount of freedom, just like on the internet. I think a lot of these people that are kind of like shills, quote unquote, they have freedom to say what they want, but they know there's certain lines they can't cross, or if they cross that line, then they may get talked to.
The real conspiracy is people feeding you bullshit like that.
The real conspiracy is the conspiracy, because they've made a business out of conspiracy.
Hang on, I have a response. I'll be back later.
Yeah, it's not bullshit. So if you think conspiracies are bullshit, then that's just completely
No,
uninformed.
I don't think they're bullshit, but like maybe not all of them are true. Maybe some.
No, I don't. Don't make
Not
an absolute
everything
statement
is-
out of what I'm saying. I don't think they're all
Some
true.
things might
necessarily.
be truth. There might be a lot of truth. Maybe some. Who knows? There's a
Well,
lot
there's
of things
books
we
on
don't
this stuff,
know.
like
Especially
there's a
when it
book
comes to
called
politics and shit like that. But
They'll put
Confessions
out
of
fake
an
conspiracies. They'll
Economic
put out
Man.
fake conspiracies on purpose just to make the real conspiracies look less valid. That's part of the game. Sorry,
like
go
the
ahead. I didn't
whole
mean to cut
Jeffrey
off.
Epstein thing, that was a conspiracy theory. Look at Alex Jones.
Right.
He kept talking about it for many years, and look, that was a reality. It became a reality.
And he's probably still alive. Him killing himself in prison and all that was part of the conspiracy to make everyone
Well,
question and talk about whether he killed himself or whether he was killed and all that. He's probably alive and well somewhere.
But people used to laugh at that. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. That guy's just a very well-connected banker.
Yeah, just like you're laughing at the NASA stuff we're pointing out right now.
I don't know if he was, but I mean, it's.
Well, you're kind of saying that you didn't think it was a conspiracy.
I don't think they're faking it anymore. I think they might have faked, like maybe perhaps during the moon landing, like trying to get to the moon. Maybe that was faked because maybe that technology wasn't there then. But perhaps I think we have that technology now.
But don't you think that
how do
if
you
they take the first thing?
differentiate? How do you differentiate between the two? Oh, I think the moon landing was faked, but I think it's real now. What makes you think that? Why do you not think just that the technology and their ability to fool you hasn't gotten better in the last 50 years? Lots of people hold it. I'm not having a go at you, bro. Lots of people hold that position. Oh, I think, finally we've done this. But what do you base that opinion on? You can't.
I mean, footage can't really be faked that perfect anymore.
But if the technology's gotten better, then why wouldn't they be better at faking it?
No, probably.
Have you not seen Star Wars?
Still tell.
Have you seen Star Wars and the Avengers? Have you watched the Avengers where the whole Earth got invaded by aliens? Like that looked pretty damn real. The technology is there to to make anything look like anything.
Honestly, most movies don't look real anymore on a good TV, like on a nice 4K, like QLED or OLED. Like movies don't even look real anymore, to be honest.
But you think that
Have you guys
ISS
noticed like the
real?
movements don't even look real in movies anymore?
So they used to, but now that the technology's got better, they look less real. Is that what you're saying?
I just think you could detect it, and there's also a lot of software that people would have debunked. They would have used it to debunk this
all right. So
footage.
here's what you're saying to me though. Like, and once again, I'm not having a go at you. This is just I'm backwards and forwards. What you're saying is, technology.
Having sex with the finest chick in school, and you like talk to her and you find out like absolutely no way he did that. He totally made it up. It was a complete lie. And then the next year you see him in school and he's bragging about fucking all these chicks, and you're like, oh, okay, well maybe he is now. Maybe he's fucking those chicks. Like, why would you have any reason to believe him after that?
Yeah.
I mean, what
he's showing you something.
You don't. What do you think of satellites?
Prove it.
Do you think satellites are not like in space?
Have you ever seen a real satellite in space? Ever? Even a picture of one?
I haven't, but I know people have with telescopes, and you can track.
Well, no, then you should be able to just go to the internet and say a real satellite floating in space and see an actual satellite in space. And you can't do that. So if there were that many out there, we'd have tons of pictures of them.
They're probably tiny, right?
No, you haven't even looked at it, right? You haven't looked that up yet.
I know the ISS you can see, but...
Well, no, just look it up. Just look up real satellite in space. We all hoped there was that there. We all hoped that it was real, and we looked for the evidence to try to support
what does GPS
we all wanted to believe it. So.
I wouldn't say that's speaking for me. I wouldn't say I ever hoped it to be real, but...
Well, at first you didn't want to think that they were lying to us, right?
No, I never had that experience.
Well,
the truth is, we all know there's something.
I already knew
something is up there, but we don't know what is up there. And the other thing is, we don't know what up there is. So there's two unknowns here. Something is rolling around up there. You can see it, you can show it with a telescope. There's transits of this thing across the moon. Like, no one's going to sit here and say no, there's nothing. We don't know what it is, and we don't know where it is. They're the two unknowns that nobody can prove to us.
All I'm saying, Gio, is I think that we all believed it at one point. However, whether you hoped for it or not, we're all looking, like, trying to see if it was real, not just hoping it wasn't real. We weren't trying to find things and say they're fake, like with some kind of preconceived hope that this is all fake. We were actually trying to give it an honest look, is what I mean.
Yeah, I would resonate with that for myself. Yeah. When I first looked into the moon landing situation, it was probably around 2004, 2005. That was when I remember like really getting into it at that time. And there wasn't as much information on it back then as there is now, for sure. But when I first looked into it, I had generally accepted that it was real, meaning I had never necessarily really thought about it being fake before. My brother actually was the first one who even said to me, he was like, people think that was fake. And my reaction to him when he first said that to me is, I was like, oh no, I think it's, it's probably real, right? Like that was my kind of initial, but I didn't really say no, like hardcore, but I kind of just, fluffed it off a little bit. I was like, no, it's real. And then later I was like, okay, I really want to look into this now. And so when I started, like, if anything, I may have been a little bit more on the side of thinking it was real. Like, not to say that I fully believed it or anything, but I mean, yeah, I would say, if anything, I was more stronger on that side. And I fully looked into it as fairly and honestly as I could at both sides. And at the beginning, I truly was on the fence. Like, I did not know if it was real or fake, at least not fully. I mean, I had my intuition, my feeling on it, but I wasn't sure yet. So I had to do all the actual research on it. And when I came to the conclusion of it, absolutely without any question of a doubt in my mind that what they showed us of the moon landing is not authentic.
Yeah. What's so strange is that it's not just like, I'm like 51% it's fake, 50% or 49% it's not fake. Like, it's overwhelmingly obviously fake in most cases. Like, beyond belief fake.
Well, I think the moon landing, it's a decent, you're You're a robot in a little bit. I think it's I mean, it's pretty like ridiculous now how fake it looks, but I think back like in the 90s and stuff, like it was, I don't know. I just remember when I first looked into it, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's like fairly convincing to some degree, I guess, like at least off the bat. With the tech at that time.
Yeah, once you look at it critically, I mean, it's like the evidence is like beyond overwhelming sometimes. But
Like, I guess the reason I'm saying that is because when I first started looking into it, I remember I was looking at information that was saying why it was real, you know, debunking all of that, and then I was looking at information saying why it was fake. And for a while there, you know, when I was, you know, I mean, I did feel like there were some things about the claims that it was real that seemed like, you know, it was captivating at least, you know.
Did you understand what I meant about like them flaunting their power by showing how fake it is on purpose to some degree? Like how royalty does that? Like they want people to know that they're in charge. And so they do that on purpose so that if anyone's really looking into it, they can see that it's fake, but they don't care that you know.
Yeah, like a marking or like a gang sign kind of thing.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Or like when they do graffiti and they do their
the tagging.
Their tag, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what we're dealing with.
So, in conclusion,
my fucking God.
I mean, when I look back on the moon landing now, it's like, wow, like it's not even in the realm of being real. It's interesting that at one time I really was considering both sides.
I used to think the moon landing was real. It was slightly fake, and then as time went on, more and more stuff started coming out, and it was blatantly obvious that, you know, as the hive mind analyzed the footage and went over it.
Duh.
I mean, you could see the hot spot on the surface of the moon in the Apollo 11 footage. You can literally see the hot spot. It's obvious it was a close local light they were using to fake that because there's a hot spot on the ground around them.
I wish I could find that picture. Remember I was looking for it the other day? It was actually a picture that Dan Fessler had made. And he took the specular highlight, is what it's called, of the actual moon. And what did he do? He basically looked at a regular moon, and then looked at a ball, the same thing on it. And he showed that if you dim the light a little bit, you keep dimming the light, and then you end up seeing like it looks exactly like you'd expect it to look like if there was a light on the ball. Well,
Okay, would it look like there's a hot spot around people standing on the moon?
What do you mean? You're saying that's what you're talking about, the hot spot? You're talking about from the surface, like when the people were standing there?
Dude, in the Apollo 11 footage, I think it was 11. It might have been. I'm pretty sure it was 11. There was a blatant hot spot. Like, it was so obvious that just the area around them was lit up, dude. It's not even close to looking real. Like how
I
it
thought you
would.
were talking about something different. Okay.
No, I'm talking about go watch the Apollo missions, and you will see a hot spot, like blatant hot spot. And I'm pretty sure it's 11. Like only a circle of the area that they're in is like lit up, and then it fades to blackness all around them. They're supposed to be in the middle of the blight side of the moon. Like, there's no way the whole thing should have been lit up.
Are you saying it looked like a light was on? Lighting up?
They were inside of a hot spot, so all around them it faded out to darkness in a circular thing. Like, it was obvious it was a local light they used. It's not even. Not only that, the thing looked like a homeless tweaker shelter, the lander. There's no crater. I mean, dude, I can make if I wrote this down on paper and put it in a room with Kosho, he wouldn't be able to move.
He'd be drowning in paperwork. He has to go through.
I have a 6.5 hour. I don't know if I still have. I used to have a 6.5 hour YouTube video of NASA fakery, and I was shocked it was that short.
So Shark Attack, have you watched any of those flat Earth videos that I sent you?
I haven't.
Yeah. All right.
Kosho, do you defend the moon landing as real, or like do you assert that it's real?
I don't like the word defend, but
I'm about the retro reflector.
Oh yeah, the retro reflectors. No, no, I told you I used to doubt it at one point, but I definitely do. I definitely do have a lot of confidence that it's real. Yeah, defending as to me it sounds weird, but I definitely argue. Yeah, when people argue it's not real, I can argue it's real. It seems real to me. I learned more about it since I've gotten into this community for me to think that it's real.
Did you know they were standing in a hot spot on the Apollo 11 mission?
No, I did not know that.
It's because you haven't been learning from the right people. We're the leaders of the new school. I need to talk to Chemo.
It's because he's interested in compliance. That's what he's rewarded for, is complying with the system.
I get rewarded for banging your sister. That's what I get rewarded for.
Oh, damn.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I was just correcting him, dude.
He's just playing around. It's okay.
Well, I don't know what it is. I don't know what he said. I don't know where that came from.
Oh, so I seen your sister, bro.
That's what's up, man. How's she doing?
I seen her. She's fly. She looks like one of the fly girls off of In Living Color.
Don't dox my sister, bro.
Kosho, you still think the Will Smith thing was real?
No, I now think it's fake. Now I do.
For real?
I think it's real, yeah.
I'm going 50-50.
Wait, do you guys think it was fake?
I'm going 50-50 on it. I think that Will Smith, I think it was a conspiracy between the Academy wanted to do it. They had Will Smith, he was in on it. He knew he was going to do it. And they also planted the joke into Chris Rock's, because that's what they do. Like when they have a guy like that host the Oscars, he does some of his own jokes, but then they give him a lot of script, because it's like the big show. So like they have to make sure that it's like, audience friendly within a wide range. I mean, Chris Rock's comedy is usually pretty raunchy. So it's not like he's just going to go out and do like a Chris Rock thing. He's going to do these like lighter jokes and shit. So they're already giving him scripts and doing that. So all they had to do is put that G.I. Jane joke in there or whatever. Of course, Will Smith sitting very front row. He's the first guy, right there with the Jada and all that. And they're sitting there. And so, but I don't think Chris Rock knew about it because I think they wanted it to seem real, to get all the hype around it. So Chris Rock didn't know about it, but Will Smith did, the Academy did, and it was planned in that way.
No, I think if it was fake, I think Chris would have known about it because look how he reacts. He kind of like pulls back with the slap at the same time.
Give me 1 second, please.
He tightens his body up and leans in.
Guys, Jeremy's trying to say something, but he's got to be real quiet. So
I can't get loud. Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing. That just Pfizer sponsored the Grammys. They have a new alopecia drug coming out. Jada's got alopecia. He cracks the joke. Also, the Grammys viewership is down from 48 million to like 8 million. Everyone could have used the publicity. This is I'm going like 95% fake.
That makes a lot of sense, dude, because I bet you the people who have alopecia weren't planning to get any medication for it before. And now they're going to, right? That doesn't make no sense.
Well, it does sell the big pharma thing. It's a little kill two birds.
I know, it is. It sounded weird. Witcher brought that up, and it sounded weird at first. I was like, well, I didn't know that they were funding it. And that's kind of ironic. But then I thought about it. I was like, wait, why would they need an advertisement for alopecia medicine?
The whole action though did boost the viewership, right? More people tuned in.
Oh yeah,
their viewership was higher than last year's, but it was the 2 years are much lower than every other year.
Shark Attack, do you think it was real?
I think it was real, but it was weird because he was laughing at the same time at the joke, and then I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on it, but I'm leaning more towards real.
I think a lot of times, like these smaller things can kind of like gauge our own judgment of things, and it's interesting, kind of how across the board some people are with thinking things are totally real or not real, and I think it has something to do with like at some point, especially if you're questioning these bigger things or these other things around the table, you kind of I think there's like a tendency to believe other things, because if you accept that something like the Chris Rock thing were fake, then you might have to reanalyze some of these other things you thought were real too.
You know, by that same respect,
like if you're Will Smith, you have so much shit to lose. Yeah. To be honest, just doing it and agreeing to something like that.
Right. So why would he go up and slap somebody on the biggest night of his life when he's about to win the Academy Award for Best Actor?
Because feelings.
Dude, he was laughing. He was laughing at the joke.
Probably why he felt he.
His wife wasn't laughing.
Yeah, he probably slapping himself in his head. He's slapping himself for.
Who the hell knows what was going through his mind? He was laughing, and then he was like, "Oh shit!" or "What do I do? Oh shit! Oh, go hit him."
I mean, it's the biggest night.
It was odd, dude.
It was odd. It was odd.
It's fucking beyond odd. Come on, nobody does that. At the Oscars, this huge thing, he's up for possibly winning the best actor of the world, whatever their stupid award is for it. Come on, dude. He's not just gonna, he made a boo-boo joke about my wife. It's like, what is that? Come on.
But then by that same argument, though,
that's why he was in the front.
Why would he purposely do it then? It's like he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't impulsively do it because it was the biggest night of his life.
Because he was told to. He's an actor. He was told to do it.
But then
it's part of
a lot of money, I guess.
Well, to get attention. He was paid for it.
Yeah. They have production meetings, and they have it. Everyone that's in on it's there, Chris Rock included. They're all just like, okay, here's how this is going to work, and this is what it's going to do for your career. Because obviously you're getting you're going to be on the front page. People are going to be talking about you, and the fact that you're all in on it makes it so that you can just be okay with it. And it's them that's talking about it. However they interpret it, they plan all that out. And their careers are great because it's like life imitating art. His character in the movie was just like that, where he's like having to defend his family. He did a great job of accepting the award and crying and looking like he was really like, I mean, it was well done. I have to give him it shows how good an actor he is. I mean, it makes people respect him even if they thought it was fake.
Well, why doesn't Pfizer just instead of paying him to do that, why not just make a movie and make Pfizer like the like was a movie Love and Other Drugs? It was like kind of like a Pfizer commercial. Just make it like a big Pfizer commercial. Where Pfizer's obviously in the thing, and he's obviously displaying it. It's like, why not just do that instead of just
because there's all these different facets that it works. It works for everyone's career. It works for the Academy Awards to be more popular. It's like all like a package deal for everyone to benefit, including Pfizer for however that worked.
Their viewing sucks, so they had to increase the viewing.
I mean, you could see in those things that
too, yeah. And like the whole pandemic thing, it's like they haven't done one in a while or whatever. So it's like they want to remind people, hey, we're back to normal or whatever.
You could see him like totally like bracing for the hit. He's leaning into it.
Yeah, I'm
you
sure
see
he
that?
purposely did that. Yeah,
clearly.
I'm sure he purposely put his face in there so he could hit.
Well, you don't see him leaning in.
I think that's why he slapped him in the face. It's because he fucking put his face forward. He made it easy. I think he didn't know what he was going to do when he walked up to him, and maybe he thought he was going to, hit him on the back of the head and just walk away. Who knows what he's planning to do? And then he put his face forward and made it easy for him to slap him in the face.
He put his hands behind his back, clinched them, leaned forward, clinched his face prior to his arrival.
Yeah, he didn't think he was going to get hit in the face.
What a pussy.
I had no idea what
Wait,
was going
why
to happen.
would he put his face forward if he didn't think he was going to get hit in the face?
He probably thought he was coming to say
You
something.
know what? He probably thought that he was gonna whisper something to his
Exactly.
ears.
Yeah, he thought he was going to come to him and say,
He's gonna
something and
talk
bitch at him
shit
for
or
doing
something
that.
to his ears, like
No,
close
no,
to
no.
his.
He was like clenching up, like grimacing that,
He probably thought he
okay,
was
here
gonna
it comes.
say something to his face, man.
It's
That's why
exactly
he
what it
was
looks like. It
grimacing.
looks like he was leaning forward.
Grimacing because he thought it was going to be some words. He was grimacing
He
for the
thought he was
words.
going to say something to him.
Yes,
He
he's gonna
was-
say something to his right to his face, yeah,
Wow.
or whisper something in his ears or something.
Honestly, he didn't know what was
Really,
going to
you think that's more likely?
happen. A lot more likely.
I think if he knew he was gonna get hit, he wouldn't have.
Leaned his face forward.
Yeah, he leaned his face.
No,
Like
if he knew he was going to get hit.
Nobody really does that.
He knew he was going to get hit because he's supposed to get hit. That's part of the production
So
of the
lean
whole
your
thing.
face in.
You tighten up, you lean your face in so it looks right, so it looks real. The whole thing's supposed to look real. They're all in on it. You get it?
Yeah, but nobody leans their face in when they know.
Yeah,
they're gonna
nobody.
get hit.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even look real. That's why it's just such a weird thing. The whole thing is
Wait,
weird. The way
you saying it
instead of
doesn't
punching
look
him,
real?
he slaps him. The way
Are you
Chris Rock
saying it
moves
looks so fake? It must be real.
No, it looks odd, but there's
the whole movements are odd. Yeah.
there's reasons why it looks odd, and it looks odd. It looks those reasons. I mean, the way it looks odd satisfies the reasons why it would look odd, and one of the reasons is because they're in a room full of all their competition and peers, and they're in the front row, and it's like there's probably a lot going on in Will Smith's mind at the time. That's probably why he's smiling and then yelling like a madman.
He's probably
It makes sense that they're in the room with all their peers. It looks odd and all of that, but that's why it must be real.
No, I'm saying that it looks authentic.
That you're probably not on your completely sober.
It looks real, but I mean it looks weird, but it also everything that is in there fits exactly the setting. Like everything kind of makes sense. There's not anything.
Joshua, have you seen that the Pfizer's releasing an alopecia drug? Have you seen that?
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Oh, sorry, man. I was out of,
No, you're good.
out of the
You're
room.
good.
So
You missed my comment though, because it was funny enough that Gio chuckled at it. So I thought maybe.
Okay. Sorry, man.
But I was just saying. I was saying, like, yeah. So they come out with the alopecia drug, and so they did all this, and so I guess before the people who had alopecia are now going to go get that medicine, and they weren't going to get it before. Doesn't really make much sense, you know. Like if you have alopecia, aren't you going to get medicine regardless if Will Smith slaps Chris Rock?
No, but here's the thing. Like, well, maybe, but the thing is, like, who's ever here's what is bizarre. A smaller number of the population would have heard of alopecia or could tell you what it is. I know what it is. Maybe you did as well, but lots of people don't, you know. And so it's kind of an unknown condition. So Pfizer's about to release the first ever alopecia drug, a so-called effective drug. And coincidentally, in an event that they're sponsoring, the major sponsor of, there's this great big staged event which brings worldwide attention to alopecia. But you really are not seeing how confected this whole thing is.
Well, let me ask you.
I know you.
Let me ask you. Can you come up with a way in which Pfizer would benefit from? So in this regard, in regard to their alopecia drug, and in regard to this thing happening, and his wife having alopecia, in what way is Pfizer going to gain from this?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm
nothing
just
at all.
looking for an answer. That's all.
No, they wouldn't at all. There's no way. There'd be no commercial gain to be had whatsoever by having 1 billion people see this, and you bring attention to alopecia, and nothing.
Yeah, it's not
marketing.
It's not like
It
the
doesn't
biggest
have to
marketing
be-
campaign of the world or anything.
No, but what would
It
happen?
doesn't have
Give
to
me
be
a way in which
marketing.
money will come to them from this.
Marketing
Long-term
is not
investment.
advertising. Marketing is not
Long-term.
advertising. There's a difference, right? You advertise to get a direct response. Marketing is kind of broader and fuzzier than that. So would there be no benefit to Pfizer? Come on, absolutely there would be.
Let's put hard numbers to this. Okay, let's say there's. I'm going to give you hard numbers that are fake, though. Let's say there's 100 people in the world, or 1 million people in the world who have alopecia. 1 million people in the world who have it. Let's say every year, 1,000 more people get it. And this number is not going to change from this. This is just the number of people who have alopecia and will get it. So these people who have alopecia are going to get it. What is it about this event that is going to determine how much money, how much medicine they get?
Notoriety.
I think nothing. I don't think
it's
this is going to change at all how much medicine they're going to get.
I don't necessarily think it's. I mean, my response to you when you originally said that was, I don't necessarily think it's about that particular drug. It's the big pharma drug being a solution for a problem. Is that part of it too? It's just big. It's just a huge advertisement for big pharma as a whole, and Pfizer.
Is it really?
And this could have been all like packaged with like a Jada Pinkett Smith being a sponsor for them, and like later on, like she'll be like a spokesperson.
That's right.
For
That's
them.
what I'm saying. It's marketing. It's like, why do Coca-Cola? Why do they print their brand on their cups, their paper cups, so that when you're walking down the street and you see trash on the side of the road, it's got Coca-Cola written on it. Subliminally, it's just subconsciously putting that brand and an association into your brain, even though you're not in the market for a drink at that moment. That's what they're doing. So yeah, Jada will become a ambassador for the new drug when it comes out, and everyone's subconsciously they're connecting the dots in their brain, even if they don't realize they are. That's what this crap does.
No, I just want to say, hold on, Coach. I just want to say that Santa Claus used to be depicted in blue suits, green suits, all different color suits. But Coca-Cola started a marketing campaign and started featuring him always in the red suit.
These arguments.
Now that's what we do. That advertising shit is no joke.
Yeah. Before you guys go on and give me another example, because these are great examples of some other argument, but in this situation, none of those things make any sense because he wasn't wearing a Pfizer shirt, and there wasn't Pfizer written anywhere. It just so happens that Pfizer funded or helped fund this event, right? So hold on. Because my question was, how are they going to gain from this happening? And the answers were, well, it bolsters their brand. They have a brand in which Pfizer's affiliated with it. Now people are talking about Pfizer. No one's talking about Pfizer because of this, except for the people who are trying to come up with a conspiracy about it. But
it's all these. Come on, Coach. The fact that people are watching the Academy Awards, this particular Academy Award, with all the sponsorship and everything, brings them the money because they're the funders of it. So the event,
that's a different argument.
Makes them money already.
That's a completely different argument now.
It's a package thing. It's all kinds of things, dude. It's not just one.
But this is a different argument. I'm wondering why Pfizer's selling this drug, and her having alopecia, and Will Smith slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars. How these things are connected in such a way that would make it sense that it was a motivation for Pfizer to set this whole thing up. Because it doesn't.
Well, we could think of things, but how are we supposed to know what? I mean, if we can't come up with the exact benefit, then it's probably not true. I mean, it's just kind of like the same arguments we're making about the moon landing.
Not that it's not true. It's just that doesn't pass as a that there's no reason to include that in the evidence. It's like that doesn't provide any extra evidence for any reason.
See, one of the possibilities here, Kosho, and if you hold this, I'm fine with it, is that it was just all a crazy happenstance, coincidence, whatever you want to call it, that all of this is the case. And I'll concede that is a possibility. I just don't think it's the case. That's all.
I agree. I agree that's honestly when I ask about the Pfizer thing, it's because I was curious at first. Like, oh wow, that's crazy. I wonder. So now that I hear this crazy thing, which I
didn't even know about
crazy. Yeah, but at first it sounds crazy.
Was involved in the Oscars.
Yeah, right.
Like what?
But at first it sounds crazy at first, but then when you, like I said, as you're thinking about it, you're like, well, it sounds crazy, but why does that even? Why would they be motivated to do? Like, what doesn't make any sense? Like, they're not affiliated with the slap. They're also so it's like maybe now more people are saying the word alopecia. That's true, but the people who buy the medication are people who have alopecia, so they already know about it. So it's like,
and they're gonna need it anyways, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's not like they're gonna stop buying it.
But isn't there like other companies doing the drugs too, and that gives Pfizer an advantage if they have Jada on their side as a spokesperson packaged in with this whole event or whatever?
And Jace
See,
is saying that there's
one thing potentially is, okay, there's obviously varying degrees of alopecia. So you might have a lot of ladies who, have got it in a mild sense, or they can cover it up in other ways with scarves or the way they do their hair or whatever. But now suddenly you put this, over a little bit of time, this strong, powerful, independent movie star black woman as the ambassador for alopecia, and if she's got it, it's okay for me to have it. And then suddenly she's now telling me that there's a drug that can get rid of this thing that I've been trying to hide for the last 15 years of my life. Like, who knows? I'm just connecting some dots that maybe make a narrative. Who knows?
No, but honestly, I think that's fair. It does. I think when I was almost where Gio was. Like something like this does look suspicious, and it's like it's fair to look and see if there's something there and stuff like that. I'm on the side where it does. To me right now, it does seem like it's real, but that's why I'm looking at the stuff that looks fake about it, because just checking it out. But it's just, to me, the things that, like the fact that it looks like it could be weird doesn't add up to a falsity for me.
Well, you have to figure out why they would do it exactly before you can think that they would do it.
No, I have to figure out, wait a minute, why, like, is there even a reason for this to be happening? Like, is there a reason why this would be a fake slap? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Is there any motivation to do it? And then the question is there motivation to do it? And there is motivation to do it. And so,
yeah, but you'd have to know what all the possible motivations would be, and how could you possibly know all those things?
I think it was real, but if I found out years later that it was staged, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to know we need to know what all the motives are, but we're going to immediately point and assume that it's some for-profit plot for a pharmaceutical, because we read it off a forum. And we're going to come and pretend like we're deep thinking and philosophical because we read it off a forum and agree with it. And we're going to sit there and defend that reality rather than leaving it as a simple suggestion for the other person to think about as a possibility. But some of us in here are over here defending it.
That's profound, man.
Hey, Coach, I was surprised because I heard you saying that you have you're intuitive and you're a magician yourself, and you can tell these things, and you have a special talent.
I don't think I said all those things, but yeah.
You said you were intuitive and
I said empathetic.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, empathetic, right? Like you should be like one that should be kind of like one to know if this is fake or not. And I was just surprised to hear you say that, and then still think it was real.
Well, that's exactly.
I do magic a little bit, and I'm not that good at it. But if you are good at it, I'm surprised you think it's real.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why you're surprised, but to me, it's not surprising to this conclusion, because exactly those reasons. Like, I look at everything in there, and if there's something that doesn't smell right, then it doesn't smell right. But everything smells right. He's sitting there, he's laughing at the joke, he's in the moment. That seems natural. She's not happy. That seems natural. He probably knows that she's not happy about being there and being bald. Sees her face, realizes he fucked up. Now, who knows if he's worked up, obviously, because it's a big night for him. Is he on drugs or drinking? Who knows? But he felt like impulsively he's got to do something. Did he plan to slap him in the face? Probably not. So when he walked up, nobody knew what was about to happen. And maybe he thought he was going to hit him in the head. And then he leans his face forward. Perfect opportunity. And yeah, I mean, he hit him pretty hard. I don't know if he was meaning to hit him that hard, but then he's smiling. He walks back. He sits down, realizes what he's done. He's like fucking, doubling down basically, and fucking, yells at him for doing that shit. But all that stuff seems
it was the biggest night of his life right there, and that even you are kind of like doing the reverse, like of it. Why would he risk all that for a fake thing? But really, you should be thinking, why would he risk all that when it's his biggest night if it wasn't a fake thing? Like, if it being a fake thing,
it makes him look worse. It makes his whole image look worse.
If it wasn't fake, it's equally worrying of how unhinged that this Will Smith guy is.
Right, their behavior.
Dude, in front of all these people, in front of this audience, to get up and slap him is the definition of unhinged.
It's
He's a
so out of the
comedian. He
ordinary
should know.
that should not make it past the smell test automatically because it's such a crazy thing to do in the middle
Yeah.
of the biggest night ever.
But
That
it
should
isn't
already
anymore
make the
because
smell
we're
test
living in a satanic
not
society in a
pass.
satanic timeline where everything's inverted. Well, it
Yeah.
isn't anymore.
Tell him. Anything's
Now
upside
it's just
down.
a part of the culture now. Everyone talks about it. This is the culture in this country. It's piss.
Well, remember Will Smith is a Scientologist, so there's another level of weirdness right there.
True. That's
Didn't
true.
he advocate for like peace too and love and all that? Like,
I don't know, but Scientology is just like way weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom Cruise.
It's the world.
So if everyone's done, Gio, I want to hear about this UFO you saw, man. It's crazy.
I pressed the wrong fucking button. Yeah, let's hear about the UFO then.
Did you film it?
There's one person who's seen a real life UFO. Shit.
He told us about it earlier. And Gio, go ahead and tell about it. But I was just going to say that Will Smith was nominated twice before. So it may not have been the biggest night. But go ahead.
He was never a shoo-in. It was his biggest night. What do you mean? Just because he's been nominated before, this wasn't the night where he wasn't sat in the middle of it, front and center, like basically this is your night on a silver platter. It was already being talked about that way. And as far as Chris Rock goes, I mean, look at the ticket sales. All his ticket sales went up straight after. So there's a benefit for there, just right there, automatically in your face.
Latest news, he resigned from the Academy. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was a shoo-in, but okay, yeah. Because actually, Chris Rock was just talking about Javier Bardem in that clip when he slaps him. He was talking about Javier Bardem winning, and then there's like two other dudes who were.
No, he was talking about how Harvey Bardem was hoping that Will Smith would win because if his wife didn't win and he won, then he'd be in the doghouse.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. So he's saying he hopes he wins over him. So, like, he's like,
but they were talking about Will Smith being a shoo-in this year. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, I want to apologize for misinformation. Apparently, the Scientology thing was a rumor. They're no longer associated, so I take that back.
Plus, wasn't Will Smith talking about his wife sleeping with other men and him being okay with that?
Apparently, they're open relationship.
Open relationship. So, does any of this make sense after knowing that?
No. I don't know why that would. Why does that have anything to do with it?
Well, if he's okay with his other men having sex with his wife, why is he so protective of her all of a sudden?
That doesn't mean, dude. I'm dropping out, dude. I don't know if you know what any of that means, what you said, or what an open relationship is, or what that.
No, I'm not saying he wouldn't be protective of her.
That doesn't mean that he don't love his wife, dude.
No, I'm not saying he doesn't love his wife. I'm just saying that it's like they're letting that be known to the public, and it's also like they're in the spotlight, and a lot of these things are just like for the common man's consumption. And to go out on a limb and slap Chris Rock for a joke that really wasn't even that bad. And in the middle of popping, if you're going to really be mad at Chris Rock, then maybe talk to him backstage or something like that. I mean, you're composed, you're on stage, your biggest night of your life, you're about to win the Academy Award, and you're just going to let your emotions override you. That seems like going out on a limb.
That's the inversion of what a man is supposed to act like. That's the exact opposite.
And he said that when he apologized on Twitter. He said exactly that that's not who he wants. That's not the man who he wants to be and stuff like that. He said all that kind of stuff. But regardless, yeah, I mean, to me, it makes sense that it doesn't make sense to slap him. So the fact that they even said that, it makes more sense. They should have made Chris Rock say something like more extreme or something like that. Then that would make sense. It doesn't make sense that he would slap him over that. So if they were planning the whole thing out, you think they would have planned it like more authentically, right?
Well, I get fair enough. That's a good point. Like maybe they could have made the joke more offensive, but then maybe making it like not so offensive made it more of a talking point. You know, like why would he? You know, because it makes it look more out of the ordinary, or not out of the ordinary, but more Will Smith's just getting the better of him. But then
Fuck these
that
guys.
joke
Let's quit
shouldn't
talking
have
about
triggered
them.
him. I
Fuck
know
every
we
one of
shouldn't have.
those guys.
Exactly.
Fucking losers. Parasites onto fucking humanity. Fuck those guys.
Are you okay, man?
Did I offend you?
No. That was a
Do you disagree?
rhetorical
Well,
question.
the reason we're talking about it, I guess, is because we like to talk about real and fake things, and it's kind of like people's gauge of what they believe, whether it's Will Smith or it doesn't even matter. It's just like we were just talking about the ISS and whether that looked real, and it's interesting,
So-
like how people kind of think things are real or not real, and whether it's confirmation bias or not, and that's what.
In
it
your
kind of deals with.
perspective, are they better than the NASA actors?
Yes. They did a really
Here's
good
a
job.
question.
Especially his acceptance speech was really good acting. I would hire him for my next movie if I was in that industry.
Here's a question. With all the money that NASA's got, how come they cannot get better actors?
True.
Well, the CGI gives it away more than the acting.
Yeah, why don't they spend more in like getting their
because the label of
astronauts trained
science, because
by
the label of
actors?
science backs them up. They don't need better actors. They just need to say, "This is science. How dare you question it?" There you go.
And they're gaslighting us. Like, I think Don Pettit being such a bad actor and so obviously like acting stupid on purpose or saying stupid things on purpose, I think that shows it that they're flaunting their power. Like they're putting him out there to gaslight us and make fun of the people that actually believe it. Or whatever it is, whatever the intentions are. It's just it can't be that they just like choose that guy to represent them when he's obviously funny to the point of like cringe.
Will someone have a new topic? I think that one's kind of cooked.
Branch asked you a question before, Gio.
Oh yeah, I was kind of busy doing something else. I did hear him though about UFOs.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Because I've seen stuff similar to what you described. You know what I mean? And it's crazy that you saw it in Arizona too, because there's actually a lot of in that whole area. There's that's actually where they do military testing and shit like that.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of sightings in New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. That's kind of like the hot spot. I think there's something about the desert environment that they use for testing these different crafts, and perhaps the air pressure is a little bit different there. But yeah, it does seem like it's a focus that they focus on that area for testing them, and there's also huge areas of open land where there's no people, so I'm sure that helps keep it on the down low.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
Did
Arizona.
you see a white light?
I saw essentially it was like a domed triangle crystalline structure that was moving at incredibly fast rates through the sky and was making like zigzags and right-hand turns and 180 direction changes within a very short amount of time, like a very short amount of space and time, if that makes sense. It was like normally you see an airplane, it's kind of lumbering across the sky. Yeah, you might see a jet that's, really moving quicker, but this was moving at rates of speed that I've never seen anything move in my life before in the sky. In that particular one. I've seen more than just that one, but that one was particularly poignant.
What do you think it was? Do you think it was just hidden tech, or do you think it was an alien?
Well, I would put these into three general categories. One would be like, let's say that, you know, humans, like military tech type stuff. Another one would be from elsewhere, from other lands, that we're not, you know, privy to right now. And then the other one would be like interdimensional, like an actual interdimensional craft that comes out of, because I think the sky above us, it is an actual, like, it's like a spiritual membrane of sorts, to where things can actually enter and exit through there. So in that sense, like, it could be referred to as interdimensional, where, well, there's kind of two forms of interdimensional as well. There's one where something can just arrive in this physical dimension instantly and then can leave instantly, as you know, in that sense. Then there's also one where it actually enters through the sky field into this realm, but it's interdimensionally traveling. It's not coming from like another, you know, physical place. It's actually just entering through the sky barrier.
That's interesting. Because nobody knows where wormholes go. They could just go to another dimension.
Yeah, like a black hole or a portal or wormhole. What's the definition of wormhole, though, compared to? But yeah, it is that concept, like an interdimensional portal of sorts.
Well, so like, you know, interplanetary travel, especially between two planets that have, you know, life forms that can space travel, right? It's gonna be so fucking far away that it's probably like, if you was to make a bet whether interplanetary type of wormhole type of situation where these guys somehow get to us, right? Or we get to them ever. That's probably less likely than it just be interdimensional travel. I mean, the notion of multiverses and dimensions and shit. Well, so the notion of multiverses, a lot of scientists believe in it. So, you know, it kind of begs the question, like, what's more likely, travel between them or travel between planets?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I don't really resonate with the idea of there being other planets. You mean like in a vacuum, like the way NASA tells us of outer space and these different balls out there? Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, like there'd have to be another star out there that's got another set of planets around it. And one of them has to be habitable and actually has life forms on it that can come up with a tech that's probably better than ours right now, that will allow them to travel vast distances.
Right. Well, I get that idea, and that same somewhat similar concept on like a stationary planar Earth type system where you may have more land out there. If you then get some kind of beings that are not, you know, part of our, you know, system here, as it were, they don't have like birth certificates, and, you know, they're not like in our, then they could, you know, come to these lands. So that would be
the thing with wormholes is that's like you know, the equations that are derive a wormhole, assuming it's in the same universe, they occur because of you know, you hit a limit, right, in one of the equations, and that's where the idea of a wormhole comes from. But I don't know. You kind of made me think now that interdimensional travel is a lot more likely.
Let me answer your question. Geo and maybe also to branch also. But do you believe in time travel then? Because, you know, if you travel through between dimensions, you know, they say time is a dimension, you can only go forward. But, you know, if you can come from another dimension, surely you can come from a different time, right?
No, it's gonna be like Rick and Morty rules, bro. You can go between dimensions, but you can't travel time.
Ah, okay.
Well, I mean, if this entire realm is viewed as a dimension in and of itself, like this is the Earth dimension, we're humans on it, and then the question, you know, are we souls that are incarnating in bodies that we exist in these, you know, other dimensions and then are incarnated here? There's that whole thing. But even just taking it from the perspective that this is a dimension in and of itself, perhaps it does have its limits. I mean, there could be infinite, but if it has its limits, then the question then becomes, okay, well, is that the end of everything, or is there more? And if there's more, then what is that more? Are there other dimensions just like this one that are physical and huge and or feel physical and that are not really physically reachable from this one? Like, you're not going to be able to take like a boat or a ship or something to go there. But if you perhaps were able to, interdimensionally travel there, traverse through the boundary way between them, as it were, then you would be able to instantly be in that one. But is there more? And then what is that? Yeah. And then could beings come from that one to this one?
I mean, the thing is, there'll be infinite dimensions, right?
Well, then there's that. Yeah. Are there actually infinite of them? Yeah. See, that's why like the idea of like outer space and the heliocentric model, these like galaxies, these planets and these stars out there, there's something captivating about that. The idea that, oh my God, like as many grains of sand as there are on the earth, there's these other, so who knows how many different planets and worlds. I mean, like, if we have just one planet that's inhabitable in our solar system, could there be other solar systems that have hundreds of planets, maybe even thousands, and all of them have life on them? It's like, but that whole concept of that like infinite thing that I think is very captivating, and I think that people resonate with. But if what it really is just that there's actually infinite other dimensions, and it's not actually a vacuum with balls out there, then there is actually a reason why people would be captivated by that, because there's a similarity between them.
We keep using dimensions as a word when we're describing this stuff. I'm talking about multi-universes, right? And I'm assuming you mean each universe is a separate dimension. Or do you mean dimension the other way? Like,
I think he's using dimension the same way you would be using universe.
Okay, my bad, Joe. I just had to make sure.
Well, you're saying that in a heliocentric idea, you're saying that the entire thing, all of the space and all of the planets would just be one dimension?
Right. Well, yeah, and one universe, right? And if there's multiple universes, there'll be another one right next to it, or in the same place. But actually, it could be a different dimension. I don't know how you describe that, but it could be like right in the same place as us.
Just like a TV where you can tune the stations.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, the key word is could be, right? I mean, we can all like. That's the problem with like theoretical physicists, is they're all theories. Not even theories, they're just ideas. It's not real.
Well, the whole when we talk about this stuff about what me
Yeah,
and
no,
Gio-
but it's a waste of time, man. It's fun. It's
Right, but
really, it's like, come on, man.
it's all makeup talk. Nobody knows. But my bad, bro. If you're getting frustrated about it, we can change the subject.
So you're saying, Branch, that like, okay, if in your idea of like all these balls and the vacuum and the globe and all that, yeah, you're just saying that would be one entire universe, as it were, and there could be another one that would be like simultaneously, kind of sort of. Well, I kind of think of it like a television, like you change the stations on a TV and you're getting all these different stations, but the stations are not being generated from the television. The television is just the channel by which the frequencies can be put into that particular, channel or image. And perhaps like when we dream, that's happening. I mean, many dreams can feel very real, and it's pretty interesting.
If we're talking about infinite universes, right, then I think like, let's assume the Big Bang. The Big Bang as we know it occurred one way, right? And that's our universe. And there was another Big Bang where just one molecule was off a little bit differently, right?
Well, that's the many worlds interpretation.
I know. Well, if there's infinite, that's what I assume is going to happen, right? If we're talking about infinite universes.
Oh, but that's one of the interpretations of the quantum mechanics.
Could be, assume, interpretation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't. You guys, yeah, go ahead. I'll stay quiet, but.
That's what's up, man. You don't have to. But, no, the main world's interpretation, like, because like things like what's it called, superposition. And I could get this wrong, but I think that's kind of what many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics says, is that it's not that it's doing these things at the same time, and then when you observe it or it interacts with the wave function collapses doing only one thing. The many worlds interpretation says that there's like different realities, I guess, where it's doing each of those things, and yeah, that would mean there's infinite. But that one kind of doesn't make much sense. But there is actually people who agree with that.
No, that makes the most sense to me. But the funny thing is, we're talking about whether we'll travel between planets or interdimensionally first, right? If we did first discover interdimensional travel, we'll be so busy exploring that we'll probably fucking just forget about going between planets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'll put a huge dent in interplanetary travel. No one will give a fuck anymore.
Whereas it's cool to put some money into and to explore, and to keep progressing with space travel, but it's so far away that it's like we're building something for somebody way in the future. You know what I mean? Yeah. Somebody who's going to be able. The technology is going to be so far advanced that they're going to be able to actually do something with it. Because
Mars habitation, though, I think we can do with tech today, right? I think that going to Mars is probably is cool. Like our solar system's cool, but
exploring like other solar systems, that's like something for generations and generations and generations in the future, because we don't even have anything close to creating technology that will make that viable for people today. Yeah.
Why not though? I mean, if they can go to Mars, I mean, that's like, why not?
I mean, the only way we could do it is we could say model. The only way we could do it is we could set people off and let them make babies and make babies and make babies. Just go down generations until they get there.
Yeah, or you could you could just send out, because at the speed of light, it takes a long time to get to these places. But if you send a signal at the speed of light, and then somehow you have this program that, like, if you're able to write code that that is able to kind of form itself into actual matter, as long as it has like even basically you can create like the precursors of life, sort of, but like directed. So it's like you can send it to a planet that has a material that you need to make DNA in a person, and yeah. So, but that's, I mean, none of that exists. There's like that's stuff that would all have to be invented, and yeah, there's almost no way that we're gonna do it. So our generation, I mean, it's way in the future.
See, what I would say is like the similarity in my understanding of things that would correlate with that would be like something that fantastical. Like if the Earth was a globe and it's all heliocentric and we're in this little solar system and you're in this huge Milky Way, then yeah, like one of the most amazing things would be if you could, like, you know, have some kind of craft or whatever and literally fly to another star, another planet, and land there, and like, wow, you know, like what would that even be like an entire world? Who knows? Maybe the radius of their Earth could be 10,000 miles or 50,000 miles. Could be absolutely massive. There could be multiple of them. There could be, you know, it's like endless, you know, the possibilities. But what I would say is that the equivalent to that, like something that kind of dramatic, where you're literally going to another world, as it were, in my understanding of things, because I see this as a realm in and of itself. This is a dimension. So what you'd have to do is leave this dimension. You'd have to you know, essentially, if you want to call it travel, but it's like interdimensionally transport to another dimension entirely. And if you did that, that would be where you would completely, almost like, yeah, you would completely leave this realm and be in another one. But the thing is that there's so many of these ancient legends and stories about actual portals being on the Earth, like at the North Pole region and in the southern regions, perhaps where the magnetic field is very, very concentrated. So like that whole concept of a black hole or a wormhole where you like go through it and then, you know, you come into some other dimension, basically, like you know, time and space and all of those concepts. But in my perspective, the concept that those could actually exist, and if they may actually be real things, like if we could get access to the North Pole or the southern regions, like those might actually be here in reality. And if you went to one or traveled to one, that you could actually go through it. So like that could actually be a reality. Whereas the idea of spaceships going to other planets, like even the way you said, it's probably never going to be a reality in our lifetimes. But with the way I'm describing, if there are these actual portals, then it actually is possible. All we have to do is be able to get there. which is just getting to the North Pole or to other areas on Earth, which all we have to do is somehow get over the hurdle of these people in power that are not allowing us to freely travel there.
Trying to find my GIF to extra land. But anyway, I'll be back.
Sci-fi could be real. And that's what all these legends at the North Pole, like Hyperborea and Agartha and the ancient Vedics, where they would do these spiritual practices to where they would harness their consciousness to where they would then make these actual physical journeys to the North Pole, and they would essentially enter into like an entirely different place. And then they could come back here.
I don't know. Maybe it's easier to make a link to another dimension than we think.
Well, it's interesting that they've taken the idea of black holes and they've taken them from the Earth, like a portal type thing, and they've put them billions of light years into outer space, a place that we'll never get to. I mean, if that's part of the deception, that is deep. If they're using like the idea of outer space to like remove the actual portals on Earth and use some of that same physics in a conceptual way out in outer space to put it as far away from us as possible, it's pretty intense.
But if you think about it, let's say it's all fake, because you guys think it is. But let's say it's fake. Let's say, though, in our model. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Let's think about it being real. Okay. So, if it's real, then, electromagnetism brings things together on the smaller scale, but gravity will bring mass together on a large scale, like rocks. And if you have a lot of shit, it'll mostly be gas, and you'll bring that together. You bring that together enough, there's other forces in play that will cause fusion, so stars will be created. So it's like these are just, this is just basically taking the idea of what gravity is and seeing it to its conclusion. And if you keep doing that, eventually you get problems. You're like, wait a minute, what if you get a lot of gas? You get like bigger fucking objects like neutron stars, and eventually you just get such a large and dense mass that like nothing can escape. It's basically warped space-time too much that it's fucking broken it basically. And so it's like that's why it was theorized before it was ever even witnessed, was because it's kind of like seeing gravity go all the way to its conclusion if you bring it all the way out, That's why it's one of those things that was theorized first, and even if they never seen one, they probably still would have predicted it to be out there.
Yeah, but where do they even get that from? I mean, if they don't have any tangibility of it, I mean, it's theoretical. Like,
well, I was saying it was theoretical, and it is theoretical, but that's based on the idea of what gravity is supposed to be. And so you say, okay, well, if gravity is real, what, like, you try to think of the extremes, what would happen? And that's just one of the things that you would predict would happen based on your idea of what's happening. Based on your idea of what gravity is, like you're like, what if I have a bunch of mass, a shit ton of mass, like so much mass it warps space time and it's so close, like nothing can happen. Like, well, then this should happen. That should exist somewhere.
Yeah, well, I think it is interesting, the ideas of space time, like yeah, it is interesting that there are some correlations with that. Like, I mean, how much of it is fabricated is a question, but in terms of the theories around it, but there are some interesting ways in which like kind of what I'm talking about, for example, like if you were to go through a portal, like what, that could be described as a bending and warping of space-time. Like your space and time are being completely reconfigured. Like whatever is space and whatever is time is going to completely change in that zone. Which, yeah, it sounds pretty sci-fi. It is. I mean, it's pretty like, we consider that science fiction, but like I remember there's this game. It's actually called Space Quest. You ever heard of those games, Kosho? But basically, this guy, like at the beginning of it, he has this like gun. It's like a time travel gun, and he shoots this gun into the wall, and then the gun creates like a portal right on the wall, and then the other guy jumps into it, and then he time travels through it. It's cool. Basically, it's like a device that can create a portal, and then once you create it, you just launch through it, and your physical body leaves that time space dimension and arrives in another one.
Damn. I left for a couple minutes and everybody shut up.
You're the life of the party, Kosho.
Yeah, all right. I'm sorry I had to get something. Talking about Coriolis in the chat. Oh, Sean's confusion. Why does he think that if you only see half the path, that means it's not Coriolis? For sure. Blasphemy. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what. I'm not sure what half the path means. I don't know. I'm not sure what that means, half the path, but let me see. I got to catch up on everything you guys were saying. Wait, what's Geo trying to post? Oh, wait, Doofus. Oh, Doofus is here. You said you were trying to post something, Doofus? Uh, uh, I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna see if I can make that Sierpinski triangle thing again. Let me see. Oh shit! You see that thing I made, Jeremy? When I made that project, there's literally like 4 lines of code, and then the rest of the triangle just basically forms.
Is there anyone here?
Yeah, I'm coding something real quick.
You're doing what?
I realize I'm still in here, but yeah, I'm coding. I'm making this. You'll see. You'll appreciate it. It's just you know what a Sierpinski triangle is?
No.
Yeah. Well, I won this art contest by math department one time because I made this triangle with like a couple lines of code. I can't find my code, so I'm just trying to
I
make.
think I remember you mentioning that actually.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can do it real quick. Hold on.
I had 2 code challenges today.
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
trying. Yeah. I'm
What else you
doing
got?
a test. I'm doing a test for Amazon. They
That's
send
right.
me like it. Sorry.
No, I remember you telling me because they have like for job interviews, right?
Yeah. Oh, the interview comes if I pass this test.
Oh, really?
I'm not. Yeah, I think so. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna pass the test because it was just two code challenges, 1 hour, 1.5 hour actually, and I only completed one of them. And I didn't. I know I didn't do the optimal way. But the second one, I couldn't solve it, but I just just explain how I'll do it if I had more time. I hope they consider that.
Is there just two projects 1 hour?
No, it's just 2 code challenges.
Oh, it just took you an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Oh, they're 2 different challenges you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
But what the test though? How long? What are how many challenges are in the test?
2. There were 2.
Oh, okay, that's what I
2
mean. Okay.
challenges.
You know what's funny,
Yeah.
dude? One time I did a hackathon for Google and some other companies, and anyways, and we had to do an app for a smartwatch or smart glasses, and my team, I had these 2 babes that were the artists on my team, and we were the only group that didn't we didn't even have a working app. Actually, our app wasn't working, and it was the other coders on my team that were fucking. Anyways, that doesn't matter though, and my laptop didn't work, by the way, but none of that matters because we won anyways.
Wait, you won?
Yeah.
No, that's
I think it's because at the very end, like everybody showed their stupid app, and ours was like good, but we weren't even able to get it. We weren't even able to get the do you call that the simulator thing on the screen or whatever. But then at the end, I just told her, I was like, I told everybody, I was like, yeah, I wanted to thank like when we were done with our presentation, it sucked. I was like, I wanted to just thank our artists because they did a great job, and they. What I say? I said, yeah. I said, I wish we were able to show it because they did such a great job with all the different art stuff. I was wondering if that was maybe part of the reason why we won. I don't know why else we would have won. It doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah,
I participated on a similar contest in my 3rd year of college, I think. But I was the only one coding in the team, so although I managed to get it working, it was so messy because I was doing like as fast as I could. I didn't sleep like the whole contest, and it lasted for like 2 days. So during the presentation time, I wasn't even there because I was just dying inside below a table somewhere on the contest.
We were dreading our presentation, man. It was funny because we knew we didn't have anything. Well, that's not true. We had the thing. We had the presentation shit, but it was because my computer wouldn't get Android Studio to work, and then they didn't know what they were doing.
Right.
The whole thing.
The 2 challenges I had. One of them was to like you had a stream of binary bits, and you have to count how many groups of 3 bits you can pick that have a 1 and 0 alternating. So, for example, if you pick the 1st, the 10th, and the 12th, if they're like 010 or 101, that's a possibility you can count. And the question is,
which one is a possibility?
like if you pick three of those bits, if they overlap, if they alternate exactly, like if the first is 0, then the other is 1, and the other is 0 again, or if the first is 0, the second is 1, and the third is 0 again. Like,
all right, so if you have 5 bits, for example, is 10101, that you can count that as 3 different groups.
No, like
count as 3 groups because they overlap.
No, how many? Let's see, how many triplets?
No,
how many
so
possible triplets you can find that have alternating bits?
Yeah, right, yeah. So like 10101, 10101 is only 5 bits, but there's 3 groups in there that have alternating bits.
Yeah, but it don't have to. They don't have to be adjacent. You can pick one in the middle of the array, one at the end of the array, and the other one.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
say it one more time.
Okay, actually, I think I'm gonna just send the description of the problem. I think that's better than me trying to explain it.
You should do some of the Euler projects, man. I'm working on one.
Well, yeah, sure. I'll take a look. Let me just show you the ones I've done.
Yeah, I'm
so
checking
this
it
is the one I solved, and the other one, but I solved in linear time complexity. But the problem is I used linear space complexity as well. And just after I submitted, I realized I could have done in constant time complexity. Like it didn't have to create secondary arrays or things that I. But I don't think that changes a lot. Usually people don't care about space complexity, right?
Space complexity? What do you mean?
Yeah, memory.
Oh yeah, no, but do you mean just complexity?
Yeah, asymptotic complexity. As you increase the size of the input.
Yeah. But I didn't know if you meant like just something different than just complexity. Because you said like I thought it was like you trying to say something different, like space complexity, like just
Oh no, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like
oh wait a minute, no. Yeah, because if you are you talking about like the difference between like computing power or storage versus storage?
Yeah, I mean, you have asymptotic complexity, right? That describes like as you increase the size of the input, what happens with the program. So you have time complexity, which is like how much slower it gets as you increase the input. It has space complexities, which is how much more memory it consumes.
Right. Okay, I got you. My bad.
So I had a linear time complexity, which means that the time it took to solve was proportional to the size of the input, which is like ideal. There's no you can do better than it. But the space complexity was also linear. So the bigger was the input, the more memory you use. It was like this linear relation. But you actually didn't have to allocate more memory. You could do with just like a couple of variables. And I just realized it later.
That's cool. Well, yeah, post the rules when you get a chance. I'm going to check that one out. I'll tell you about this Euler one I'm on. It's kind of fun. It's like these numbers I posted, like the digits equal up, so they're all powers of 4, and they equal that digit. It says there's only 3 of them in all the numbers. But yeah, it wants the challenge is to find all the digits that you could do that with powers of 5. My God, I can't think of the most efficient way to do it just yet.
Cool.
What is that? You have to decompose into powers of 4?
No. This one here is an example. It shows you that these three numbers. You take the digits and it equals up. So if you add up their digits in the power of 4, it equals that same number. So it's pretty cool numbers, but it's saying you got to find all the numbers where you can do that to the power of 5.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like I'm trying to think of the best way to do it.
Oh, there might be some mathematical tricks because
Oh yeah, sure.
5 is a multiple. 10 is a multiple of 5, so you have some overlap between the two bases of digits. And usually that gives you some extra tricks. Like for example, like if you're doing something.
Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't even think about that. Use the base.
Yeah. So for example, if you're dealing with powers of 4 and powers of 8, for example, usually there's a 1 to 2 correspondence between them because one is multiple of the other, right? So 10 is a multiple of 5. And if you're using decimals, that might give you some tricks.
Yeah, let me do that. I'm figuring out the let me look at powers of 2 real quick. I mean, like for binary, because basically binary. Hold on.
Okay, since we don't have to read now, but I put in Livestream one, text one. The binary stuff I mentioned.
I appreciate you.
I think if you just look at the bottom of the last picture, you're gonna immediately understand.
I don't know if what you said. I don't think it has anything to do with the base, man. Because yeah, the exponent doesn't matter, right?
Oh, it does because you're splitting decimal digits, right?
Decimal digits, yeah. Let me see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because the decimal digit. Well, no, but the decimal digits are all 10 to the power of something else. It's not really something to the power of 10, right? So if I split up all the numbers in like 955, that's 10 to the 0th power times 5, like that.
Yeah, it's not 4 to the power of 9. Yeah.
But I wonder if I can do the log then. Oh, you got me thinking though, dude. That's a good idea.
So can you give me the whole description? Like, do you have to list all the possible ways?
Yeah,
you
you
can
have to
do
list all the possible, because this is all the possible ones with 4. That's all
Just
the
3?
possible with 4. Yeah, there's only 3 numbers because 1 doesn't count because you don't. Yeah, 1 doesn't count. But that's the only ones that exist at all. And it wants you to figure out all the ones that exist for the number 5.
Right. Yeah, is this like restricted to 4 digits, or are those 3 are
No.
like all in infinity?
Yeah, well, there's if you can tell, there's a you kind of figure that out whenever you start doing it. Like when you try to see how, like, what's the limit. I wish I had my code at my girlfriend's house because I was already working on this. But yeah, so I was trying to see, okay, what's the upper limit for how, like, what it can't be higher than. I forgot what I came to. Like I was imagining, like, what if they were all 9s? Like when does 9 to the 5th power, which is something like 58,000 or something, when is that already going to be too big?
Yeah.
Where the other number, like, you can't add them together basically. And already 9 to the 5th power is already almost there. So
yeah, because I mean, to add them and get the same number, you can't get a greater number. So if you know from this on, it only goes greater than that. Then.
And so, yeah, that's right. And that's the other part. That's the other way I was trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out, like, if I use a 9 in the numbers, what's the lowest possible number it could be? So yeah, I basically did it like that. Or I started doing it like that, and then I haven't worked on it since last week. So
I'm gonna think about that in this weekend because I'm not gonna think about that right now. Because
you should check out. You should go to the
3 a.m.
Yeah, just go to Euler Project, because this is number 29, but there's a long list of challenges.
Oh, there's a do you have to solve that with algorithm, or it's just like this mathematical?
You'll find that almost all these challenges are easier to figure out with it. That's why it's a programming
Right, it's not
challenge
a
thing. But
coding challenge.
you don't have to use a program. But I don't know if you could figure it out without it.
Yeah, I mean, usually you can brute force.
Yeah, but some of these, like one of these, I solved it. Here, there's the link for the website. But I solved it, but it took me like a full day and a half to run the code. Like the code was running for a day and a half before it solved it.
Yeah, well,
some of the challenges are in regards to like very, very big lists. Like you got to sort through this giant lists and do all this dumb shit.
Right.
Like, you gave me a good idea though about that. I bet you there's something you can do regarding the log.
There's a problem that I solved a couple of years ago. You have this string of digits, but some of the digits are missing. So like you have some digits you don't know the
Yeah.
value of them, and that string can have up to 10,000 digits. And the second argument is just a number that goes up to 10,000. The challenge is to fill the missing digits with actual digits in a way that that string becomes a multiple of that number. No.
Oh, okay.
It can't be any multiple. It has to be the smallest possible multiple.
Oh, the smallest multiple of that number. Wow.
Yeah.
And you
And
said what
I
you said. You
solved
said
that
that
one.
string. You said the sum of that string, or that string.
No,
The,
as a number. If you read the string as a number.
okay, but you said it had 10,000 digits.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, and the number also had 10,000 digits. It's not.
No,
not
the
smaller than
number
10,000.
No, the number only goes up to 10,000. But you have two inputs: the string that can have up to 10,000 digits, and the number that goes up to 10,000.
Oh, but you said multiple of. You mean that the 10,000 has to be the smallest multiple of this number?
No, the string has to be
Multiple.
multiple.
Oh, multiple. I was thinking of divisor. Yeah. Okay. Or factor. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to find the smallest the way to fill the gaps to make a multiple. But if you have, I mean, probably there are multiple ways to do that. So you have to find the smallest way to do that, like the way that creates the smaller. But you can't fill the left with zeros. The left is
very finished. Yeah.
Yeah, the last digit has to be from 1 to 9.
Yeah, but I mean, that's all you gotta do is. Well, I guess you could brute force it, but yeah, you just go for the left.
No, that
takes too long.
Brute forcing doesn't work.
Why it takes too long?
Of course, I mean you have 10,000 digits. Each one.
Yeah, you gotta.
Let's say the host.
Yeah, it's true.
It gets 10 times lower for each missing digit, right? It's just exponentially harder. That's how my friend tried to solve that. And actually, I'm ranked first place for that problem.
Wow.
I got my solution.
Yeah.
My solution ran in 0 milliseconds.
What? What website is that on?
B Crowd.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me. You said was it a V Crowd?
B Crowd.
B Crowd. Yeah, I know that one. I don't know if I've ever done the challenges on there, but I'm gonna check that out, man. I want to check out that chat. I want to check that one out. Let me think. Don't tell me how you did it.
No, I don't think I'll be able to explain how I did it right now. It's a very complicated solution. So this is some examples of input and output. The one that outputs a star is because there's no answer.
Wait, why is there question marks there?
It's the missing digits.
Oh, wait. So that's it. There's just a 1, and then all of them are missing digits.
Yeah, that's one example. Yeah, and you have to make them multiple of 2.
Hold on. So basically, it's 1. How many digits are there?
I'm not gonna count. Okay, well, let me see. I can.
Oh, yeah, you know, is it just those digits on the screen? Then that's it.
No, those are examples of inputs. You have to come up with the algorithm that can solve that. Right?
Yeah, I know, but okay, that's what I'm saying is. Hold on.
If you look to the last one, maybe
you cut it off at a weird part, maybe because it's like yeah, I don't know. Why does it starts with a question mark?
Oh, question marks are just the digits you have.
Yeah, right. But that number there. So those are 3 examples.
Yes, the left part is the input. The right part is the output.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I should.
But yeah, but
get
you said there
Linux.
was 10,000. You said there was 10,000 digits.
Yeah, those are 3 examples. They don't have 10,000, but it can go up to. Oh no, it's
Oh, okay. So
actually
these are just examples just showing you. Okay, I see.
it's not 10,000. It's 1,000.
Oh, 1,000 digits. Okay.
Yeah, 1,000. So see if you when you hit this link, it shows it in Portuguese or in English because
I can get it to change to English.
it's supposed to have a
It's
English
in
version.
Portuguese, but I can translate it.
No, I think this website is supposed to have a.
Well, you showed the one you sent me was in Portuguese, so. But I got translated already.
I don't remember which one are the other ones that I got first place. This is the one I remember the most because I really enjoyed the solution that I found.
Okay, when I get back, I'm gonna finish my triangle. Actually, no. I gotta be right back. My friend's waiting for me.
All right.
Can I still do these challenges?
Sometimes.
B crowd ones? Like, is that one still available or it's not available?
Yeah, it's still available.
Okay. Well, yeah, you just check out that link. I gave you the link. Well, kind of to Euler project or Project Euler. I always say it backwards. But you'll like those.
All right.
But yeah, I'll be right back.
Hey, Lori.
Hi, Bacon.
So, when you mean Game of Life project, did you try to implement that simulation?
Oh yeah, I coded that, and basically it was functional, like it did everything that it was supposed to. But this was like back in the 90s. I did it in a program or a language called Turbo Pascal.
Oh,
And
right.
the problem
Actually,
with that.
I think Turbo Pascal is the compiler, right? Not the.
Oh yeah.
I actually learned to program in Pascal as well.
Yeah. The problem with my short Game of Life thing was computers back then didn't have all the resources that they got. So basically, it was doing calculation for every single pixel and also having to draw every single pixel, like each step. And that got, even though the screen that I was drawing on was quite small, like I wasn't even utilizing the full screen. It just slowed down, like it ran fast when there was little happening, but as soon as the as soon as the pattern started expanding and filling the screen, it got very slow.
Right.
And I thought of like creative ways to optimize it. Like there were a lot of black pixels that shouldn't have been, included in the calculation and the drawing, but I just found no way in like ruling those out from the get-go, that okay, you don't even have to do anything here because it's not even close to being in the pattern. So that was the issue.
Yeah. So it was getting slow because of the calculations, not because of the updating of the screen.
I'm not
Because,
sure because it's so long time ago.
Yeah, makes sense. How old are you?
I'm 38 now. And this was back in like before high school, I think, or maybe in high school somewhere, something like that.
Right. Yeah, I only started like learning optimization when I got to college.
Yep.
Like I learned to code in high school with Pascal as well, or Pascal. Sure how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I think Pascal is how you guys say it.
Yeah.
I did the Finnish pronunciation.
Yeah, Portuguese pronunciation is Pascal.
Yep.
And yeah, I really enjoy doing that. Like coding in Pascal.
Yep.
But as soon as I learned other languages, I was like, yeah, that's a shitty language. They're way better.
Yeah.
Like I went from Pascal to JavaScript, and I love JavaScript. Like I use to this day. And yeah, I remember doing some nice software in Pascal in high school, like the snake game, and I remember creating like a snake game that you can edit mazes and like you can create the phases of the game and stuff like that.
Yep.
But it sounds simple, but at the time I was really proud of doing that. It's not like the hardest thing you can ever do.
Yeah. Yeah, I was proud of the Game of Life project, even though it's quite simple to, if you think about it. Yeah, I have had quite a long break. Like I did some stuff in also Delphi, and then I had a long break where I didn't program like anything. But nowadays I've been doing some stuff with AutoHotkey, which actually has been quite useful. I'm currently in university, and I just did a simple script that allows me to like quickly launch a personalized kind of a command line. So we're doing a lot of stuff remotely. So I can, for example, launch the Moodle page for each single course with just a few keystrokes because I did, and that's one of the AutoHotkey scripts that I'm most proud of because it took only like 2 hours to write the base code, and then it's been very, very useful. And that's what you want with AutoHotkey. Like you don't want to spend more time doing that code than it actually saves.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, in Finnish keyboards, there's this one symbol that's very like it's some symbol for a random or a currency that you don't exactly know what currency it is. So it could be euro or it could be yen. It's like a placeholder for an unknown currency.
Mhm.
Which, like, who the hell uses anything like that ever? But every Finnish keyboard has the symbol, like in Shift 4. So I was like, yeah, I will never use that symbol, so I can just use it as a auto hotkey for
That's when they
launching
bring.
my.
That's when they bring in the new currency. They can plop it right in there. The new world order currency. They can just fill it in that key.
Yeah.
And
that then turns me
Finnish
against.
people are a step ahead of us.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I'll start hating New World Order because they fucked up my auto hotkey script. Not that there's anything to hate about them if it weren't for that.
Perhaps people. Oops.
What up?
Just had a chat to Brian's logic. My goodness. You know the Veritasium video where he says no one has measured the speed of light?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one way, right?
The one way. Do you know what Brian's takeaway from that is?
If you can't, yeah, I think I saw that. Like, if you can't know the one way by logic, you can know the two way.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I was so confused. Like I was, that's it. He goes, I said, like, what is your takeaway from that video? And he goes, that the one-way speed of light has never and will never be measured. So by proxy, neither will the two-way. I was like, oh. I don't understand how you can watch that video and
But
just...
I mean, he struggles with triangles, right? So what do you expect?
He struggles with square roots in formulas. His literal quote from a week or two ago on Flat Earth Debate was, square roots are something that I did not learn how to do. So he literally, the distance to the horizon formula, he couldn't plug in numbers to get a result.
Well, Ruhiv, why don't you do an actual debate instead of just shit talking him over videos and on other channels? Why don't you actually debate him?
Yeah, what do you think he says, Gio? Give me $5,000 to pay my debate fee. Like, how pathetic is that?
I'll pay the man.
Sure, champ. How about he pay me $5,000 as well for my time?
In Brian's defense, he might be referring to he might not know how to do using pen and paper because not many people know how to do that for square root.
Like we discussed the other day. Was it me and you? Like, would you do a binary search? Like, actually, how to do square roots by hand? Like, would you do a binary search or the long division algorithm?
I think it was me and you. I was mentioning once I managed to do that using 5 iterations. I don't remember which numerical method it was, but you used the derivative. So you get the slope of the function, and you can just go towards 0 pretty quickly,
Wow. I've known that one. Yeah, it wasn't, in answer to Gio's question, it wasn't about can you do square roots by hand. It was literally, I'm having trouble plugging a number into a formula to get the distance to the horizon. And this guy, he calls himself a subject matter expert on celestial navigation. Unbelievable.
Does he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know many Globers that can do position fixing, and none of them call themselves experts on that.
Same.
And I
I
don't
can
think
do
he
it.
can do that.
No, he can't. None of the that panel, like the Flat Earth debate panel, has ever done it.
Yeah,
No
I mean,
one.
I haven't seen any flutters are doing the position fix yet.
No.
I mean, Brian said that he did, but I mean, I don't doubt that. I actually think he did try doing something. But I don't know what method he used. I offered myself to turn his method into an algorithm.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
I want to see
if
Brian
he
Leakey,
managed to
actually.
do it for like two positions, I mean, he might be able to fix two positions somehow accurately. But the
As in,
interesting
get
stuff
two
would be.
angles.
Sorry?
Get two angles and then find his position from that.
Yeah, maybe that. But what I mean is, it would be useful if I could turn his method into a code. That way, everyone can test it for any sets of stars and see how well the
Yeah.
method works. Because if we only depend on him doing the math all the time, I mean, not many people are going to understand what his method is.
Were you talking Brian Leakey or Brian's logic? I'm talking Brian's logic.
Oh, I was referring to Brian.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Other Brian.
Yeah. I did that the other day as well. Like I was trashing Brian's logic, and then me and my brain switched to Brian Leakey when Kosher said something. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, Brian's logic. My goodness.
Oh, remember when I mentioned that code challenge of getting the medium of two sorted arrays?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I spent like a couple of minutes trying to solve that, and when I submitted my solution, I saw the logs, and I actually had already submitted that 2 years ago, and I
Seriously?
didn't remember. And actually, my solution of 2 years ago was way better than the one I did that day.
Jeez. Oh man, I'm stunned at the stupidity of some people. That's all I came in to say, is that I'm stunned at the stupidity. You call me a sociopath now, Gio?
I was fucking muted that whole time, dude. You guys are talking.
Were you speaking?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You wouldn't have been able to know, though, of course. But yeah, I was going to say something about Brian Leakey, because I think that was my fault about Brian Logic, Brian Leakey problem, because I was talking to you and I brought up Brian Leakey and I didn't realize you were talking about Brian's Logic. But anyway, Brian Leakey's method, though, because I'm somewhat impressed by what he has so far. I know it wouldn't count as a win, but I know how you could turn his method into a method that will give you the right answer every time. Yeah.
Really?
His method will give you 60 nautical miles per degree at a stretch, but I mean, then you can just find where the formula fails.
But what, like, if it gives you 60 nautical miles per degree, it cannot work.
No. I'm not doing it
It
that
approximates
way.
it. It approximates it.
Yeah, but it can't work.
The tails get really bad. The tails are off by 100 and 200 nautical miles.
Tails?
The tails, like he's approximating that ratio. So it's a his ratio, is it trigonometric?
No, the way I would do it from his is the trigonometric way. Yeah, based off.
Yeah, but then he has some ratio.
Yeah, I think he has a correction for refraction, which just turns the trigonometrical function into the 60 nautical miles per degree, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So
that wasn't I coded it up to check, and it got
that's not what
got way off.
That's not what I wanted to code. I want to code the trilateration.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about using that trigonometric function to add to that percentage, multiply it by that percentage, basically giving you the distance to the GP. And then, yeah, that's it. That's all I have.
Yeah, but
when I did it,
that doesn't give the correct trilateration on a flat surface.
On a flat surface, you're right about that.
First of all, you have to be able to find pairs of latitude and longitude on a flat surface. So how are you doing that? Are you using polar coordinates? Are you using latitude and longitude as x and y? Well, there are more than one way to transform latitude and longitude into a flat surface. Like each different way gives you a different Earth projection. So basically, we need to know which Earth projection he thinks the Earth is, and none of them can
He's going to
work.
need a map. Yeah. AE map obviously use polar coordinates, but
I thought he used Mercator.
Oh wow! Okay,
that's impressive because I mean, doesn't the sun teleports? If that's the way
pretty much
Earth looks like.
Pac-Man sun.
Well, he said he wants to use the globe because he wants to use Google Earth because it's
cheating.
Yeah, but he says it's a what do you call that? A projection of the flat Earth.
For fuck's sake. He can't be serious about that, right?
but that by using that argument, why not just use the correct Earth?
Exactly. I mean, if the globe is a projection of the flat Earth, why can't he use the flat Earth to do that? Why do we have to use the globe? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, good point. But even then, he's got to have some. Like, he can't just draw a circle on Google Earth, right? Can't draw a circle of equal altitude and go, oh, this is, the mathematics behind that circle is a black box, right? He can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that circle will be, like Haversine or, it'll be a spherical trig formula.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a justification for distorting your circle depending on how far north or south it was,
but then that's no longer 30 degrees per 6 nautical miles. That's the thing. You can't have both ways.
What's the equation for that? What do you call it? For the error, anyways.
For the error?
Yeah. Like if you were making, let's say you're plotting x, like 4 points or 5 points, and it was going to be an x or a t or something, and you put the 1 point in the center, where you are, and then you put like on a globe, it would just be a regular x or t, but obviously it would be a distorted x or t on an AE map where the top part of the T and the bottom part would be it would be the same distance that it would be on a globe, but the right and left dots would be some distortion. Oh
yeah, I mean you can see how they would look like on the app I could.
Yeah, but do you know what the equation is, or?
Oh, it's the equation for the circle and the sphere. You just have to project that into. I mean, it's just that equation inside of as an input of the projection equation, which is basically saying, well, I'm doing on a sphere, but I'm plotting on a on a flat surface because I want to.
Here's a question, okay? And this is, I don't know, maybe none of you know the answer, but it's basically the same thing. But you know how the AE map is a projection of the globe, okay? You guys know that. And you know that the equator on both models is 24,901. And the distance from the equator to the North Pole is 1/4 of that distance. So basically, the question is, which one, if you have an AE map,
give me a minute.
Is the distance supposed to be correct, and then the equatorial distance supposed to be the error? I think I answered my own question.
I think that that's the thing. If you're using a projection, you don't actually have a scale, right?
Yeah, but I've seen the scales. Yeah. I think that's correct. I think the distance on the AE map of the distance to the equator from the North Pole is meant to be the correct distance, and the equator is meant to be.
Makes the circumference like 62,000 k's, right?
Yeah, 62.25, something like that. What, you said circumference?
It makes sense.
The circumference of the equator.
Yeah, the radius. I mean, the radius of the equator would be 62.
10,000 k's.
it makes sense that that we would assume that the correct values are like distance across latitudes.
Yeah.
Because
yes.
So that's
Yeah, which makes
those
it
doesn't change
10,000
on
k's.
the globe, so it would be easier to use the same distances on a map. That's
Yeah,
what
so it makes it
Prototype's
10,000
doing.
k's from pole to equator, which makes the circumference of the equator 62,800 kilometers.
No.
Which is like
Oh yeah, right. On the AE map. I mean, on the AE map, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So surely we can do something there, right? What's the proof there?
No, that was my I've had that a long time ago. I have the I made a thing for that. That was my favorite proof for the longest time, because even though it's not true, I call that one a mathematical proof, geometrical proof. But it's not really geometrical proof, but yeah, it basically is a proof. Yeah, it can only be one or the other, and so there's either got to be a 2,000-mile discrepancy from the distance from pole to equator, or there's got to be a 15,000-mile discrepancy from around the equator. I know you use kilometers, but whatever. I have a picture here. Hold on.
There's a friend of mine trying to pass an exam right now, and he needs to solve some coding challenges, but in assembly. It's been a while since I let's play.
What?
I mean, he's doing computer
Assembly?
science, same as me, and
You did assembly in school?
in college, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, no, we did not assembly, but fucking logic gates. Like,
Oh, sure. I actually created a virtual a virtual CPU using logic gates. And it was I think a RISC architecture. Oh, RISC architecture. And you can actually like pause the execution of the circuitry and play in real time and see like the logic gates firing, yeah, I didn't implement the whole thing. Like I didn't implement the memory. Memory was abstracted, but I implemented like the main unit. So I implemented the control unit, the how do you call it? ALU? I'm not sure. The logical and arithmetic unit.
I don't know.
ALU, I guess. Well, never mind. And you can like you could input the assembly instructions, hit enter, and see all the logic gates firing inside of the components.
That's what's up. That's pretty cool.
That took me like I think 2 weeks, and it was very inefficient, but it was very neat. Like it looked very nice. The professor was very impressed.
That's pretty fun. But yeah, yeah, with this, but I was just about this map. Okay, or this proof. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was always, well, not really, not surprised, but really, but it seems like it's pretty, pretty definite. Like it's like a absolute. Like you think it would convince somebody something, but we're not here to convince anybody. I don't want anybody to be convinced, anyways.
It'd be nice to convince someone.
No. No, I don't think so. I think I wonder if it would. It might not be. I wonder if it wouldn't be a happy realization. I don't know. What if you get convinced, Bacon?
That would be interesting.
It's kind of weird to think about. I talked to Jim Panda about this before, because how I know the three of us, we have a certainty in our heads, probably, right? Like an absolute certainty that we're not wrong. There's reason. I know the same reasons I have, the same reasons we all have. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that and as that feeling is, I'm sure that everybody on the opposite side feels exactly the same way. You know what I mean? It feels like they're certain about it. We're the wrong ones.
I'm not sure
I think so,
if they're
man.
as certain as we are.
I think
'Cause,
so.
some of
I don't think
them
it's just. I don't think it's justified, but I think so, man. I think some of them are more certain.
probably most of them, but I don't think all of them.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like there are some that are going back and forth between the models, you know. And that sort of gives me hope.
I don't know, man. It is what it is. Like I said, it wouldn't bother me if none of them got convinced, to be honest with you. But regardless, you know, we only have one dude that went to that side.
Who?
Brahmi. Don't know Brahmi?
Nope.
He's a British guy. He's very loud. He cackles like a witch.
Never heard that name before.
You don't know Brahmi? What? His name maybe was Tommy Clench, but he doesn't really go by that name. But,
is he still around?
He comes around. He was here the other day. He was in Gems a little bit longer. He's a boxer. He's got a really obnoxious accent, I'm telling you. One time he or what's his name? Conspiracy Cats, and he was wearing glasses. That was kind of funny. But maybe I'll pull up one of his debates with Conspiracy Cats.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, yeah. Shang-Chi was.
Yeah. He's the opposite of Brahmi.
But I think Shang-Chi says he was like more of a globe skeptic than a flat earther, right?
Yeah, he was, but he was still convinced though, because I debated him a lot of times. Like he used to have a show where he would have debates, and it was actually he was the best person to debate because it would just be like a conversation basically. Like we'd have some topic like gravity, and then for a couple hours we would just we'd be doing research while we're debating, like you know, like talking about what we were researching, what we found, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean that's how it goes with Nate. You know Nate?
Who?
Nate, also aka Lace.
He's not a flat earther though.
Yeah, he's not, but he usually does that. He tries to turn the conversation into something.
Oh. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. No, but I'm just saying Shang-Chi as a flat earther though, it was always it wasn't like it was always like he was willing to do research and learn, and we always it always seems like he was going to accept whatever the truth.
He wasn't like the Velcro is disappearing no matter what.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Jeez, that was bad, wasn't it?
That's funny. But I mean, the thing is, sometimes in those moments, it's probably safe or maybe even beneficial for us to maybe give them a little bit, like be like, you know, I can see why you would think that. It does look like it's fucking. It looks like it could be disappearing, but you can see it the whole time. So it's clear that it's just like in.
Depending. I mean, some of the
why are we giving
they
that?
sent. Well, some of the cuts they sent actually looks like that, but not if you look if you look the video I sent, because I cropped with a very high resolution.
Yeah.
And I
It
didn't
was
remove
clear.
any frames. Then it was clear, but the videos
Yeah.
they sent was like I could agree with them with the videos they were sending, but I sent the better one.
Yeah,
And they
but
wouldn't.
that's the
they
point,
wouldn't
right? You
concede
see
to
your
that.
video, and there's no way at all you can say that it disappears. You can see it clearly not disappear.
Yeah. So it depends on the resolution.
Maybe.
So
maybe
why
like for a
give them
single
any
frame.
sort of bone for that?
Well, no, not.
Like-
I mean, just honestly, just for the sake of because honestly, if you don't give a little bit anywhere, then they're not going to give any at all. It's like if you, because the truth is, in the case of it being low resolution, it kind of looks like it's disappearing. But you know, so maybe it's like you kind of have to like explain that a little bit, and then but knowing that, then seeing it the whole time tells you it's not disappearing. Like you can see it move with his
Yeah.
head, so it's not disappearing.
But sorry, who were you showing that to, right? Ask them now, having seen Bacon's high-res cropped video of it, is it still disappearing? Anyone that says it's still disappearing is a fucking liar. We should give them no bones thrown at all.
Hey, let me ask you a question, man. You saw the one with the guy disappearing, right? Do you know more about photography and stuff like that than I do? But do you know what the name for that is again? Like something I don't know what the name for that.
Video artifacts, yeah.
Is that what that is?
Fade out.
Say what?
Fade out.
I guess.
I know that they can happen. Like there's compression artifacts as well with things like JPEG and what have you.
I actually think
how it happens in live video. Not entirely sure.
I think when that's due to compression, I don't think it looks like that.
No, I agree. I know what JPEG compression artifacts look like. They fuck up they fuck it up in squares, right?
Yeah,
I guess and usually you don't get something getting.
It wouldn't be like the same person or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that fade out would happen as an artifact of.
Yeah.
Do you know
so,
how?
I mean, I can concede to that one. Like, I can concede that doesn't. That should strike at least a curiosity on why the hell that's happening.
So you don't
we don't have a good explanation for it. Yeah.
Yep. But
I can see if you got like an interlaced, like a vertically interlaced, video. I can see how that would sort of have a fade.
Why?
Like if you're doing every second line, right? If you refresh the video in every second line, then you could get a fade.
You think that's what somebody was saying? That's right. Something like that. Like it's like because they're getting it from so far away, whatever, and they're refreshing it, and so you're saying like part of the one line of the frame or one line of the picture has gotten there at a different rate than like another frame, something like that.
Yeah. So some like TVs and stuff, right? Some TVs refresh odd lines and then they go back to the top and refresh the even lines. So that would induce a fade.
But there'll be something you'd see on the screen that wouldn't be on the video, right? Unless it's a recording of a screen.
No, but on the screen though, the same object, like the same scene is there, like the same frame, right? Like the bat wherever he's going in front of. Or are you asking if that was like an issue with the, like you wouldn't actually see that on the recording? You would see it on the screen that was being taped.
Yeah, that's what I understood. Right? If it's something screen related and you have a recording, you shouldn't fade the recording, unless it's a recording of a stream. Of a screen.
I don't know. It's a something to investigate at least as a possible.
Yeah, it's worth investigating. I think.
Hey, well, thank you for that. Okay. Do you know much about that?
See, I can make concessions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, like if I don't know something, I don't know it.
Yeah. Interlaced versus non.
I wonder how. Okay, go ahead, Gio. I know you wanted to say something there.
No, I was just going to quickly say, I was going to joke and say, you can make concessions to Ruhif and Kosho.
No, I mean, whoever brought. I mean, I'm doing this on recording with flirters here. So.
You have to do it to Jin, then everybody will be happy.
Yeah, Jin was pissing me the hell off last night, dude. You should, but
Jin?
I made a fucking program, basically auto hotkey, just so like when I press it, it just mutes. It goes to mute Jin.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so like because I told him, I was like, dude, he was pissing me off so much. I had to tell him like, dude, I couldn't even make it because I had to go back and mute him because he was just disrupting. Like, people were leaving the fucking room. They went to a different room because there's no mods in there, and he was like, doing his whole
monopolizing the whole conversation.
Yeah.
But there's some people who like Pete Shea, Jin. Just I don't understand why you don't just boot them off the server.
Yeah. Well, see, I wouldn't say good. I mean, I've considered them both buddies for a time or two, but yeah, just depending on the mood and the situation, it can get hectic. And I think also it's because Jin is older, and so he's been through a lot in his life, and he's not going to have me give authority to him. You know what I mean? If I'm asking him to stop interrupting people, he's not going to listen to me. So
Well, I think I tried to speak with Jim twice, and after the second time, I was like, yeah, not worth.
I had like an hour-long conversation with him about the centrifugal force, and I said, look, you accept that the downward vector of gravity is like 9.8 meters per second squared, and we've just calculated the centrifugal force is like 0.03 meters per second squared, and that's why we don't get thrown off the Earth. And I literally asked him, which is greater? What's the greater number, 9.8 or 0.03? And because he just couldn't get away from this idea that we'd get thrown off, he literally said 0.03 is greater than 9.8. And I was like, what do you do with that?
He's stubborn, man, but he's a trooper.
Yeah, I gave up when he was citing a video that was like this 2-hour-long documentary about, I think, convex Earth, which is like a Brazilian documentary, and he said they were like people from the best universities in Brazil. And I was like, I know what the best universities in Brazil are. So I try to find where the guys were graduated. Most of them didn't have college degree.
Oh.
And I was like, where do you get this from, Gene? And he just wouldn't answer. He was just parallel. And I was like, well, you have to admit you're making shit up, because there's no way he says that.
But these guys, I keep telling them that those dudes were fucking like pranksters or something, dude.
That's true. I mean,
have you seen that thing they did to beat the Bilu, the fucking
Bilu, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember. I saw that on TV. I remember that it was but I never knew that was something like people were taking for you. I thought that was just a joke, like for I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
But how do you watch that documentary
those are the same guys
taking the piss? Yeah, how do you look at that documentary as a flat earther and go, these guys are clearly taking the piss with Billo, but we're going to take all the other stuff they're doing with flat Earth as real? Like, it's just, come on, guys.
I don't take anything that is valid.
You say what?
I said I don't take anything that they did as valid.
Okay, good. Well, I don't remember those guys' name were, but yeah, some people still bring them up all the time. I mean, Jen does, and I remember trying to watch that video, but it's all in Portuguese.
I mean, I think they create a English version, the dubbed version. I don't know, but actually, many of those guys are like known scammers. So, for example, the main guy in the documentary. I mean, well, most people think he's actually the one that is doing Bilu, because he's actually selling property close to where Bilu shows up, and he tells people that if you buy property there, you can have supernatural experiences, and the properties there are like absurdly expensive, and it doesn't even have water or electricity. So people go there, doesn't have water, electricity. It's like in the middle of nowhere. And they pay like an absurd amount of money just because they want to have supernatural experiences,
Have you seen the video where he's like in the bushes?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember it was very like funny because I mean, first time he showed on TV, it was shown as something serious, and then everyone laughed at it because it was obviously something like just something made up. And then another TV started doing like fun stuff with that. So there's this comedy show that actually invited Bilu to the show, and he went there. And I remember watching that. And at some point they asked like, "Do you have a message for mankind?" And Bilu said something like, he would say with a voice like this, "Just that, look for knowledge," and then. And they ask like, what type of knowledge? Mathematics, philosophy, geography? And he answered like, geography.
That's funny. So wait, like it's a known prank. But what were they doing? I forget what their whole point was. You said it wasn't about flat Earth, but concave Earth. So it's just basically, I think it was just like putting into question like the measurements that we
convex Earth.
Convex Earth?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, so there's like a regular Earth.
You haven't seen the documentary, Kojo?
No, I remember I seen it, but I couldn't watch
Years
it
ago.
because it was like just different language and it was boring.
Well, it is kind of flat Earth-ish. They call it convex because they're saying that they do say the Earth is, like level and planar in nature, but they call it convex because the land comes up out of the water.
Oh, I was gonna say because it's like we live on a convex Earth. That's a globe Earth.
I sent on live stream one. I think
There we go.
Jim sent this video like at least 20 times already.
But Jin says he actually doesn't agree with like the Bilu stuff and all that. What he likes is their actual measurements of the lack of curvature.
Yeah,
I mean, sure. This video doesn't.
Right?
This video doesn't tell anything about Bilu, I think.
Because they do a thing with don't they do one with microwaves or they do some kind of one with waves showing no curvature. I mean, I don't know how much actual like documentation they provide. I remember it was lacking because I remember when it first came out, a lot of people were kind of liking it. Some people were, skeptical. Obviously, a lot of people thought the Bilu thing was ridiculous, but they claimed a lot of these actual, physical measurements and tests that they did. And so a lot of people were waiting for their data to come out. I remember, like if they were going to release the actual technicals.
That would be handy. But then again, you get fucking Glowbusters come out with their laser test, and even though they give you the sort of refractive index, they completely fuck up the analysis of it. Say there's no refraction. But
I
good
tell
for giving out the actual numbers.
I told everybody about the human sheeple thing, and Jim put some of the record because he told me I could record it. It was right after he stole the server, and then he was shunned out of the community. And then I had a conversation with him about a bunch of shit, and he was telling me about when he was at Lake Balaton because he was there. I don't know if that was the laser test you're talking about. I think you're talking about a different one, possibly. But
one that was in the Glowbusters documentary like a year ago, something like that.
Yeah.
Where they just go,
exactly.
here's the index of refraction on one side. It's pretty much the same as index of refraction at the other side of the lake. Therefore, no bending. Like, fuck, dude.
They showed it in both.
I mean, if the Earth is flat, you might have a point there.
But they showed that in both. I mean, on that episode, he showed both tests. I think there was 2 different tests. But yeah, one of them was in Lake Balaton. But he told me that they were there and they set the whole thing up at 23 miles, and he said that he could see. They couldn't see the light at all on the target. And then the second day they couldn't see it, and so they moved it over to a hotel. Like they pointed it at the hotel instead of at the target. And the hotel is like 5 stories, so they were able to hit the top 5th story, the 4th story, the 3rd, and then when they were trying to pull it down, they couldn't get it past the 3rd story, to the 2nd or the 1st floor, and he said that like they were like panicking, he didn't know, and he said he was depressed. I'm not gonna get into all the details because he kind of went crazy, and they had to lock him in his room, but what did I say? Right. Yeah, but so the 3rd day, 4th day, they couldn't figure it out. They had no idea what the issue was. And he said at that point he was convinced it was a globe. Actually, he says either a globe or it's a giant globe that maybe looks flat some places. And then he said he was depressed. But they said on the 5th day when the lake had iced over, and he claims on that day they're able to see the target, or they're able to hit the target, although they never got a picture of them hitting the target. They just got a picture.
The fucking ice. When you got an icy surface, that gets a strong refractive gradient.
But still, though, they never have they don't have any proof that they hit the target. They have a picture of the source, like from the other side. On the other side, they look back and they can see the source, but they never got a picture of hitting the target.
Anyway, give me 10 minutes. I've got to get some. Partial dinner for the children. Back in a minute.
Take care of that food. Kind of miss human sheeple, and Not really, but I mean, I kind of do. He was a character.
Who?
Human Sheeple. He had a really strong accent. He was from Cyprus.
Do you know that accent was all fake, Kojo?
No way, it wasn't fake.
Yeah, dude, you haven't heard?
That's what I heard somebody say that, but that's
100% fake, dude. We have discovered it. So there's a BitChute channel that's, I believe it's still up now. I mean, I haven't checked it in a while, but it's called Human Sheeple. And in the description of it, it's definitely him. Like, if you read it, I mean, he's talking about all kinds of like Nazis and all this shit, and just classic him. And he even says in there, he says, the earth is not, what does he say? Oh, he says, something like the earth is not flat, but it is mostly level.
Yeah.
And you remember that's what he changed
that was his thing.
Yeah, so that's even right in it. And dude, this BitChute channel, I can't believe you haven't heard this.
I'm seeing it now.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
So he's in there talking, and he is a British guy. He has a British accent.
I see him. Hold on.
Yeah, dude, that's him. Listen to his voice. He's like, "Hello, my name is a Human Sheeple. I can't do the accent.
Is this supposed to be an English accent?
Yeah, we've all freaked the F out. Yeah, that whole
Holy shit. No fucking way.
Yep. That's him, dude.
Why the fuck did he do that the whole time? What the fuck? Dude. He was with them. He went and did the fucking actual laser test with them, dude. He was doing a fake accent.
You should be questioning everything you think you know right now.
About flat earthers, yeah. No, fuck.
Just everything you thought you knew to be true.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna go fucking check my cock and see if I'm still Jewish. That's right. Oh, dude.
Good idea.
So also in that BitChute channel, there's actually one video that he's talking in the kind of fake Cyprus accent thing. So there is one video that he actually does talk in it for a minute. And then also, if you look at his YouTube channel, the Human Sheeple YouTube one, in that video, his daughter has who he says is his daughter, obviously, but this, little 4-year-old, 5-year-old girl or whatever, and she has a British accent. So that's kind of another dead giveaway.
Why do you think he was doing that the whole time?
Okay. I mean, a couple of possibilities, like, okay, just a giant troll, kind of like an alter ego, alter personality, giant troll is one possibility. Another possibility is he works for, another possibility is that he works for MI6 or something.
No, he did. No, well, he was. I don't know, dude.
I mean, he is the guy that sort of
stole the server.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, he's the reason the server. You guys all switched because he jacked it and fucking became Supreme Chancellor.
Yeah, but he basically was asked to do it by the.
Yeah, I know the whole thing.
So.
I have that recorded too.
You have that recorded?
Yeah, when Stacy was telling all.
Well,
Oh, she said that?
Yeah, well, no, it was during. No, it wasn't. It was during the whole thing. It was during a whole big thing. Actually, I think you said it. Doesn't matter. It's not being used against you. It's just I
said what?
Was telling a lot of stuff, so I thought I'd record it. So.
Right. Well, what on Brandon's back then?
Yeah, we went to remember we went to a secret room because she would just being drunk. She was telling a lot of stuff, dude. And she's like, I'm gonna say everything right now. I was like, oh shit, dude. This is good shit.
You clicked record?
Yeah, I was like, let's see what she's gonna say.
You're like, oh, that's a good time for me to deceivingly record this room.
No. First of all, I wasn't the only one recording. And second of all, there's no deception there. And plus, she's my friend. Like, I'm not going to use things my friends said against them. You know what I mean?
Well, I knew that more than one person was probably recording that. So
yeah,
I was aware of that. Whatever I said, I knew. I mean, anything I say, I figures that somebody could be recording or whatever. That it could be.
I wouldn't use like something you said. If I didn't tell you I was recording, I wouldn't use something. I wouldn't use it for anything. You know what I mean? Like the conversation I had with Human Sheeple, I asked him if I could record it, and he said yes. And the only thing I'm kind of pissed off is he had this fake accent the whole time. It sounds like shit. So it's like I have this shitty recording, and actually Jem put it on his show, but it's like holy shit though. It's like, why even, like, I don't understand why everyone he talks to, why he would. I'm gonna go back and listen to that recording again and try to like why is he talking like this?
Yeah, I mean, that accent, I mean, I always thought it was a little bit hokey, kind of a little fake sounding anyways, but I always just kind of laughed when he talked in that accent, and it always just seemed kind of like a troll to me. But also, I figured maybe, I mean, it was a pretty good accent to the point to where, like, maybe it could be real, or maybe he was just, like, accentuating it or just making it a little different or something. But yeah, dude, that was a completely fake accent that whole time.
Holy fuck.
Dude, on that BitChute channel, he has his phone number in there, like in the comments. So you could literally call him and ask him.
His number's
I just
on there?
realized that.
Yeah.
I just realized that I had Sheeples mixed. Like, I remember that whole thing with the server being overtaken, but somehow I got the impression that was Sheeples Phoenix doing it. So I just realized that all that time I had, like, I was thinking of the wrong person, and I remember wondering, like, this doesn't fit Sheeples. Like, it's not something that he would do, but it makes sense that it was a completely different person.
I'll be right back.
You were actually around when it all happened, you're saying?
Yeah, I was there, and I might have been in the room where Stacy was also,
No, but you were actually around when the actual server was taken over by Human Sheeple, you're saying? No, you're just talking about what Stacy was talking about it and Brandon's.
Yeah, I wasn't there to witness, but I was sort of in the aftermath when it was being talked about.
Okay. Well, I mean, this happened years ago, but
yep.
You know how the 24/7 Discord, you know how it's called 2.0? Now
Yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah, that's why it's 2.0, because the first one.
Yeah, and of course, yeah. I wasn't in 24/7 because I got banned from it like ages ago already by then, so.
I'm back. Yes.
So, Ruha, if you DM with all these guys, but they still won't, they just refuse to debate you?
Oh yeah, Brian's logic wants like £5,000 or euros or something to debate for 2 hours. He's like, he's a subject matter expert. We've got to pay him for his time. Holy shit!
Is he joking or serious?
That's the good question, Gio. I'm starting to think he is actually serious, that he thinks he's a subject matter expert on celestial navigation.
I'm not saying about that.
Serious.
I'm saying about the 5K.
Oh, obviously, whether he believes it or not, it's obvious that that's a way to avoid debate and avoid challenge, right? Obviously. Whether he's deluded enough to believe it is up for debate.
What's his challenge?
If you want to debate him on celestial navigation,
I would
wants
like to do that.
$5,000. Oh, yeah, same. Same for Oakley, right? Everyone wants to get him out of his safe space and destroy him because he's a cunt. So it's not new that people want to debate these clowns to, embarrass them.
There's something I don't get. This. Of course, you heard this 1,000 times that you can't get an angle of a curved adjacent, right? I mean, if the surface is curved, the perpendicular is not. I mean, the vertical isn't perpendicular to the surface if it's curved, right?
Yeah, because we don't get elevation angles, relative to the surface.
Yeah.
They're just relative to horizontal.
But the thing is, what should happen if you just try to get the angle? Like, okay, say that's not considered to be an angle. But what if you just try to measure that? What happened? Does the universe explode? Why can't you?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Then they start talking about what dip correction is and how it's bringing you down to the surface.
I really wanted to challenge them on that. I actually did that with a guy called Napalm, but I didn't have enough time for that, because if you just start doing that and just get any random number and try to actually do what do you expect to do for dip correction on a flat Earth, the number's like too way off, because there's two ways you can correct. You can bring your eye to the ground. You can do it by following the direction of the star to the ground, like doing diagonally, or you can just go straight down, right? If you follow the line of sight of the star going down, the angle doesn't change.
Well, technically, with their right angle, it gets bigger, right? If you bring the observer down to the ground with a right angle triangle idea of celestial navigation, that angle gets bigger.
Yeah, that's true, but that's if you're going down. But that's if you're going straight down. If you instead of just going straight down, let's say you go also backwards, you just follow the line of the star. That doesn't change the angle, right?
Yeah.
And you only be like, let's say your height is 5 meters and you're sighting a star for 45 degrees. If you just follow the line, you're just 5 meters off. You shouldn't. But the thing is, if the star is higher or lower, that distance would change. But that's not actually taken into account in celestial navigation. You don't use the height of the star to correct for a dip. It's just the height of your eye. That makes no sense at all.
I remember asking Brian. I went through this with Brian like last year sometime, like November or something, and I asked him, like, I've shown that the dip correction is derived from the Earth having a radius, right? You're not allowed to use that table. So tell me, what is your dip correction for like an observer at 15 meters, and how did you derive it? And I realize now how utterly the distance between his ability to do that and his, and the ability required to do it is so vast. Like he's just incapable of any basic mathematics. It's insane.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, the interesting thing is that when I was trying to do that with Napalm, and I kept asking him, how does that work on a flat surface? And he tried to explain me. And as he was explaining me, I was like, just applying numbers to what he was telling me and see what I'll get out of that. And none of them was matching up. And then he said, well, but that doesn't match on the globe as well. And then I said, well, let's do on the globe then. And I actually had never did calculations for dip on the globe. And I got to the almanac. The almanac was telling like, let's say 3.8 degrees. And when I did the math, I got like 4 degrees, It was like insanely close. Huh?
Minutes.
Oh, yeah, minutes. Yeah, minutes. Yeah. All right. It was like very close. I mean, because I was doing geometrically, so of course I'm gonna give a higher correction. Yeah.
Yeah. So the almanac uses 6/5R, like 1.2 rather than 7/6, which is 1.167. So it's a slightly higher refractive effect
Right.
in the almanac.
Yeah, so like you got a very close number just by using Earth to be a globe. And when he was trying to explain how to do on the fly, not only the numbers were completely off, but they would vary depending on the position of the star. That just
Yes.
doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Yeah. This is why. So yeah, Oakley and his you can't get angles unless the Earth's flat kind of thing. He knows that you can, right? And the only reason he can't, he refuses to go past that point is because he's also aware that the rest of it is entirely spherical trig. He knows that, and that's why he can't. That's his channel's going to die on that hill. The fucking
Are
elevation
you sure he
angles.
knows that?
It's sad.
Maybe he
I'm
didn't.
pretty sure he does. Yeah, he knows the rest is
Right.
spherical trig.
I know George does. You know George? The Portuguese guy.
George.
Yeah. He's always in
On-
Kiwis.
No, George. Hang on.
There's a snooker on
Oh,
his
it's that one.
profile.
Okay, yep. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I've
so
only
he
spoken, I haven't
knows
spoken for a while.
it's used in globe math.
Okay.
Because whenever you said straight line, he says welcome to flat Earth. And then I said, well, how do you do the trilateration? I kept asking him that. He tries to avoid at all costs, but one time he couldn't just avoid it anymore. And then he said, well, I have to assume a sphere. And I was like, well, welcome to globe Earth.
Yeah. Oh no. If you see Nathan in the comments and you hassle him about MC Toon's challenge, hang on, that could be dinner. One sec. All right. Back in 2 minutes.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway, so when you hassle Nathan about MC Toon's challenge, rather than sort of using the angles to get the position fix, he just goes, oh, we've already proven your challenge because we can only get elevation angles on a flat Earth, right? He knows that he can't do it.
Okay, I mean, so if he can do that, just keep going. What's next?
Yeah, exactly.
Next step,
Why
please.
does this proof that they only work on a flat Earth? How does that stop you from doing the rest? So, yeah, he knows. But it's fun to poke him.
You like poke,
Dick's a great name.
You like poking and getting poked, Ruhif?
Yep. Especially in the ass with a penis, Gio.
Oh, okay. Well, go graphic with it, I guess.
You started it.
Well, you started talking about how you like poking other men, so I just was wondering. Yeah.
Actually had a really good conversation with my daughter today about like homosexuality and transgender and stuff, and yeah.
Well, not to change the subject, but I have a sextant on the way.
Oh,
finally.
Lovely.
Yeah, you was stuck in Rio. They wanted to charge like $300 of taxes.
Why?
Because it's coming from the US. I mean,
$300
it's
of tax.
not $300, 300 of our money, which is like $70.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, but the
Like
section
$1,000,
costs
right?
like, I mean, the section costs like $40.
Oh,
It's like almost twice as
wow.
the price of the section. And then, fortunately, I have a friend that studied law, and then he helped me get rid of the taxes. So I only have to pay like $15, which is like $3. And now they sent from Rio to my city, and now it's on the way.
Yep.
Finally.
Brazilian real. Is that it?
Hell, yeah. Our R has like an H sound in the beginning.
Okay.
But I think in English that's how you pronounce. There's a little bit of an issue because I don't live in this close to the sea, so I don't have a horizon to sight. There's two ways. I know how to fix. I mean, there's one way I know I can go around that, which is just using a water reflection. And but that actually cuts in half my angle. I can if my sextant measure up to 120 degrees. With that, I can only measure angles below 60 degrees. So I'm
Okay.
sort of stuck with more refracted stars.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. I think it'd be
And
okay.
then there's another way I found on YouTube. A guy just attached like a wood arm with a water level. So he just aligned the levels of the water, and then he knows his horizontal.
Oh yeah, basically bubble sectors kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but using like a nautical section, pointing to water level. I hope that works, because if that works, I can get like 0 to 90 degrees.
I've just got a theodolite, so I don't really need a.
Oh
need a
yeah.
sextant.
Well, do you live in the Southern Hemisphere?
Yeah.
Do you?
Australia. Yeah, I'm in Sydney.
Oh, can you get some star sites? Do you have some star sites you took yourself?
Oh no, I could. I usually use my telescope for that though.
But can your telescope give you accurate radiation elevation angles?
Yeah.
I didn't know telescopes could do that.
Yeah, you set it up to you basically so I've got a Celestron 6-inch thing, and there's a what's it called skyline. So you basically set it up. You point it at 3 relatively bright objects, and it will figure out where it is in 3D space.
Right. Do you have to how do you call it? Like fix the accuracy of it from time to time? Calibrate? Do you have to calibrate it from time to time?
The laser sight I do,
Mhm.
but not the sort of motor that drives the thing.
Right. Oh yeah. Can you get some star sites for me?
Good. I have to get it out and taken it out for months.
Sorry?
I haven't actually taken my telescope out for quite a few months.
Right. Oh, you can do it with your theodolite as well.
Yeah, I should actually do it with the theodolite. I should.
I'm going to 3 degrees south a couple of months from now.
Yep.
And I think I'm gonna get some theodolite star sites from there.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I should have my sextant by that time. Maybe I won't need to, because I found out that my uncle's girlfriend. No, my girlfriend's uncle is a surveyor, and I didn't know that. And he said he can measure azimuth angles to stars with his satellite.
Yeah. Oh, I'd need some. I'd need a reference azimuth. I can need I can't measure absolute angles with it.
Did I say azimuth?
I guess I don't know.
I meant zenith.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I don't need
That's
the
just a
azimuth
setting.
actually.
Yeah.
I think in celestial navigation you don't read the azimuths. I think you calculate them.
It depends. So if you're using the actual method that they do on the ocean, where they sort of dead reckon to some known position, then you use the azimuth of the star, azimuth of the GP, and then you do the lines of position. Yeah. So there's azimuths are involved, but if you do like Toon's challenge, where you don't know, you've got no idea at all on the Earth where you are, then you draw the big circles, and you don't need the azimuths because it's not relevant. Yeah, so that's another part where it's obviously spherical trigonometry to get the azimuth and angle for the GP.
Yeah, the way I get the azimuths is using a linear algebra, because I don't know spherical geometry, so I have to appeal for linear algebra to do. All the code I wrote.
Tables.
Yeah, all the code I wrote in my celestial navigation app uses linear algebra and trigonometry.
Okay.
But it works the same. Oh, it still works on the sphere.
Yeah, see, when Toon said the other day, you're allowed to use the almanac. What did he say?
I think he should have allowed it from the start.
No, but then if you're allowed to treat like the site reduction tables as a black box, then I can do the challenge without assuming R, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you should use anything as a black box.
Yeah, no.
Some things are not.
What does he mean what does he mean when he said you can use the celestial sphere? What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't think like GPs can be verified with observation, right? And we know they change. Yeah, and we know they change their longitude about 15 degrees an hour.
Yep.
And I think that shouldn't be a assumption of sphericity of the Earth. It shouldn't be treated as, because that observation doesn't require the Earth to be spherical.
Right.
It only requires that GPs can be checked by observation, and it takes a sidereal day for them to go back to their initial position.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you're allowed to, plug in a lat long into a black box formula and get, as a result, an azimuth and an angle to a star, all right, and that's not considered breaking the rules, I'm just going to brute force lat longs.
Yeah,
to find where I am.
Actually, that's how my algorithm works.
Yeah.
It doesn't brute force. It would take forever to brute force.
Binary search, searches. Yeah.
Oh, it's not binary search because I have a 2D space, but it's something similar to it.
Yeah. Narrow it down.
Yeah.
I think is that the best word? An iterative algorithm. An iterative algorithm.
Yeah.
To narrow it down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Toon's got to be careful. He doesn't have this, backdoor cheat that he didn't mean to.
But he said that every calculation has to be justified. I think that's enough. You don't have to. I mean, if you have that restriction, you don't need to create any restriction for maps or GPs. Like the almanac, the position of the stars from the almanac shouldn't be a problem. Of course, the math from the almanac should be. You should be very careful when you're getting math from the almanac, because that's globe based. That's our claim. And if they think that's not globe based, just show that on a working on a flat surface. And I think that's a fair restriction. But
yeah.
I think I even suggested him that because there's a group in which we talk about that, and he asks for some tips for this challenge. This is by the way the reason why Protothet sent me the sextant.
All right. I haven't seen Protothet for a couple of weeks. I haven't been into
yeah, he has been
QE's
busy.
Discord. Yeah, haven't been in QE's Discord for a while.
Haven't? Or
I just
have?
go in there. I'd go in there and show him that he's bullshit, and he just mute for 24 hours. Mute me for 24 hours. And I was like, what's the point?
I think I got perma kicked from there or something. It was funny. There were 3 of us telling him all at the same time that he's wrong, and he just like kicked every one of us.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it's all a quest to understand the mind of a Flurf. Actually, get out my theodolite. I haven't taken it out for a few months either. Have a bit of a play. So I've never used it to actually sight a star. Probably should.
Which part of Australia do you live?
Sydney.
I think we can sight the same star at the same time, pointing in opposite directions on an E-map.
Yeah, of course.
But the problem is, that's in the middle of the winter. And that's like 4 a.m. for me. I don't want to wake up 4 a.m. to sight a star.
I wake up pretty much most nights to take a piss at 3 or 4 o'clock.
Oh, we can do that then.
Yeah.
But it has to be like about July, because
darkness.
we have very long nights, so we can.
Yeah. Shoot, what's your latitude? Longitude, sorry.
My longitude?
Yeah, we're almost on the opposite sides.
Yeah.
Wow.
And actually, I even used the azimuth just to see the direction it would be, and it's pretty much like away from each other.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep.
The star I picked is Mia Placidus, or Mia
Not
Placidus.
heard of that. Yeah, like Rakia was saying the other day, like if we dumped you in the ocean with like an almanac and a sextant, and like what else would you need? And I'm like, maybe a map of all the star names because I can't identify them.
Actually, that's in the almanac.
Oh, it is. Oh, good. All right.
I think in the last pages you have this star map. But like one thing you missed is the clock. Without the clock,
yeah, clock. Sorry, yeah.
You're pretty much.
Yeah,
I think someone said, well, you can use the sky as a clock, but like, no, you can't if you don't know your position.
Yeah.
It's like you have 2 variables. One is time, the other is the position. If you know one of them, we can find the other. You can't
I remember the story of them putting that really accurate clock on the ships as they left London and left Greenwich, and having to make sure that clock keeps going. Was it a Veritasium video or a Tom Scott video?
I don't think it's a Veritasium video because I don't remember that one.
I think it's Tom Scott.
Tom Scott?
Tom Scott, I think.
Who's
Tom
that?
Scott. Well, he's just a British guy that does cool videos. Cool.
Let me see. Oh yeah, that guy. My brother's like a fan of him. Yeah, he has a ton of videos on Computer File. I think that's how I met him.
Yeah. That's how it started. Marine chronometer. There we go. So it used to keep Greenwich Mean Time on the ship, so they could use the almanac.
Yeah, that's easier.
Mm. Yeah, we're almost on opposite sides of the pizza.
Let me show you how opposite the directions would be. I think I still have the drawing somewhere. I literally draw with a protractor on a paper. Okay, I found it. That's a huge picture.
The question from Sleeping Warrior a couple of years ago was, how do you know it's south? And I was like, well, I can point north. I can still see star trails to the north, and the highest point of those rotations is north.
Yeah, well, you can just see, well, it's where the sky is rotating the wrong direction for the flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, we are pretty much almost opposite.
Yeah, so those are those the first angle is or the longitude of both cities, Sydney and my city. And the second arrow is the azimuth of Mia Placidus. And the right ascension and
latitude.
Let me see.
You're like 27 degrees latitude or something like that.
25 and a half south. I remember someone saying like oh, you can see Polaris below 25, even southern than 25 degrees. And
Who
I'm
said
like,
that?
dude, I think it was percentage. And I was like, dude, I live here. No, you can't.
Can't see it. Foz de Iguaca or something.
Yeah, Iguazu, yeah.
Iguazu, all right, yeah. I don't speak, obviously.
Yeah, the C has just a S sound.
S,
yeah. It's like a C with an accent mark. It's not a different letter. It's just a punctuation mark.
C.
Yeah. By the way, that same character in Turkish is a different letter than C, but in Portuguese it's the same letter. It's just an accented letter.
The name of the star again?
Hmm?
What was the name of the star?
Mia Placidus. I might be pronouncing incorrectly.
Beta Carinae, apparently.
Oh yeah, I think that's it.
It's the brightest star in the southern asterism, known as the Diamond Cross.
Beta Carinae. Yeah, that's true. That's it. So I was using my globe celestial sphere to find which star could be sighted for both Australia and in Brazil. And I found that one.
Nice. Yeah. All right. So I've got to find that in the sky. I'll have a look tonight. See if I can. In fact, I've still got that app on my phone where you just point your iPhone at the sky. And it works out your orientation and shit. I think I've still got it.
But it will be cold. It will be in the middle of the winter.
I'll still see it tonight, though, right? At some point. Let me check.
Let me get the exact time.
Yeah.
That's the. Oh,
I'll see
sent
this.
to the
There we
wrong
go.
person.
All right, where am I? Sydney. Very good. Boom.
But June 26th,
All right, so we're trying
8:45
to find
UTC.
that. Yeah, but I'll see it tonight, though, right? It's to the south, 51 degrees. Yeah. I'll see it in a couple of hours.
In a couple of hours, it's gonna be morning for me.
Yeah.
So I think
You're saying it has to be like June for us to both
Yeah.
see it? Okay.
I message you the precise time in which we can both see in very dark time moments.
Ah, cool. Nice.
But that's gonna be cold. Let me see the temperature of June at that day.
I'm sure we'll convince many a flat earther with our simultaneous observations.
Yeah. I think someone said, well, that doesn't count. You have to do in Australia, Brazil, and Africa at the same time.
Yeah.
I was like, well, it's not even night for those three at the same time.
Mia blessus. Yeah, you can draw the constellations. Excuse me. Draw the constellations on what's it called? Stellarium. You do that.
I have to get used to the constellations.
Yeah. No, I think I just use that fucking app on my phone. What's it called? Hold on. Go Sky Watch. There it is. There we go. Search for. Oops. So,
Yeah, June has an average temperature of 12 Celsius here.
the daytime or nighttime temperature?
The whole day.
Okay, like maximum. Okay.
Yeah, the coldest temperature recorded here in June was 3 degrees negative. I don't
Yeah,
remember
similar
that.
to Sydney, I
Pretty
think.
sure I have died.
Yeah. Constellation. What is it?
Oh, I hate the winter with all my strength.
Yeah. Arena. All right, go to. There we go. Oh, fuck, this is going to be hard. Maybe I would get lost in the fucking ocean. Southeast. South. All right, there we go. That's it. Yeah, there we go. That's actually pretty good. South. Boom. The brightest one. Pointing at the fucking ceiling. It's not at the ceiling right now, is it? I think the compass and the the compass in the iPhone is shit. Because that's not right. Yeah, I should get my theodolite out and try and do some star observations rather than telescope.
If you get some more because I haven't tested my app with that many observations in the southern hemisphere. So if you can get some star sites, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. Almost like I'd set it up and then point at a star and figure out what it is from stellarium, I think.
Oh, that's cheating.
I know.
Oh, you can look at the sky first and then confirm with the stellarium. Like, oh yeah, that's actually how the sky is looking like. Then you can use stellarium just to identify the star. I think that will be a fair observation.
Yeah. Oh no, if I can do the same thing as the alignment thing that my telescope does, if I can do that with the theodolite, then I should just be able to point at a star. I should be able to like drive it. Well, not drive it as I can with a telescope, but I could sort of point it at an altitude and an azimuth, and it should point at the star. If I just grab the numbers from stellarium.
I'm pretty sure if you tell me where you are and what's the elevation angle and the time of the measurement, I can guess the star.
If I give you where I am and the time and the elevation, yeah, I probably could as well. Yeah.
Using my app, like in just a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Like I would use the 2D one to get the Greenwich hour angle.
Yeah.
And then I'll use the second one to drop a circle equal altitude in your position with the zenith angle of that star. And then just see what star lies on the circle. And I'm pretty sure I'll be able to guess your star with that.
Oh, excuse me.
Like in just a couple seconds. Now you find me a flat Earth model that can do that.
Oof. At 8:45 UTC. What time is that going to be for me on June 26th?
For you? What's your
For
time?
me, that's a good question. UTC plus 10, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, so it's that plus 10. 6
yeah,
p.m.
check.
Almost 7 p.m.
GMT plus 11. All right. Yeah, so yeah, it's a good time for me.
Yeah, to me it's gonna be mine is -3.
Okay.
So
that's
that's
unfortunate.
Like,
it's not too bad though.
Oh, it's before 6 a.m.
Yeah, that's all right.
Do you need to account for oblateness when you do celestial navigation, or
No. Actually, you can
Oh.
get more precise with that.
Yeah, but it's a couple of like the arc second or two, wouldn't it? Be fuck all.
Yeah,
we
I
should
mean-
figure out how much it is, but it'd be fuck all.
I think you can get like I think the difference is like a mile because
So a minute, you reckon? All right. It'll be less than that.
How about pear-shapedness?
because it's actually the blatedness isn't like celestial navigation. The blatedness itself in celestial navigation wouldn't be treated as oblateness. It would actually be treated as change in your vertical angle. Because as you go from the pole to the equator, your vertical no longer points to the center of the Earth, and that gives you a different zenith. And that's actually how you correct for it. Not you wouldn't have to think about how the surface looks like. You just have to correct your zenith angle, because it's not about like the Earth could be cube shaped and celestial navigation would still work as long as you're using spherical coordinates for the positions in the cube. Because you're using the sky, right?
But you're
Using
down, yeah, you'd
celestial-
have to correct your zenith, right? Your zenith, if you're on the surface of a cube, is your down towards the
Yeah, if
center
you're
of the
down,
cube, or just
yeah, if,
normal to the surface?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always, let's say the down is always to the center of the cube. Then it doesn't matter the shape of the cube.
Yeah.
So even
That'd
Earth
work,
being
yeah.
oblate, if it was if gravity always pointed to the center on an oblate spheroid, you could actually pinpoint without that mild difference. But because the oblateness changes the vertical, then it gives you like a mild difference.
Should do the math for that, eh? Figure it out. I thought it'd be only a few arc seconds. I suppose you got to work out where the centrifugal force is the greatest, I think, or causes the greatest deviation from sort of true down.
Yeah. That's a good question. I think it would be about 60 latitude, degrees of latitude. That's my guess.
Do some calculus, Chad. Let's do it. We should actually do that. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to do that. That's my job.
I'm gonna do that with a binary search because I don't like calculus. Actually, I do like
I'll try and do it with
I'm
calculus.
just bad at it.
Okay. Should get, what's his name, Science It Out to do it. He'll just fucking do it in 2 minutes.
I think Gummy Bear could do it pretty quickly as well. Gummy Bear is pretty good at calculus.
Yeah. In fact, I asked someone the other day, I was in, I think Gem server. And the question of, can you measure an angle between two curves? And I was like, of course you can. And I asked a flurfer, I said, like, what, if I had the graph of y equals x squared and y equals x cubed, tell me what the angle is between those two curves. And like within probably 10 seconds, he goes, arctan 3 minus arctan 2. And I was like, holy shit, dude. Like a flurf. That was insane. Oh, I was quite impressed with Brian Leakey the other day as well. Who was it? No, this was... now I've got to find it now. Was it in Gems? Pretty sure it was in Gems.
I mean, this idea that like you can get an angle out of a curved surface. Just think about how reflections work. So when you're calculating what a mirror does to light, it mirrors the light according to how the surface of the mirror is angled, right? If you paint a sphere to be mirrored, the same logic applies, but the surface is wholly curved,
Yeah,
but that doesn't prevent mirrors from working on the sphere. I mean, you still have that perpendicular angle on the surface of the sphere that give you that mirroring angle. I mean,
I found the
you might argue semantically that that's not an angle, but I mean, the mirrors don't care.
Yeah, it reflects at the angle. Yeah, at the tangent line. So it was Apple. Apple's a flat earther, and I asked him. This is on the 17th of March, and I said, a simple question for anyone that graduated high school math: what is the angle between y equals x squared and y equals x cubed at x equals 1? And I'm sure it was within a minute easily. And he goes, not a simple question to find the angle between slopes 2 and 3. So he's already differentiated it. That's cool. And then he just goes, arctan 3 minus arctan 2.
Yeah.
Which is, like for a flat earther, this is what amazes me about people like Jay Toller, right? They obviously understand the math, but somehow they're still flat earthers. It amazes
Who's
me.
that guy? Who's that guy?
Jay Toller, Media One.
I'm not sure if I heard of him.
Okay. I will send you a link to his channel.
Like, I wouldn't do that quick because I don't know the derivatives from the top of my head. I mean, if you're not giving me a... Yeah, I know of polynomials, it's easy, but I'll have to Google. I don't remember how to get derivatives.
Yeah, so sent you Jay Tolan's channel. Yeah, he obviously understands maths and geometry, and I just don't... He puzzles me and intrigues me.
Well, you should come to the servers.
Oh no, he's blocked me on his channel, and of course.
It's probably because
he's
he
not in Discord.
understands. It's probably because he understands that geometry doesn't dictate reality. You can only model reality with it.
No, but he uses math to try and get flat Earth results. It's puzzling, right? So he uses like a parallax thing to try and get a distance to the stars, and the result that he got is consistent with stars being 4,000 miles away, right? And then, I go and analyze his video, and just the sort of sloppy measurement errors that he makes, right? His mathematics is correct, but his measurement error is just so sloppy. I don't understand whether it's an intentional thing. I just don't understand. It feels intentional that he mismeasures things. I swing between him being a troll, playing the long game. I don't know.
I mean, geometry doesn't dictate reality, but if there's some axioms of geometry show up in reality, then the conclusion.
Yeah, but you guys break them all the time. All the time.
Like
you
what?
say, oh no, you can do this for this and this and that. Because all of Newtonian mechanics is rooted in Euclidean. But we allegedly live on a non-Euclidean surface.
You can represent a sphere, Jerry. You can represent a sphere in Euclidean space, correct?
Yeah, spheres exist in Euclidean space as well. This is just a non-argument, man.
Yeah, but latitude and longitude on a sphere are non-Euclidean.
Correct.
Yeah, but we don't use latitude and longitude in Newtonian physics. You can use XYZ in Newtonian physics from those.
I can also express any point on the surface of a sphere as an XYZ coordinate in Euclidean space.
And you can actually describe a cube using spherical geometry.
That's right. It's all whatever you want, whenever you want.
No, it's just transformation.
Yeah, it's
just transformation between coordinate systems.
So how are you breaking axioms? Exactly. How are we breaking axioms? That's what you said, right? That we were breaking axioms all the time.
Because you use one for some applications and another one for another one.
Yeah, but they're not mutually exclusive. How is it breaking an axiom?
Non-Euclidean and Euclidean are mutually exclusive.
Parallel lines. Why am I not allowed to map a sphere in 3D Euclidean space? Why is that not allowed?
You're allowed, but I'm just saying that
What's the problem then?
How does that break an axiom? How does that break an axiom?
What's the problem with that?
There's not a problem. You're just modeling reality.
So you're accusing us of breaking axioms, but then, like you say, it is allowed.
Yeah, so if it's allowed, then essentially all you're doing is modeling reality. You don't actually know reality dictated by geometry.
I'm trying to get what axiom are we breaking?
Parallel lines meeting. There's one.
The surface of a sphere, longitude lines do meet.
That's right. That is non-Euclidean. But then
those aren't straight lines. If we assume that straight lines are meeting, that they're parallel, then that would actually be breaking Euclidean axioms. But those are not straight lines. Those are lines on the surface of a sphere. They're not straight lines.
That's correct.
So there's no contradiction. We're not breaking any axiom.
But then you use Newtonian physics to, describe motion. And
and where's the contradiction?
You just pick and choose shit.
No.
We're not breaking any rules, Jerry. We're not breaking any rules. We're using the appropriate coordinate system for the problem.
Let me give an example. If I use centimeters for one thing and then meters for another, I'm not contradicting myself, right? It might be more useful to use one way to map things than another. But if they're completely compatible with each other, that's not that's not breaking anything. That's not being self-contradictory.
They're not
We can
compatible.
transform between the two.
Yeah, they're completely compatible.
Parallel lines don't meet in Euclidean geometry.
Correct.
No one's claiming nothing we're saying requires that they do. So there's no
Right.
contradiction.
But all of your physics of motion dictate Euclidean.
Andy.
And so what?
So
Actually,
you guys
no,
get
they're
confused. This
they're,
model
they're,
shit. And that's it. You don't have a real sphere.
they're
It just
not
looks that way.
determined. Newtonian mechanics doesn't describe the universe in terms of Euclidean geometry. That's just the math that is the easier to use. Actually, it isn't tied to what geometry you're using.
I mean, your whole theory of how light works is rooted in Euclidean. But then, time and space bends. Light travels along a geodesic, which is non-Euclidean. And then you say that these light rays are reaching Earth in perfectly straight lines. It's total bullshit.
No one's saying they're perfect straight lines. Actually, we've been correct
Yes, you are.
No, we don't, because we actually correct for refraction. If it was reaching the surface of the Earth in perfectly straight lines,
The
we wouldn't
coordinate
correct for
system
refraction.
being curved. Like curved space-time,
Or-
like he means.
Or light.
Sorry, do you mean curved space-time or just curving light through a Euclidean space?
Curving light through
Okay,
space.
so why, right? But you're not
Space
talking
is-
about curved space-time. So why
No,
can't
but
we
that's
model a
what-
curve in 3D space? What's the
No, but-
problem modeling a curve in 3D space?
Because space-time is what light is
So
traveling
you
through.
are. Fuck. Literally just asked you that.
Do you agree or disagree?
I literally just asked you whether you were referring to space-time and you said no.
No, listen. The light from any star travels through space-time, which is curved, correct?
Yep.
Right. So why do you assume that it's reaching Earth in straight lines via Euclidean geometry?
We're not.
Yes, you are.
First
That's
of
what you
all,
have to do for
first
all
of
your
all,
celestial navigation.
First of all, if you're trying to describe the path of light, the geometry you're using is irrelevant. It just changes your coordinate system. It doesn't change what light is actually doing. Second, geometry doesn't tell you anything about the path of light. So even if we're wrong about what light's doing, that has nothing to do with breaking geometry. That's just we not knowing what light's doing.
No, optical geometry and the whole model of
Optical
how light
geometry?
works. The whole model of how light works is rooted in Euclidean geometry.
No,
But
that's just
space-time-
math we use because it's the easier one. It's not that it requires the
Well,
universe
then how
to
do
be
you know
Euclidean.
how do you know what to use when you do your celestial navigation?
You do what's the easier thing to do, but actually they're all compatible. For example, celestial navigation gives you a spherical geometry formulas, but I've done with the Euclidean, and the answer is exactly the same. I do with Euclidean, and it's the same result. It's just a different way to do the math. I do Euclidean because it's easier for me to do the math.
Assuming, I
Yeah.
I agree. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying if you assume straight light from all of these stars, you will end up
That's
with
not the point.
a globe. No, that is the
point-
exact point.
No. No, you were arguing that we're pick and choosing, and what I'm telling you that under the same assumptions, if you use spherical math or if you use Euclidean math, you get the same result. So that actually doesn't affect the assumptions. The geometry you're using doesn't affect anything. It's just different math, but from the same starting point, you get the same result. So you can't say that I can't use both of them because I'm picking and choosing. No, they do the exact same thing. If you want to challenge the premises, that's something else. But the challenging the premises and challenging we using two different geometries are just different things. And it sounds to me like you're trying to do both, and none of them seem to be working.
Well, if you guys agree that all we could do is model what we're dealing with here, then we're good. But once you claim objective knowledge of what light is doing from 400 light years away, that's total horseshit.
Or I can objectively find my position within 20 miles. That's
I
objective.
agree, assuming straight light from celestial bodies.
Almost. It's not actually assuming completely straight lines because I actually correct for refraction.
I'm talking about through space. 400 light years, 200, 300.
Yeah, no
whatever.
difference of changing index or refraction, right? So why should I expect light to be coming from a different direction?
Why wouldn't you?
No difference in index or refraction.
How do you know?
Oh, I'm talking on the globe model, of course.
Right. How do you know?
How do I know what?
How do you
Oh,
know?
now
How do you know what the path of light is from here? From here to I don't know, Polaris.
well, that's something sort of specific. It's grounded in all the other knowledges that comes before it.
I don't
Like
think we need to know that.
the thing is, the relative position of stars don't change.
So what?
They seem to be. Sorry.
So what?
That's one thing. I'm building. I'm getting common ground here, right? And looks the same. The relative position of the star looks the same for everyone, right?
Yeah.
And for that on a flat surface to be changing because of a medium, that couldn't match a flat surface because
Sure it could.
no, it couldn't because you
Yeah,
would
you
get
just
you would get distortions. There's no way you can. There's no way you
so
can match
what?
both. Yeah, and we don't see distortions. The relative position of the stars aren't changing. Therefore, the sky isn't being distorted.
No, it just seems that way. I'm asking, how do you know that the light from the star is reaching you in a straight line and it isn't going along curved paths and diverging and going all over the place, making you think that you're living on a
It can't be
sphere.
doing that and we being on a flat surface at the same time. Because if you're on a flat surface, right, and it produced the same observation of the globe, you must have them distorted because like if you just try to project the path of light that would match a sphere on a flat surface and try to account for the position of the stars, you get distortions of, let's say, the shape of everything in the sky. If you look to planets, they would be distorted. If you look to the sun, it would be distorted. The moon should be distorted. The moon
No,
shouldn't
it
look
would
the
look
same for
exactly the
everyone.
same.
No, because the position of stars should be distorted differently for different people on Earth. And
No. I'm talking
yes,
about no.
if it's on a
I'm
flat
talking
surface,
about
it must be, yeah.
I'm talking about how it's modeled, not about how it is in reality.
Well,
You have to make
I thought we were talking
assumptions
about
about
reality.
right, but
Why are you gonna talk about Narnia?
no, you are.
I'm just
You're.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's okay. You're assuming how light works from the stars, how
I
it's
don't
reaching
think
our eyes.
I don't think we need to. Like, it doesn't matter if the light of the star goes like through a Narnia black hole and then reappears and appears and then comes back and then routes through Venus and Mars and then comes to Earth. As long as we see the star in the place where we see it, it doesn't matter what it did before getting to us. As long as we see it where we see it and it is consistent, we can use it for navigation. It doesn't matter what the light was doing before it got to us.
Consistent with what?
Consistent with observations, like I see it in the same relative position relating to other stars. Like the relationship between the stars doesn't vary from person to person. So as long as that's there, we don't need to know what the light was doing.
Right, then you could go ahead and think that you're on a globe, which is fine. I'm not saying that this proves flat Earth. I'm saying if you just tweak the model of how light works, of our assumptions of how light works, you could change this, what we're standing on, into anything if you're going to use celestial navigation. It just so happens that assuming straight lines means you're on a globe. But if you just curve those lines, you can make it work on a flat surface. You can make it work on a fucking apple.
Are you now talking about what the light does in the atmosphere?
Not in our atmosphere. I'm talking, really,
okay,
really
then I think I need to reiterate that it doesn't matter what the light does, if it's curved or if it goes straight, or if it goes through Venus and Mars and a black hole with Narnia people inside and then comes to us. Like I literally said just a moment before that doesn't matter. So it seems that you're somehow not getting what we are saying. Like it doesn't matter if the light goes through a straight path or not. We are not using that as an assumption either way.
Yes, you are.
No, we're not. Like it doesn't depend on that.
Of course it does. Sextants, you gotta assume a straight line from you to, whatever you're looking at. A straight line.
Would it actually change if, like, let's say Polaris wasn't exactly where it appeared to be? Would it change anything relating to the navigation?
I'm not sure what you mean. If we saw it somewhere else, yeah, that would change things because we assume that it's reaching us in a straight line.
Yeah, but I'm not asking that. I'm asking, we see it in the same place that we do, but it's actually not in that place, but it's somewhere else, because like curves and like it comes from somewhere completely different. Would that change anything about navigation?
No.
There you go. That's my whole point.
That's my point too.
No, you seem to be criticizing us for assuming that light goes through straight lines because that's an assumption that we didn't verify. But then you also seem to be admitting that no, navigation doesn't rely on that. So I'm not sure why you're criticizing using that assumption.
Navigation relies on how we assume light works. Period. That's my point.
Sure, but
Actually,
if it
no.
changes nothing, then
You can simply use degree to mean 6 nautical miles. You don't even have to know the hell the sky is. You can already find your position. And you assume it's here to do that. You're not assuming anything about the sky. Just that if you're seeing something 1 degree lower than someone else, it means you're 6 nautical miles away from that person. And if you see 2 degrees, then you're 120 degrees, 120 nautical miles from that person. It doesn't require
that's
to know
the
anything
thing
about
about
the sky.
this is the whole thing about MC Toon's challenge is he's saying, you're only allowed to use, known models of how light works. Meanwhile, no one has confirmed how light works from here to any celestial body.
Yeah, but
like no one's ever taken a fucking
no one's here
string.
arguing for MC Toon's challenge.
No, We're talking about celestial navigation, correct?
Yeah, and what I'm telling you is that it doesn't require to know what the light's doing.
No,
If
not
you,
know. Assume.
no, you don't even have to assume anything. You
Bullshit,
don't have
man.
to know.
Okay, then show me how you confirmed it then.
Yeah, if you, for example, if you are at the GPO of the star, someone is seeing that star 2 degrees from its zenith, and the person is 120 nautical miles from you. There you have it. You don't care about how that happens. Just knowing that.
No,
Uh,
listen, you got your protractor out, right? And you measure your angle.
yeah.
That angle needs 2 lines, right? 2 straight lines. That's it. Just curve those lines, make it do a bunch of weird shit, and you could model the Earth to be anything you want.
No. Well, we are not using the position on the star in space to do anything. We're just acknowledging that every degree something on the sky drops from zenith means you're 60 nautical miles away from it. It doesn't matter what light's doing.
Dan, so do you get what I'm saying?
Just acknowledging that already.
Of course I do, Jerry.
We in the math we're not using the star's position. We're not using the star's position in space. We're not using the star's distance. All you're doing is that you're getting the angle and you're turning that into a distance. That doesn't require to understand what light's doing, how that happens. Just know that that happens. That's all it requires. And that doesn't spot your position on flat surface, but it does on a globe.
I agree, it
Regardless
doesn't
of
work. I agree, it does not work on a flat.
When's when's Brian doing his challenge, Jerry? Is it Tuesday? Do you know? With McToon, is it Tuesday?
Yeah, he said. Yeah, it's Tuesday. But a couple ago, they were talking about, and he said, like, there was some kind of understanding that it. So I get the feeling that he some confidence, but I hope he's going to go on.
Yeah, but if he's going to go on there and try and use Google Earth to draw circles of equal altitude, like, obviously then Toon's just going to laugh at him, right?
Well, don't you need a reference point?
And you break up a bit. Is it you breaking up, or am I got a shit connection?
No, it's Jerry's breaking.
Jerry, okay.
Yeah, maybe it's me. Well, this came up too. Is like, how is Brian gonna reference anything if he's not allowed to use a fucking map?
He's not allowed to use a globe. Obviously.
Everything is based on a globe. How's he gonna be able to reference anything?
What do you mean? Like with latitude, longitude?
Right.
Yeah, well, he can transform that to any flat map that he likes, like AE map, right? You can still have latitude and longitude on AE map. Mercator has latitude, longitude. Whatever transformation you want to do to any kind of flat map, you just cannot use a globe.
But those are 2D. Like, why would you go
Isn't
from
Flat Earth
3D to
2D?
2D? Well, I mean, semantically, but I mean, a flat map still wouldn't be Euclidean. So, of course, when you go from non-Euclidean to Euclidean, you're going to lose some information. So,
welcome to the globe.
It's bullshit. No, it's welcome to however you feel like modeling your reality
Jerry,
based on
Yeah.
how you assume light works.
Any flat map that you have is going to have distortion that does not exist in the real world. Welcome to the globe.
it seems, Jerry, that you're saying, yes, we can make any flat map work as long as we use a globe.
No, I didn't say that.
No. You far from said that. But you guys are welcome to put words in people's mouths.
Thanks, Bandy. But do you think Brian should go on Toon's show and try and use a globe to draw circles?
I don't think Brian should go on to McToon's show, period, actually, because all he's trying to do is take the piss out of flat earthers, so...
I think if he did go on there and draw circles on a globe, he will have the piss taken out of him. I don't think he should do that either.
I don't think it's done in good faith whatsoever. What McToon is doing.
In the challenge or having Brian on?
Getting flat earthers on there in general. I don't think anything is
Right.
done in good faith, personally.
Right. I think his challenge is in good faith in that we all know it's impossible for flat earthers to do. I don't think that's a secret.
Don't know. Haven't looked into it. Couldn't tell you.
$7:30. Gonna feed some doggies shortly. If Brian goes on there and does try and draw circles on Google Earth as a legitimate challenge, a legitimate entry to the challenge, I hope he doesn't go on there, because then he would actually deserve being laughed at, and I don't want him to be laughed at.
Are you on the judging panel, Ruif?
Again?
Are you on the judging panel?
Am I on a judging panel? What do you mean?
Yeah, on the judging panel on McToon's.
Oh, Toon, no. Toon's the original judge, and then doesn't it, like if the if the person that enters appeals, then it goes to actual navigators on some forum somewhere, isn't it? Something like that.
I've got no idea who the judge is.
Yeah.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, it actually goes to, as much as you can get independent people. Yeah, just watching Toon now. There's an independent panel of judges selected from a navigation forum, and now he's talking about how Dirth's 3 Bitcoin challenge is, just fraud. It's like he decides if he's been convinced of a globe. Like, it's pretty pathetic.
Fraud's a bit of a harsh word.
Again?
I said fraud is a bit of a harsh word.
Dishonest challenge. A dishonest challenge.
Don't even know what his challenge is, actually.
Prove the globe to me and you win 3 Bitcoin.
Oh, there you go. What's dishonest about that?
Well, who decides whether it's been proven to him?
Well, it's
Who decides how light
to
works?
prove the globe to him.
Yeah, and who decides that? Whose threshold am I meeting?
It's in the title. Prove it to him.
Right, and who decides what's been proven to him?
Wow, it's in the title. Oh my
I
God, you're
understand, Bandy. I understand it's in the title, right? Do you understand that science itself cannot prove things? We can only provide you evidence to meet your level of proof.
Oh my
Your
goodness
subjective level of proof.
gracious. An apple is an apple and science can prove it.
Really?
Of course.
I don't think an apple being an apple is a scientific question.
If I borrow QE, it's a what is question, not a what is question.
Also, it's sort of a tautology, like something that's obviously true. For example, is if I say a banana is a banana, I'm kind of defining the thing by itself, which is obviously true. Now you can then talk about which kind of things in the world are banana, kind of things are not, but it's almost in the definition of the question in itself that, of course, a banana is a banana, and then a plump is a plump. We don't know what the hell a plump is, but of course, a plump, if we use the word to designate something, then it designates what it designates.
Well, I reckon if I gave a banana and an apple to some scientists and asked them to prove which was the banana and which was the apple, I reckon they could do it.
Yeah, but that's a definition thing. It's not like that's a weird
You
thing to do.
it's a definition thing. Oh my God.
Well, let's say 2000 years ago, when someone stumbled upon a banana, was it a banana before that?
No.
Okay, so it's just a definition for an object. It's nothing to do with science.
Oh my
It's just a definition. So.
You guys are
Yeah,
Hold on.
George
It was still a
George
phenomenon.
Berkeley.
A word for it.
Yeah, exactly. Good. What were you saying? Jerry,
I think
cut you
Dearth
off.
is.
Cut you off.
I think
Jerry.
Dearth is probably coming from the same position as I am. It's like I never wanted to be a fucking flat earther. I was quite happy with Star Wars, right? So if anyone can like ultimately show me, yep, it is a fucking ball, I'd be happy to give 3 fucking Bitcoin too, because you know I'd rather
Absolute
go
lie,
back to
Carlos.
Star Wars if possible.
That's just a lie.
Why did you say that you were happy with Star Wars when that has nothing to do with the Earth thing?
I think he's
If you
describing.
honestly, Carlos, if you honestly assess the evidence for globe versus the evidence of flat Earth, there's no way to be a flat earther. You know this.
I mean, your evidence in the chat is that the Earth is a square because there's straight lines in your square Earth. So do you
No.
say that that's
I
an
wasn't
accurate
trying to
graph of the
prove
Earth?
anything. I wasn't trying to prove anything with that. I was just showing some straight lines on the
Okay,
grid.
so you don't accept the map then?
No. You can see that the latitude lines are longer towards the north and longer towards the south than they are in the center near the equator. It's obvious that it's a stretched projection because the distances are matching, but the latitude lines are longer, just further apart from each other. So yeah, that's obvious.
There's no reason to post those.
I was just showing, like that other guy I was talking about. It's just your projection, and you have to prove that light goes in straight lines, and then you're just working off an assumption. That's what I was talking about.
Roif, did you say that the Mactoons challenge is dishonest, or not dishonest but not good?
Dearths. Dave Weiss's challenge is dishonest. Yeah. MC Toons is great. It has objectively, just objective criteria to meet it. Find out where you are.
There's another
bullshit.
challenge. I thought you were talking about the Mactoons.
What the fuck, Jerry? Read the fucking challenge, Jerry. What are the criteria
listen,
to meet?
Man, there is no objective way to prove the trajectory of light from 400 light years away. It's absolute crap.
Not what it's been asked to do.
Find your location on the Earth. Make an entry. No
And
radius
you're
allowed.
not allowed. You're not allowed to use alternative theories of how light works.
What theory would you
right
like to
there.
propose? I'll give you. I'll do fucking Toons challenge and give you whatever light theory you want.
Okay, well then,
just give
it'll
the theory.
work on a flat Earth.
Sorry?
Yeah, give the theory then. And the
Just
experiment
bend
is
it.
not that theory.
Just bend the light however you want.
Okay, do that.
No, you
And
can't
then
do that
I will
because
do
that's
Toons
not reality.
challenge and give you another set of coordinates that your theory will fail on.
Yeah. Your theory, you just can't make shit up. It has to be some sort of validation for it, even a little bit.
Okay. Well then, tell me how you proved how light is reaching your eye from 400
Jerry.
light years away. Yes, you
That's
do.
irrelevant.
No, I don't. Don't have to. It works without anything, without some magical
Right.
theory that bends it. However,
It
no,
works.
you haven't
That's
proved
it.
at all. You got no evidence. Very little evidence of how light is traveling 400 million miles.
I
Now,
don't
it's
need
only
to.
it's only a theory. It's only a theory. Now, Jerry can have a theory about how light is traveling for 399,000 light years out of that 400,000 light years, right? And he can apply that theory of his, which is an idea, add it to the consensus of what it's doing in the atmosphere, and boom.
My response is do it.
Yeah. Come
I'm
up with
too
a theory
busy
of
to
how light
do
will
that.
travel.
I am too busy to come up
Too
with a
busy for
theory of how
$10,000,
light works.
of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
a
me
very
too. I
busy
mean,
man.
$1 million is too little for me. I would never do anything for $1 million.
If it
I
was
think you'd
$1
have to bet
million,
it.
I would. I might do it.
There we go.
Okay, so you're rich enough to net $10,000. Okay.
But that's the whole principle here: is that
Yeah,
you have
I
to
would
make
prove the flat
there.
Earth, but there's a limit to how little money I can do it for.
There's nothing objective about this contest. Nothing.
As objective criteria, if you can find out where you are, I'm happy to remove his criteria of light. Happy to. Whatever theory you like to get, whatever angles you like, fine with me. You have to detail it, like it has to be an actual, like a formula or a transformation. But you can make it whatever shit you like. I don't care.
And then what? And then what are you going
And
to say?
then I will find 3 coordinates that break it.
Okay.
Up
Yes.
the financial reward, Rui, and I may consider it.
Okay, I'll make it 20 US grand.
Nah, 20's not enough.
Ah.
I said make it worth my while.
But
Yeah, 20 grand's
you
not
should
enough.
make it a bet. You should make it a bet. 20 grand.
What have I come
bet.
in on? What are you betting? 20 grand.
I'm happy. You know how McToon's challenge, it says like you've got to use understood theories of how light propagates through atmosphere or whatever. Oh shit! You allowed the fuck happened there?
Sorry.
What do you want, Jerry?
Oh.
You want 500? 500 grand?
Yeah, you got to give me enough money to stop, hanging out with my kid and, sleeping and, going to work and all that.
You don't want to hang out with your kid.
We'll get.
I would have go the other way. Like, give me enough money, I could just hang out with my kid, not like.
We'll get Rui to put up $1 million. Get Rui to put up $1 million, and Jerry, you and I can work on it. 500 grand each.
All right, you got it.
How can you hold on? Why do you need to? But Jerry, how would you work on something that you just pull out of your ass? What do you have to do?
Well, the same way you guys pulled the whole straight lines of light right out of your ass.
No, that's not thrown out of our ass because you can go to LIGO, the straight path of the light. So, I mean,
that's like what, 2 miles?
Yeah, and the light doesn't bend in the vacuum. So,
all right. Now stretch that 400 light years, and then you got
okay,
it.
So it's not pulled out of our ass. There's evidence for it. Where's your evidence for light bending in your magic?
Because it works, same as yours.
It works, but it doesn't work because the Earth is full.
All Jerry and I have to do is come up with a theory of what light does over 399 thousand light years, and we're set.
Do it.
We don't have to worry about the other 1 light year.
Okay.
We'll give you the 1 light year. We only have to come up with a theory that goes for 399.
Hang on. So what, is this
out of the 400?
Is this celestial navigation or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So McToon's challenge.
We're talking about how light travels.
Right, but I mean, you just assume it's straight, and if it works, it works. Like you don't need to care about how many years it's been traveling.
Right, and if you assume that it bends and it works, then it works.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Come up with yours.
Like what Ruhiv's saying is, show us how it bends that it works, because nobody
Yeah.
has. We've been having this flat Earth debate, like sextant debate for years, and loads of people say, well, you could just do a coordinate transform with bendy light, and then it's like, well, show me. That's what you're saying, I guess, Rui.
There's actually a problem. I mean, it doesn't matter how the light bends for the 399 light years. If you go to the equator and you have 90 degrees to Polaris, it's irrelevant how it works on the planet, how it bends on way here because it's 90 degrees at the North Pole and 90 0 or 90 at the equator.
Well, you can make that assumption. Maya
That's a
Mahan.
I'm going to feed some dogs.
Sounds like a euphemism for something.
Gotta feed the dog.
Just gotta go and you know how they say, feed the dogs.
Feed the dogs with the bones of the infidels. But
yes,
did Rudy say that there was someone else with another challenge? That was shit.
Not a euphemism. Actually, feeding dogs.
He called.
Rudy, did you say that there was someone else
He
with a
called David.
challenge?
He called David Weiss's challenge dishonest.
Ah, he has. Okay. I haven't heard about that challenge. What is that? Do you know what it is?
Three Bitcoin to prove that the Earth is a globe to his standard.
Right. He's the only judge.
So it is bullshit.
Yes, he's the only judge. There are no objective criteria.
Oh, there's no objective criteria. So he just says you've got to convince me that it's a globe, and I'll give you 3 Bitcoin.
Which is dishonest, right?
Well, I can do that for flat Earth. 5 Bitcoin to whoever the Earth is flat for me, using my standards of everything else.
I'd give somebody a Bitcoin for a map that works, a flat map that works.
Yeah, that would be good. How much do you pay for a map of a globe that works? I can send you one.
I want someone on the ISS. I want someone on the ISS to get their camera and put it up to the window and show us all of the stars.
Okay. I think it could be done.
Tweet to some of the dudes up there. Ask them. Hit the guys up on Twitter, Carla.
Yeah, or just do the I don't understand why nobody's done the laser thing. Like they did it in the early 2000s. It's like the proof of concept is well there, which was show us like the live feed as you're passing over an area, and we'll shine laser lights back at you.
Yeah, that'd be a great one.
Like there's a bunch of tests to do, but I mean, there's good reason why people aren't doing them.
What's that reason, Harry?
That they know that the Earth's not flat.
What a load of shite.
Like there's one.
Do it. Just get a laser.
If you said, "Oh, but the Earth's definitely flat," and all you're asked to show is like the one test that isn't the same as the other tests, you should be able to do that, shouldn't you? So this test is the, I don't know. This seems to me to be doable.
Why is this? It's just so stupid. Just prove the Earth is a globe using my standards. I'm okay, I can't. You can't prove to me that bananas exist using my standards.
Yeah, just do something.
Every time you show me a banana, I'm just going to deny it.
Don't just do something.
It's not a banana. It's a banana.
Straight to the surface.
Gummy bear champion. I'm of the opinion that the only possible flat Earth map is the AE map.
It's necessary
to geometry. You have to do something that, like, for example, I have traveled to through Europe, so I've joined up all of those distances with GPS and stuff. So when you've got contiguous landmass across the top, you can't fuck around much. So that's why whenever I ask why not the southern centric A map, the answer is because we'd know, because the land would be wrong. It's like, yeah, because it's water. It gives some plausible deniability for like, oh, maybe there's
Exactly,
things
yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
Come
I
up
messaged
with a
what's her name?
come up with a tangible measurement of curvy water, and you may have something. Until then, you've got absolutely nothing.
And
Absolutely
again,
nothing.
Bandy,
That's what I'm saying.
2.5 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers of
Absolutely
Tanagu
nothing.
missing.
You have got nothing. You can have
Okay, Bandy.
all your pictures, right? And you can use your pictures as toilet paper, as far as I'm
Well, then
concerned, because they mean
I can
absolutely
say,
nothing.
I
well,
would have
based,
thought you'd like the
based on all the
gyro compass,
pictures,
Andy. Sorry, Malmo.
just based on all the evidence, I would say that it's a globe. And can you show me a measurement of straight water along, let's say, a 500 kilometer section of the ocean?
Show you plenty of straight water, because water
Well,
doesn't
What distance?
measurements.
at the end of the day.
The measurements.
So
Many measurements. That's the tautology.
you
That's
are the ones. You're the
unfalsifiable.
ones that have made the claim that water bends around a ball,
Yeah,
right?
but
I've
that's
never
based.
made that
That's
claim,
based on all the
right?
evidence. No,
Right?
but
No, you
that's
got
no. Hold on.
you got
That's
no evidence, right? You got no evidence
no
whatsoever,
evidence.
mailman, right? That
So all the
shows that
pictures and the
whatsoever.
differences on the surface.
None. Zero.
All the
I think the
pictures,
sextant
all the
shows it.
pictures, all the measurements, and physics shows it.
Physics doesn't show bendy water at all, bending around the
It does.
exterior of a big blue spinning testicle. It does not show that physics at all.
It doesn't matter how much you poison the well. It does, because
No,
like
it doesn't.
hydrostatic equilibrium forms a sphere, gravity forms spheres.
No.
All the forces form spheres.
No.
Oh.
You've got no evidence
But
of
yeah,
that
you can
down
say
here.
no.
You got
You
no
say no,
evidence of that down here, man. You got none. You
I
got
have.
zero. No, you don't.
The
What do you
droplets
think
of water,
curvature looks like, Andy?
are they flat or curved?
Not
Andy?
straight.
What
Not straight.
what do you think curvature would look like? Like, what are you looking for to find curvature?
Not
If you
straight.
saw this, no, but if you saw X, right, what is X to say that Earth's a globe?
I want to see your measurements, right, of bendy, curvy water.
Could I give you an
2
idea?
kilometers of Tanagu missing.
No, that's not a measurement. That's a picture. That's rubbish.
Yeah, but there's 2 kilometers of mountain missing.
No, it's bullshit, rubbish pictures, Rui. And I
Yeah,
don't
and that's
engage on picture arguments. You know this, and I'm not
right.
going to do it ever.
But
Because
this is what I sort of present to Dave Weiss. I say, look, I'm showing you this. This is what I expect if the Earth is a globe, and he just goes, no, denied. Right? Dishonest.
No, it's not dishonest to disregard photos at all. Not
Okay,
at
so
all.
tell us what you are looking
Right?
for as evidence.
I told you.
What I know, but what sort of measurement can we do? How would we measure curvy water?
Well, I actually thought that Righty and I didn't have a bad idea actually a month ago or so, or whenever it was, 2 months ago. That may do something. I don't. That has a little bit more merit.
What was it?
I think
What was it though?
measuring bendy, curvy, or straight water over a dam.
How?
Yeah, how would you measure it though?
A number of different ways, using a number of methods.
We were talking
using
about flying a drone out and getting it to with a camera mounted on it at nighttime to see when the brightest point of the light is, and be able to tell
Can't use any
visually
photos though.
from the boat how far up that drone's going, and to find the center of a light that you know is horizontal, maybe even is heading down at first from like 200 meters above the water down a little bit maybe, and it should be getting higher the further you get away after a certain point.
You would have a couple of different reference points. You'd have you'd have GPS readings. You'd have a plumb bob hanging off it as well. That was X amount of distance. You'd have a couple of different ways of measuring that distance of how high the drone is above the actual water.
How big of a dam are we talking?
You'd only have to go a couple of kilometres.
How much? How do you account for
Very,
refraction?
very doubtful. Very
Yeah,
doubtful he could measure
I
it.
do have problems with that one. Could I suggest to you a good one that I'm going to try, Bandy? The height of the South Celestial Pole will equal my latitude and be able to tell me where I am north-south on the pole at any on the Earth at any time.
Nah, you can. As far as I'm concerned, you can shove your stars up your bum.
So why? Tell me a bit about why that is.
Why? Because I want a physical measurement here on Earth.
Okay, yeah.
But why?
So
You were talking about a
That's
laser.
me. Now that may be okay for you. It may be okay for anyone else. I don't want
You're just
measurements of
expressing your
stars or anything.
subjective standard of proof. That's all you're doing is
Okay.
expressing your
Fine to have your own
subjective
standard.
standard.
No,
This is
you
my
were
point
talking
with
about
Dave. No, hang
you
on.
were talking about the
This is
tone
my
of the
point with
laser.
Dave Weiss.
No,
This is
I
my point with
find
Dave Weiss.
my way or my idea way more tangible and physical.
But what's your idea? You said a laser. That's not physical. You said a laser. That's optical. That's not physical. So what is your physical way of measuring if the Earth is spherical? Water is
I think if you get a powerful enough laser, you get a powerful
that's
enough
not
laser.
physical.
It is, no, man, and I don't care whether or not you think
What?
it is or not at all.
Well, then stars are physical
This
too.
is my requirement, my personal requirement, not yours. You can have your stars, you can have whatever you want.
No, but hold on.
This is
Hold on.
mine.
You're saying, but hold on. You're saying laser is physical. Starlight isn't. Where's the logic in that?
No, well, I don't know what
You
light
just
is
said
doing
it.
for 399 million light years away. I've got no idea.
Okay.
So
okay.
if
How do you know what it does for 2 kilometers?
Well, we have a far better idea what it does in a consistent gradient, according to Ruby anyway, if we get high enough above the surface.
So we know that light bends down. Did I cut out?
No,
I didn't hear you if you said something.
Yeah, I said that if you said that we know how light behaves on Earth, so we know that it bends down, causing objects to lift up on your field of view. Do you accept that?
It's far more predictable what the laser will do 100 meters above the surface.
That's the way, Bandy.
Sure.
You're getting it, Chav.
Yeah, I was.
So we can use
I
that
was
theodolite for
conversation with you where I was saying that you would only accept it if it was above 100 meters and more than 7/6R. I was like, Ruhiv seems like is the one that knows the most about this, and he says get above 100 meters and it's almost always 7/6R. And so I was saying to Bandy, if you can show it significantly more than 7/6R with height, you win.
Yeah, it's almost never light bending upwards above 100 meters. Almost never.
There we
I
go.
think I saw like one or two little.
So we picked 100 meters. So we'd have both a physical measurement, being the plumb bob hanging off the drone, which would be 100 meters, and we'd have a reading from a GPS, which would be in the drone as well. And I think there was another way. I can't remember the other way we thought of. I think we had 3 methods.
Yeah, GPS is not going to be accurate enough.
The laser itself. Yes. Well, apparently, Writing's got some phone GPS thing which was accurate within a centimeter or something or two.
Yeah, Kosho's still got to check that for me, but that's one thing I'm fascinated by. If I can map my path with that kind of accuracy across the Earth, oh my God. Like if you can say Google Maps is correct down to the centimeter for exactly where I was
Google
this
Earth,
whole time, that kicks a big hole in AE in my mind. I know it wouldn't to any flat
In what?
Earth,
AE? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Where's Wally did a video about the length of runways going east-west versus the north-south ones. That was brilliant. Like showing that the longitude.
Yeah.
The only measurements that you guys want to do is with bloody stars at the end of the day.
Well, stars, I mean, there is a reason we have used stars to navigate for generations, Bandy. They really work. There's a reason we
They
say
are
don't look at the.
navigation,
Let
right?
me
They're not.
finish. Let me
They're
finish,
not
man.
accurate measurements, right? They're not accurate measurements at all, Righty. They're for navigation, right? They're an approximation. They're not an accurate measurement. So I've got no problems with you using navigation, stars for navigation, but it's not a measurement that is
Well, I think.
accurate enough to measure any sort of
So let
curvature
me
that we're trying to measure.
let me tell you my story with it, and then you can judge it. What I think I could measure is the radius of the Earth, assuming it's a ball when I know it's not, assuming it's a perfect ball, where I can say, I know the angle that everything is going to be in the sky. I can point at something in the sky and go, this is where this star should be right now, if I know where I am. And what that changes at as I move in a direction is 1 degree. Anything that has a linear relationship between degrees and distance can only fit on one shape, which is why you've agreed with this before, and every device you've got that can measure an angle, virtually all of them need a round edge to do so, perfectly circular, never abnormally shaped, never straight. Only one thing they come as, and that is a fraction of a circle, because a circle is in all directions, all degrees. It is passing through each new tangential point, one after the other, in accordance with distance. It only fits on one thing. And I can travel forwards and still not perceive that I'm on a ball, but the lights in the southern sky will rise or fall exactly as if I was moving over a ball. They will change in the sky by a uniform amount. And you can test the geoid versus the ball because that uniform amount changes. Your nautical miles get shorter due to the oblateness of the Earth. You can test all of these things. And on the Earth, standing on land, you can test them. It so reliably fits for a ball that which is telling, because nobody in their right mind really believes that you can do a coordinate transform and turn a ball into a flat map. Otherwise, somebody would have done it by now. All they need to do is show how these continents fit. Why would you not do that by now? You know?
I'm not worried about continents at all.
So I've slightly fucked this up, but I've got an engineer on board. It's that to me is the reliability with it. We're using methods that other people say, this is how it works. Now, they could be wrong, but they can find an ocean in the Pacific with this. So if they're wrong, how are they wrong? Right? They go, we assume light travels pretty much straight, particularly the higher up you look, and we can tell the angle of a star and our linear distance from it. That number equals this kilometers, and that doesn't fit on any other shape except something that is perfectly circular, because that's the only way you can get that relationship. And it's not perfectly circular, which is why it doesn't quite work all the time. But there's very small amounts of inaccuracies in certain parts of the world. I forget which.
It's a pair. Or pairish. Apparently.
What is still there?
You got a bad mic if you're trying to talk, mailman.
Yeah.
Malaman.
Malaman. Flap your arms, mailman. You'll get better reception. Really, they're still continuing from last night.
Oh, you're talking about in text chat?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy.
What do you think
Okay, can
about
you hear
that
me better now?
idea, Jerry? They're getting a very high, powerful laser across a dam, right? Setting it at point A, okay, which will be horizontal, okay, about 100 odd meters above the water. So high-powered laser, so it'll hopefully minimise the divergence and stuff of the laser as well. And then periodically, from a canoe or a little boat, right, you follow that laser out across the surface and you launch a drone up. Okay. And apparently with this GPS setting, it's pretty accurate within 1 to 2 centimeters, pretty consistently. Apparently, I don't know if it is, but just say hypothetically it is.
On a drone.
And also, yeah, on a drone, and also
I doubt that.
having well, I don't care. Hold on, this is a hypothetical. It's just as good as your bloody bullshit stars at the end of the day. And then from that drone, Jerry, you have a 100-meter plumb bob, okay, that goes up as well. So you fly up until you hit the laser, okay, you've got a reading from your GPS, and you have a physical measurement from your plumb bob as well, and you can do that all the way along for a couple of kilometers along the surface of the dam. Do you think that's got any merit whatsoever?
Okay, now, the bottom of the plumb bob could be in line with the laser. That would be something. Would you be able to do that?
Probably, yeah. You probably could do that as well. Yeah, yeah,
That would be something. Because
yeah.
then you would know that it's, straight.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what does Harry think?
It's a fun, like, would be a cool thing to do that I'd be absolutely up for. The thing for me about repeatability is I want to know what normally happens, right? I want to know what, like, I want something to compare it to or something like that. A lot of this, I struggle to know what I should expect. Do you know what I mean? What should it look like? And I don't have a clear idea of that. And some people go out and they don't. So they just make up, oh yeah, this is what I was clearly looking for beforehand. And it wasn't. We all know that.
Well, it's very repeatable.
That's true. But I mean, it's a whole day, right? You've got to, you do this one thing and it takes you your day and you want to know, was that a meaningful result? And you, in order to know if that's a meaningful result, do you have to go out another day?
You do it as many times as you thought was necessary.
Right.
But it's repeatable. It's very repeatable.
Shouldn't one be a proof, Bandy? Isn't one a proof?
What do you mean is one a proof? I don't understand.
If you do it once, is it a proof?
Well, it's a measurement. We're taking measurements.
Yeah, is it proof?
Well, it's a measurement.
Yeah, but does it prove the shape of the Earth conclusively? Or do I have to meet some subjective burden of yours for a number of times that I have to do it?
Oh, no, it's a measurement, which is what I am wanting. I am wanting a physical measurement over the surface of water.
Would you come up to Sydney?
Is one enough? Hang on, buddy.
Sorry, Harry?
Would you come up to Sydney? Like, short notice?
Would you come down to Cape Jervis?
Nah. I'm packing up. I've got to get ready. But I'm about to go on a world trip. But I've been trying to think of something flat Earth related, which I can be like a jokey,
funny like intro to the series where I'm like, I've got to go like around the world, but my friends told me it's actually flat. So what map should I follow? It doesn't make any sense. How do I get there? You know? And so then I have to like, could be fun. You, me, and Rui could go out on a boat, try and do something.
Well, I don't want to particularly participate in anything that's going to be jokey right off the bat.
Oh no, I don't mean to take the piss doing it. I just mean like it's a funny intro for it, I think.
I'd watch that shit.
I think it'd be funny. Like I've got to go the right way. So
I actually came up with probably the simplest and most effective test you guys could ever do with Jeremy today.
Oh yeah.
So so the task was basically he said that you can find a completely flat piece of land which is 5 by 5 miles. Bansol, can you find a piece of land that's 5 by 5 miles?
Yeah, you could out in the desert.
5 miles.
Like a salt flat, something like that.
Oh, out near Lake Air, I'm sure there's
well,
does it
on
have to
land.
be on land itself? Well, there are we do have a salt flat here. I can't remember the name of it.
Okay, and okay, so the answer is yes, right? You can come up with a 5 mile piece of land that's completely flat, and you can also make straight lines, right? Can you make a mile
Flat,
long
you
straight
mean
line?
5 miles visibility, right? 5 miles visibility on a square.
Yeah, we don't even need the 5 miles. That was just what he said. You can probably do this in 2 miles squared or even a mile squared. But basically, it's got to be flat, right? And now you got to have the ability to make straight lines. You can draw straight lines, right, over long distances. That's all.
Sorry, Branch, I wasn't listening.
I was just saying.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, man.
All right, so you got some flat land, and you can draw straight lines, right? So now what you can do is just try to make a triangle, right? If you know how to draw straight lines, you can draw one straight line for 1 mile, turn 60 degrees, draw another straight line for 1 mile, turn another 60 degrees, and draw another straight line, and you should end up at the same spot, right? You should draw an equilateral triangle if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, you're not going to have enough spherical excess to measure in 5 miles.
In 1 mile.
Yeah, this was my exact idea, except you do it on a lake and you like a frozen lake, and you just do the same thing.
So, Ruth, how much spherical access would there be within a 5 mile piece of flat? I think it would be measurable.
So you want a flat piece of land, and you want to mark out a triangle on it.
Yeah, I think the smaller it is, the more precise you'd have to be.
Well,
It'll be less than an arc second.
So you still won't end up at the same exact spot then?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to tell. I mean, I just think light, I just keep saying it, light horizontally is the worst method. Why do we stick with it? Why? I mean, I get why we stick with it. It's the only one that works because there's enough noise in the data that we can pick the answers we want. I'm sorry, but it's just my beliefs. Okay, I think we're good to go.
I'd say you got to physically draw lines and then measure the.
That's what I meant. I mean, you're basically doing the whole Elon Musk question, right? If you go 1 mile this way, 1 mile 90 degrees, but you're just doing it with 60 degrees instead of 90 degrees.
Make an equilateral triangle.
Right, the 90 degrees will get you an equilateral triangle, When you go 60 degrees, you're gonna get a isosceles triangle.
Is it isosceles?
Two sides would be the same.
I think the triangle thing would be interesting, but I think it's weird that there's like there's quite a big conspiracy going on, because if you take like I have simulators, like aviation simulators, and I take 3 points and directions between those, I can measure the angles and they add up to more than 180 degrees. So
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
all the it has to be wrong, sort of like from New York to Los Angeles to Vancouver. The directions have to be wrong in reality.
yeah, but if they're on a
Weird.
flat piece of land and they're drawing these lines, right?
Yeah.
They're definitely going to be off. They're never like if they're going a mile distance between them. You know, I know Ruhif just said that there's not enough spherical axis, but there definitely is.
Would it be a case if I take 3 points on the AE map? Can I get 3 points on that map that are collinear that in reality actually form a triangle? Would that have to be the case?
Yeah, I guess you could.
Yeah, it should be like 3 points on that should form a triangle in reality, because those would not be collinear, so they'd have to be a triangle.
Yeah, I think somebody posted a whole gif about that, right? Kosho used to post it a lot.
Hey, Rohif, are you still there? Is he here?
He's he's
Yeah, I think he's not just close here. I was just wondering, like, he said that he had a conversation with David Weiss about his bet. I was just wondering if there's a video of it or something.
Maybe that means. Does that mean it's too expensive here?
I don't. Ruhif, I don't think I need the emails. I was just wondering if there was a video, but yeah. I believe it to be not all the way down.
Actually, let me just run the clock out. So where this ends with.
Oh, it's nice. It's the the first car show that I've gone to in fucking 3 years. Just driving into it.
You're going to a car show?
Yeah, and it's been like 3 years since the last one. So.
Or if the Earth's flat, how comes tires are round?
That's a good question. Or how come my bed is flat? But though we have tanks, and those have sort of flat baselines. So yeah, it's the Earth is flat because a tank needs a flat baseline to drive on.
There was like a great series. I don't even know who did it, but there was like a great troll series of like memes for both sides, like stupid questions for both sides. One was like, if the Earth's flat, why do we sleep like this? And it had someone with like a straight back,
Yeah, I have the meme
and
on
not
my
like this, and then like with a rounded back.
yeah. Yeah, and if the Earth isn't concave, how come your shoes were on the front and the back end, not from the middle? The Earth is concave.
Exactly.
I wonder what kind of cars. It's a hot rod and rock show, though there is no rock because there's no bands this year, so it's just a hot rod show. But I don't know if there's any European cars or anything. But we'll see.
Gross. European cars.
Yeah, Japanese. Might just be American cars.
American cars.
But you lagged out, or I heard was American cars.
No, I'm just saying, American cars. Disgusting.
All of America is disgusting.
That's racist.
I saw there was a new Finnish guy on the debate in Gems. He's from where this car thing is, but I don't know if he's coming here. Not sure. He's a car guy, but I think he's in car.
He a Glober or a Flober?
I think he's a Glober. All I've heard him do in Gems is argue about trans things. I'm not sure what he's up to.
So he's on the Trans Europe Express.
Yeah, could be. Maybe he's working for TransPoint.
Very quiet in here.
How are you, Dross?
Living the dream to live. Actually, I had a lie-in this morning. I normally get up about 6. And I thought I'd have a cup of tea, smoke a fag, see what's happening in the flat world around me.
Hey, Foolish. What's your thoughts on this, right? You go to the salt plains, draw a straight line for 1 mile, and then measure 60 degrees and draw another straight line for 1 mile, then 60 degrees again. And where would you end up?
Back where I started.
No. 60 degrees.
Yeah, given the tolerance. Yeah, you're only walking a mile, mate.
Yeah, no.
But given the tolerance of the instruments you're using.
You're completely wrong about this, bro. Like, okay, just think about it. If you were to go 90 degrees instead of 60 degrees, right?
Yeah.
You'd definitely be walking in a different direction if you was to go 90 degrees than 60 degrees, right?
Yep.
Now on a sphere, if you went 90 degrees, you definitely will end up at the same spot, right? Now the amount of difference between 90 and 60 degrees is enough for you to have walked in a different direction. I don't understand where you guys are coming up with this whole not enough spherical axis shit.
No, branch. No.
Right. Okay, so if you draw a straight line for 1 mile, right? And then you have one person go 90 degrees from where he started. Another person goes 60 degrees. They're definitely going in different directions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you had the guy doing the 60 degrees, he's definitely going different direction now.
Uh-huh.
He goes a mile, and the other guy goes a mile. Right? Now, the guy going 60 turns 60 again and starts walking. And the guy going 90 turns 90 again and starts walking. The guy who turned 90, he's going to meet up to the same spot he started once he lost 3 legs.
Because he hasn't gone far enough.
You're wrong.
Right.
There's no way you're right about this. You're basically trying to tell
Branch,
me.
why don't you go and do the fucking experiment? And I will
I don't know how
tell
to
you
do a
now
straight
that
line.
the lines
for
will
1 mile.
cross before they come back to a point. You will not be going. When you'll do your mile, but your line will cross the other one because.
Wait,
it's
what do you mean
big
the lines
enough.
will cross the other one?
If I could be bothered to get paint out, I'd draw it for you, but I can't.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But you're basically saying that whether you turn 60 degrees or 90 degrees, it won't make a difference. The experiment's completely false.
No, I did not say that.
So what are you saying then? What I'm trying to
what I'm
say is
saying
the
you're not
guy
fucking listening.
the guy who's turning 90 degrees will come back to the same spot. But you're saying the guy who turns 60 degrees will come back to the same spot too.
No, I'm not saying that. You're not listening, Branch.
Okay, then okay, what are you saying? Where would the guy going 60 degrees end up?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'll get paint out, I'll draw it for you. I've only just woken up.
Dude, you're wrong about this. This is a legit test that anyone can do.
You're making a square with the first one, with the 90-degree one.
No, you're only doing 3 angles, so you can't be making a square.
Right. You're with the first one going 90 degrees on a globe,
Okay,
you'd be
you're
making a triangle.
C.
You make a triangle on a globe, but on a flat Earth, you make a C.
Yeah, the 90-degree fellow will make a C. Exactly.
I don't understand why these guys don't get this. It's like the easiest test someone can do too.
Well, on a flat, you'll make a C or a triangle.
Right, and based on which one you make, okay, let's just go with the 90 degrees. You do the 90 degrees thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're only using 90-degree angles, and on the globe you will end up at the same spot, and on a flat Earth you have a C. So this is a valid test, right? It's not like you can confuse the two, especially if they're a mile long. It's a big difference.
You'll have something like this with a tiny discrepancy. Tiny discrepancies. Absolutely tiny on a mile. Tiny. Because when we do spherical excess, we're getting tiny discrepancies.
Gio, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm sorry, foolish.
Numbers. That's always the problem.
What is foolish saying? He's talking to us, or he's talking to the computer?
Tiny discrepancies. What you're talking about with spherical excess and measuring those things, it like makes up such a small amount.
It's a huge amount. You guys are completely wrong about this.
Go and do it. Go and do it, Branch.
No, I'm not going to do it. But I'm just saying you're
No, of
completely
course
wrong.
you're not.
I would love to.
You're trolling.
You're trying to tell me it won't work, right? And you're going to show me a diagram why it won't work. I would love to see it because I think I'm right.
Cool. And go and do it.
No, go ahead. Go. I don't need to show you a diagram. There's millions of diagrams of what I'm saying. Right?
No, there's not. Go and pull one up.
Yeah, there is. There's a whole fucking
pull one up for a mile. Pull one up.
Branch
If
needs
there are millions of them, pull one up.
Branch needs some motivation. So at each point, Branch, put some beers. All right, that'll get you to do it.
You rude it. 3% spherical excess is tiny on a mile. I assume you mean a mile.
That's what she said.
foolish.
I think you're
honestly,
smart
dude,
enough.
Honestly, you're completely wrong. I can't be fucked to find you a diagram.
Okay, but there are millions of them.
There are. Just go look it up.
I think you're trolling.
It's the whole. So basically, what you're trying to tell me. What you're trying to tell me, then,
you're trolling.
You're trying to tell me if I go 1 mile, turn 90 degrees, right? Go another mile, turn 90 degrees again, and go another mile, I won't end up at the same spot?
Yes, Branch.
You're trying to tell me I won't end up at the same spot?
Yes, Branch.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again, Truss?
Yes, Branch.
One more time. What do you understand? Foolish. I mean, I'm not sure why you're being completely wrong about this. I don't understand what's going on in your head right now. I mean, if you just Google Elon Musk 1 mile walking question, right? There's a million explanations for why you will end up at the same spot.
Then pull one up. Your claim, your responsibility, bro.
I'm just gonna Google 3 words and I'm gonna give you the top link.
You're being very obtuse, Russ.
Well, to be fair, I'm quite an obtuse person, but not with 360-degree angles. I'm not.
Okay, there's the question and there's the answer to it. You will end up at the same spot.
Really? Over a mile.
Over a mile.
Okay. I'm actually gonna read this. See what he says.
Do you have the answer? Yes. And where does it say 90 degrees in that? Because that is very clever.
I done it myself. It's a paper, and both of them they end up the same place. They both end up where they started on a flat plane. Obviously, it will be different.
Wait, how George? How on a flat plane can the 90-degree angles end up in the same place? We'll make a C.
No, you got 3 times, isn't it?
You're doing it. You're only doing it 3 times.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
only doing it
correct.
3 times.
So
Whether
you
you do 90
you go
degrees,
straight ahead. You go straight ahead. Mile. You turn 90 degrees for the first time. You walk a mile. You turn 90 degree again for the second time. For another mile. On the third bend, you're going to meet up where you started.
No.
Yeah,
You're
it's a
talking about
box.
on a
It's a
flat. You're talking
square.
about on a flat plane. On a flat
Yeah, of course.
plane. Why haven't you just
Yeah.
made a C?
Not a C.
You've only turned 2 times, right?
No, 3 times.
Okay, then you've just drawn a square.
Correct.
All right, George.
The problem
And
is, Brunch,
60 degree,
actually, sorry, go on.
60 degrees, same thing.
But with the 60 degrees,
With a 60 degree turn, what
Okay,
you're going to
what
end up is with a V,
what we're talking about is only turning 3 times.
a triangle.
Only
Yeah,
turning
only
3 times,
turn it
right?
3
Making a triangle.
times, correct.
So on
the 60 degree, it's a triangle. On the
okay,
90 degree,
just forget
it
the
makes a
60-degree
square.
triangle. I shouldn't, because the whole conversation has kind of moved on to the 90-degree triangle now, right? Because
Oh, I see.
either way, the experiment can be done.
Branch. The trouble is, you didn't read the question, did you?
I didn't. I just
You
like I said,
made
I
the
just got a
mistake that
link.
most people that do an exam do, and you didn't actually think through the
Okay,
question.
listen. I told you what I was going to do. I googled 3 words and sent you the first.
And where is
example.
90 degrees in that?
That's what I thought.
Show me anywhere in that article where they're talking about a 90-degree angle. They're not, are they?
I haven't. Okay, let me see. If he says turn right, that means 90 degrees.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, it
says
does.
he says go northeast southwest.
If he says turn right, that
I
means
can
90
turn
degrees.
right at a 30-degree angle. It doesn't have to be a right angle. Again, you're not reading the question. The most common mistake that technical people make when they're doing an exam, they don't read the question.
No,
They assume it.
It says turn right, which would be 90 degrees.
No, it doesn't. He basically says he wants you to go northeast, south, and west, northeast, southwest. You walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, and 1 mile north. You end up exactly where you started. Where are you? So he's not saying that that applies everywhere on Earth, does he, from that question? He's saying that it's applicable to some specific locations on Earth.
At the North Pole, didn't he?
So again, you didn't read the fucking question.
Right, but okay, no. Hold on.
Did you?
What I'm saying is turning right is turning. I didn't. I told you I wasn't going to.
So there you go. So that's why you're wrong.
The question is turn right. Right?
No, it's not. The question is based on direction. Here it is again. You're standing on the surface of the Earth. You walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, and 1 mile north. You end up where you started. Where are you? Where is 90 degrees? Where is right? Not in the question. You didn't read the fucking question.
Oh, you're at the North Pole. Or the South Pole.
Every time he makes those turns, when he turns to the east, to the west, to the north, what degrees is he going to be going?
Very good. Now you're starting to think. Now you're actually starting to think through the question, aren't you? Now, if it's the case that this would work anywhere on Earth, like your salt flat, which was the example you brought up, why do you think that question is asking for specific locations? I want you to address that question.
It's going to be 90 degrees.
No, I want you to address the question.
Foolish, I know where the fuck you're going, right?
Yeah. Why do you think I'm going in that direction?
Do you think I'm gonna give in?
No, because you're stupid.
Okay, then I'm gonna continue arguing that this is gonna work because I started it.
Cool. You can continue to be wrong, sir.
All right. Well, see, what would be great is if we actually got somebody to go out and do it.
Your claim, your burden. Go do it.
No,
I'll tell you what. We could put a can of beer on a stick and tie it to your head, and then you could chase after it.
Okay, Foolish. Do that. That was very funny, Foolish.
Thank you.
That's
I
very
did
funny.
try.
You know, it's a shame that you don't understand triangles better.
Again, you can make all the claims you want. What I have demonstrated to everybody in this room is you didn't read the fucking question.
Foolish.
Everybody in the room knows that you didn't read the question.
When I specifically
Everybody
asked
in the
you what
room knows
angles
you
they
made
would be.
assumptions, and everybody in the room knows you added to the question to try and make your point. None of those things are present. You showed that you didn't read the question. You showed you didn't think it through. The fact that you want to claim that it'll work anywhere on Earth when that is contrary to what the point of the question fucking is, shows that you didn't bother to read it properly. You threw out the first link you came up with, and it showed you to be wrong.
It works anywhere on Earth.
Cool. Then find another citation saying that it works anywhere on Earth. And we'll read it, and we'll see how we go.
All right. But I'm not going to go find it. I
know you're not, because you can't, can you?
Again, and I'll post
We know
the
why
first
you're not
link
going to
I
go and
find
find it, because it doesn't exist.
I don't know. What I said is, I'm not going to go searching for you, but I will Google it again and post you the first thing I find.
Without reading it.
Yeah, without reading it. I'll make sure it's about the topic. But that's pretty much what I did with this one. But I want to do it again.
What about Ranty going back to being a flat earther? That's a more interesting topic than listening to
What? He's
Branch
gone.
Bubble.
What?
Yeah.
No.
He has not.
No way.
When was that?
Oh, I thought you'd like to see. Now I've got a topic that's actually interesting to everybody.
No. He hasn't. Druss is just throwing some chum in the water. That's all he's doing.
I could be wrong. I'm not saying. And again, you know, it was a short video that he posted.
Yeah, I think he posted a video.
When did he
Something
do
to
this
that.
on April Fool's Day or something?
Oh,
There
good
you go.
point. You see, Bandy, I wasn't thinking it through. Yesterday at 8:08 a.m. and it was in the morning before 12 o'clock, which is kind of one of our April the 1st joke rules.
There
Thank
you go.
Bandy. Well done. Thank you. I apologise.
You're welcome.
And Rue have just said April Fools as well. Oh, what an idiot I am. You see, Branch, this is what people do when they realise they're wrong. They go, oh, I fucked up. You know the best thing, Branch? I didn't mean it either.
Hold on. You're completely wrong. I actually have I just found a picture that totally shows it. I just can't be fucked to post it. Like I said, Foolish, you're completely wrong about this, bro.
If you found something that would show it, you would actually post it, Branch.
Of course he would. See, one of the things I do, Branch, is when I'm shown to be wrong, or, you know, I very quickly go, oh, yeah, I fucked up. Like this April the 1st joke. I fell for that. Hook, line, and fucking sinker. That was my fault. And what do I do? Because I'm a man, an adult, I go, oh, shit, I screwed up. So the question is, what are you?
All right, there you go. 3 90-degree angles on a sphere.
Oh, and look at that. They're not a mile, are they?
All right,
Oh,
so shrink.
dear.
Okay, so do this, yeah.
Oh dear.
Keep the side the sides of the length in proportion to each other, and just shrink that circle. Basically, just zoom the circle
You'd have
out.
to
if you
shrink
want.
the whole thing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but if you keep the lengths
Because
the
if
same.
yeah, and it'll start going inside the sphere. It won't be on the surface anymore, bro.
And first of all, you can't.
But that's wrong, isn't it? That's wrong, isn't it?
You
That's
can't
not
get
3
90
turns.
degree angles on curved lines. So how are you doing that?
Well, a straight line is just the shortest distance
But that is
between
not
2
3
points on the
turns.
surface, Bansel. So
That's
that's
only
fine.
2 turns.
No, one at the top, 2. Then you got your third turn, and then you're back to where you start. Because you got 3 points means you got 3
Hold on.
turns, and that means you get back to where you start.
You stop. Turn 1. Yeah.
You're
And twice. What is the third
George, you're roboting.
one?
So excited.
Yeah, I start walking straight. I get to the top of the triangle. I make a turn. To the bottom of the triangle, I make a turn. I'm back to where I start. 3 turns.
Now you're missing 1 turn there.
Which one?
You're missing a turn. You start on the top. You go straight south. You turn the first one. You continue on that direction, and then you turn the second time. You end up where you started. 2 turns. You end up where you started on a sphere.
No,
It's a triangle. Yeah.
So the first turn, second turn. Oh, actually, no, you're right. That I can see what you're saying there.
George gets it.
I apologise, George.
George gets it. Why can't you get it, Foolish?
No, I don't think he's agreeing with you. I think he's just talking about the number of turns that I
All right,
mentioned.
okay. So look at the diagram.
It's missing 1 there.
At the diagram I posted, right? Let's say if you you see the 3 axes that you have, right? Let's say if you drew the same exact curves, but you did it halfway within those axes, that would be still sitting on the surface, right?
Think about it, Branch. You have the same number of degrees of arc for each of those nice lines you got there.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Do you want to think that through?
No, I'm not gonna think it through. You got to tell me why it's wrong.
I've just given you the example of why it's wrong.
Why won't you make a C?
Because you're talking about distances of over 800 miles, over 1,200 miles for each side.
Now, the problem is if you do the 3 bands, yeah, you do
3 straight
a
lines.
square.
There's 3 straight lines, George. Don't
yeah.
bendy.
No. If you do 3 bands, yeah, 3 bands of 90 degrees, you'll end up with a square. That's why you are missing 1 there.
Not on a non-developable shape. So we're talking about straight lines being the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
It's still the same. It's missing 1 band.
Agree
For
that
God's
the
sake.
shortest distance between 2 points on any surface is a straight line.
Yeah.
Cool. So if we've got a surface like a sphere, that's why they look like they're bendy. Still, it's the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Okay.
So we have 3 straight lines in a triangle.
So no, you have a triangle there, but you only have 2 bands.
No, we've got the equator bend as well.
No,
we've
you
got
only have
3
2 bands.
lines.
That's
Sorry, we've got 3 lines.
your problem, man. Right there, man. Why are you ignoring it? Why are you ignoring it? Yeah, you have 3 lines, but you only have 2 bands.
We've got 3 angles, don't we? So a triangle has 3 lines and 3 angles.
Listen, the second band, it's between the first one.
Which one are you talking about?
Man, you are on the ball like that figure there, yeah, on the north. You go towards south on a straight line. You turn the first time. It doesn't matter, right or left, it doesn't matter. You turn for the first time, yeah, and you continue east or west. It doesn't matter which way. And then you turn the second time. You're gonna meet north.
Yep. Same as
Which
you
is
do
what
on
you
any
have
triangle.
there. But it's
Yeah.
missing one. It's missing one. He mentioned 3 turns.
No, that was my screw up, George. And that's why I said, oh gosh, yes, you're right. I see what you mean.
So how many turns is it then? So how many turns is it?
Yeah. So you go south, make your first turn, go east, make your
How
second
many
turn, and then you
how
go
many
back to
turns
the north.
how many turns did Elon Musk mention?
3. No, he meant 3 directions that you were going in.
3 directions. Can you read it again, please?
So he said you go south, west, north is what he said in his question. I'll go and get the question back up again.
South, west.
He didn't actually. Let me get his direction. You're standing on the surface
Southwest,
of the earth.
north.
You walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, and 1 mile north. So if that was a mile, we'd walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, 1 mile north, making 2 turns. That's
Okay.
what I screwed up. I screwed up by.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's our south line, our west line, our east line, and our north line on that example. If we're assuming that the point at the top is the North Pole.
Yeah, you're going to end up on the same place because you're going by the compass. You're not doing
You actually
angles.
don't end up in the same place.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you end
god,
up on the
guys,
same
come on,
place.
man! I can't believe it's gone on so long. When you go on a freeway
don't.
and you go 1 mile, and then you go on a 90-degree away from it, and you go 1 mile, and you go on another one that's 90 degrees from it, you don't end up at the same place, right?
If you're at the North Pole and you go south a mile and then you turn west, right? As you turn west and you don't change your direction, you will not follow a latitude line. You'll actually head a little bit south. So when you turn north again, you are more than a mile from the North Pole.
Right. On the North Pole, it works with fucking directions. I get that.
No, it still doesn't. Unless you actually, when it says turn west, it only works if that means follow a latitude line.
Well, if it's just for a mile, you're not going to end up on the same place. But
you'll be off by a little bit.
A mile is short distances for this to be seen in. This needs to be seen in a larger scale. What we're talking
let's do it
about
on Google
here
Earth.
is
George
when
and
you're
I
using
are agreeing on something. I love this.
when
Give me a high
you're
five there, George.
using a magnetic compass, no matter where you go, north is still north. You're going to aim to the same place, no matter what.
Yeah, but west is not.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, because west, you're either following a latitude line, right, which is not a straight line, or if you do go a straight line west, you're actually moving a little bit south, which means you'll be more than a mile from the North Pole.
How can you go west and be in south?
Because that's what latitude line. If you're following a latitude line, you're not going in a straight line.
Yeah, I agree. It's a circle.
Your initial bearing might be 90 degrees.
Yeah, it's a circle of equal altitude. Yeah, around the North Pole. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, so you actually won't end up where you started. Let's do it on Google Earth. See how far you're off you are.
I upset a Greek person yesterday, George, by pointing out the fact that Alexander the Great had male lovers.
Say it again.
I said I upset a Greek person yesterday, George, because I pointed out that Alexander the Great, he made quite a famous statement that was written down by his teacher Aristotle, where he was quoted for saying, "Women are for breeding, men are for love."
Gay. That's gay. Gay as fuck.
Well, you like women as well. You remember Alexander IV was the son of Roxanne. Oh, he was also going down the all Greeks are pure and used Alexander the Great as great sort of exemplar. And I said, well, that's weird because, you know, Alexander the Great's children came from his wife, Roxanne, who was from Afghanistan. Oops. Or modern day Afghanistan, Bactria, back in the day.
Are you surprised? I mean, it's good that in nowadays they allow women in the army. Yeah, but imagine back in those days going with thousands and thousands and thousands of men for years and years and years. I mean, yeah, they were
Where you are and
famous
what
for it.
type of
Yeah,
warfare. Yeah, I mean, you tend to find that
yeah,
like the Romans
and Marco Polo, all of these guys, you know, the great discoverers, the great conquerors.
The Celts, the Norse, you know, they were, there was some level of equality to that, where, you know, there's a lot of women that did fight. That's why the Athenians used to think the Spartans were degenerate because, you know, their women competed as athletes. In fact, there's an engraving in Olympia where the woman who was the champion chariot driver couldn't actually drive her horses, but she trained them and had a male actually race. And she has a statue, or there was a statue there, with an inscription saying that she won it 3 times. That really, really pissed off the Athenians.
I'm glad that you picked up and nobody else did, but I wasn't being completely honest with that by saying that. Women actually played a very big part in most armies. All depends which armies we're talking about. But yeah, in great armies, we had great fighters. I mean, women with mustache. We're talking about, you know, it's different generations. You wouldn't tell the difference between one or the other. With armor and everything, you would.
Well, no, I mean, most armies have camp bearers, camp followers, and a good proportion of those were female. Even Alexander the Great, though he was a bit weird in the way he ran his armies around, but the Roman armies definitely, and certainly medieval armies. Medieval European armies.
Yeah, that's why Portugal was traveling through the sea to go to India's. That's how it started, because in Europe it was a mess, you know. You couldn't travel throughout Europe.
No, and it was an absolute, well, especially in the sort of the Reformation between the Protestants and the Catholics, and you know the wars going on in Central Europe. That was fucked up. And that actually, the amount of people it killed across sort of Germany, the lowlands, France, you know, it was you know, sort of Black Plague, biblical death kind of levels. It was ridiculous.